Hey guys, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. What happened to my webcam here? There we go. That should be better. Welcome. We are going to continue on with the news of the day, which is the Charlie Kirk assassination. Obviously, there are a lot of things to go over. Apparently, they do have now a person of interest. They're calling him. You might call that a suspect. They've got video footage of this person going up onto the roof. I'll let you get a good look at him here. Anyways, this individual was spotted going up onto the roof and then immediately before the assassination. And then also immediately leaving. Apparently, this shirt is for like veterans of the American forces. So I don't know if that means he's donated to them or if he's actually a veteran himself. He looks like he's still relatively young, probably in his 20s. So anyways, this is somebody that is a person of interest that is they're on the hunt for. They did spot him going up a stairwell to the roof, which I think is the one that we probably looked at last night on stream if you were here. Let me see if I can quickly pull that up here. That up. What is the name? Loser Center. The we can probably actually just Google Maps it. Let me try and bring that up here, because I can find it really quickly. Okay, here we go. That was quick. So anyways, this is the situation that we have right now. The police we saw from drone footage were scouring across this rooftop, and it appears that this rooftop is actually relatively loose gravel. I see that on a lot of rooftops, and then they'll have like tar underneath of it as their roof. But apparently they had like they found footsteps along here, and they've also got the location of possibly where the shooter is. And we went over countless videos showing somebody hiding up here, and they've got a direct shot to where Charlie Kirk would have been talking. Now, obviously, the shooter had scouted this area pretty quickly because, according to the reports, he came onto the campus, not too long before the shooting, made his way up the stairwell. I'm assuming they're meaning this one here, across, which we saw the video from him, from the people that recorded him moving across over here. Took the shot, assassinated Charlie Kirk, and they're saying that he left. They're saying he jumped off the roof. I can't tell if this is like a separate level. I don't think it is. I don't know why he would have jumped if he could have just gone right down the stairs, unless maybe, obviously he's probably in a hurry, but he'd probably be a lot more noticed if he was to jump. Yeah. Make sure that others are running properly. Kick. For some reason, kick didn't start. Why my kick stream didn't start, but not really too. Try and fix it later. Anyways, let's go to the news.
I don't think that's likely to happen.
Kyle, are there specific memories of Charlie that stick out to you?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Are there any specific memories that you had with Charlie that stick out to you?
Oh, I mean, I looked through my text streams with him last night, and remembering the moments of, he was so genuine and so from the heart. in everything that he said to me over the years, that I had, of course, it takes a moment like this for you to go back and really look through your conversations with some of your friends. He wasn't one of my best friends. He was a friend that I admired and trusted. And
You're
when I
still
looked through his
announcing.
texts, I looked through how genuine he was. You know, he said in one text, "I believe in you 100%. That's why I
Your
did
headphones
this."
aren't working?
And
I'm
then
not
I went
typing
and
shit
saw
out.
I went and saw this company, and I decided to do even more. And I appreciate you even bringing it up to me. You know, he would say things that
Turn your
were
speakers
so,
on.
let's just say, deeply genuine that very few do. And you know, I was one of maybe a million people that he knows. Again, I'm not in his inner circle. I was just a friend. Yeah, when you go back and look at this, the thing that really touched me about looking at my communications with him was just his sense of heart and his sense of how genuine he was.
One of the big quotes circulating now is Charlie talking about gun violence, saying that gun deaths are a price that we pay for liberty. What do you make of some of the responses you're seeing to his death, with people pointing to more controversial things he said and essentially saying they're not sad about this?
Yeah, I mean, you know, I've seen, again, the worst of humanity. I've seen celebrations of his death. I've seen people with bullhorns smiling.
Celebrations.
I mean, I
It's
actually,
pretty sick,
while I
actually.
can't believe it, I can believe it based upon the kind of situation I set forth for you early in this interview. You know, it's terrible, and you know, calls for gun control. I mean, for heaven's sake, this was basically a deer rifle that was used. No one's talking about controlling deer rifles. This is a scenario where if you look at one of
They did
Charlie's
apparently
posts
recover
on
the
X, I went and looked through some of his
the
posts earlier today. You know, he
weapons,
literally
so.
said word for word that the left is beginning to kind of aggrandize assassination culture. And he said in this particular post that in a recent poll, 48% of the left said that there was a justification to assassinate Elon Musk, and 55% of them said that it'd be justifiable to assassinate President Trump. I mean, that posting on X is so chilling for me because he knew it, and he still went and took these risks of being out in the open with these, one could say, hostile political crowds taking the microphone. So you know, he died what he loved doing best professionally. I know personally he loved his family and loved being with them, but he ended up dying for the cause at 31 years old, for doing what he did best, and he did it better than anyone else.
All right, Kyle Bass, friend of Charlie Kirk's. Kyle, again, I'm so sorry for your loss. Thank you for coming on and sharing a bit of your
Thanks.
story with Charlie with us.
Thank you.
Coming up, new details in a school shooting in Colorado, what we know about the gunman after investigators searched his home and locker.
Our friendship had some bumps in the road.
Who's the band's leader?
We were kind of a mess, and it led to a lot of drama.
Let's look at something. Is it the top of the hour? It's not quite, but everybody's got here we go.
Including President Trump, condemnation of what is described as the left-wing forces that are attacking democracy in this country, which is the phrase that has been used. This despite the fact that the motives of the shooter are not known, the identity of the shooter is not known, the political affiliations, if any, of the shooter are not known. Yet still there is, in many circles, a intention to attack what they see as left-wing forces. This has also come from prominent figures like Stephen Bannon, a close confidant of President Trump, or was so in the past. One must remember, too, that Charles Kirk was an international figure, not just a domestic or national right-wing activist. He's also been speaking in recent weeks in South Korea, in Japan. His death has been mourned by many world leaders, including Viktor Orban from Hungary and Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who described him as a pillar of Judeo-Christianity right wing. So there is an international aspect to this as well. President Trump spoke briefly about his a eulogy almost for Charles Kirk, where he was visiting the Pentagon during the 9/11 commemoration. He's also announced that he will be awarding the Medal of Freedom to Charles Kirk.
Mike, thank you very much. Mike Hanna there in Washington, D.C.
Let's see what they're saying on.
Was the challenges facing new parents.
Apparently, there's going to be a news update.
He was a leading force behind Trump's re-election,
later on,
holding rallies and events to drive a wave of conservative young men
they've got a lot of
to the
new
polls.
information to
You
announce,
say, I don't know if I could live under a Kamala Harris presidency. We need to do something about it. We need to go chase the ballots.
And while Kirk was a frequent visitor to the White House, he still embraced where he got his start, college campuses. While touring, he was known for debating liberal students, delighting in the open discussion of ideas.
Healthcare costs are exploding because we don't actually address the root cause.
He didn't always change opinions.
I care about excellence, not diversity. Because I do not believe diversity is a strength. I believe unity is a strength. I believe the pursuit of higher purposes is a strength. Does that make sense?
But he did help shape the political conversation for a new generation. For CBS Mornings, I'm Nancy Cordes in Washington.
Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle have been united in condemning this killing, but tensions did flare on the House floor yesterday, and this was during a moment of silence. Colorado Republican Lauren Boebert broke the silence, requesting the chamber also offer a spoken prayer for Kirk, saying silent prayers get silent results. Now, some Democrats expressed disapproval with that, some accusing Republicans of overlooking other victims of gun violence, like the Colorado high school shooting that also had happened earlier that day. Then Republican Anna Paulina Luna of Florida yelled out that Democrats had caused this shooting. House Speaker Mike Johnson then had to rein in the lower chamber.
What purpose does the gentlelady from Colorado rise? Wait a minute. The House will be in order. The House will be in order. Shh. The House will be in order.
For more on this, CBS News White House and Politics Executive Director Fin Gomez is in Washington. Fin, just to know that even asking for a moment of silence turned into a shouting match, it does not seem to suggest we are in a good place in this country. What do you make of this moment?
Yeah, I think that, for the most part, we've seen an outpouring of condemnation for the political violence. We've seen an outpouring of condolences from both sides of the political aisle.
You see some sick people responding on Twitter, though.
Yesterday, and this
Twitter
moment
and other
happened
social media.
Right before the news broke that Charlie Kirk had passed away. But at this moment on the House floor, in a time when there were calls for healing and at times for calmness in response to this terrible, violent moment in America's history, what you saw. Instead of an example of maybe the best of what this country should represent, it really turned into, conversely, the worst. It's for many folks that I spoke to, including both Democrats and Republicans, following that event that took place.
Do you know where your dad is? Soldiers found his body upstairs.
Inside their home. Authorities say the 42-year-old suspect was out on parole after serving 16 years for armed robbery when the alleged double homicide happened. Officials say the suspect was caught near Times Square after using the victim's credit cards. And a cleanup effort is underway at the nation's second largest port. Officials are trying to pull all 17 shipping containers from the port of Long Beach. Officials say the containers fell into the water after crews started to release the straps to unload the containers. Investigators are now looking into how it all happened. The pier where it happened will stay closed until all those containers are out of the water. I'm Diane Macedo. The news never stops, and neither do we. And now we're going to take a look at the growing memorial for Charlie Kirk outside Turning Point USA in Phoenix, and he will have much more on his killing after the break.
Disney's Lilo and Stitch.
All right, let's get away from the commercials, please. PBS.
Oh, come on, join on the
No, that's commercial as well. Everyone's on commercial right now.
Statement tomorrow, but I would tell you this. I was very unhappy about it. Very unhappy about every aspect here. And we got to get the hostages back. But I was very unhappy about the way that went down.
The Qatari Prime Minister said that the United States had not warned Qatar ahead of the attack, and in fact the warning came until 10 minutes after the attack happened. He accused the Israeli government of trying to sabotage.
Well, here's what we have, and here's what we know. This picture is being put out by the FBI and law
Hey, Tristan, how's it going?
Because they believe this is a person that they very much want to talk to. I'm told by sources it's from surveillance footage in and around the area where the shooting took place. And you can see this appears to be a male person. It looks like they've got a lot of new evidence wearing sunshades and a baseball cap. The FBI very much wants to talk to that person, and they're asking for the public's help in identifying this person so that they can get access to them and begin to interview them. Again, they want the public's help to identify this person so that they can talk to him. This person is being described to me as a person of interest, someone they very much want to talk to. And Diane, what you see unfolding, what you literally see unfolding, is what we were discussing yesterday, is that the surveillance footage was going to be the key to the case. That's what my law enforcement sources were telling me last night. They believed that when they canvassed the campus and the areas around the campus, that they would be getting images of the suspect moving about, or a person of interest moving about, I should say. In this case, this is someone that they think could have information about the attack, and they want to talk to this person.
Yeah,
I don't think
heard
they
authorities
think he's
saying this
just got
morning that they
information.
had
I
good
think they
video
think he did it.
in their words, and now it looks like we're seeing some of those images come
There's a
out.
manhunt on
Aaron,
now.
What were you hearing about this rifle that they say they think is the murder weapon, and then that ammunition?
It's a bolt-action rifle that was recovered, and
Apparently
there
it's a
was a
hunting
spent
rifle.
cartridge still in the chamber. There were also unspent cartridges, and when they looked at them, they discovered what law enforcement officials described as writing containing transgender and anti-fascist ideology. That's how law enforcement officials described it. We don't know what that means, and law enforcement officials haven't made clear what that means. They are still working to determine what that means and how it might figure into their investigation, and they are still working on analysis of both the bullets and the gun itself.
And I want to bring in Justice Department reporter Alex Malin, too, because, Alex, earlier officials revealed some other evidence they found in addition to this gun and ammunition and these images. What's the latest on that stuff, what they've gathered at the scene?
That person. Well, yeah, they said that they made substantial developments in their investigation. They said that they were able to track the path that the shooter took.
Basically, they're saying that they think that he jumped off the roof. I said that he probably went down the stairs, but it appears that he jumped off the roof, ran across the parking lot, and into houses. They didn't even,
and then went into a nearby wooded
didn't even
area
drive
where
away.
obviously you
So I
heard
got that
Aaron
part
there
wrong.
talking about he appears to have placed that rifle wrapped in a towel and then went through the neighborhood. They said that they spoke to multiple witnesses or neighbors in that neighborhood to try and get their Ring camera doorbell footage to see if they could further track his path that he
that
took
was
after
the person that we were
carrying out,
talking about, though.
that shooting. But
on top of the
obviously,
roof.
based on the comments at that news conference, we heard from the FBI official there. They said that they did not anticipate having to release any more footage of this individual. And now we hear, obviously, Pierre saying that they have released those two pictures. So it's unclear whether that means that they have any less confidence than they had 3 hours ago, or less progress made towards tracking this individual down.
I'm surprised
and again,
that he
as Pierre
didn't
pointed out, what we're
immediately
seeing here on the screen are images now just
hop
put out
in a
by the
car
FBI of a
and
person they're
bail.
calling a person of interest, someone they want to talk to in relation to this shooting. And Jacqueline Lee is there on the campus right now. Jacqueline, what's it like there?
Hey, Diane, so it feels very heavy. We're seeing flowers are being put out as we're starting to see this growing memorial outside the university here. And the biggest thing we're hearing from students is it was just seeing the violence play out. So many people, there were thousands of people, more than 3,000 at the event, and they saw the bullet enter Charlie's neck and the blood splatter everywhere. People say that has
There he
stuck
is.
with
We
them, that has
talked about
scarred them,
this
and it is traumatizing. And on top of that, the
video
shooter is not
yesterday.
yet in custody. So there is huge fear as to what could be next? People just don't
Can't really
know.
make him out.
Because
there could be a
unfortunately,
backpack on
whoever
his back.
did this
Hard
is
to
still
tell.
out there. But as we heard, there is hope given that authorities have now released a photo of this person of interest, and that they have recovered the rifle in the woods in a towel. But the biggest thing is figuring out who did this, why did they do this, but on campus, it does feel very heavy. Diane.
And our White House correspondent Karen Travers is monitoring the response from the president. And Karen, President Trump says he plans to speak with Kirk's family this afternoon. He also announced he'll award Kirk with the highest civilian honor in the United States. What's the latest there?
That's the Presidential Medal of Freedom, Diane, and the president said today during remarks at the Pentagon for the September 11th remembrance ceremony that he will be giving that posthumously to Charlie Kirk. He said he'll be announcing soon when that ceremony will take place, but predicted it would be a very large crowd for that honor for Charlie Kirk, who of course is a very influential conservative political activist, somebody who was very important for the president getting reelected and having this second term here at the White House. He told reporters he would be speaking to Kirk's family this afternoon. He said his wife is a wonderful woman. Diane, he was asked about the investigation, and he did not have much to say. He said pretty much what you're seeing on TV is what is happening. What you're seeing in the news is what it is. He said there is a manhunt
There's so many conspiracy theories going out,
too. We'll see what happens. And Diane, he finished his very brief remarks by telling reporters, we hope we get him.
So, Pierre, what are you watching for next in this investigation?
Well, I want to be clear, and I want to use the language that they're using in what was posted online, just so our viewers and who are watching will know precisely what the FBI is asking for. Quote, we're asking for the public's help identifying this person of interest in connection with the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk at the Utah Valley University. And they give a 1-800 call FBI digital media tips, https
He may have already turned
t.co as the place to reach out with information. So they're obviously hoping that there's somebody in the public that will recognize this person, know who he is, and report them a name so they can go find this person to talk to.
All right, Aaron Katursky, Jacqueline Lee, Alex Mallon, Karen Travers, and Pierre Thomas, thank you. And I want to bring in ABC News contributor, former acting undersecretary for intelligence at the Department of Homeland Security, John Cohen, for more. John, what does it tell you about this investigation that the FBI is choosing to release these images now?
Diane, what this tells us is that the investigation is progressing. As we've discussed in the past, oftentimes the suspect in these cases commits suicide or are captured
That's what I just said.
Immediately by law enforcement, consistent with when the event is occurring. But in other cases, law enforcement has to go through the process of identifying the suspect, tracking that suspect down, building a case on that suspect, ensuring that the suspect is not working with others, and determining the motive. And what we are seeing unfold now is the FBI and law enforcement going through that process.
You say anyone surprised by this shooting isn't paying attention. Why do you say that?
Because, as you and I have, again, talked about for several years now, we are in a period of sustained threat in this country. We have seen political violence and mass casualty attacks directed at schools, directed at people because of their political beliefs, directed at people because of their immigration status or their ethnicity.
This guy seems to get it.
So, the fact, just if you look at the past 2 weeks, yesterday we had the shooting in Utah. We also had a school shooting in Colorado. Earlier during the end of August, we had a school shooting at a Catholic school in Minneapolis. We've had government officials shot down over the last several months. We had a governor's house basically firebombed. And just over the past couple of weeks, we've been dealing with swatting calls that are targeting universities across the country. These are the threats that are impacting communities each and every day.
Like I'm at a loss for words.
John,
all
the
this
president
crap
has
going
blamed
on, it is
radical left rhetoric
it's
for
actually
Kirk's
crazy.
murder. Now some conservative activists are calling for a crackdown on the left.
It's
what do you think that
nonstop.
means?
It's like,
I have no clue, but demonizing Democrats, demonizing immigrants, demonizing people who are transgender, demonizing people because of their ethnicity is not going to stop this violence. Law enforcement has a significant role to play, obviously, in protecting these events and protecting people who may be at risk. But we are not going to stop this violence until we tone down the rhetoric,
Gojo's here
take
too,
the
man.
anger
How's
and
it going, man?
divisiveness out of our politics, and come to the conclusion that we have a significant number of young people who are facing behavioral health challenges. They're angry. They feel disconnected. They have come to believe that violence is the only way that they can express their anger at society or their sense of personal grievance, or they can express their opposition to what government is doing or what others are doing. And they are using that anger to drive these acts of violence. That's where we need to be focusing. More mental health care and improved law enforcement responses and toning down the political rhetoric in this country.
And John,
all
right
over
now,
the news,
3
also the
historically
Ukrainian
black
girl. Yeah,
colleges and universities are on lockdown after receiving potential threats. School officials at Hampton and
I
Alabama
just saw the
State
video
tell
again.
ABC
Why do
News
people keep
everyone's
posting
okay
that fucking thing,
and
man?
unharmed. But what
Like,
do you make of the
seriously.
timing here?
You know, it's just over, as I mentioned earlier, over the last several weeks, while we've had these acts of
literally think
targeted
people are
violence
just
occurring,
posting
we
it for
also
views.
have cyber criminal organizations from across the globe who are using the internet to engage in swatting calls.
The guy,
You know,
that's
these
I
swatting
think that's
calls are
actually an
highly
eagle
dangerous.
on his shirt, like an
Particularly when
American
they are
eagle. I don't
happening at the
know
same
that it's a
time
gun,
we're
is it?
seeing these
It's hard
types
to
of
see.
targeted attacks occur in the physical
It's
world.
supposed to be like
It causes a very
shirt
forceful
for
response by law enforcement. It places the people at these
veterans or
locations
something.
in danger, and it also diverts resources away from actual acts of violence that are occurring.
Charlie
So this is
Kirk and his
another
daughter,
area where,
heartbreaking. Yeah,
again,
it's
we should be
whether
placing
you
a
agree
greater
with the guy or
priority
not,
nationally
it's kind of
to investigating and
it's a sick act, for
addressing
sure.
those who are exploiting these horrific
But now,
tragedies like
now
the
you know what
ones
you
that
have
occurred
is you have a
yesterday
bunch of people
to
who are
engage in
exploiting
this
the
type of
situation.
cyber-enabled threat activity.
For their
Drill
own,
down on that a little deeper for me. Where do you see the role of law enforcement in preventing political
They're
attacks?
using it in a
And what
sick
else
way to
needs to happen to stop this trend?
to promote their personal views.
Well, first and
like
foremost, is
their
understanding
hatred
the threat
towards
and
other.
directing
Now it's like
resources or devoting resources
people aren't just saying
to what
it's
the threat
the
actually
radical
is,
left.
as opposed
It's
to
the
directing
left.
Critical law
They're
enforcement resources
painting
to
everybody that
other areas
is a
that may
Democrat
be
is the
politically
problem.
expedient. So
But
what
it's
law
not.
enforcement
It's
needs to be doing is
it's
understanding
people that are
how this threat
radicalized on the left,
evolves,
same
the
as
role of
people
the
that are
internet.
radicalized on the right.
There is a very
But both sides are
in
doing
many
it.
respects, this
It's not
violence
just one side doing it, it's
fueled
both
by
sides that are
an
doing
online
it.
ecosystem that is saturated with content regarding past mass casualty attacks, content that's placed there by terrorists.
Well, he's not a
foreign
he's not a
intelligence
president for
services
starters, Nixon.
with the
He's
intent
also
to
not a.
inspire and
I don't even think
facilitate
he's
and
technically
inform
got like a
attacks such
political
as
like
this.
a
Law enforcement
big
has
role.
to
Like he's not a
change their
governor
playbook a
or
little bit.
senator or anything like that. He's like a
as we
private
often hear that
citizen
these people weren't on the radar screen. They're
that
always on
doesn't.
the radar
I don't know
screen.
that he's
We
got
just
any
have to look at
government
the right
holds
radar
any
screen.
government
That
office
means
at all.
employing
He
more
did have his own
behaviorally
private
focused
security.
risk assessment strategies and threat management.
He did have his own private security at his events, and they work with the local police. So apparently there were 6 police officers on site as well. But I mean, this is like a pretty large area for just 6 officers to cover and some security, right? So
In many respects, these attacks are being driven by the angry, divisive nature of our public discourse, where we view people who disagree with us not as people to debate, but people to hate, people who are the enemy.
It is the problem. And it's going to get worse too.
Figures who continue to promote this extreme, divisive,
It's going to get worse.
Angry, and sometimes violence-laden political narratives.
All right, John Cohen, thank you.
Why the fuck didn't they check? Well, here.
And I want to bring in a friend of Charlie Kirk, Kyle Bass, is joining us.
Let me just quickly show you guys something. I actually made a video on it yesterday. For some reason, it's having trouble rendering on YouTube. This is the campus. I'll just quickly go through this for those of you that weren't watching yesterday, because there's a few new people here. 1 second here. Sorry, answering something here. This is the rooftop where they think the shooter was shooting from. They've got actual video of them. You can go to my Instagram page, actually, the Aladar Instagram page, and I made a full video on this. There was people along here that filmed a guy that they saw running along the roof, and they were even saying in the video, "Why haven't police stopped this guy?" And shortly thereafter, Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He was sitting here under a tent. from this rooftop. And there was video taken from, this is kind of like there's like a room here, sort of like there's like a hallway with seats in it. And there was somebody that was in here that was doing a pan video. And you could see the person up on the rooftop over here from this direction. Anyways, you saw in this person's video, everybody start ducking because they heard the shots. And immediately this person booked it and started running this way along the roof. You could see that he was moving away. And when we were checking this out later, I noticed, look at this. There's an easy access stairwell coming right up onto the roof. This is a walkway. You can actually walk. There's a fence on this side and on this side. You can just walk up here and walk over here to the to another building. What is that? Digital Media Department. Anyways, but it looks like it's relatively easy just to hop onto the roof and have access to it. So apparently the police are saying that he ran. They're saying he just jumped off the roof. I mean, I guess that would be pretty noticeable if you saw somebody jump off the roof and run away. I thought he would have just run down the stairs and looked a little bit less conspicuous. And I was suspecting that he probably just ran off the roof, hopped in his car, and bounced and just took off. And a major highway, Highway 15, is a 3-minute drive from the campus. And he's a 30-minute drive from Salt Lake City Airport, which is a major international airport. Like, he could have, and by the time I went off air, it was like 14 hours after this incident happened. He could have been in Asia by that point, for all we know, right? So, anyways, where are we again here? It's over here, right? Yeah. So, anyways, apparently, we haven't had the news announcement yet, but the leaks that are kind of coming out about how he got away. Apparently, he jumped off. He threw the rifle into a wooded area. It could be this wooded area. I don't know. But apparently, they're saying the rumor is that he jumped off the roof. They found his rifle in a wooded area, which does that constitute a wooded area? Maybe. Anyways, apparently he ran through the parking lot and into, I guess they're describing it as a housing suburb, but I don't know where that is. Could he have run through this wooded area over here? We'll have to wait till the news conference that is supposed to come up. It was supposed to already happen, but then they delayed it, so we'll see. But anyways, yeah, that's the rumors, that he basically jumped off the roof and then just ran into a neighborhood, which I don't know. Maybe he figured it's easy, but apparently they're going door to door, asking to see their doorbell securities, to look for evidence of the person. Can you imagine if they never figured out who did it? Oh man, you should see the conspiracy theories running rampant online right now. It is absolutely crazy, some of these ideas people get into their heads. And they say it with such conviction as well. It's just like, are you listening to yourself? I've seen, the complete wingnuts, like Alex Jones or whatever the hell his name is, just suggest the weirdest shit in the world. People are posting video of Charlie Kirk basically shitting on Jews and suggesting that Israel had enough of them and they got rid of them. It's crazy. It's from all sorts of sides, but the amount of just conspiracy theories that are floating around, it's crazy. Is it realistic that after the shooting, the police would shut off the airport? Airports are heavily monitored. Yeah, but he probably thought he was getting away. And I feel like he probably had a change of clothes and stuff like that. And, keep in mind, he could be on a flight an hour later. So, that's taking a risk, because you could possibly be spotted by security systems while you're in the air and just have police waiting for you. But again, it has now been over 24 hours. He could easily be to Canada at this point. They found the gun with the statements on each magazine. Yeah, he had like I guess it was like pro-trans rights or something like that. They haven't released exactly what was said, but it was obviously political in nature. But anyways, he's had 15 hours. Like, so this is where he's at, Salt Lake. He could be he could have driven either to Canada or Mexico by this point. Like, quite easily. There was suggestion. Where are we here? There was apparently, this is the local municipal airport. It doesn't really service much. There's a couple of flights that come through here a day, but it's mostly like there's like one airline that serves like 3 other cities. Like they fly to like 3 other cities around the U.S. But there was apparently like 20 minutes or a half an hour after the shooting, apparently there was a private flight that left this airport, and half an hour after it left, it turned off its transponder, which apparently is illegal, so I'm told. Or the person that was making the post suggested it's illegal to do that. And then apparently an hour later, it returned to the airport. So, but I don't know. With the fact that he ran and he didn't just shoot himself, I think he's obviously trying to escape. Now it remains. I think they will eventually catch him. I mean, the videos that the photos that they've got of him. Where are we here? Where's I'll have to find the site again. Anyways, the location of where did I pin the thing? Provo. Let's look it up again, I guess. But you want I had it marked. I'm normally able to find it like instantly because it's like I've looked at this so many times now. There's the highway. It's not that far south. That's not it. I know it's just off Campus Boulevard. I just need to find that, to be honest. Oh, I think I found it. University. Here we go. Here's the location again. And we all should not care, but can you imagine the stomach pain and adrenaline now? Oh, I mean, you know, he probably hasn't slept yet. Again, we have no idea. Like how far away is. Like he could literally be almost halfway across the country by now. How like could he be as far as Omaha possibly? To Omaha. How far is that? It's been over 24 hours. That's he could probably be to Chicago. Past Chicago. Like he could be anywhere literally in North America. Mexico's the best bet. Possibly. Can he get to Mexico? I mean, he's had a 25-hour head start. 26-hour head start. You know? Like he could definitely be across the border in Mexico by this point. It could be Montana. Is it Montana MT? I think that's is that the abbreviation? But yeah, I mean, there's lots of places he could hide out. You know, lots of places he could hide out. I think it would be in his best interest to get out of the country. Let me show you something. I've shown this on stream before. It's kind of wild. This is Vancouver. Okay, look how long our border is with Canada and the US. Okay? Look how long this border is. Check this out. This is the main border crossing between Canada and the U.S., like near where I live, called the Peace Arch border crossing, okay? There's another one that's just slightly over here. It's not quite as busy, but these are two relatively busy. And then there's another one that's like here, and then there's another one here, the Sumas border, okay? But check this out. And I'm going to tell you a story here. You can look at this road here. See, this is the border that goes along here. I want to show you what the security is like here. This, with no fencing, is the United States. Right there. That's the United States of America. You can literally just walk across the border. Like, it is not, like, hard to do at all. Like, it's literally, like, look at this. This is somebody that lives in the United States. You're enjoying my stream. This is where you're going to tell me to join some Discord, though, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. Here, how about we just ban you and we'll make this easier, okay? There we go. Anyways, this is the border. These rocks, that's the border, man. You know how many times I've driven along this road for work? I don't know where these flagpoles usually have a Canadian and American flag on them. I don't know what happened to them, but anyways, yeah, this stretch goes on for like many kilometers. Like, there are people that will ride along here, like ride this stretch of road for exercise. They'll just take their bike out and start riding. Here's where I wanted to, I think it was here. Okay, this is, oh wait, is that somebody's house? Hold on. It's further down here. And to make my point, I got to find the road here. Oh, that's too far. Anyways, there's a road up here. It'd be easier if I just did this. Okay, I came up this road here because it's just easier to get onto this road from down here. And when I came up onto the road, there was a gentleman. Is it this one or doesn't really matter? Oh, fuck. Yeah, I think it's got to be this one. I'll just use this one as an example. I'm pretty sure it's it anyways. Anyways, I came up onto this road. It's been like 10 years, so this just looks a little bit different. Anyways, I came up on top of this road, and there was a guy that was standing here. And there was, no, you know what? It is for sure the next one. Because the next one will have a forest. Anyways, I came up on top of the road. So imagine this is a road that I came up on. And there was 4 American officers that were standing here. And they were standing at the border. And on this side was a guy that they had obviously been pursuing. So the guy that they were pursuing led them on a chase and ran across the border. And the American officers couldn't get to him. And I came driving up from wherever this roadway is. Oh, here. Is that it? I feel like this is a... Anyways, I came up onto the road, and the officers couldn't come across the border to catch him. You can. You want to see something? I made a video of it actually where I was doing that. I went and stood on the other side. They've actually got little markers on the border to show you where the border is. Let's see if I can spot one here. Is that one there? No, it's just a post. Probably just be easier to find my video on my other channel. But anyways, they've got like these little metal posts that stick up out of the ground, and basically it indicates what is the Canadian side and what's the American side. And they're like 3 feet high. They're not even that big. It's not like there's a guard guarding them or anything like that. And I took a picture. Oh, here's one right here. This is one right here. So I took a picture of myself on the American side of the border, and I made like a video of me, like, you know, showing that the border was, you know, it's, you know, fairly peaceful. We're lucky to have something like that. It was further down here where I actually stopped. But you know, it was like there's a clearing up here where it's literally like just a bunch of American houses on the other side, and you can like, I've talked to people that used to live along. It's called Zero Avenue, as you can see. But I've talked to people who live along here, and they're like older people, but they remembered when they were kids, they used to live here, and their best friends would be American kids on the American side of the border, and they would cross daily to go play tag or whatever, and nobody gave a shit. It was like, okay, sure, whatever. Nobody would stop them. Nobody would say anything. It was just like, you know, it was just, nothing was wrong with it. Now you get caught doing that. Fuck. You know, you don't want to do that now, but I'm just trying to like speed up to where there's like some American housing and stuff like that. But yeah, you wouldn't do that now, but I'm talking like 50, 60 years ago. Like these were people that, you know, they were in their, you know, they were little kids, but they're in like their 70s now type of thing, and they you know, used to regularly. It was because I was talking to someone that lived in one of these homes on the Canadian side. But if I go far enough, you can actually see like it's just an open field. Like you could easily just walk over this. You know, this is your border protection, man. You know, like if people wonder how things get across the border, it's very easy to do this. Now apparently there is security and surveillance set up or whatever, but I mean, how effective is that? I don't know. Anyways, let's get back to the Charlie Kirk stuff.
Investigators say they believe the shot came from.
After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood.
Authorities recovered a high-powered bolt-action rifle from a wooded area, which they say may have been the gun used in the shooting, and they say they have good footage of the suspect.
That individual appears to be of college age.
He did look like he was in his 20s.
Kirk was shot and killed during an event at Utah Valley University Wednesday.
I was 15 feet away, and it was really hard to witness. As the guy said, shooting or shooters or something like that, you just hear the gunshot and I'm sorry.
Kirk was a 31-year-old married father of two and founded the conservative advocacy group Turning Point USA and a key player in the Trump campaign. There was controversy over his views on the LGBTQ+ community. Critics also accused him of anti-Semitism, allegations he denied. The president paying tribute today.
Out the fact that the borders are also most cases in the wild north.
Awarding Charlie Kirk,
yeah, I mean, if you're crossing in the winter.
The Presidential Medal of Freedom.
Both House and Senate minority leaders denouncing political violence.
Political violence in any form against any American is unacceptable.
Jacqueline Lee joins me now live from Utah, along with former FBI agent and ABC News contributor Brad Garrett. So, Jacqueline, what more are we learning about the weapon?
Kira, so we learned that the rifle was found wrapped in a towel in the woods. And what's interesting is that officials say that there was a spent cartridge still chambered and 3 unspent cartridges that contained wording on them that expressed transgender and anti-fascist ideology. These are just some of the puzzle pieces that officials are trying to figure out to try to identify the suspect. But of course, the big development here is that the FBI did release photos of a person of interest. They are searching and asking the public's help to find out who this person is to see if they were involved.
Is it hearing the sound, but you're not
So,
watching
Brad,
what
as
I'm
you know,
watching?
authorities say they believe Kirk was killed by a single shot fired from a rooftop more than about 140 yards away. Does that tell you anything about the experience of this shooter?
Well, somewhat. I mean, it's not a super long distance. If he's in a prone position, which is likely, if he uses any sort of tripod or anything he can rest the barrel of the weapon where he can steady himself, and he's had practice, maybe trained professionally, maybe not, but you know, he makes one shot and it causes Charlie Kirk to die. So the combination of those things certainly suggests to me he has some proficiency, that he got someplace for this weapon. And it also tells me that he just didn't show up.
Seems like a professional. The fact that he has evaded this far
for the very first time, he would have had to have figured that out. If you look at the building where they're saying the shooting occurred from, to where Charlie was sitting, there's an opening, but it's almost like between buildings, but there is enough space. You'd have to know that, obviously, to be able to pull that off. So, maybe there's other information perhaps about him being on campus. Now, having said all that, it's interesting that they have come to the public almost immediately after saying they weren't going to release the pictures, which is telling me they still really can't completely ID him for whatever reason, and they want the public's health. They're also not calling him the shooter or the alleged shooter. They're calling him a person of interest. So does that mean that they're not exactly sure? Is this the shooter? Is this somebody that was with the shooter? Whatever it might be. Clearly, they need to find the person in a black T-shirt and blue jeans. But we'll see. That's still not clear to me as to what role this guy
He's behind in plain
plays.
sight. I don't know where the footage came from, but he's
they've got prints,
very well
they've
could
got
have blended
photos,
in
they've
on
got a
campus,
weapon.
changed his outfit.
They do have a lot
Well, they
of
said they've got
evidence.
video
We'll follow the search, of course,
of
as the
him
manhunt
like
continues.
running
Jacqueline,
off of the
Brad,
campus.
Thank you both.
Or
So my next
but he could
guest
have
was
come
actually
back.
covering Charlie Kirk's
could have
speech
come back,
for the
I
Salt
suppose,
Lake
but-
Tribune yesterday
And
when the
he
shots
definitely
rang
could have
out.
changed his
Here's the
clothes.
eyewitness report he filed for social media.
But they did post a
I'm at
picture
the Charlie Kirk event at
of
UVU
his face
where,
with
apparently
sunglasses on.
Charlie Kirk was just
I think with how
shot
clear the
in
photo is, somebody's going to
neck. We're being
recognize
told.
him.
I talked to 2 eyewitnesses, as well as the third, who are saying that he has been shot. Right after, people started running and screaming.
Somebody's going to recognize
Estimated
him, I
crowd
think,
of
for sure.
Maybe 2,000 or 3,000 were here. It's been a bit chaotic.
Trevor Christensen joins me now. Trevor, just take us through that moment. Tell us what you saw, what you heard, and also your purpose for being there. How are you going to cover the story?
What I saw and heard was I happened to be fiddling with my camera, and I was looking down, and suddenly I heard a bang.
These days, they,
When you hear
I'd
something
imagine
like
they
that,
can follow you down
start to
most
listen
streets,
for more
cooperating
bangs.
residents. Well, that's what they said.
My
Is
first
they're
instinct
now
is to
searching
be,
people's doorbell door
trying to
cams
assess if it is a
and
mass
stuff like that.
shooting or if it was just a loud pop that was frightening. I saw people start to
I thought he was gonna
stampede.
I figured he was gonna
I
hop
heard a
in
lot
a
of
car.
yelling and screaming.
That he would have had
and,
like a rented car and
I
it's
was on
somebody
the
else's
east
name or something
balcony
like that,
getting a wider
and
shot, and so I
ditched that car somewhere
I ran
else and then
downstairs
got
to
into other
talk to people and
transportation
see
and
what
moved on.
happened.
But apparently he just
we
ran
were
off the
there
campus.
to
So.
cover the Charlie Kirk event. It's relevant to our Utah audience.
Right. And you spoke with students on campus right after this all happened. Tell us what they told you.
People were shocked. People were really horrified. As I was making my way down, I saw people already talking to people on the phone, people hugging each other, yelling. People were just expressing their, fears, distraught. They were distraught. They were clearly really, really disturbed. It was, I think, a very violent scene for people who were there.
And just back up for a moment.
They can
when you
work?
were put
Oh,
onto this
Jesus.
assignment, what was the talk in the newsroom about this event? Charlie Kirk is extremely popular around, within the younger generation. And he's a mega podcaster. Even my 14-year-old son, I had no idea, knew who he was because he pops up on his feed all the time. Tell us about what you were thinking as you were headed to this event to cover this story.
I was trying to make a video that would be compelling for our audience. This is the sort of event that, in the back of my head, I am always considering the safety implications. So we had, had a quick brief about security that would be there, things to expect. As journalists, we're always trying to be aware of our situation. The way I shoot means that I am trying to be mindful of the tenor of the crowd. Those are the kind of conversations we had in the newsroom.
I have a feeling that
well, we'll follow your work. Trevor Christensen, we appreciate. I know this is a tough
Charlie
time.
Kirk probably had a little bit of a fortune.
Have,
They'll probably be fine.
Many stories to file from this point on. We just appreciate your insight as a journalist.
His net worth will probably leave them with enough money for his wife to retire and raise their kids. There's no question that the rise in political violence is real, and the murder of Charlie Kirk is only reigniting the fears that face our country right now. And with the shooter still on the loose and unidentified, President Trump and some congressional Republicans are already blaming Democrats for Kirk's death. Here's the president in the Oval Office last night.
From the attack on my life in Butler, Pennsylvania last year, which killed a husband and father, to the attacks on ICE agents, to the vicious murder of a healthcare executive in the streets of New York, to the shooting of House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and 3 others, radical left political violence has hurt too many innocent people and taken too many lives.
Here's what I was talking about earlier. The radical right will point their fingers at the radical left, and the radical left will point their finger at the radical right for stuff that they do.
Just 3 months ago, a man shot and killed Minnesota State Representative Melissa
Hortman
and her husband in their home. The suspect was later found to have a hit list with dozens of Democratic lawmakers and abortion providers. And in April, police say a man tried to kill Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro by setting his home on fire. Our senior White House correspondent Selena White joins us now, and our Jay O'Brien, who's covering Capitol Hill today. Selena, as you know, the leader of the country, you'd think that Trump would try and turn the temperature down and unite Americans during this tragedy, but he immediately blamed Democrats with the shooter still at large. Is that just adding fuel to the fire today?
Well, Kira, there's no question that our country is in a deeply divided time, and fears are growing about this surging political violence and that we may be entering this new, more perilous era. And you played some of the president's remarks last night. In addition to blaming the, quote, radical left, the president also issued a threat saying that his administration is going to find those who, quote, contributed to this atrocity, including the organizations that fund it and support it. As you point out, the president making those comments as we still don't know who or what motivated this killing. The president also citing recent attacks against Republicans, but not the string of attacks against Democrats. The president last night in his remarks, though, he was visibly shaken. He made clear that he is grieving, but he is also angry. It is hard to overstate just how deeply personal this is for the president. Charlie Kirk was not just a professional ally, but was also a close friend, a close confidant. But in the president's remarks this morning, when he was at the Pentagon delivering remarks to remember the victims of 9/11, the president did strike a different tone when he was talking about Charlie Kirk's legacy. So take a listen to that.
Charlie was a giant of his generation, a champion of liberty, and an inspiration to millions and millions of people. Our prayers
the radical left will be like, well, look at what happened to the governors in Minnesota.
And his beautiful children.
You know, look at how the president made fun
of.
The
president will be meeting with Charlie Kirk's family later today, and the president also announced that he's awarding Charlie Kirk the Presidential Medal of Freedom. That is the highest civilian award in the United States.
American politics,
Charlie Kirk, somebody who President Trump deeply respected, who he has frequently given.
You know what the big the big hoopla is in Canada right now? Our Prime Minister, Mark Carney, made a crack yesterday. He was talking about the budget, and he made a crack about how they need to somehow fit Connor McDavid into the budget so that the Edmonton Oilers could sign him, because he's an Edmonton Oilers fan. It was a joke. It was an actually really funny fucking joke. And people like that is the drama in Canadian politics right now. It is fucking stupid,
shouted
man.
back, y'all
compared
did
to this,
shouting at Democrats. So despite the speaker calling for the temperature to be brought down, we've consistently heard from
his
some rank-and-file Republicans
Russia and China
who continue
I've seen
to point
now
the
Russia,
finger
China,
at
Israel.
Democrats. Here's a little bit of what Congresswoman Luna told me as I caught up with her today.
We've seen widespread condemnation from Democrats of this.
Now, after there's been massive push and massive outcry.
Even in the immediate hours. Debbie Dingell said she cried when she found out that he died.
Her crying. What were the events leading up to this? What was the statement and rhetoric that was responsible? Every single person here knows that that's what is the rhetoric that caused this. And I'm going to continue to call it out, and I make no apologies for yesterday.
And look here, there are those Republicans who are doubling
how
down
can
on
Biden,
these claims,
dude,
but the vast majority
I don't
of
know,
rank
man.
and file
340 million people, and those are your two best options.
That they do believe there is blame on both
crazy,
sides
man.
of the political divide for the current moment that we're in. And again, there are Republican leaders, as I mentioned earlier, Speaker Johnson, chief among them, who are calling for the temperature to be brought down now, just not the entirety of his conference.
The Republicans don't have a better option than Trump.
Selena Wang, Jay O'Brien, thank you both. And we are just learning that Vice President J.D. Vance will meet with Charlie Kirk's family today, and Kirk's casket will travel on Air Force Two with the Vice President to Phoenix later today. We'll have continuing coverage of Charlie Kirk's murder and the search for his killer. In the next hour, I'll be joined by one of his friends, Republican Congressman Tim Burchett of Tennessee. We'll talk
that may be on the
bullets. I wasn't even live there.
Initially, what law enforcement sources described as transgender or anti-fascist writings were noticed, but we don't know what that means. Investigators themselves say
Thomas
they don't
Webb,
know what
how's
that
it going?
means,
and
it
Thomas,
may
if you're
not
trying to
turn out to be fully
kick is not. I feel
thoroughly
like
definitive that that's what was etched on the
not
bullets,
streaming
if anything.
on Kick anymore.
So the authorities have been tight-lipped about that, and they have not been able to determine a motive yet.
All right, still so many questions at this hour. Aaron Katursky, thank you for being here with us. I want to bring in our ABC News contributor and former FBI agent Richard Frankel as well for more on the investigation. And listen, Richard, given the evidence that we've seen so far, how are you
Charlie is like
a potentially the experience
right-wing,
level of
very
this
conservative
shooter? And are you surprised in any way that also, again, potentially
very religious,
the murder weapon was left behind?
And he's against trans,
no,
gay rights.
I think the murder weapon was left behind for two reasons. One, it's something that you can't hide.
A lot
It's
of the rhetoric that
weapon.
he
It's very hard to
spews,
carry.
He's a gifted
it would either slow
debater.
him down or
The
identify
problem
him
is people
as
like,
he's
oh,
moving
all he
along.
does is
Plus,
debate.
if all the reports
But he's
are
a
true,
trained
he left
debater that
writings
basically just
on
goes
the,
in to
spent
like
cartridge
destroy other people's arguments, and
left it
they're
behind
not
as a
trained in how to
message
debate
to investigators.
properly.
So that's why you see that weapon behind. As
So he
far
goes
as
to like
his,
university campuses
training,
and throws around a
if it
bunch
is the
of
person of
terms
interest that
and,
we see on the videos. He appears to be in his 20s. Definitely has had enough life experience if he's been trained in how to use that weapon.
I don't agree with a lot of what Charlie Kirk
These weapons are not hard to use. It just takes time and experience.
To get murdered for it.
And as long as you do that training,
crazy.
That shot is a possible shot. Again, for somebody from that distance using that weapon.
When you hear the president say things like he wants to go after also the organizations that fund and support political violence, what does that mean to you? Do you think potentially there's something larger at play here?
Well, we don't know who, if anyone has helped him in what he's doing.
NATO, what's up, man?
This individual, if through the investigation, they're starting to see that he is part of a political group, or what I would call actually a terrorist group, if they are advocating political violence, then it is something that the FBI and other agencies are more than well equipped to go and investigate. We've been looking at political violence and terrorism since the 70s off the Joint Terrorism Task Force in New York. So that is something that is plainly in federal law enforcement's sights, if it is in fact accurate. And I think that's what really needs to be looked into now. Was he part of a group? If he is part of a group, what type of group is it? And does the group advocate
somebody obviously
violence? And not only political violence, but violence of any sort?
Certainly,
a lot of people don't agree with his views.
More than 24 hours out now since this shooting.
To be honest, it's so disheartening to see all these hate-filled comments and people praising his death on social media. How far have we fallen?
The person in the surveillance video.
It's a continuous thing with every event that happens, though, man. Like if it's some crazy right-wing lunatic driving his car through a Black Lives Matter march, you get people on one side that are fucking praising it, and everybody else saying it's sick shit. You get this fucking guy who he hasn't been arrested yet, but let's assume that he's a left-wing nutcase in this situation. And you get people that are it's the internet, man. It's fucking sick.
If this is in fact the shooter, the person of interest that we've seen on the videos, they have a face now. Once you have a face, especially in today's society, you can put all this
Adel
out
Gaming is
to the
correct.
public
If
and ask for their
Obama
help.
was
I think it makes
murdered,
it,
do you think
a
that you
lot,
wouldn't see people
easier
cheering on the streets with red hats on?
It goes back again,
damn well bet there
the
would
See
be.
Something, Say Something campaign.
It's
where
insane
if
how
somebody
people
recognizes this
are
person,
acting.
or at least thinks they recognize this person, they need to call into law enforcement and tell them. Because of the glasses, the hat, you may not have a 100% belief that you know who the person is. But if
he was not murdered, no, he wasn't. But
it's not
like right-wing extremists haven't murdered people on the left.
We don't know if there's going to be additional violence if he stays out there. So you got to get him now.
Certainly, we know authorities did decide to postpone a planned press briefing. They cited rapid developments in this case. We don't know what those are yet, but we will certainly be monitoring that. Richard Frankel, thank you, as always, for being here with us. I bring in ABC News Washington Bureau Managing Editor Catherine Faulders now. And Catherine, we know the president does plan to speak with Charlie Kirk's family today.
Down black churches.
And also notable here that he will posthumously
as somebody who's like a bystander, just kind of like a neutral observer.
Yeah, that's what President Trump said
back
earlier
and forth,
today
man.
during
It's
remarks.
not
that
one
is
side
obviously
is
the
doing
highest
this and the other side is completely innocent. Anyone that says that is probably
the day of the ceremony would be announced
an
soon,
extremist on the one side because they're refusing to, or they're the ones that are making up excuses. Like if a right-wing extremist blows up a black church or burns one down, they'll make it up an excuse for why it happened, but it won't ever be their fault.
We know that the president is about to leave the White House here shortly.
Nobody's
for New
suggesting
York.
that somebody should have gotten killed.
Has happened yet? I'm sure if it has, reporters will ask.
But this isn't
Trump
the
about
first
that
killing that's
as he departs
happened
the White House
in the
here
politics.
Shortly.
Please don't think that Charlie Kirk was the first
Catherine,
victim.
in terms of putting an end to this politically
There was a right-wing
motivated
wingnut that
violence
drove
we have
through a
seen
Black Lives
ravage
Matter
this
march
country.
a few years back. Like it's been going on for years now.
Posted, obviously, his first message last night on his social media account. He released a message from the Oval Office, and he obviously is mourning the death of Charlie Kirk, who has been one of Trump's most vocal supporters in Cana, who Trump credits with a lot of his victory with the younger vote. At the same time, Trump did not mention the political violence that has plagued Democrats as well. Obviously, those horrific attempts, those two attempts on Trump's life, that one that we talk a lot about in Butler, Pennsylvania, at an outdoor venue. At the same time, there have been multiple Democrats. You remember just recently, Minnesota, of course, one of the top state lawmakers there was shot and killed.
From the outside, Trump is a better. I mean, I guess that can be your opinion.
From both Democrats and Republicans in the wake of Charlie Kirk's killing here, you're hearing
I don't know that one is better than the other. They're both shit.
Needs to end. That everybody needs to come together. So it is uniting in terms of what we've been hearing from lawmakers and politicians on both sides of the aisle in that way, that they're coming together and mourning this, and there's this understanding that this just needs to come to an end.
We know the Vice President, J.D. Vance, along with his wife, Usha, plan on traveling to Utah today, right, Catherine? And the idea here is that they would, fly Kirk's casket on Air Force Two back to Phoenix. I mean, that's a huge gesture there from the Vice President.
It is, and we know that the Vice President and the Second Lady, of course, are on their way to Salt Lake City, Utah now. We've confirmed that through sources. We know that Kirk's casket, along with members of Kirk's family and friends, will be flown to Phoenix, Arizona, aboard Air Force Two. So we could potentially see images of that soon. We know at least that Vance's plane is in the air. He should be arriving soon to retrieve that casket. But that, of course, will be happening later this afternoon. Vance was originally supposed to go to New York and, of course, canceled that trip. So he could fly on Air Force Two out to retrieve Kirk's casket and deliver that back to where his family lives in Arizona.
Bottom picture is the casket arriving at the airport.
Meant not only to the Trump administration, but to the Republican Party as a whole. Catherine Faulders, thank you for being here with us.
The weapon and ammunition analyzed by law enforcement at a federal laboratory. The attack carried out in broad daylight as Kirk spoke about social issues
Well,
from the
that's
university
Pam
courtyard
Bondi.
was captured in a video. You can see there Pam Bondi on the ground on this tarmac as well. So we're following it very closely. So here on Live Now from Fox, I'm not exactly sure. That might not be Air Force Two. So we're just thrown off a little bit by just some of those feeds that we get in. So
by the way, I'm taking donations to buy
right, so
Fox
we're just
News
learning
reporters
now
a
that
proper
that is
microphone.
gonna be Pam Bondi on the way. So
Apparently
this is
they're a
actually not Air
little
Force Two,
short
this
of
is
funding
Air Force
in Fox
One
News.
from DC to New York,
And they're
for the
only able to
Yankees game
afford
here
like
on
$10
9/11.
microphones.
We do
So
have a live picture right there from the ground. So it is all fluid. It is all moving puzzle that we are trying to put together on the fly. Sometimes those shots look very similar.
I do
So,
sound 100
keep an eye
times
on
better.
all
I've
this
got
here
a
on Live Now from Fox. Again, taking
semi-decent
back out, though,
microphone.
to Utah, UVU.
It's
very
like $100
distinct sign on the
American or
campus.
something like that.
The
Like
manhunt continues for
every
the calling of this
$100 you
political
donate,
assassination
we
of
can
Charlie
buy
Kirk.
these
Let's slide away for a quick
Fox
commercial break.
News hosts a proper fucking microphone.
Comes to our attention, but Kana, as you might imagine, especially given some of the heightened sensitivity around some of these things. I mean, this is we've seen decries from a lot of electeds, including the Congressional Black Caucus, which issued a statement saying threats made under several historically black colleges and universities are not only vile, but they are a chilling reminder of the relentless racism and extremism that continues to target and terrorize black communities in this country. But there are a couple of really key questions that still remain unanswered here. Number one, we don't know what, if anything, is prompting these threats. I can tell you, Kana, that we've been on the phone with a number of representatives from some of these universities. And in the case of Virginia State, a spokesperson told us that this threat that they received this morning did not indicate Charlie Kirk in any way. And in piggybacking off of that, another big question is going to be, do all these threats emanate from a single source? Meaning, did one person or entity basically send a blast to all these universities all at once?
It's scary to think about, especially for those students and faculty though they're on those campuses today. Alex Perche, thank you. Also, a community in Colorado also in mourning after 2 students at a high school were seriously wounded in a shooting at their school. Hospital officials are saying 1 student remains in critical condition. Another was released overnight. Police are saying the shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and investigators are now searching the shooter's home and locker, hoping to find clues for a potential motive here. There's also a new doorbell video that shows the moment students sought safety as this shooting took place. There was a group of students that rushed up to the door. They were just trying to get inside. 1 student can actually be heard yelling, "Please." Also here today, stocks climbing. Investors bet that new troubling inflation numbers won't derail the expected Fed decision to lower interest rates. The major indexes all in the green at the closing bell. The Dow up 600 points, setting a record. It comes after the Bureau of Labor Statistics reported a year-over-year inflation.
We had like 3 different shootings or something that happened in I don't know what it was, like a fire bombing or something like that. And then there was life possibly discovered on Mars, which in reality, in years to come, will probably be the biggest story out of all of this, but I hardly got any attention.
For cash and gold bars. Also, the moment thieves smash their way into a luxury store in Chicago, and what happens as they try to get away. That's next.
All right.
What does it?
What else do we have here?
NASA's Mars rover, Perseverance, has uncovered rocks in a dry river channel that may hold signs of ancient microscopic life. NASA has been sending probes to Mars for decades in the search for evidence of past life.
This is crazy, actually.
Analysis of the rocks is still needed before reaching a firm conclusion. Well, that is it from me, Rashad Salam.
Yep, there we go. That was all. Here, let's see what France has to say about the assassination.
You believe among French academics? I know that the school year, as such, at universities here hasn't properly started for most. But did people know who Charlie Kirk was, and do people have the same kind of conflicts in France that Ian was just describing on the campus of that university in Tulane?
There was Danish people involved in Discovery on Mars?
Was not very famous
You're just trying to feel
in France,
important.
but
kidding.
basically on
Sure.
social media, I've never seen such anger.
Sure
He
there
has
is.
become a symbol now. He was, the newspaper, the outlets tend to describe him as an extremist in the United States and even in
Apparently, Kash Patel and his deputy Dan Bongino are traveling to Utah right now. So
he was deemed a decent Christian person. And so there is a kind of identification. I've read lots of messages such as, if they want to kill Charlie Kirk, they would want to kill me as well. See, so that's a very important point. And now in France, yes, he has become a symbol of this resistance, we could say. Resistance against,
to be honest,
the left, as they say.
I don't know, Nixon,
woke
you're in the EU.
politics,
Is this like
and
a huge?
kind of
I was trying to look for
narrative
news sources
that
in the
is,
EU about this
painted
assassination. It was hardly covered.
by the media.
They're talking
and
more about the
academics.
Polish
The event where
Russia
Charlie Kirk
thing
was
that was
killed
going on
again was
yesterday.
billed as a "prove me wrong" conference, a nod to
Obviously,
his
this is probably more
enthusiasm
important in the
for
US than it
arguing the
is
point.
elsewhere. But
Peter O'Brien has more on an icon who is just 31.
And under Kamala Harris, she has said that
Charlie Kirk became a star of the MAGA movement by going where other conservative activists would not. College campuses, like the one where he was killed. From the age of 18, Kirk toured universities with his organization Turning Point USA, spreading the message that it's cool to be young, evangelical, and pro-Trump, all the while amassing countless clips framed as him humiliating left-wing students.
What is a woman? This is not a trick question, everybody. You're in college, paying for an education. What is a woman?
The far-right activist attacked abortion rights, gun control, homosexuality, and minorities, and promoted conspiracy theories about vaccines and the 2020 election.
Of course it was stolen, and we're going to win this time. When you sign a letter that says the Hunter Biden laptop was Russian disinformation, that was stolen from the American people in information warfare.
In Utah 2 years ago, he made one of
watching
his
video
more
clips of some of his
controversial
conspiracy
statements.
theories.
I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year, so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
Raised in a politically moderate household in a rich suburb of Chicago,
doesn't fit his
Kirk
narrative,
owed his
dude.
political awakening
Doesn't
to
fit
the
his
financial
narrative.
crash of 2008. A college dropout, Kirk was personal aide to Donald Trump's son during his first campaign in 2016. Soon he was a regular presence on Fox News, and Turning Point began raking in tens of millions of dollars in donations. Kirk's college campaigning and huge internet following helped drive the critical youth vote in favor of Donald Trump in last year's election.
And Vivian Walt, this targeting of the young, it used to be.
Well, there's
that,
all sorts of clips where
young
people are posting
tended to
stuff like
trend
these.
more leftwards. Here in Europe,
There's all sorts of clips where he's posted like conspiracy theories about different topics, whether it was Israel was behind the whole Epstein file shit or all sorts of other things. And then people were immediately like, oh, the Israelis killed him, you know, or whatever. And as it turns out, possibly the guy who killed him is pissed off because of his stance on trans rights and stuff like that.
Is that in some ways he reminds me a lot of the mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani, same generation.
from New York City, who's on the left.
Absolutely. And actually, if you listen to what
Turn
Charlie
down,
Kirk had to say,
shut down Turning Point.
particularly
The unfortunate thing is they probably made him a martyr.
He did an hour-long
Or
podcast with Gavin Newsom,
whoever
who
this guy is that shot
possibly
him.
defines the resistance against
Probably turned him into a
President
martyr.
Trump, the governor of California. And they say very similar things, Charlie Kirk and Zoran Mamdani. Speaking as the younger generation, a generation who basically feels that they've been kind of screwed over by the system, if you'll excuse my language, and who will never live as well as their parents' generation, who can't afford to rise above where they are now. They almost echo each other.
and the Pubs and Deaths Registration Act. With the latest, here's Tom Canetti from Cape Town.
At the Pentagon, President Trump delivering remarks, taking part as well in a moment of silence. ABC News investigative reporter Olivia Rubin has more.
24 years, man.
The 24th anniversary of the September 11th terror attacks. Remembrance ceremonies around the country, families of those lost mourning. In New York, a moment of silence at 8:46 a.m., marking the moment American Airlines hijacked Flight 11 struck the North Tower. At 9:03 a.m., a second moment of silence when hijacked United Airlines Flight 175 struck the South Tower, recalling the horror of that day. The ceremony at the 9/11 Memorial Plaza in downtown Manhattan for family members of the nearly 3,000 victims. Those moments of silence bookended by the names of victims read aloud. The solemn process lasting hours.
Patrick Adams, Shannon Lewis Adams.
In the nation's capital, a flag unfurled this morning on the side of the Pentagon, where American Airlines Flight 77 crashed into the building, honoring the 184 lives lost in the attack there. President Trump and the First Lady attending that ceremony, speaking there this morning.
I love it on Instagram that I've never seen before.
As one nation, we renew our sacred vow that we will never forget September 11th,
Never
2001.
heard of Kirk. Oh,
And in Shanksville, Pennsylvania today.
Yeah, he was an American. I'd heard of him before. I just knew that I didn't agree with his politics, but that was about it. How much will his assassination matter if, there in the near future? A lot of people looked at him as a possible eventual presidential candidate, Marco Man. A lot of people thought that, I mean, he was pretty young to be a president, but they thought, you know, maybe in 10, 15, 20 years, he probably could have been somebody that would potentially have run as a president. He was known as starting up a kind of a grassroots movement with younger Americans to help sway the vote with Donald Trump's election, and you know, help Donald Trump gain a lot of support with younger voters. Charlie Kirk is widely regarded as one of the main reasons for that. So some say he may not have won the election if it wasn't for Charlie Kirk. So he's a pretty big figure, pretty well known, like podcaster, but a lot of the stuff that he'd say would be somewhat controversial unless you agreed with his politics, in which case you didn't feel it was controversial at all, obviously. But I mean, it was a lot of like rhetoric against trans and gay people, immigrants, you know, stuff like that. Like it was a lot of controversial speak that you may or may not agree. I certainly didn't agree with all of it. There were some points where I could understand where he was coming from, but you know, he had his beliefs. He spoke his beliefs, and you know, he got killed, unfortunately. So, anyways, what else do we have? FBI updates. Hold on.
New concerns about the rise of political violence in America.
It's just a really sad day for America, and it should be for everyone, no matter what side they fall on the political scheme.
Vice President J.D. Vance and the Second Lady are traveling to Utah today to pay their respects to the Kirk family. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
Yeah, he was very polarizing. I don't know what happened to the feed here. His viewpoints were very polarizing. Did it just freeze?
Their police on the ground in the.
I don't know what's up with Fox News. They need new microphones. They need new video. I can help them with both. But yeah, he was very polarizing. His views were very right wing. Like, so all the right wing views that you could think of, he was definitely on that side of the spectrum. And I've heard some people say that he was a centrist. He was not a centrist. He was very right wing. Like you can't deny that he was obviously a very right wing dude. So, what's going on with Fox News, man? Everywhere else is working. Fix your shit, Fox News.
The firearm believed to have been used in the shooting. They say it was found in a towel in a wooded area near the campus. And according to preliminary information shared with law enforcement agencies, a spent cartridge was still chambered. Three
just like
unspent
people, there were people in the military that were in my chat yesterday, and they described exactly how this gun worked, and that the cartridge could probably still be in the gun.
Writings.
They just
At this
confirmed
point,
that.
it is unclear what those markings mean. Authorities are investigating. Sources also telling ABC News that the gun and cartridges have now been flown to the FBI's main laboratory in Quantico for analysis. I'm going to bring in ABC News chief national correspondent Matt Gutman. He's
Fatal
on
Gaming,
the ground
did
there
he,
in Orem, Utah, on
divide
campus.
the country
And Matt,
even more, or did
we
the shooter?
understand
Or are you
we
talking
were
about
hoping to
him in
hear
general,
from
like,
authorities
over the
right
last
this
couple of
afternoon,
years?
but it sounds like the briefing was canceled, at least postponed, because of potential developments in this investigation. Do we have any information right now?
Not really, Kana. We do know that it was postponed. It's been a couple of hours after it was supposed to have happened, and we are still waiting.
Update.
We understand there are developments. We know that there's a buildup of FBI personnel. We are just on the ridge right behind where I'm standing on the other side of campus just now.
feels set up.
And there are still
We'll
FBI and
have to
Utah
wait and
Department of
see.
Public Safety forensics teams combing through these neighborhoods where they believe the suspect sort of scampered over a low fence and went up into the neighborhood in his escape through somebody's yard. They're still investigating, and it does not seem, at least at this point, according to our understanding, that they have anybody in custody at this point. They have put out that picture. They are asking for the public's help. It does seem that they have a pretty good beat on who this person is. And at some point today, it did seem like they were zeroing in on them. But so far, no word. So obviously, this community in the entire country is on tenterhooks waiting to hear what happens here, Kana.
You have to imagine everybody there on edge. You can still see the caution tape there behind you, Matt. We know the FBI has determined, that there was some kind of writings on these cartridges in the woods nearby. Do we have any additional information there on the weaponry or the ammo?
I just want to mention where we are, Kana, and you mentioned that yellow tape behind me. And I don't know if the viewers can see that, but just about 75 yards away from where we're standing, and I don't know if Mr. Becker, our cameraman, can zoom in, but that is the tent where Charlie Kirk was sitting when he was shot. And he was rushed out right through that pavilion right behind me in that foyer where those trucks are behind me. And that's how he was exited out here. We're literally within 30 seconds of the shooting. We don't have really any more detail on what was on those cartridges, what was meant by it, whether it was misdirection. That is clearly still being investigated by law enforcement, and I think everybody is cautioning us not to jump to any conclusions at any point right now, given how fresh and new this investigation is. That said, there is a concern that this suspect has at this point more than 24 hours of a head start on law enforcement. It's unclear how far the suspect could have gotten. Maybe they're still around.
What the hell are we listening
Maybe
to?
they're long gone. So
Fox
there's
News.
a lot of both forensic and
How's that
just
sound coming from?
gumshoe
Fox
work
News has
to
started
do
up
here
again.
by law enforcement, Kana.
No question about that. And Matt, I want to stick with you on pointing out where you're at, because as you were talking about that, they just were able to play the video of Charlie Kirk being rushed out, as many people saw. Sadly, you could sort of see his arm hanging. And I think you were right to ask Nick Becker to kind of zoom in behind you, because I have to imagine as you're there now, Matt, on campus, the feeling among people around that campus, around Orem, Utah, must be one of a bit of despair at this hour, because, Matt, we're more than 24 hours out now, and they're still just pleading with the public for help in identifying this alleged shooter.
Yeah. Kana, so law enforcement here.
You
including
wonder
the
if they
FBI,
actually have
been
any
very
more
clear that this was
information.
a targeted attack, and so they have said
As far
that
as, like,
there is
where
no
did he,
concern for additional
head
attacks
off to
the community. They are saying people
I'm
here
just trying
are
to
safe,
find
people
the,
don't necessarily feel safe. And there's also this
campus.
overwhelming sense
I know
of
it's around here
revulsion
somewhere.
over this attack.
I think it's over here, though.
Charlie Kirk, lots of
There's the
people don't
airport.
agree with what he said, but he was here to debate people. He was here to talk. He was here to exercise his First
we go.
Amendment rights. And that is what people wanted to see.
There we go.
And that was stripped away from him, in addition to his life and changing the trajectory of the lives of his wife and two very young children. So a tremendous amount of horror here, a sense that violence is not the way, especially for families who witness that. They don't want to see any more of that. But as opposed to that, Kana, that is not what we're seeing on social media. The vitriol and anger on social media is something that I think a lot of people find disturbing at this point. But that is not the sense we're getting here in this town as it tries to recover from that shooting. And that is going to take some time, Kana.
No question. Excellent perspective and reporting as always. Matt Gutman, thank you for being here with us today. And as this manhunt continues for the killer of Charlie Kirk, I want to bring in our ABC News Chief Investigative Correspondent Aaron Katersky. And Aaron, again, we're talking about the images that we have of this person of interest, according to authorities. Investigators are now talking about the moments and the movements that this person made, not only before, but after Kirk's killing. And they're really trying to gather as much video evidence as possible to try to locate this person.
The video so far seems to indicate he was on campus at least a half hour before the shooting. He's also been spotted running on a rooftop more than 100 yards away. The indication so far, based on the single shot that killed Charlie Kirk, is that he had some experience as a marksman, used a single action bolt rifle. They found cartridges that indicated some writings that authorities are saying and sharing preliminarily.
Apparently, there's
with
now
their
reports
colleagues,
of shots being
something
fired
about transgender,
at UMass,
something about anti-fascism, but they don't
in
know
Boston,
what that means. The investigators are working to determine whether that's relevant, whether
apparently
that's
now
accurate,
there's
and so we've been urged to jump to no conclusions. All of those cartridges and the rifle itself have been sent to the FBI lab in Quantico for analysis, while the FBI on the ground is fielding dozens of tips so far that have come in about the image you've been showing everyone, Kana, of the person of interest.
Get more on that.
And in terms of sending this to Quantico, this has happened pretty quickly there, Aaron. What more can they learn from that? I think the hope is, right, potentially some latent fingerprints are found, something like that.
They have some prints. They have a palm print. They have shoe prints from where they believe the suspect was. What they really need to do is identify the guy, and there's a $100,000 reward for information leading to his identification and his arrest now being offered by the FBI. So they're hoping that as the images continue to circulate, somebody will come forward.
I feel like it would be best not to stream on Kick.
And ideally,
I'm not even kidding.
This is where he is. So
it's just
far,
massive
we believe
bot spam
that
on
has
Kick.
not happened. The authorities have given us no additional updates since the moment they released those images.
We know that community and really the nation on pins and needles.
So I'm trying to find information about.
Thank you for being here with us. For more on the reaction now from the White House, our ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang is joining us from our Washington, D.C. bureau. And Selena, again, the president does plan to speak with Charlie Kirk's family. We're told this afternoon. It's also notable that he says he wants to posthumously award Kirk with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. What more are we hearing from the president today?
Yeah, Kana, well, in fact, just moments ago, President Trump was speaking to reporters at the White House right as he was departing for New York City tonight. And I just am going to read to you the notes that I'm getting from email from the reporters who were there. We don't quite have the footage yet, but President Trump actually said that he already spoke with Charlie Kirk's family. And speaking of Charlie Kirk's wife, he said that she's devastated.
Yeah, apparently UMass, there's a shooting going on. This is crazy, man.
Here,
what the fuck is going on?
Yeah.
Mr. President, how do you want to see your
and you know what? Like, there's so much shit going on. Hardly anyone's even covering it. It's like it's not a big deal.
I think that way. He was
10 years ago, this would have been all over the news immediately. Everyone would be covering it.
Say it. I did. I spoke to Erica, his wife, and we had a long talk, and she's devastated. She is absolutely devastated, as you can imagine.
Are you concerned?
Have any reporting intervention behind the Charlie Kirk assassination?
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what she's saying.
When Mr. President,
I don't know what she's saying.
Planning to bring both presidents, the president of Congo, Felix Tshisekedi, and president of Rwanda.
Yeah, they're coming soon. They're coming soon. And as you know, I spoke to their foreign ministers. They were here a couple of weeks ago, as you remember. And they'll be coming soon. The presidents are coming very soon.
This week, Mr. President, I witnessed more than 60 people in DRC Congo were killed. There is people affiliated with...
And Kana, you heard the president earlier there saying that he wants people to respond to this with non-violence. But look, last night the president made very clear what his emotions are about this. He said he is grieving, but he is also angry. We have heard him praise Charlie Kirk, who is not only a professional ally of the president's, but an extremely close friend to him, his family, top administration officials. But the president also, last night, he blamed the, quote, radical left, saying that liberal criticism of conservatives is responsible for the rise in political violence. And the president also said that his administration would find those who contributed to the atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that funded and supported. The president made those comments yesterday.
I wouldn't even live there right now. I'm going to be not going to
what motivated the killing. But take a listen again. The president is still speaking right now. We're just getting the footage.
I wouldn't even feel safe living there. Like, let alone voting.
Do you have any indication of the shooter's motivation, sir?
I have an indication, yeah, but we'll let you know about that later. Thank you.
You spoke with Uzbekistan president, and this last Sunday you sent greetings to Kazakhstan. UN General Assembly is upcoming. Are you going to meet with the presidents of Central Asian countries?
President where?
Central Asian countries, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan.
I will be, yeah. They're very good people.
So you heard there the president saying he has an indication of the killer's motivation, but he said, we'll let you know about that later. So we will wait and see if the president shares any more information on that. And this also comes as his vice president is in Utah. We're told that Vance is also meeting with members of Kirk's family as well as close friends. And all of this just speaks to the close relationship between top officials and Charlie Kirk, who is really a figure that was larger than life, the core of the MAGA movement. And Vance actually posted a very long and heartfelt post about his relationship with Kirk and their years-long friendship. In fact, he said that when he was thinking about running for the Senate, one of the first calls he made was in fact to Kirk, who helped him figure out the strategy, the fundraising, the ground strategy, someone who was very instrumental in helping his rise.
Certainly was, and he absolutely had the pulse of young conservatives in this country, in particular men who felt like perhaps they had been left behind by both parties. Notable that we did just hear from the president there that he does, in fact, have an indication of the motivation of the shooter, didn't want to share that publicly. And reminding everybody, we know the president said that he promises to find those responsible for political violence as well as the organizations that fund
don't even
and
look
support
at Twitter
it.
right now, man. There's so much weird shit being said.
Also, politicians on both sides
conspiracy theories flying around.
Kirk. ABC's Jay O'Brien is joining me now with more on this. And Jay, we know that House Speaker Mike Johnson, he's calling for calm on the Hill. What has been the reaction to that?
Yeah, he's repeatedly said that he wants to bring the political temperature down, Kana, and he said there are Republicans on Capitol Hill who are doing the opposite. They're pointing the finger at Democrats. Some of them in the early hours after Charlie Kirk was shot told me and other reporters that they blamed Democrats for this. There was this fiery moment on the House floor where Democrats said that they didn't want to do a second prayer for Charlie Kirk after there was already a moment of silence. And then Anna Paulina Luna, a Republican congresswoman of Florida, shot back on the floor, shouting at Democrats, y'all did this. She's a close friend of Charlie Kirk's. And so we asked some of those lawmakers, are they essentially going against what the speaker wants and turning up the temperature here by pointing the finger and making these allegations that Democrats, as the president did last night as well, are in some form or fashion involved in the motivation here. Here's what one member of Congress, Nancy Mace, told me when I asked her about that.
Congresswoman, blaming Democrats for Charlie Kirk's killing, doesn't that risk raising the political temperature? No, doesn't that risk making things worse?
Charlie Kirk, this is what the left has done to brainwash
just constantly
people who
blaming
are
each other,
mentally
back and
ill.
forth, back
this
and forth,
is
back and
about
forth.
Fighting for what's right. I mean, all he used were his words, and he was murdered for his words.
And our thanks to Jay O'Brien for that reporting there. We'll continue to check in with him throughout the day. I also want to bring you our ABC News contributor, former FBI agent Richard Frankel, along with
Twitter.
ABC News contributor and former senior Secret Service agent Don
did Donald Trump have
Gentlemen,
Charlie
good
Kirk
to be here with you, Richard. We know we're learning
yes
little by little about this investigation. Again, authorities are still trying to track down this shooter.
Apparently,
and
Charlie
really
Kirk was very heavy on the side of that they need to release the Epstein files, and he wouldn't let it go. And he was all over his podcast saying that they need to release the Epstein files, blah blah blah. He wouldn't let it go. So people have this conspiracy theory that Donald Trump had him assassinated.
Yeah, what they now have is they have a task force. They have an operations center set up.
It's wild.
Across law enforcement, they're getting information brought back into that task force. And what they're doing is they're taking any intel that they can get from out in the field, bringing it back, correlating it, and seeing if it's going to identify the shooter. And not only identify him by face, but where the shooter might be going or where he might have come from. They're going to be, as you said, look at doorbells, look at videos. They're going to be asking people to check their phones. Somebody might have been taking, what we call like a happy snap or some video in that area, and this person may show up on their phone. So they're asking, and they're asking the public to help in any way possible. And this is normal procedure now because there are so many videos out there that if you have that evidence, you want to get it in as soon as possible. Now, 24 hours is a long time, but it's also not a long time. It's a long time in the sense that he's been able to move out. But listen, we've done this for a lot longer, and we can find that person.
Certainly, and you're right to point out you never know what's in the background of any picture that you may have taken at that time, so it's really important to assess that. Don, we know the president's 9/11 event at the Pentagon.
Donald Trump
and they'll be coming soon. The presidents are coming very soon.
This week, Mr. President, I witnessed more than 60 people in DRC Congo were killed. There is people affiliated with ISIS. Terrorist groups are taking advantage because of the situation going on because of the war. So what is your word for Congolese people?
Well, we're going to be talking to them. As you know, we are talking to them. It's a very violent place. It's very, very violent. For a long time, it's been going on for 30 years, 35 years even, they say. But we're going to handle it. Thank you. Can't understand.
Mr. President, what do you think about the media that justify the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I guess he and his people need to sort out the loose ends, and that means not only killing these animals, but quite a few middlemen in the chain. Like I said, it was just a conspiracy theory that was floating around.
Are you concerned that it's been 24 hours?
Well, I hear they're making big progress, and we'll have to see what happens.
I've literally seen dozens of these conspiracy theories as I'm flipping through Twitter. You know what the crazy thing is? One of them might actually be true. And then people will be like, see, we were right. But some of them are just wild. I'm not even repeating them because it's just like, I don't want to spread bullshit.
Are you going to meet with the presidents of Central Asian countries?
President where?
Central Asian countries, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan.
I will be, yeah. They're very good people, and I will be doing that, yes.
When is he going to Kazakhstan? Is he going to take Borat with him?
I'd rather not say. I think progress is being made. He's an animal, total animal. And hopefully they'll have him and they'll get him. What he did is disgraceful. Charlie Kirk was a great person, a great man, great in every way, especially with youth. And what he did, what this man did, was disgraceful. So hopefully we'll have him and we will deal with him very appropriately.
What's your reaction to Russian drone incursion into Poland?
Could have been a mistake. Could have been a mistake, but regardless, I'm not happy about anything having to do with that whole situation. But hopefully it's going to come to an end.
Mr. President, in Brazil, Bolsonaro was just found guilty by the Supreme Court. You've been very clear that you would apply sanctions. Are you thinking further sanctions to Brazil because of this Bolsonaro?
Well, I watched that trial. I know him pretty well. Foreign leader. I thought he was a good president of Brazil. And it's very surprising that that could happen. That's very much like they tried to do with me, but they didn't get away with it at all. But I can only say this. I knew him as president of Brazil. He was a good man, and I don't see that happening.
I'm very sorry for your loss, for everybody's loss. I'm very sorry for your loss, first of all. How do you think Israel's attack in Doha will affect the hostage deal?
You better say it a little bit more. Where are you from?
I'm from Israel. Channel 14
Okay,
is like
go ahead, do it
Israeli
again.
Fox.
Do it
Okay.
again.
How do you think Israel's attack in Doha will affect the hostage deal?
Well, hopefully it won't affect it at all. We want the hostages out, and we want them out soon. Hopefully it won't affect it.
Mr. President, my condolences to my condolences on the loss of his friend's family. Can I ask her personally, how are you holding up over the last day and a half, sir?
I think very good. And by the way, right there, you see all the trucks. They've just started construction of the new ballroom for the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150 years. And it's going to be a beauty. It'll be an absolutely magnificent structure. And I just see all the trucks. We just started, so it'll get done very nicely, and it'll be one of the best anywhere in the world, actually.
Thank you so much.
All right, just listening there is President Trump.
I still haven't found any more information about the shooting, the ongoing shooting, that situation in UMass in Boston, Massachusetts.
And never forget, obviously, 24
like I've
years
seen
have
one
passed
report,
since
so I don't even
9/11, but every year it's a very somber scene there. Asked quite a bit about Charlie Kirk, his friend, as the conservative
I haven't seen anything else yet,
tragically, fatally shot yesterday on the campus of Utah Valley
Still trying to look for more information on that
right now as the manhunt continues. Investigation underway. FBI Director Kash Patel and Dan Bongino will be there a little bit to provide update. Let's be joined right now by former FBI agent Eric O'Neill. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And they have released a image of what they believe this person of interest looks like.
Hey, here's
what
the
are
image.
the type of conversations amongst law enforcement?
Looks like somebody in their mid-20s, possibly.
Well, I don't know if they have an identity, but they certainly are narrowing the search in on this target. I suspect that they will have him certainly within the next 24 hours. I think by the end of the day, hopefully. It's very difficult to get away from the FBI when they have so much forensic evidence that points right to you.
And obviously they have the weapon that they believe was used in this shooting. They also have the track, the kind of journey that this individual took to get off campus. How did they kind of piece together that through video, through
I wonder if they'll actually catch him alive, actually.
Well, they're using a series of databases, eyewitnesses, interviews. They have the assets of a
standing
full
right
team
next to
of
the
FBI
engine.
agents,
Get to listen to that crap.
employees, law enforcement that is on the ground. ATF is assisting. So they have all of the resources they need to track the target, and they've done an excellent job of that. They know exactly
We're all
when
the normal
he landed
people.
on
Everyone
the
is
campus,
an extremist. No, dude,
where he went,
I would
how
consider
he
myself a normal
exfiltrated
person, but
after
then
taking
of
that
course,
shot. And they even have
the extremists think that they're the normal people as well, right? So hold on, I gotta like it's like every 5 minutes I gotta ban someone off Kick or a bot account off Kick because they just keep spamming my chat over there. I consider myself a centrist. I've said this many times. I consider myself a normal person, but if you talk to someone that was like a left-wing extremist or a right-wing extremist, they'd consider themselves normal and everyone else fucked up. So, you know, who are the normies? You know, I'm kind of looking at both sides going, you're all fucked. You're just crazy, all of you.
And it was from quite a distance, people saying some 200 yards at an elevated position. And you mentioned just the skill potentially it could take to make this. Does that tell you anything?
Who are all the people that don't need a trigger warning to watch Friends and also aren't insane religious zealots? Dude, I remember a time 20, 30 years ago where this shit wasn't happening. Like, you didn't have people at each other's throats because they found out that their brother was a somebody that voted for Ronald Reagan or somebody that voted for George Bush, or who was after Bush. Was it Biden at that point? Probably not Biden. It was Obama, wasn't it? Like, or somebody who voted for Obama. Oh no, it was Clinton after Bush, right? Like, you didn't have people just at each other's throats, willing to like be violent against each other. And then slowly it just started creeping into it, and now it's just outright hatred by and it's not just a small percentage of the population anymore. on both sides, it's like a relatively good chunk of the population. I feel like on both sides, you've got like 10% on both sides of the population, so 20% in total, that are just ultra like left or right. Like they're 100% in that camp. And then there's a bunch of people in the middle that kind of like feel like certain things on the left are good or certain things are on the right. But we're looking at this shit that's going on and going, this is crazy. And nonstop back and forth finger pointing and stuff like that. It just seems like it's gotten way out of control in the US. And I don't know what the answer is, but just constantly, this back and forth and finger pointing and this physical violence against one side or the other. It's just nonstop and it's back and forth. Anyways.
Could actually have left skin cells or sweat, which gives them DNA. They have a footprint, so they can use that to look at the footwear, his gait, how he moves, whether he limps, even an arm print, which can give you additional data. And all of the information they're going to collect, not only from that forensics, but from witness interviews and people who saw him and cell phone footage that would have just captured him, maybe if he was just in the background. They put that all together. They use their acumen and know-how,
they're gonna find
AI systems in order to create a picture of the person and find out their identity, and then they catch their man.
Yeah, we were speaking to actually reporters there on the ground that they've already been contacted by the FBI to kind of ask them questions about what they saw yesterday, some 24 hours ago. I want to ask you, because they know that this individual, this person of interest, left campus, went into a neighborhood kind of adjacent to the campus. How wide of a net is it? Are they concerned? Is there any concern in your eyes that this individual potentially fled even beyond just that neighborhood?
Well, they would have moved pretty quickly to close the net, which means the first thing they would have done is to shut down airports, public transportation, places where he could try to escape the area or even Utah quickly. I don't know what his exfiltration plan is, but there it is, a race between law enforcement and whatever plan he had in place. Clearly, he knew enough to know that if you're walking around a neighborhood with a long gun, that puts a target right on you. So he abandoned his firearm. That's probably why it was found
last
in the woods.
Night we thought that it would have been a folded, like a, I don't know what they call it, but a rifle that could be folded and put in a bag and
so they wasn't dressed the
concealed
same
quite
way.
easily. But
that doesn't mean that he's going to
it.
escape. It's very hard in our monitored society to get very far without law enforcement catching you.
Yeah, there's so much of a digital footprint out there. Eric, my last question before I let you go. What do you hope to get from this next update? We're expecting to hear FBI Director Kash Patel, Dan Bongino. What do you want to hear from this press conference?
Well, if I could wave a magic wand and
post
say
something
exactly what I
on
want to hear, I want him to say
screen.
we caught the shooter, and he is detained, and we're questioning him right now to find out if he had any help or if he was a lone gunman. I think that's the next phase after they catch him, to find out whether they've caught the only person who perpetrated this horrendous
type of sick shit that I've seen on
that justice needs to reach out and capture.
How much is that a concern, though, for you? How much is that a thought process for the FBI to see if there's anyone potentially helping him maybe not commit the crime directly, but escape from doing this crime?
Yes, certainly. It's always a concern. It is always something that that law enforcement, Leo, will always look into, regardless of whether it's the FBI or local law enforcement. And here the FBI, particularly because of the strategic method of how Charlie Kirk was assassinated, is going to have to be motivated from the perspective that there might be someone else, even if they're not saying it because they don't want to cause alarm in the community. But maybe there's someone who even assisted him in setting up the crime or is helping him escape. They need to serve justice as well. Or it could be a lone gunman, but we won't know until he's arrested.
Yeah, a lot of questions left to be answered, but obviously the foundation is there for the investigation. Eric O'Neill, former FBI...
I'm going to play something for you. I haven't heard this, so hopefully I'm not going to get in serious shit. This is what I mean. It's not just one side that is spewing this rhetoric. Listen to this. I haven't heard it, but according to what it says, let's see what she says.
Well, Trump just announced that Charlie Kirk did pass. No, he didn't pass. He was fucking murdered. So here's my message to the President of the United States. I'm not going to say that I speak for everybody else or anybody else. But as a taxpaying citizen of this country who has spent years being attacked by the vile left, we want true justice. So give us the green light or handle it yourself with the military. Each and every one of them. All of them. We want public executions because you see it hasn't been freedom for all in this country over the last 5+ years.
Public
this country has been ran
executions.
through by the left. We have been forced into silence or threats of our lives being taken from us.
Fucking
Some have actually
crazy.
lost their lives due to that. The latest being Charlie Kirk. So I ask, give us the green light or do it
Of
yourself.
liberals.
But one way or another, we aren't living with the vile left anymore. And if anybody thinks that this is going to scare us into hiding or being quiet, it just did the opposite. I do hope you handle them swiftly, because one way or another, there's no going back. There is no peace. It's over.
Like, insane, dude. Absolutely insane.
Coverage begins right now.
And good evening. Thanks for being with us. I'm Steve Lacey.
And I'm Natasha Verma. 24 years later, we remember the nearly 3,000 lives stolen in the attacks.
Okay, we begin our coverage at 5 with Antoine Lewis in Lower Manhattan, where people have been paying their respects all day. Antoine.
Steve and Natasha, they are still doing that. We're going to give you a look at all of this attention that's going on, respectfully being carried out here at the North Pool in Lower Manhattan. And as you pointed out, they've been paying respects. They've been taking pictures. They've been etching the names that are emboldened along the rim of the North Pool here. And this day is always a somber event. And for many, even after 24 years, it just simply remains a very hard day. Now, the memories of honoring loved ones that they simply never even had a chance to meet. Take a listen.
And my grandfather, Edward Joseph Popper. Grandpa Eddie, even though I never knew you, I still feel your presence in my daily life. From the times when I get the hiccups and my mom says you're visiting me, to the moments my mom gets a good parking spot and we say you're a parking attendant.
This is what it is. If you don't agree with us, is what they would say, then that's fine, but this is what we believe. And, you know, you watch his videos and you see him taking on those arguments and respectfully disagreeing with people.
Well, no, and again, I'm going to take the statements from Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA, for example, the statements that black pilots are not qualified, the statement that black women are unintelligent, the statement that the Civil Rights Act of 1965 should no longer be sustained in the United States. The statements that have been made that transgender people don't exist and that they don't have rights. And indeed, again, before this killing, which should never have happened, the last thing that occurs is that Charlie Kirk is asked about gun violence in the United States. And he uses that question to attack the transgender community by putting out a falsehood that they are responsible for a large share of that violence. Okay. They're not.
So, all right, so let's look at where this takes us, because there is this polarization in politics in the US, and the US is not alone in that. How dangerous does that then become for American democracy itself?
It's dangerous not just for American democracy, it's dangerous for global democracy. First of all, in terms of American democracy, the fact here is that you have, and it happens to be under the current administration, which happens to be the Trump administration, an attempt to actually break the United U.S. system, something I've talked to you all about before, in terms of gutting agency, in terms of purging personnel,
I don't really want to do that.
in terms of putting military on the streets, in terms of denying rights and the rules of law both to American citizens and to non-Americans, such as immigrants and refugees. And that is justified by the idea that to defend those rights is to engage in diversity, equality, and inclusion, or to be woke. So what you do is you corrupt the language of a political culture to turn it into a divisive approach. And why do I say it's beyond the United States? Because it is also happening in Europe as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Because
you're giving me two views at the same time. Thank you.
Well, groups who are encouraging this in the United States, who are making this attack, as it were, on institutions and on the idea of community, those U.S. groups are linked up with certain groups in Europe, including in Germany, to try to encourage this assault.
Listen, just in the last couple of minutes that we have, is this slide, if I can put it that way, is this downward slide, is it inevitable? Must we now continue on that road and indeed accelerate down it?
Absolutely not. The point here is that once we say that it is inevitable, we give up our attempt to be that community for respect and tolerance and decency. These are challenging times, even dark times. But if we get back to the fundamental, like you and I are doing right now, is not right and left. What matters is not what political.
The better it is. Because sometimes we don't think bitter things.
Okay, that's obviously changed. So
this shooting happened here, and then there was the
bottom
shooting in
is
Colorado.
the shirt that the guy was wearing apparently.
Scary situation there, Jacqueline Lee. Thank you. I also want to bring in
like
John
it's a bald
Santucci,
eagle,
who
and it
leads
says
our
Land of the
investigative
Free.
unit, has covered Donald Trump for over a decade. John, thank you for being with us today. And yesterday, we know it was momentous. The president himself announced the death of Charlie Kirk. And today, the vice president, flying across the country, plans to meet with his family, bring his casket home himself to Phoenix on Air Force Two. John, what does that say overall about the influence that Kirk had on the Republican Party? The most powerful men in the world are responding like this.
Yeah, Kana, it talks about the relationship that Charlie Kirk has had for over a decade with Donald Trump and his family. Look, this began actually as a friendship between Donald Trump Jr., who actually got a reach out from Charlie Kirk right after Donald Trump went down the escalator here in New York in June of 2015. And Kirk said to Don Jr., look, I can help you. I can connect you with a group of people around this country, young conservatives that you really want to connect with. And at that point, listen, Donald Trump and his family are now a political dynasty. But 10 years ago, Kana, as you well know, the Trumps were new to politics. They didn't have an infrastructure, didn't have a grassroots operation across the country. So to think that this kid at that time, 21 years old, was able to come to the Trumps and help them in some way, that unit, that operation grew along with Donald Trump. And in 2024, if you look at the results of the election, young conservatives turned down for Donald Trump in part because of Charlie Kirk. That friendship, that trust, that bond. You know, Donald Trump, after the election, held his vetting operation for his second administration behind closed doors. Very few people were brought into that conversation. Charlie Kirk was one of them. He was considered a day one Trumper, as someone said to me last night, and someone that the president and his family relied on so much, Kana.
They certainly did. And we've also learned now, John, that the president plans to award him with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Tell us about that.
Well, listen, this is the nation's highest civilian honor, as you well know. It's, has been awarded posthumously after someone has passed away in the past. But, look, for Donald Trump, it just speaks to this relationship, this trust. You mentioned earlier the fact that Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife flew to Utah today to be with the family, to take Kirk's casket on Air Force Two and fly it home to Arizona ahead of a funeral for the 31-year-old father of two, really does just speak to the relationship that they've had. And listen,
his own death to work undercover with the FBI
about
or something?
The events
Jesus, man.
Charlie Kirk had. Let's do that for a second.
Crazy
I mean, these
shit.
Turning Point USA conventions, we think about presidential conventions. Kay and I was with you when we were covering then nominee Donald Trump's convention last summer in 2024. Those happen every 4 years. Kirk was doing events like this every year, sometimes multiple times a year, where he would bring thousands of people, young conservatives across the country, to meet with big Republicans, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, many other elected across the country. And what Kirk had done so successfully with Turning Points USA, it wasn't just a national organization. This had local chapters at college campuses. At Utah the other day, he was invited by the Turning Points chapter at that campus.
Apparently, Mark Rubio's State Department will ban any foreigner from entering the country who celebrated the assassination of Charlie Kirk online. Deputy Secretary of State Chris Lando confirms.
Heading up to this event yesterday, he told people, if you disagree with me,
I don't have
come,
any
you're at
plans
the
to go
front
to
of the
the US
line,
anytime
because
soon,
I want
but
to
I
talk
also
to you
haven't been
first. I want to
celebrating
have
his
an
death
open
either.
dialogue with you first. But also, John, these college campuses, in many ways, for Democrats, they felt like it was a safe haven for voters, that these college students would be voting Democrat until Charlie Kirk stepped onto the scene, and he really gave some of these young conservatives, in particular men, a place where they felt like they had a voice.
Absolutely. And listen, most places, as you know, think of colleges as, liberal institutions, and that's where Kirk said he was going to challenge it, right? And in part, at this event yesterday, right at the point of his assassination, he was engaging with people in the audience, being challenged, right? That was part of his dialogue. It wasn't just somebody standing up at a podium and preaching. He got into it with the crowd. He would have these very fiery exchanges with people, the prove me wrong conversations that he would have. It was unique, it was dynamic, and tragically, it's what cost him his life. It's just an unimaginable situation to think a 31-year-old who, really, you think about the last 10 years, has been on this rising course with Donald Trump, with his family. As one person said to me last night,
right people that are obviously very upset
introducing
on Twitter,
Charlie
and
Kirk
people are
to
just
his
calling
wife.
them out and saying,
They
where was
remembered when they told him
this
he's going to be a father.
level
Now
of
think what that family has. The human
being
toll, that.
upset
Take the
when
politics out of it.
kids are
The
being
human
murdered
toll
at
of it is just
school? Like, they're just...
unimaginable.
Yeah, I agree totally, John. The country will miss him, but
I'll show you one clip. This is a guy who's obviously pissed off.
This murder charge. This is such bullshit. I've never been so pissed in my whole life. And this murder Charlie Kirk right here in Utah. I'm so freaking pissed right now. This is bullshit. I just saw blood squirting out of his neck. I love that guy. He would have been our next president. I am so pissed right now. Why do they always come with fucking violence? God damn it. Use your freaking words as they're talking to you people.
Look at the comments.
Charlie Kirk. I'm driving in a
Paid
Polo right
actor?
now. I'm so pissed. Damn it.
Do they have enough paid actors after the right has claimed that the people marching through streets are paid actors? Like, is there enough? How do you get one of these paid acting jobs? Some of the comments, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. The internet is just savage, man. The internet is just savage. I've seen this video countless times, and most of the comments are, where was all this rage when kids were getting slaughtered?
And is they're looking for leads there, potentially a latent fingerprint or something like that.
Just
they could
savage,
be found at
man.
Quantico, but they do already have some evidence that it sounds like they're working with here. And a lot of that does also include video evidence, right? This closed circuit television from campus, but also, Jack, it sounds like they're reaching out to homeowners in the nearby neighborhood asking if they have footage on their Ring doorbell cams as well.
That's right. Earlier today, they described and released, in fact, pictures that come from a campus security camera that authorities say was those images were taken sometime shortly before the shooting incident. And so with that, it gives the public something to be able to look at and perhaps jog their memory to think, oh, I saw this individual earlier today, perhaps in my neighborhood, perhaps at a coffee shop, that might create more opportunities to find out what path this person traveled both before and after the incident. They want to go forwards and backwards and really to build a comprehensive timeline to try to locate this person.
Right, and Jack, we know that while more than 24 hours
just want
might feel like
attention,
an
or refuse to
eternity
believe a
for
lot of those
community
comments are
members there
genuine?
in Orem, Utah, and those that go to the university.
I feel like the comments are definitely, like, a lot of them are definitely genuine. Like, they're just angry and being, being asses, and it's both, like,
or what does that indicate?
I promise you.
Well, a couple things. One, after releasing the images, we're told a lot of new tips and leads
you would
came
have
into
the same
FBI
comments
so that they're able to run those down, and those are going to hopefully
that's the first time I've seen
somewhere. And
the
also,
snowflake term
the images are relatively clear that somebody who knows that person might be able to identify them from those images that were released, and that would, of course, be a huge amount of progress for investigators. If they're able to do that, the FBI issued a $100,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of the shooting suspect.
All right, Jack Date, thank you so much for being here with us.
Look at this. Again, people are complaining, saying that Charlie Kirk shouldn't have gotten killed for, his freedom of speech. I agree. This guy here is kind of a sick individual. The next day is saying that Charlie Kirk deserved it.
Okay, So, sir, again, your reasoning. Your
God bless
reasoning
America.
on how he deserved it.
He's got signs all over his desk saying Charlie Kirk deserved it. I don't know what this is a picture of. I don't think that's Charlie Kirk, though. And I don't know what his hat says. But
God bless America.
Got a face mask.
Good boy!
Yeah, you're right. God bless America.
Good
And freedom of speech
boy!
is real. You're correct.
It absolutely is.
But shooting a gun at someone and killing them isn't a form of freedom of speech. Like you said.
Apparently, somebody pushed him into the pond.
You did. You said that you're glad that he got shot because it's freedom of speech in America.
God bless me.
Then say it again, so I can have it on video,
God bless
so that I
America.
can rewatch and
God bless
re-listen.
America.
God bless America.
If you disagree with that, then
You need God, my sir. You need
haven't.
to find God. Why don't you show your face?
I haven't.
Show your face.
God bless America.
Show your face, sir.
God bless America.
Come on, show your face. Don't be scared.
God bless America.
Don't be scared.
God bless America. Good boy!
I didn't actually see anyone push him into the pond, but apparently that's what happened.
We would get thousands of data points that we would have to go out and check. And that's the thing. You have to go out and check all of them. You can't let one slip away. So they're going to go out. It's going to be a systematic approach where they're going out and evaluating each threat, each bit of evidence, and determining if it's going to help the case.
And certainly we know that they opened up a special tip line there for people to call in right away. Brad, also, sadly, this heinous murder was caught on video by so many people at this event, right? Estimated some 3,000 people there. And then it started showing up in people's algorithms on social media. And we've now learned, Brad, that TikTok does plan on removing some of these videos. But how does all of that play into an investigation like this?
Let me
well, first of all, it's just wrong that they're
Steve
out there.
Lookner,
But
if you
having
guys
said that,
probably
we
follow
both
him.
know that controlling social media is really
So
impossible.
this is an update on the
and once the
what
pictures
they
are
know
out,
so
even
far.
if TikTok takes it down.
Let me just read through this. Search update. Law enforcement personnel continue to search for any and all potential suspects related to the incident. Multiple leads are currently being investigated, but no suspect is in custody. Photo release. Screenshots of the potential shooter have been released to the public. These screenshots were pulled from campus security footage and just prior to the shooting, which occurred at approximately 12:20 Mountain. I think that's Mountain Standard or Daylight Time. If the public recognizes this individual, they encourage to call the tip line. I got to imagine somebody's recognized this guy. Like, it's pretty, somebody's going to recognize and say, hey, I think it's this guy here. They probably have a good idea who this guy is. The FBI is offering a reward of up to $100,000 for information leading to the identification and arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. The reward seeks to the seriousness of the crime and the determination to hold whoever is responsible for this horrific act accountable. By offering $100,000, the FBI is making it absolutely clear that the case is a priority. The weapon, a high-powered bolt-action rifle, was recovered from a wooded area where the shooter had fled. Experts from the FBI are analyzing the weapon. There are reportedly photos of a weapon of various details about the firearm and ammunition, including inscriptions and symbols. At this time, we are not able to provide further details on the content of those inscriptions. Additionally, we are not able to confirm individual photos' authenticity, as those photos were not released by law enforcement. We are not confirming further details at this time. Forensic samples. Investigators have collected a footwear impression of a palm print and forearm imprints for analysis, so probably maybe on the weapon itself. Please remember this investigation is fast moving and constantly evolving. The investigative team is balancing the need to provide information to the public and protect the integrity. And I'm getting spammed by kickbots again, of course, right on time. Let's see. Drones. Any drones detected entering the crime scene will be cited and confiscated, and we will find crime scene footage through them. Law enforcement would like to express its gratitude to the public for all their tips. We have Received more than 200 so far, and they keep coming in. Investigators rely on the public for help to bring this case to justice. Please continue to submit any information, blah, blah, blah. Unrelated subject arrested at UVI at approximately 1100 hours today. A male entered the UVU school grounds and approached the shooting scene. Ignoring police crime scene tape, he entered the secure area and began taking photos with the scene of the crime. When an agent ordered him to stop, he attempted to identify the male. Fled on foot, but was soon apprehended by other officers. He has been booked into the Utah County Jail for felony obstruction and trespassing. How fucking stupid are people? Like, how stupid are people to do something like that? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Let's
USA. Look at your smile.
Hold on. Let's see if there's any live news. Trump soon to
already, and then in the wake of what happened yesterday, certainly it's on people's minds, but it's not going to let them stop coming to this game and being part of what's happening here.
I'm going to go quickly throw something in the airfare, guys. I'll be back in like 5 minutes.
But also what it means in the
won't even be 5 minutes. I'll be right back, guys.
So, Sharon, thank you so much. I appreciate your time here on Live Now from Fox.
I'm glad you stopped before you asked me any sports questions. I might get myself in trouble there. I
was gonna ask you about the lineup, but we'll pass on that for now. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Great conversation there as always on this 9/11. It's going to be a very emotional day, and I think people also think back to that when President George W. Bush threw out the first pitch and getting chills because it was such an emotional moment. That is when the Subway Series was at its height of obviously the Yankees and Mets, both really very dynamic rosters there as well. So we're following it here, a live picture there in New York City here, just approaching the top of the hour. It will be a 7 o'clock first pitch. So that coming up in just over an hour or so. We did see President Trump also at the U.S. Open just a little bit ago. It slightly delayed that match, but good to have him in attendance. So many people were excited to see him there. So a lot of different factors, facets, security concerns to the Yankees game tonight with President Trump in attendance, but obviously it's going to be a game. It's going to be a game between two foes that could potentially see themselves in October playing baseball. This courtesy of the New York Yankees saying, on this day and on all days, we shall never forget. So you can see the American flags high atop there. And you also heard from some of the fans talking about how American that is, talking about baseball coming together, bringing people together in that way. All right, we're following it all here on Live Now from Fox very closely. I'm going to give you a roundup of some of these live pictures we do have into our newsroom, including there in Salt Lake City. We did see Vice President J.D. Vance, I believe Air Force Two, touching down in that airport. Of course, he will be there paying his respects for Charlie Kirk, also to obviously take the casket from Utah back to Arizona to escort his body back to Phoenix, Arizona. Until then, let's take you back out. President Trump did make remarks on his way en route to the Yankee Stadium. Let's listen to this again here on Live Now from Fox.
President, are you concerned for your own safety?
Not really. I'm really concerned for our country. We have a great country. We have a radical left group of lunatics out there, just absolute lunatics, and we're going to get that problem solved. I'm only concerned for the country. Yeah.
Mr. President, how do you want to see your supporters respond to this? Charlie Kirk was a big advocate of nonviolence and free speech on campus. How do you want your supporters to respond, sir?
I think that way. He was an advocate of nonviolence. That's the way I'd like to see people respond. Say it?
Did you speak with his family?
I did. I spoke to Erica, his wife, and we had a long talk, and she's devastated. She's absolutely devastated, as you can imagine.
Are you concerned?
Have any reporting interrogation behind the Charlie Kirk assassination?
I don't know what you're saying.
What do you think about the people? Mr. President, when, Mr. President, are you planning to bring both presidents, the president of Congo, Felix Tshisekedi, and president of Rwanda?
They're coming soon. They're coming soon. And as you know, I spoke to their foreign ministers. They were here a couple of weeks ago, as you remember. And they'll be coming soon. The presidents are coming very soon.
This week, Mr. President, I witnessed more than 60 people in DRC Congo were killed. There is people affiliated with ISIS. Terrorist groups are taking advantage because of the situation going on because of the war. So what is your word for Congolese people?
Well, we're going to be talking to them. As you know, we are talking to them. It's a very violent place. It's very, very violent. For a long time, it's been going on for 30 years, 35 years even, they say. But we're going to handle it. Thank you.
What do you think about the shooter?
Can't understand.
Mr. President, what do you think about the media that justify the murder of Charlie Kirk?
I think it's terrible. They ought to be ashamed of themselves. It's terrible.
Why haven't they found the shooter yet, Mr. President? Are you concerned that it's been 24 hours?
Well, I hear they're making big progress, and we'll have to see what happens.
Do you have any indication of the shooter's motivation, sir?
I have an indication, yeah, but we'll let you know about that later. Thank you.
About the Russian attack on Poland. You spoke with Uzbekistan president, and this last Sunday you sent greetings to Kazakhstan. UN General Assembly is upcoming. Are you going to meet with the presidents of Central Asian countries?
President where?
Central Asian countries, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan.
I will be, yeah. They're very good people, and I will be doing that, yes.
So you believe the killer was a trained assassin? Usually your instincts are always on.
I'd rather not say. I think progress is being made. He's an animal, total animal. And hopefully they'll have him and they'll get him. What he did is disgraceful. Charlie Kirk was a great person, a great man, great in every way, especially with youth. And what he did, what this man did, was disgraceful. So hopefully we'll have him and we will deal with him very appropriately.
What's your reaction to Russian drone incursion into Poland?
Could have been a mistake. Could have been a mistake, but regardless, I'm not happy about anything having to do with that whole situation. But hopefully it's going to come to an end.
Mr. President, in Brazil, Bolsonaro was just found guilty by the Supreme Court. You've been very clear that you would apply sanctions. Are you thinking further sanctions to Brazil because of this Bolsonaro?
Well, I watched that trial. I know him pretty well. Foreign leader. I thought he was a good president of Brazil. And it's very surprising that that could happen. That's very much like they tried to do with me, but they didn't get away with it at all. But I can only say this. I knew him as president of Brazil. He was a good man. And I don't see that happening.
I'm sorry for your loss, for everybody's loss. I'm very sorry for your loss, first of all. How do you think Israel's attack in Doha will affect the hostage deal?
You better say it a little bit more. Where are you from?
I'm from Israel. Channel 14
Okay,
is like
go ahead, do it again. Do it again.
How do you think Israel's attack in Doha will affect the hostage deal?
Well, hopefully it won't affect it at all. We want the hostages out, and we want them out soon. Hopefully it won't affect it.
Mr. President, my condolences to you, sir. My condolences on the loss of your friend.
We're going to show some Alex Jones after this.
Over the last 3.5 years. I think very good. And by the way,
this is the guy that called the Columbine High School shooting a hoax, by the way.
For the White House, which is something they've been trying to get, as you know, for about 150
People are
years.
not
And it's going to be a beauty.
letting
It'll
him.
be an absolutely magnificent structure. And I just see all the trucks. We just started, so it'll get done very nicely, and it'll be one of the best anywhere in the world, actually.
Was it Sandy Hook? Okay, sorry.
Folks, I'm not somebody that cries easily.
People are being
I was sitting in this parking lot going
on the
home.
internet today.
I started crying a few months ago. Charlie Kirk was a really sweet person. I first met him back in 2016.
I don't even think I can actually watch it, to be honest.
Well, about this, as you can see there on the campus
what he
of
did
Utah
as far
Valley
as, like,
University, and
school shooting a
we're
hoax
still
is just
following it.
gross.
There's still crime scene
Like I
tape
said,
up,
there's
and you
just
kind of
sick
see
people.
the area of where this was, and that fountain splashing water right in the foreground of it, so it almost looks
What are
like
you
it's
looking at
raining.
here?
But law enforcement personnel continue to search for any and all potential suspects related to the incident, but no suspect right now, no person of interest, as they're calling it, in custody for the time being. So
where is this?
Some concern over that. We potentially could get an update
Is
a
this
little
the
bit later
Boston
on.
thing?
We've only seen one here
Mass U?
on this day. A day later after this, they are releasing some of the images of this individual they're concerned about or they're trying to keep an eye on. Let's take you right now out to here on Live Now from Fox. Let's just continue to talk about what we know with this as we potentially await for the top of our Fox 5 New York station here. So this is on the campus, Orem, Utah, as we saw screenshots.
Yeah, this is the Mass U.
pulled
There's
from
another
campus
shooting
security footage
today
prior to the shooting,
at
which
Mass
occurred
U.
around 12:20 p.m. local time. They're asking the public for help. The FBI is offering reward up to $100,000 for information leading to the arrest or identification, arrest of a person responsible.
Oh wait, no, this isn't Mass U. This is still at the
obviously,
Utah that they're showing.
Recovering
But
a
there is another
high-powered
shooting
bolt-action
apparently at
rifle
Mass U.
recovered
I've
in
been
a
trying to
wooded
find more
area
information about
close
it.
by where the shooter fled. They say they have also recovered a footwear impression, a palm print, forearm imprints for analysis in this regard. They're already receiving some 200 tips so far, asking individuals to continue to call them in. So this shot is a little bit shaky, but you can see there forensics potentially going through some of this with gloves, monitoring what's happening there, seeing if there's any finer details, finer points that they can pick on up for what's going on. Let's take you now, though, out to our Fox 5 team in New York. Plenty of top headlines as President Trump attending the Yankees-Tigers game. Let's take you out to this here on 9/11.
Yankees, Tigers.
Plus honor and reflection. We are marking
Go
24
Tigers,
years
right?
since
As a
the
Toronto
September
Blue Jays
11th
fan,
terror
go
attacks and paying
Tigers.
tribute to the lives lost on that tragic day. Good evening. I'm Bianca Peters.
And I'm Natasha Verma. Welcome to the 6 o'clock news. Somber ceremonies are being held across
Sure,
the
a lot
nation,
of you are
including
old enough
many
to
right
remember,
here in our
9/11.
area, as we remember the nearly 3,000 innocent victims who died in the attacks.
One of those ceremonies taking place in Lower Manhattan as the names
Several
of the
days of
nearly
my life I will never
3,000
forget.
people
This is
killed
one of them.
on 9/11 were read.
Fox 5's Antoine Lewis begins our coverage tonight. He's live in Lower Manhattan with more on today's tributes. An emotional one, Antoine.
Natasha and Bianca, we just want to set the scene for you. As you take a look behind me, you can see that people are still down here at the North Pool, down here paying
One of
their
these days I'll
respects
get to
here at the 9/11 Memorial. And for many, even after 24 years, this day just simply remains very, very hard. The memories and the emotions return for all of those that were here today for the annual recitation of the names of the nearly 3,000 lives that were lost when the towers fell 24 years ago. And for many that were doing the readings today, they were actually doing so with a pain that they still very much feel. Take a listen.
And my husband, Edward Frank Pullis. This year is more difficult because 2 of our 3 children are getting married. And you can't walk your princess down the aisle.
And my cousin, Michael J. Berkeley. Michael, 24 years ago, you became what we all know as a white rose. I don't know why God chose to take you on the day you were born,
Charlie Kirk shooting.
but there was a reason.
I will maintain that I believe it was something.
So you can imagine just the intense pain and just how much that's translated here. But amidst all of that, we can let you know that we have also seen on display here since the time that we've been here, hugs, we've seen tears, we've seen strangers comforting each other. I witnessed that myself a little bit earlier when we were getting into place. But one person we spoke with said, you know, that they felt they need to come back twice. They were here this morning and then came back after work because this was the right thing to do on this particular day in this particular place. Back inside to you.
Love to hear that, especially just someone wanting to go back twice and pay their respects that much. Thank you, Antoine, for reporting on that.
Yeah.
All right, President Trump visited the Pentagon Chapel after paying tribute to victims of the September 11th attacks. After laying a wreath, Mr. Trump and First Lady Melania Trump signed a guest book at the Pentagon Memorial. This was their chapel located at the site where a hijacked plane crashed right into the building. President Trump wrote, "We love you all," on that page. The wreath honors the 125 people who were killed inside of the Pentagon, including both military and civilian employees, and 59 people on board American Airlines Flight 77.
And bells tolled and a moment of silence was held for the victims of United Airlines Flight 93. A remembrance ceremony was held Thursday at the Flight 93 National Memorial in Pennsylvania, marking 24 years since the September 11th attacks. The names of 40 passengers and crew were read aloud and a wreath laid in their honor. Those on board Flight 93 thwarted the hijackers' planes, which are believed to have been an attack on the U.S. Capitol. And on Long Island, a remembrance ceremony was held at Point Lookout Beach.
More than 400 people from Long Island were killed on 9/11. During today's tribute, people placed flowers at the base of the 30-foot piece of the World Trade Center steel and traced the names of their loved ones from the memorial wall. The wall now holds nearly 5,000 names of those not only killed that day, but also people who lost their lives to 9/11 related illnesses. More than 300 names were added just this year.
Over in Jersey City, people came to the Hudson River waterfront to remember the names of 39 Jersey City residents who died that day. Located at the foot of Grand Street, the memorial is made of twisted steel brought over from Ground Zero. It's located on the same site that served as a triage center in the immediate aftermath of the attacks. Here, first responders provided critical care and support to people seeking refuge across the river.
To the Bronx now, where President Trump is set to attend tonight's Yankee game.
It's just the third time ever a sitting president has visited the stadium. Fox 8's Sharon Crowley joins us now with how fans are feeling, and I'm sure the security is so beefed up for the president.
All right, you're just listening in there to our Fox 5 team. And we just spoke with Sharon Crowley there on the ground at Yankee Stadium, talking about the increased security due to the president being in attendance, also due to the fact that it is September 11th. So we're following that closely here on Live Now from Fox. I believe we do have a live picture right now, potentially, of Air Force One. And we already got faked out once by this plane today. But this, I believe, they're touching down in New York City. You can see Pam Bondi, I believe, in attendance on the phone for this. So this appears to be Air Force One, still taking some conversations, some meetings right now. So following it closely here on Live Now from Fox, as soon enough they will step off this plane and onto the tarmac and head to the Bronx to Yankee Stadium. So obviously we're keeping an eye on this here on Live Now from Fox. I do want to provide another update on a breaking news situation that we're monitoring right now out of Annapolis, Maryland. This being there in one of the service academies. You can look at a live picture, a lockdown potentially in place, as this is people with long guns armed at ready. We're getting just some of these images, and I'm not going to lose
Boston.
this image
Apparently
right now,
there's
but
another
I'm gonna read
shooting.
you a statement coming in from the U.S. Naval Academy saying naval support activity Annapolis, in coordination with local law enforcement, is currently responding to reports of threats made to the Naval Academy. The base is on the lockdown.
No, this is something
Out of
else?
an abundance of caution. This is a developing situation. We are providing updates as they become available. Please avoid the area until further notice. So you can see there right on the harbor, the ships there, but also people walking down this path. They have a K-9 unit. So very developing right now there in this area. They're asking people to shelter in place, to stay out of the way. And this is concerning, to say the least, just in light of what we've seen
it's just
in
getting
the last
crazier and crazier by the minute, man.
Days, several weeks, but you can see they're armed at ready, walking down this path, this high atop there, kind of away from Baltimore, away from Washington, D.C., if you're familiar with the area on this Naval Academy. And I believe potentially we saw similar situations at different bases recently in recent times. Hard to keep track of all of what's going on, but this is a very developing story right now. There you can see armed and at ready on this campus, vehicles in place for this. So I'm not exactly sure what they're looking for, who they're looking for, what's going on, what the reports may or may not be, but a very active scene. You can see there police with weapons drawn on the ground in Annapolis, Maryland, a K-9 unit flanking them behind. And this is a very active scene. They're using their training, what they're trained for at the U.S. Naval Academy there on lockdown. So following that closely here on Live Now from Fox. And I do believe I see another glimpse inside of Air Force One. So we're going to dip out of that real quickly, monitoring that very closely. But as we see this popping up, this was Air Force One. We did see the door open up just briefly. So
Cryptic, it's something.
keep an eye on all
there's
of
another
these
shooting
situations
today
going
at
on
Boston.
right now as he has landed there in New York ahead
Mass
of
University
this
in Boston.
Yankee game against
That's not
the
even.
Detroit
That wasn't even
Tigers.
this.
So all of these
Apparently,
live
there's
pictures
another
that we're
threat at the
gathering,
Naval
we're gonna take it to
Academy.
you in real time, what we see, what we know.
What that was
at
about.
This present moment, keeping you up to date on all.
Like, it's
of
hard to
these
keep
things.
up with
But
all the shit
as
that's
this
going
shot,
on right now.
Obviously,
It's like crazy.
no
man.
sign of President Trump at this moment. Let's take you back out to the other one there in Annapolis, Maryland. The developing story right now of what's going on with this, an active situation. Reports of threats made to the Naval Academy. So a field
This is new.
there,
This is completely
kind
new.
of an extracurricular field potentially hiding behind trees at this moment. So this might be viewer discretion is advised during this point, because I'm unsure what is about to happen, what could be next in terms of this. And we don't know what the threat may or may not look like, but they are treating this with the seriousness that they potentially believe what this threat might entail. So they have the guns drawn, hiding behind trees there on the grounds at this U.S. Naval Academy, this service academy on the East Coast. So we talk a lot about all of the Army, Navy, Air Force. This is one of those three, the big three, that is involved in this. So K-9 units on hand, a developing story as the U.S. Naval Academy right now on lockdown there on the East Coast, just a little bit to the east of Washington, D.C., to Baltimore, if you are familiar with this. So no understanding of what's going on, but you can see a hangar-type looking building. It was right there next to the water, right next to the bay, so very closely that we're monitoring here. They have guns drawn, awaiting potentially a response, awaiting any communication from people in charge of this. So we're following it closely here on Live Now from Fox. Actually, let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. We're going to slide away. We're going to keep our eyes on all of these and get you up to speed after this.
President. They've upped his Secret Service security detail, and he was just asked if he plans on attending Charlie Kirk's funeral. And his response was, I will. I believe it's in Arizona. They've asked me to go. I think I have an obligation. Certainly, we know that these two have a close personal relationship. But again, for the president to be attending events like that is something that the Secret Service is certainly going to have to take part in.
Oh, absolutely. The Secret Service will just institute its regular advance process if he goes to Charlie Kirk's funeral. And they'll work with the local officials there. They'll work with Charlie's family, and they'll make sure that the president's security is appropriate for the ceremony. And they'll make sure that the ceremony also can occur without too much interference, or that the security doesn't really impede the ceremony. Because the bottom line is, when a president attends these things, he wants to be there, but he also doesn't want to overshadow what the ceremony is about. So, and the service has a pretty good reputation of being able to work with local authorities and hosts of events like that to make that happen.
And Don, in the overall threat environment like this, though, what do you anticipate the future of even just political rallies looking like?
Well, we've seen over the last couple of years that the threat level against political officials has been high. We've also seen, vitriol and hatred online towards notable people, whether it's CEOs or people like Charlie Kirk. And it really speaks to the threat environment we're in, and the fact that if you're involved in the world of protection, you really have to be very methodical, and you really have to ensure that when you're planning events, you're planning sites, you're working with the local officials there, the police, the fire, the EMS, the host committee, and you're really looking to plan a full, robust event with the appropriate security for that event, keeping in mind the 3 rings of protection principle, keeping in mind standoff distances. Where they had Charlie Kirk, there was a lot of line of sight issues right there, so it wasn't really a great spot to put him. And also looking at the protective intelligence, or the threat intelligence that are targeting your protected person, your VIP, your official, because that threat intelligence will also help inform your protection methodology. I mean, when the president just went to the Pentagon to celebrate or to commemorate 9/11, the Secret Service, worried about this assassin out there, had the site moved to a spot where they didn't have to worry about some of the line of sight issues that they do at the Pentagon Memorial. That's the type of adjustments you make based upon threat intelligence, and that's the type of thing that I think protection officials around the world have to be mindful of when they're involved with events like this and planning protection.
Certainly, we know how hard it was when the president, wasn't able to really have those outdoor rallies anymore. That was something he really didn't love after the attempt on his life. Richard Frankel, Don Mahalik, thank you both for being here with us. For more now on the White House reaction, I'm going to bring in our ABC News senior White House correspondent Selena Wang. She's joining me from our Washington, D.C. bureau. And Selena, we know the president says that he spoke with Charlie Kirk's family today. He talked about his wife, Erica, utterly devastated in this moment. But he has a message as well. And he's offering potentially his opinion on what he thinks should happen to the shooter if and when found.
Yeah, and Kana, he actually said that Charlie Kirk's wife was absolutely devastated, saying he spoke with her and he said that he had an indication of the killer's motivation. And he also said that law enforcement is making big progress towards identifying the killer. But take a listen to what the president said when he was asked if the killer was a trained assassin.
He's an animal, total animal. And hopefully they'll have him and they'll get him. What he did is disgraceful. Charlie.
We just listened to this. We're just going to listen to the
monitoring
News
this
stuff
and
that's
viewer
going
discretion is advised. We are not exactly sure what may or may not come next. So obviously a concerning facet to this story. All right, right now though, let's continue with the main story. One of the ones we saw more than now almost 27 hours ago on the campus of Utah Valley University as Charlie Kirk, the conservative commentator, tragically, fatally shot in a horrific scene as hundreds of supporters, hundreds of people that were hoping to ask a question, some civil discourse there, fleeing the scene. The suspect still very much at large. Let's take you right now onto our Fox 5 team to give you a brief update on what we know at this hour. All right, let's just actually go out real quickly because we do see our Fox 5 Washington, D.C. team diving into the latest there at the Naval Academy. Let's listen in.
Threats that were made to the school. Navy officials telling Fox News this is not an active shooter, but as a precaution, they are on lockdown. You saw a lot of the troops kind of going around the perimeter. We saw a lot of panic, though. Today has been tense across the country.
You see 6 o'clock right now. Nobody's out in the streets right now as they remain on lockdown. But look at this video that was taken earlier, just moments ago. You can see the officers are running. They are armed. And we also saw people at one point running away, too, in the aftermath of this threat coming in, which they have once again said and confirmed this is not an active shooter situation. Of course, this coming on the heels of a wave of threats that have been made to schools and universities, not only in our area, but really across the nation. And so a situation they don't take lightly and want to make sure that they're able to clear whatever it is that they need to clear, buildings be it, structures outside, before deeming it safe and lifting that lockdown.
Make sure to keep you updated. But again, not an active shooter threat, but for precaution, it's on lockdown as they are obviously investigating. We'll bring you more as we get it.
All right, just listening in there, that was our Fox 5 DC team providing an update saying it's not an active shooter threat, just a threat they're concerned about, asking people to shelter in place at this hour. So that's a live picture there, developing story, the U.S. Naval Academy right now on lockdown, and you can see just how close it is to the water, and aptly so, as this the U.S. Naval Academy in its name. So we're following this closely here on Live Now from Fox, and as such, we're talking about some of the top stories of the day. Let's bring in right now former FBI Special Agent and Navy SEAL Jonathan Gilliam. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. And we were set to talk about what's going on the campus of Utah Valley University, but let's first get your take on what we see unfold there at the U.S. Naval Academy. Very preliminary information, but you saw different people in uniform hiding behind trees. What is kind of going on there in your eyes?
Well, I think what I'm seeing there is that they're doing a large area search, which would tell me that they don't have a specific location for any active shooter or where the threat specifically may be. You didn't see people running to a specific area, which you would typically see if something was active. If this is a threat and they've been told that something is there, but they have had no evidence of an active scene, an active shooter, then you're going to see a little bit more methodical movement through there because they don't have a specific place to run to. And that's, I think, what we're seeing here as far as based on the information and the video that we're seeing.
And obviously, we're looking at this right now. And this is a service academy there. This is the U.S. Naval Academy. How much security is on hand for this? How much is that a concern? Because these are very tight locations just to get in and out of the main entrance.
Oh, I'm seeing
the Naval Academy has a robust police force, far different.
Hold on. Federal law enforcement officials believe they have identified the name of a person of interest in yesterday's assassination of Charlie Kirk. Though no suspect is custody and no arrest warrant has yet been issued. So apparently they've got a name
is part of the Navy.
Well.
That's why you're seeing some of these individuals that are dressed in naval uniforms, because most likely they do have shore patrol or people that are law enforcement that are attached to the military there. They're also part of the law enforcement cadre.
Well, they probably had dozens of people calling in as soon as they released the picture.
Story. Our Fox 5 team reporting that it's not an active shooter, just an active potentially threat. And that's why they are on lockdown. Let's talk about the story we've been following for the last more than 24 hours now. The fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, and the FBI releasing some of these images, asking for the public's help in locating and identifying this, what they're calling a person of interest. And we had an update earlier on today as they were discussing, they found a weapon, they found the journey that this individual took off campus. What do you think is going on in law enforcement's mind right now? What are the conversations like?
Well, it's all right now. There's so much evidence that's coming in, and I do believe, based on the reporting that I'm seeing, that there is going to be some big announcements. I would say probably within the next couple of hours. What that is, I don't know. I don't know if they have caught the person. Or if the person is deceased, I don't know. But once that identification was made and law enforcement disseminated those pictures, this was a big thing. I think law enforcement moves too slowly in disseminating information to the public because they're still in the old school ways of moving slow. But we live in a world now where they have a force multiplier called social media, where they can get the word out to millions of people. And so when they did that, I think that is something that probably sped up this investigation quite a bit.
And we have not heard a name. They said he blended in with some of these individuals in the chaotic scene in the immediate aftermath of the single shot, saying potentially a college-age individual, and those pictures might line up with what they said in terms of the description. How important is that identification? If they pinpoint exactly who this is, how much easier does that make for law enforcement to find where that is?
Well, it makes it tremendous more efficient, and it doesn't necessarily make it easier to find them because the person can go hide wherever they want. This person has had basically 24 hours lead time on whatever the investigators are looking for before these pictures were revealed and the image of this individual was revealed. So if they do know who this is, at least they'll have a starting point of where the person lives, where they've traveled. It gives them more aspects to go to the phone companies and say, we need the information from his phone so we'll know exactly where this individual has gone. And that will tell the law enforcement a tremendous amount about where he may go. And so also it will tell you if there were other people involved. They've been very careful not to say. They've kind of hinted toward the fact that this was a lone shooter, but they don't know that for a fact. They don't know that until they catch the individual or unless they've exhausted all investigative efforts, and that's a conclusion that they come to. And that's not the case right now. So it's not just finding this individual. It's also trying to discover if there's other people involved. I will say this. The fact that this individual was able to get there, they said he arrived about an hour, a little less than an hour before the shooting. That individual had to know that campus and had to know that he could get on that roof, which makes me think either he knew that the doors were unlocked or they were locked and he had access somehow, and that actually would narrow the scope of the investigation as well.
And we also saw yesterday 2 individuals be taken into custody for questioning, 2 persons of interest. They have been subsequently released. I want to get your take on this because you mentioned that potentially they could have had help. That is also something their conversation. What indicators would you be looking for if someone did have help or didn't have help?
Well, the person who asked that question, that was a very ominous question to ask at the same time when the shooting occurred. That could have just been a coincidence, because unless they had a way to communicate with the shooter to take the shot at that point, it may have just been a coincidence. But when you look at the cameras and you look at how people acted beforehand and how they reacted, that will tell you a lot. Also, when they look at the trap and trace, the toll information from these phones, which they can get pretty quickly, it'll tell you where all the phones in that area were pinging and how they moved. And if the phone that the individual was using, if that individual, the shooter, had a phone and they were able to follow that and see that other people were meeting with that person, that's what a lot of this comes down to, is really the technology that we cling to now can also be the downfall of a lot of these people who do things.
All right, and I believe we do have a shot there, potentially Vice President J.D. Vance touching down in this area in Salt Lake City as he will escort the casket of Charlie Kirk back to Arizona. What do you hope to learn from this next press conference? You said there potentially could be new developments in there. What other questions do you have? What's on your mind?
Well, I want to know well, first of all, I want to know if those doors were locked in that building. If those doors were locked, then how did that person gain access to that roof? That narrows it down tremendously in scope of the investigation. Also, that weapon, if it was obtained legally, then they'll be able to track that weapon as long as it still has the serial number on it. And I would think that they would be looking at that very closely. But I would also be, as an investigator, and the information that's coming out, I want to know that they have queried these students and faculty and staff at this college to ensure that they have all the information that they could have gotten to them and from them in the process of this beginning of this investigation.
And can we get into the aspect that you kind of mentioned there too, as well as the gun, because that is a bolt action gun, and specifically that one, the single shot that rang out. Does that tell you anything in your eyes? What might that say about who this individual is?
Well, looking at the picture of the gun, I've never seen anybody put a scope on their weapon like that. It was pulled all the way back. You have to have, with a large scope, you have to have a standoff distance from your eye to actually see through it. So, but it's not difficult. Even somebody who really does not know how to shoot, as long as they know how to pull the trigger and load the weapon and aim it from 175 yards away, that's not really a hard shot. So, he hit with one shot,
were saying yesterday,
and then got out of there.
Military members were saying
and I think the way they found it was one spent cartridge still in the weapon, so he didn't even take time to eject the round or the spent casing. And there were 3 casings that hadn't been fired. So that was one shot. That individual got up and they left and were able to get out, because ultimately there was no threat assessment done, and to the extent of where they considered that a threat, and there were no law enforcement or security up there to ensure that that roof was cleared. So the person that got up there used the same vulnerability to get out of there, which was the incompetence and lack of threat assessment of security and law enforcement.
So what you're saying is that this individual, this person of interest, went up the same way they came down?
I don't know if they went down the exact way, but because nobody was looking at that, they were able to get back off that building and exfil from that area quite rapidly.
All right, very good. That's obviously very concerning. Is there anything, lessons learned? Because I think a lot of people, when they heard their initial person of interest in custody, you kind of exhaled thinking that they have any individual, potentially they have the gunman already just mere hours after this. Is there something that law enforcement can learn from this moment?
Well, there's a tremendous amount, but I'll give them 3 main things that I've seen. One is law enforcement has to start learning how to use the citizenry as a force multiplier in this day and age. They have millions of eyeballs and ability to spread information very quickly, and they need to learn how to do that. The second thing is they need not put out information that they have not verified, such as that the FBI director, Kash Patel, put out that the person had been caught and then had to recant it. And then the last thing is law
we said
enforcement,
that yesterday. I was
universities,
like, this is
security,
crazy that he's
you have to learn how to do threat assessments.
And then it turned out to
I do
not
threat
be the right
assessments
guy.
every day with my
FBI
company. We've done
director does
thousands of these. And we run into brick walls when it comes to venues and law enforcement. They have to realize how important threat assessments are. This could have all been prevented if a proper one had been done.
Yeah, and of course, we talked yesterday that there weren't metal detectors. They weren't checking tickets. Obviously, there was no really exterior security for this. Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time. Obviously, very developing, dynamic story. But thank you for your insight here on Live Now.
You got it. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much.
All right, just to quickly show you guys an update. The Naval Academy incident, apparently they're looking for this guy here. He was a former, I guess, what did it say? It was, he's a midshipman who was removed from the school, who was spotted earlier on campus dressed as a police officer and carrying a weapon. So that's who they're looking for, apparently. Anyways.
Of a reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of this person. Just speaking with that individual there, former FBI special agent, about the importance of that for this investigation. All right, let's quickly change gears here on Live Now from Fox. Take you out to the clubhouse in the Bronx in New York City, as potentially we could get some sights, some eyes on President Trump inside of the Yankees clubhouse. You can see there some of these Yankees just kind of hanging around ahead of first pitch, which is expected to take place about 30 minutes. So this is really a kind of a quiet time inside of the dugout. No media is in there. They are kind of preparing, mentally focusing for this game against the Detroit Tigers as they really ramp up heading into October.
Still waiting
baseball.
for
So
the.
you can see there in the historic pinstripes. They sometimes wear
any
the
news on,
fire
like
department,
news
the
conference or
police
something.
kind of hats on these
supposed to be
days
one
to pay
several
the
hours
respect
ago?
to those heroes from
then they
9/11.
moved it,
So
and-
obviously, just monitoring this here on Live Now from Fox, you can see the historic emblem of that, the Bronx Bombers, in the clubhouse. So we'll see if anyone greets him, if he comments any words of encouragement on this September the 11th. So we're just keeping an eye on this. Very interesting, to say the least, as this was planned in advance, and they did not call it off after what transpired yesterday in Utah. So this one's still very much, they're kind of waiting around, waiting for first pitch. We'll see if any of the prominent players of the Yankees, we know about Aaron Judge, we talk about some of the stars of this team, Aaron Boone, obviously playing there. Is a manager for the Yankees. So obviously a lot of history for this. And there's also security on hand for this game. And I want to put up this one more time from the New York Yankees talking about security, saying the White House today announced that the President Donald Trump is scheduled to attend the Yankees pregame ceremonies recognizing victims and heroes of 9/11. Ticketed guests are strongly urged to arrive as early as possible and should budget extra time for early entry to enhance security measures as all of Yankee Stadium gates and entrances. So we're following that. I believe we do have another shot potentially of the pool arriving at Yankee Stadium. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. I believe it'll give us enough time before.
Good footage of the suspect.
That individual appears to be of college age.
That's a lot of people, Utah, I'll tell you what. Kirk was shot and killed during an event at Utah Valley University Wednesday.
I was 15 feet away, and it was really hard to witness. As the guy said shooting or shooters or something like that, you just hear the gunshot and I'm sorry.
Kirk was a 31-year-old married father of 2 and founded the conservative advocacy group Turning Point USA and a key player in the Trump campaign. There was controversy over his views on the LGBTQ+ community. Critics also accused him of anti-Semitism, allegations he denied. The president paying tribute today.
The person that Donald Trump really liked is former president of Brazil. He's been sentenced to 27 years in prison for a coup plot. And a lot of people are suggesting that the reason why Brazil got such high tariffs was because Trump was punishing them for even accusing this guy of anything. Uh-oh.
A person of interest, they're really asking for the public's help here. Any additional details?
That's right, Kina. I mean, there were so many people at that event that they're really hoping anyone who may
recognize the person, can just speak up and submit something to the tip line to help lead to the identification of the person of interest. Now, we also know a big part of this investigation that's moved forward is they did discover a weapon in the woods wrapped in a towel. We found out that the firearm as well as the cartridges are going to be sent to Quantico, Virginia, to the FBI's main laboratory, where it can be analyzed with the most technologically advanced forensic analysis. So they're going to be looking for things like DNA, fingerprints to help lead them to a suspect, a person of interest, just to identify the person who did pull the trigger. Kana.
And Jacqueline, here we are more than 24 hours out now. Essentially, the shooter still on the loose in this community. What are you hearing from people that live there?
So many people say they, first off, never expected something like this would happen, but also the way it played out. This took place in front of thousands of people. It was gory, it was violent, and the fact of the matter is the suspect is still out there. So take a listen to the two women I spoke with who live around here.
It is really sad to see it happen here in the state of Utah, on our campus. You know, it's scary to send my kids to school nowadays, and it's just, you never know.
The mass shootings that have been taking place all across the country. This shooting happened here, and then there was the shooting in Colorado. So she said she doesn't want to take any chances, and that's why she pulled her kids out. Kana.
Scary situation there, Jacqueline Lee. Thank you. I also want to bring in John Santucci, who leads our investigative unit, has covered Donald Trump for over a decade. John, thank you for being with us today. And yesterday, we know it was momentous. The president himself announced the death of Charlie Kirk. And today, the vice president, flying across the country, plans to meet with his family, bring his casket home himself to Phoenix on Air Force Two. John, what does that say overall about the influence that Kirk had on the Republican Party? The most powerful men in the world are responding like this.
Could not imagine living.
Yeah, Kana, it talks about the relationship that Charlie Kirk has had for over a decade with Donald Trump and his family. Look, this began actually as a friendship between Donald Trump Jr., who actually got a reach out from Charlie Kirk right after Donald Trump went down the escalator here in New York in June of 2015. And Kirk said to Don Jr., look, I can help you. I can connect you with a group of people around this country, young conservatives that you really want to connect with. And at that point, listen, Donald Trump and his family are now a political dynasty. But 10 years ago, Kana, as you well know, the Trumps were new to politics. They didn't have an infrastructure. They didn't have a grassroots operation across the country. So to think that this kid at that time, 21 years old, was able to come to the Trumps and help them in some way, that unit, that operation grew along with Donald Trump. And in 2024, if you look at the results of the election, young conservatives turned down for Donald Trump in part because of Charlie Kirk. That friendship, that trust, that bond. You know, Donald Trump, after the election, held his vetting operation for his second administration behind closed doors. Very few people were brought into that conversation. Charlie Kirk was one of them. He was considered a day one Trumper, as someone said to me last night, and someone that the president and his family relied on so much.
Are you speaking from experience?
They certainly did. And we've also learned now, John, that the president plans to award him with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Tell us about that.
Well, listen, this is the nation's highest civilian honor, as you well know. It's, has been rewarded posthumously after someone has passed away in the past. But, look, for Donald Trump, it just speaks to this relationship, this trust. You mentioned earlier the fact that Vice President J.D. Vance and his wife flew to Utah today to be with the family, to take Kirk's casket on Air Force Two and fly it home to Arizona.
Donald Trump is arriving to the Yankees.
Getting back to the era of Babe Ruth and beyond. So you can see they're ready for the president, Secret Service on hand for all of this. And security is tied outside the game on the kind of concourse, but also, as you might imagine, inside of this. And we've talked to different people about what happened in the immediate aftermath of 9/11. George W. Bush, it was supremely documented. His first pitch that was so emotional, the goosebumps that he had, and the kind of the conversation he had with then captain Derek Jeter about not wanting to bounce the first pitch. It doesn't appear that President Trump is going to throw out the first pitch tonight, but you know what? Anything is possible at this moment in time. Anything is possible when you're talking about the president. So the pool ready to potentially go into the clubhouse. President Trump also ready. The media crew on hand for this. So this is just a moment, live, raw, and unfiltered, as we are in it in full on this day, on this Thursday evening, just approaching 7 o'clock. That was when the first pitch was supposed to be taking place. The Yankees taking on the Tigers.
I feel like it's maybe a little bit
in here to set
risky.
the scene of what we're watching unfold.
To have the president be in such a public place the next day, just in case there's anyone else that's like, hey, you know what, I want to get my name on the news as well.
Just some of the media milling about in the clubhouse.
Although I guess it's 9/11, like they want to do
kind of
something.
Know what it looks like. You can see kind of the facade there high atop in Yankee Stadium.
I don't know. I think Yankee Stadium probably holds like 70,000 people or something.
Other clubhouses, I spent quite a few times, Major League Baseball, NFL, NHL. It's always a different feel, but obviously a loose kind of casual vibe just based on the fact that these guys play 162 games a year, a grueling schedule throughout the summer and then into the fall, as they are all fighting for position, fighting for MLB postseason playoff wild card scenarios there taking place. And I do want to read to you a comment from Aaron Boone, the manager of the Yankees, talking about President Trump being in attendance of this game tonight, saying he's excited. I think he's going to come down into the locker room for a minute. I've had the honor and fortune of some presidents over the years for first pitches or whatever it may be. So the fact that he's going to be here is something that I'm excited to be a part of and see and get to. I don't know what it'll be like, but to interact for a few minutes is something I'm looking forward to, though. So he spent time in a clubhouse as a player, as a manager, so he knows the importance of this. It's always very cool to see dignitaries kind of throw out the first pitch, rub elbows with some of these guys that are the best at their craft. So still monitoring this. We're just keeping an eye on this. It looks like the press pool might be heading down to the clubhouse at this moment. So it could be any moment that we see President Trump walking through those doors, walking into this clubhouse ahead of the game. And we've also documented just the success the Pinstripes, the Bronx Bombers have had on 9/11, of course, winning a significant margin of percentage. It's always an emotional day for fans. We did see earlier on today fans in attendance showing up early, getting ready for this. Let's take you out to just some fans from a little bit ago as they're talking about what they expect going into tonight.
Stadium on a special day like this, because it's a remembrance, and also it's you can't get more American than the New York Yankees. I'm sorry, I know a lot of people aren't Yankee fans, but but I am. So to me, it's very American to be here.
What about
just the Toronto Blue Jays? There is the president inside of the clubhouse. Let's take you out to it in full here on Live Now from Fox.
Well, you're going to win. I'll tell you what, George Steinbrenner was a great friend of mine, the whole family. It's a great family, and Randy is wonderful, and I will say you're going to win. George used to come, for some reason, I don't know what it was, we won every time I came. Randy, is that right? Every time we came, we'd win a game, and he'd call me. He was, you think that was easy sitting with him for a game? It wasn't. It was brutal. You were exhausted at the end, but he won, and you're going to win. You're going to go all the way, and you'll get in the playoff, and I think you're going to do, I think we'll start off, how about tonight? We'll start from tonight on, and you're going to do well. Randy was telling me the Boston Red Sox came to the Oval Office. They wanted to come, so I said, what am I going to do, say no? So, and they won 15 games in a row. So that was bad news.
The Yankees are happy to hear what you did for the Boston Red Sox.
We're going to change it right now. So I just want to wish you guys a lot of luck. You're great players. I know every one of you. Let me shake hands around here. Come on. Shake their hands. Shake their hands. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'm here at
You started out tonight, right?
Yes, sir.
Good? How are you?
All right. We don't need to watch handshakes.
into the FBI so that they're able to run those down, and those are going to hopefully lead somewhere. And also, the images are relatively clear that somebody who knows that person might be able to identify them from those images.
I think he's already been
released,
identified,
and
Chad.
that would, of course, be a huge amount of progress.
Pictures posted everywhere. I don't think there's any chance somebody
if they're
hasn't
able to do that.
identified
The FBI, of course, has issued a $100,000 reward for information leading to the arrest of the shooting suspect.
All right, Jack Date, thank you so much for being here with us. I also want to bring in our ABC News contributors and former FBI agents Richard Frankel and Brad Garrett. Gentlemen, thank you for being here with us. And so, Richard, how are you analyzing all of this? We're starting to get little trickles of information here. We've learned from our Aaron Katursky that this person of interest who is shown in these still photos that were released by the FBI, that those still photos, Richard, were actually taken from campus security camera footage just prior to the shooting. So again, this shows the movements of the alleged shooter prior to the shooting.
Yeah, those video pictures are of immense help. As Jack said, they're going to send that out to the public. Those are clear pictures. I would be very surprised if somebody doesn't call in and say that they know that person. Maybe not where they are now, but that they don't know who that person is. And once they identify the person, then you know the investigation is really off to the races. And also, Jack did say that this it's a long-term investigation. It's an ongoing investigation. In fact, you said that too, and that is something to remember. This is only 24 hours in. It's surprising that he was able to get away so easily from an event with 3,000 people. But once he's away, it's not surprising that this is at the 24-hour mark. And also, the amount of data that's probably coming into the FBI, into the call center, the operations center, is probably immense. I know after many of the events that we had when I was still in the FBI, we would get thousands of data points that we would have to go out and check. And that's the thing. You have to go out and check all of them. You can't let one slip away. So they're going to go out. It's going to be a systematic approach where they're going out and evaluating each threat, each bit of evidence, and determining if it's going to help the case.
And certainly we know that they opened up a special tip line there for people to call in right away. Brad, also, sadly, this heinous murder was caught on video by so many people at this event, right? Estimated some 3,000 people there.
Do you have an update on the Naval Academy shooting? Again, there's two other shootings that are taking place today. One at a school, UMass, in Boston, and one at the Naval Academy. And there's at least 3 dead at the Naval Academy shooting, apparently.
They're out there. But having said that, we both know that controlling social media is really impossible. And once the pictures are out, even if TikTok takes it down, hundreds if not thousands of people already have it. Now, from the standpoint, would it jeopardize this investigation? No, but if you look at it from a bigger picture, is it going to fire more people up to possibly want to go do something like it? There's always a small percentage of people that are sort of on the fence to go commit, acts like this or mass shootings. And the more they can look at things like, the shooting yesterday, it can be a trigger. And so, so it's wrong on a number of levels. Most importantly, it's certainly wrong if it would entice or encourage somebody to go harm somebody else.
Absolutely. And Richard, we know as this investigation is ongoing that the potential gun as well as potential ammo has now been sent to Quantico to be analyzed. So a couple questions for you there. What's the turnaround time on that? How quickly will that be done? How is that done? Today? And is it possible, noting that investigators say they have a palm print and a shoe impression already, but could they potentially even find a latent fingerprint there?
Yeah, so they're going to be going over that weapon. It's not going to be weeks, but it could be a day or more, because they're going to be going over that weapon with a fine-tooth comb. They're really going to be looking for anything that they can get off that, whether it is DNA or other prints, in addition to the palm print. Also, was there any other item that may have fallen on it, and a foreign substance, and they're going to want to identify that. They will also want to identify
I'm surprised
that
there's not
shoe print.
more news about
and that's for
Naval
after they catch him.
Academy.
It would be surprising that it might help them actually catch him. But if when they do catch the subject, and they're able to identify the shoe print, and if he's still got those shoes, or if they find the shoes in his possession, it's another indication that he, in fact, was the shooter. Same with the palm print. The palm print may not be in the system. If this person hasn't been arrested, it was not in the military, there may not be prints on file, and a palm print is even harder to get sometimes on file. But once they've identified who it is, they then can take those exemplars, compare it to the person that they've arrested, and that will be the evidence to show that he possessed that gun and that he fired that weapon.
What is a 30-06 rifle? I think that sounds
Brad
familiar.
Garrett, our thanks to both of you. And coming up next here, the international backlash
like
after Poland was forced to down Russian drones in its airspace, how NATO is bracing for more potential threats also ahead. Remembering those lost on 9/11, how the country is coming together now, 24 years later.
Okay, we're gonna go back down to
Congresswoman AOC said that in her mind it's not even a resource issue.
Naval Academy stuff,
a question of a larger scale reevaluation of how Congress handles its security. I think that she said she feels, and other members told us they feel, that the way that Congress addresses threats is decades outdated at this point. It doesn't necessarily account for the internet or for some of these other things that have come up, and so they want to see a structural reimagining of how they're kept safe while they're serving in these jobs.
Do they have security already? Is that something that is allowed by Congress? How much security do they have at this moment?
Yeah, it sounded like
they do have security already, and in fact, they saw a big increase in how much they could spend on security, both at home and monthly while they're in Washington after 2 Minnesota state lawmakers were shot earlier this year. Those were lawmakers who are known by many members of Congress currently, and so it was something that hit pretty close to home. And as a result, leaders told them that they could spend a little bit more. Whether or not we see more resources allocated, I think remains to be seen. For now, we're seeing the focus mostly on, again, these other types of changes and what members can do of their own accord.
Yeah, that is so very true. And obviously, if you protect one individual, you potentially have to protect them all. And that is a very large body in that regard. I want to ask you, because it's 24 hours now, the manhunt still continues. So it's a very dynamic, very fluid situation. What are you hearing today, some 24 hours after it?
Oh, it is actually
people
used by the military.
On the news at this moment. Is it a different feel from yesterday or a similar one?
I'd say that the mood last night was very shell-shocked. The members had a vote right after the news broke that Charlie Kirk had indeed passed away from his injuries. And it was somber. The members were quiet. There was not a lot of talk, at least not off the floor. Obviously, we saw that there was some bickering happening on the House floor. This morning, it seems, folks have processed. Obviously, many are still emotional. They're still hurting after this attack. And it's been really striking to watch, because obviously Charlie Kirk was not an elected official. He was a conservative activist. And still, I think the emotional response from many of these politicians in Washington has been as if he were.
Yeah, no, that is a very good point. And everyone was asking about the legacy of Charlie Kirk and his time there in some of those circles. And you mentioned the moment there also on the House floor of some tense moments between Republicans and Democrats. We heard comments from Representative Anna Paulina Luna talking about how Democrats shouted no potentially to a... Can you describe what happened in that moment? What was going on? The moment of silence, the moment of prayer.
Academy.
Yeah, we had two Republican congresswomen. It was Marjorie Taylor Greene and then Congresswoman Luna basically made comments on the House floor insinuating that this was something that Democrats had indirectly caused. And of course, we don't know yet who shot Charlie Kirk. We don't know what their motivations were, but it's been... that is certainly something that we heard echoed then off the floor by other members, including Congresswoman Nancy Mace, something that was brought up again by a few people today, Senator Josh Hawley told me
it isn't oddly simple. That's just what the FBI said, guy.
Dude, Republicans by
I know
Democrats,
nothing about
of
guns
course,
at all.
That's not necessarily true. Those Minnesota lawmakers were Democrats.
I have no idea. It was
and
just the FBI guy that was
obviously targeted, but at the same time, that is something that seems pervasive, even though the congressional leaders are not themselves making those points.
About the incident
is
and
there
what they
anything
found
tangible
so far?
to come from this? Because you mentioned talking about lowering the temperature in terms of this, because the political violence that no one can get behind. Is there anything out there that people are trying to do? I know it's very quick, short time. We don't know a ton of details. Is there anything out there, any movement in terms of that, of what they can do to drop the temperature, to ease some of this rhetoric?
It's a great question. I think it remains to be seen. We're seeing a lot of words right now, not a lot of actions. That's something that Senator Jim Justice pointed out when I spoke to him earlier today. He was like, you're seeing everyone calling on each other to speak more kindly, to bring the rhetoric down a notch.
Okay.
But we're not seeing
I know nothing about guns,
necessarily be acted
I know
upon.
nothing about
so
guns. I have no idea.
Whether or not there's more tangible things that Congress can do to deliver on this, effort to bring the partisanship down remains to be seen. I don't think anyone's brought it up in the last 24 hours since the news broke, and we'll just have to see.
In your eyes, what comes next? Because obviously there's so much for Congress to do.
You're Canadian. Well, Wise Guy is not Canadian. Or Wise Guy is Canadian.
Government shutdown. What are you?
We had Wise Guy and Canby
in
the chat last night, and they all seem to know everything about
mostly
guns.
Shutdown stuff. There's a few other things pending. Of course, the Senate today teed up President Trump's
By the way,
nominee
Wise
to
Guy,
join the
I
Federal
applied to
Reserve,
your
Stephen
company.
Myron.
I'm now your boss.
They're slated to vote on his confirmation on Monday. That'll put him in place at the Fed in time for their vote
I'm now your
lowering
boss.
interest rates
So I'm gonna need
next
need
week,
for you
which
to
was a
cover
big
for me
priority for
both
the White
tomorrow
House.
and on Monday.
But external of that, I think a lot of the focus is on how members can coalesce around keeping the government open past the end of this month when spending is
if you're
slated to
Canadian too, what are
expire.
you
We're
talking
seeing a
about?
lot
You
of
seem to know what you're
big
talking
talk
about.
from Democrats that they're going to insist on, concessions
Already
from Republicans on
we're unionized,
healthcare,
right?
specifically extending these affordable
The job
care
that I've
subsidies
got now, or
that helped keep
technically
premiums
still
low
have
during
now,
the pandemic.
Had for 2
We've
years,
also
I've never
seen
once called in
Republicans
sick. So
say that that's
I'm not
a
one of those
hard
people
line
that
for
calls
them.
in
I
sick.
think fiscal hawks specifically have big concerns about spending the amount of money that they would have to spend, and so remains to be seen where they can come together.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. And obviously, it kind of sometimes always figures itself out. But this new, in light of what we saw yesterday,
a little bit
details,
about guns.
and
Were
that
you
is
the
another
person
kind of
that
price
had
tag
the
that is
experience
very,
with,
very big. All right, Eleanor, I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
earlier?
Great reporting. Thanks for joining us. All right, thank you so much. All right, great conversation as always. A live look there at the United States Capitol here on this Thursday, just about 7 o'clock local time. As just keeping an eye on all of these top headlines, including there at Yankee Stadium, President Trump in attendance, potentially arriving at the box. We did see him inside of the clubhouse, greeting different members of those Bronx Bombers, the different players for the Yankees, including the captain, Aaron Judge, from 44 home runs this year, but also hitting for power, hitting for average. He leads the league, the Major League Baseball, in that, as there were different ceremonies and tributes to the victims and honors and heroes of 9/11 of
You're
September
also a
11th,
gamer.
24 years ago.
That helps.
We're also
Is that
monitoring
why?
right
'Cause you
now
play
a
like
lockdown at the
FPS
U.S.
games or
Naval
something?
Academy there in Annapolis, Maryland. You can see from Fox News saying U.S. Navy Academy on lockdown after a midshipman who had been kicked out of the school returned to campus armed with a weapon. Is inside the U.S. Naval Academy, according to Lucas Tomlinson from Fox News. Gunshots have been heard inside of that Bancroft Hall, which houses the midshipmen, of course, those being the students, those being the people that attend the U.S. Naval Academy. Let's take you right now quickly out to our Fox 5 team. D.C., they have
Hitman pretty good.
shot.
Played
Let's
every
listen in
single
to what
game,
they
not
are
once.
hearing.
You dump your gear.
In a situation like this, they certainly have their own mechanisms on campus, as many college campuses do, to make sure everybody is safe, make sure everybody's alert as to what's going on, but just a tremendously frightening time with all of this and this presence going on. But, it's amazing as you look from Sky Fox here. Is this a live image we're looking at right now, guys? I just want to make sure. Okay, it is still live.
Yeah.
So at this point, aside from that helicopter there, life goes on beyond that. But clearly, we're going to see a lot more law enforcement making their way there to the campus in Annapolis.
And just to note how stretched law enforcement has been today, specifically after the tragic death of conservative activist Charlie Kirk, we saw kind of a rollout of threats at the DNC, at multiple universities, and now this one. At first, at first glance, you think maybe they're all somewhat related, but we don't know. Again, as Jim had mentioned, someone who potentially had been kicked out of the school, returning to the campus, armed, knocking on doors, pretending to be law enforcement. A frightening situation that is being investigated. We've not heard of injuries, but clearly a huge police presence around that campus that is currently on lockdown still.
Let me read the statement we have, because this has been going on for about an hour right now when the initial reports came down. But this is from the public affairs officer there, Lieutenant Naweed Lamar, who says naval support activity in Annapolis in coordination with local law enforcement currently responding to reports of threats made to the Naval Academy. The base is on lockdown out of an abundance of caution. But since that statement came down, that's when we heard reports of those gunshots being fired off in Bancroft Hall. Midshipman, obviously,
I haven't watched CNN at all.
Just the gunshots were heard inside Bancroft Hall. Yeah.
Okay. Shamari Stone, I know he's on his way out there at this hour.
Yeah.
And once we
let's just quickly watch a clip, because they're the. I want to see what they say for having a
And Utah police postponing a news conference, citing, quote, rapid developments in our investigation, end quote. And now a source tells CNN that FBI Director Kash Patel is en route to Utah to assist the investigation. Hello, everyone. I'm Casey Hunt. Welcome to the arena. Those rapid developments coming just hours after they released these photos of a person of interest connected to the case. The person seen wearing a hat, sunglasses, a long sleeve shirt. Let's be clear. The FBI says this is a person of interest. They have not yet identified them formally as a suspect. Earlier in the day, police announced that they've recovered what they believe to be the murder weapon, a high-powered rifle alongside ammunition and a screwdriver in a wooded area near the crime scene. Sources tell CNN that the rifle and the ammunition were marked with phrases related to cultural issues. We are still working through what those phrases and cultural issues are, but authorities are analyzing them as they try to identify the suspect. The FBI is now offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to their arrest.
Any attack on the First Amendment is an attack on the very foundation of our democracy. That is why we will relentlessly pursue this case and the shooter until we find him.
All right, our panel is here, but then we're going to get started with our CNN team. CNN senior justice correspondent Evan Perez, national correspondent Nick Watt, who is on the campus of Utah Valley University. CNN senior White House correspondent Kristen Holmes is with us, and CNN's senior law enforcement analyst, the former deputy director of the FBI, Andrew McCabe, is here. And Kristen, I do want to start with you because any minute now, the vice president, J.D. Vance, set to land in Utah. We now know Kash Patel is also on his way there.
This has already
what else
happened,
are you hearing from this
I
administration
just
as
anything new to report,
they grapple
so
with the
far
death
we're just
of
kind
a close
listening to the
friend
same thing over and over
and,
again.
of course, a key political ally?
Well, Casey, look, there's still a lot of grief.
CNN
There's a lot of sadness, and there's also a lot of anger. But one thing to point out about what we're seeing with Vice President J.D. Vance, I mean, they are clearly treating Charlie Kirk like he's not just part of the administration, but that he was part of their actual families. Vice President J.D. Vance was supposed to be in New York on 9/11 to commemorate that. Instead, he flew to Utah while there is an investigation into a assassin who targeted a conservative activist, a friend of his, who is still on the loose, so not ideal security-wise, to meet with Kirk's family and then bring Kirk's body back to Arizona, where he is from, on Air Force Two. You obviously are seeing this enhancement from the FBI, bringing out the director to have him on the ground as well. They are treating this in every aspect as though Kirk was a member of their own family. And in some ways, when you talk to these administration officials and these Trump advisors, they feel like he was. They do feel this sense of loyalty to one another, a very small, tight-knit group of people who has been with Trump for so many years. and they believe that Kirk was part of that. So that's why you're seeing such a difficulty with this White House as they grapple with this. We just heard from Susie Wiles, the chief of staff. She did an interview with Scott Jennings on his radio show where she said she talked to all of them last night, all of the staffers, saying go home and hug your family and then speak louder, because that's what Charlie Kirk would have wanted. This is hitting them all very hard, and it's something that I'm talking to a number of these Trump advisors who say they're still processing it.
No, of course, incredibly difficult to grapple with on so many levels for them. Evan Perez, there.
On pauses. This was something that Canbeast was trying to talk about yesterday, that there was a private jet that departed from the airport that was 5 minutes or whatever away. It's like just minutes away from where the shooting took place. And it went into the air and then turned off its transponder so it couldn't be tracked. Yeah. So people are speculating that he escaped on a jet. Although the police are saying that he ran into the
here with that police helicopter leaving the scene. Obviously, at this hour, we don't know the condition of the person that was transported in there. But as we saw, the crews out there, the officers and the medics transporting that person from an ambulance to the helicopter, it seemed as though they were, for at least from our images, alert there. It looked like the person did not require any help breathing. But this is all just coming in to the newsroom right now. I'm curious in a situation like this, Marino, because we have the Naval Command there in Annapolis. There's also Annapolis Police working this. So it's a unique situation because this is happening in Annapolis, but obviously a military installation. So you have the U.S. involved there. You also have, as you see there, state police involved. So there's a lot going on at this point, and not a whole lot of activity aside from the police there on this campus as you try to lock things down.
Yeah, regardless, as we don't cannot confirm that there is an active shooter. This is treated as an active shooter situation because you have to assume the worst to make sure that you have the best response, and that's exactly what law enforcement trains to do in situations.
What's the game? Big Frickin' Red used to try and get me into it. It seemed really interesting, but it's like what is it? It's a survival game though. It's not an FPS game, but it's quite popular. I can't remember what it's called right now.
What exactly is transpiring here with that victim? As you see on the ground, there's also an ambulance. You would imagine if the threat weren't major to this person, they would transport via ambulance here. But of course, because of the essence of time, they would. But again, we're seeing the chopper doors there open, so maybe they have decided to change course. No, it was a survival game,
not an arena FPS. It was a survival game where you went around, you found your gear or whatever, and you were constantly playing the same character. You could log out and then play the next day. Hey, thanks for the subscription on YouTube, dude. I appreciate that, man. But it was no, not the Russian game, but the other one that's like the Russian game, not Tarkov, but the other one.
Saying that they're trying to develop a plan as to how to better protect elected officials, not just on Capitol Hill in D.C., but this goes across the board pretty much in most jurisdictions. We are seeing the bays there of that chopper open again, and people get in there imagining that they're trying to figure out what course to take next. Unclear as we watch this unfold.
I think there were zombies in DayZ, but it was against other players, right?
Points here where Marina and I are at this hour. But again, the word coming down is that there was somebody who was going door to door in Bancroft Hall, which is the dorm that houses the midshipmen, pretending to be military police. And that is frightening in and of itself because at this point, in a situation like this, we've talked about threats on campuses, not just here, but around the world and around the country. The priority seems to be making sure you keep students educated here and making sure they know what's going on as this is happening.
Seeing a second chopper arrive there, which was probably a medical helicopter that will hopefully transport the patient there to wherever this may be. Baltimore, not far from their shock trauma, if that is the case, where they're going to a level 1 hospital right now. But it appears as though they've decided to...
to either keep a chopper on ground there for potentially more serious injuries or just transport for whatever the case may be. But rotors on both those helicopters right now are running, which means as though at some point in time you could have multiple people and multiple situations where 2 choppers are heading. But like Jim said, an expelled midshipman supposedly, according to reports, knocking on doors, pretending to be police, military police inside Bancroft Hall. That is one of the residence halls on base there at the U.S. Naval Academy, and not far from Ingram Field, not far from where we're expected to see a lot of people congregate come Saturday for big games. But yeah, this is a site that on days like what we've been living through over the past couple of hours here, everything is heightened. Still unconfirmed reports, but we have heard from Fox News that there were gunshots that were heard inside Bancroft Hall. Now, whether in fact there is an active shooter, certainly law enforcement are acting as if this is a level 1 threat.
Yeah, there is still, as mentioned, no confirmed active shooting situation. You know, that seems to be the protocol nowadays on college campuses and really any installation where you do have at least reports of the shots fired. You act as though that is what's happening at this hour. And so clearly, as we give you a live look at the scene there, with, as Marina mentioned, the 2 helicopters standing by there, we have not had any other information other than what we heard about 6:45 from Fox News, which again, a lot of this is coming from Lucas Tomlinson, who at the Pentagon, who is very well sourced in situations like these.
Yeah, and Jim, we talk about these threats. You've got to clear every single nook and cranny of that building in order to assess the threat there. Let's go to the ground right now as we continue to give you these live pictures here from our Sky Fox, and we're seeing what appear to be more medical personnel walking towards these helicopters. Our Shamari Stone just arriving in Annapolis, I imagine as close as he can get to U.S. Naval Academy, with more on an assessment from the ground. Shamari?
We'll check in with him, I guess, coming up in a bit. It's a matter of getting him in place and establishing that shot, so we will check in with him as soon as... Okay, he is standing by now. Shamari, go ahead.
Oh, breaking news. We've got breaking news.
We're getting Shamari's microphone.
A minute ago.
Go ahead, Shamari.
Is the microphone's not working?
Shamari, go ahead.
Okay. Everybody, this is breaking news as it is happening right now. We literally just arrived in this parking lot, and we want to bring this to you right away, which is why my photographer just put this on the tripod. And this is a woman. Her son is in the school right now. I want you to tell me what's going through your mind.
I'm very nervous. I'm very upset. I'm afraid for the children. I'm in prayer, asking God to bless all the children and just keep a hedge of protection around them. It's very unnerving. It's very scary.
First of all, I want to say that I'm sorry that you were dealing with this. When I arrived here, you were praying. You had tears in your eyes. So first of all, as a father, I'm sorry that you're dealing with this. So let's first put that out there. Secondly, you're here. You were talking to your son. He is a midshipman. Tell me about that, please. And what is he telling you? This is breaking news as we speak. Go ahead.
He's telling me that he's okay. He's spoken to most of his friends who are also okay. They don't know. At this point, he doesn't know if it's a hoax or if it's real. He's heard that the shooter was in Bancroft, which is their dorm, and he's on the 7th wing, but he doesn't know anything for sure.
Now, the U.S. Naval Academy, we do know, is on lockdown after the midshipman who had been kicked out of the school has returned to campus. Now, we're hearing that he is armed with a weapon. That is what multiple sources inside the U.S. Naval Academy are telling Fox 5, and there were gunshots heard inside where your son was located, the Bancroft Hall, which houses the midshipman. What is he telling you right now?
He's telling me that he's safe and everyone around him is safe. He's a football manager, so he's not in Bancroft right now. He's just going on rumors, so he's not really clear as to what is going on. He thought also that it may be a student at one point, and I was asking him how would somebody get in, and he said somebody just probably let the person in, because I thought that you couldn't just randomly go into Bancroft.
Yeah, that's what other parents are telling me as well.
Yeah, so if he was a previous student, I'm sure someone just kind of let him come in because they thought he was a student, not realizing if this is true that the person
person have been separated from the academy.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for first talking to Fox 5. More importantly, I'm going to keep you in my prayers. And I know as a mom, you are dealing with this, and I want to thank you for taking the time to speak with me. It's going to be okay, all right?
Yeah,
so you just heard, and your name, ma'am?
Courtney Strauss-Campbell.
This is Miss Courtney Strauss-Campbell. We are outside of the school right now. My photographer, Joaquin, can turn around, and you can see that is the school. There are people coming in and out. We just saw emergency crews drive through that gate right there, and you can see there are midshipmen who are stopping cars, talking to people as well, trying to assess this situation. Again, one official on campus saying the shooter is knocking on doors.
This video appears to show the shooter walking towards the campus. On. Where are we here? Apparently this is the shooter. They think this is the shooter. Now, if you watch him walk, though, it doesn't mention it, but it looks like he's walking with a limp. And I believe somebody said that the shirt that he's wearing, it's for disabled veterans, but you can see he's walking with an obvious limp here. I feel like that's a limp. Like something's wrong with his right leg. And then this is after the shooting, him leaving. And what's weird, that man was not running off of a rooftop. Yeah, I don't know if this is maybe not the guy, or maybe their description of how he got away was maybe incorrect. But what's weird is you can see this camera. I think this is just like a doorbell camera or something, or security camera that they're zooming in on. But watch this. Like, watch these people walking by. There's another group that will come, and it looks like they're ducking, like they're trying to hide for cover or something. Watch the people on the right, bottom right here. Look at, see them come in and like duck. Let me rewind that. Look at them come in and just duck. Like, I don't know what they're ducking for. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let's go back. No, I thought maybe there was a mailbox there. There's not a mailbox there, because this is where they're ducking, is at these flowers. There's nothing there for them to duck. Maybe they're smelling the flowers or something. I don't know, but it's... No, if they're saying that's when they heard the shot from the university, they're saying that this is the shooter, and he's already running back from the university. So I wonder if these people were like trying to follow him because they thought he was suspicious or something. I wonder if they're just like, hey, let's follow this dude. And there he is. And you'll notice, hold on. His pants seem to be a much lighter color. They actually look like they could be even shorts. Like, maybe it's just the camera or something, because it kind of looks like it goes in and out of color. The limp was a decoy? I mean, it's hard to tell if he's even got a limp, like if he's got a limp or doesn't here. It's hard. You can't even tell if it's the same guy, to be honest. Kaiser Soche. Anyways. Yeah, I don't know.
It's only going to make us less safe. The talk of celebrating this man's death, no matter how profound a disagreement over a policy should be, he left behind a wife and 2 children. No one should be celebrating that. No one. I think that kind of rhetoric is unhelpful on every level.
Kirk was, of course, on the first stop of a planned nationwide tour of college campuses and was killed while sitting under a tent that read "Prove me wrong," and while engaging in debate.
People are speculating that maybe the gun was in his pants. I mean, maybe he had it hidden down there or something, and that's why he was walking straight, because he couldn't bend his pant leg or something.
Last 249 years, and by the way, it all started right here in Pennsylvania, that the growth of this nation,
you think that's a gun in his pants, or he's just happy to see us?
Has come from civil debate. It's come from civil discourse. It's been from people meeting in town halls and town squares and arguing out their differences. We need more speech in this country, not less. We need to reduce the violence and create opportunities for people to have dialogue, even people who disagree.
Once again, Governor Shapiro, we thank you so much for taking the time.
Thank you very much, and we appreciate you on this challenging day with 9/11, which claimed so many lives here in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and of course, still reeling from another deadly act of political violence.
Here's a video of something going on at the
Lockdown.
So this is at the Naval Academy.
All personnel are directed to lockdown. Seek cover and concealment immediately. Be cautious and call security or base police to report suspicious activities. Stand by for further information.
This is at the shooting that's going on at the Naval Academy right now. Anyways, we'll
Students were sent a lockdown notification around 11 this morning.
I didn't even know at the time that Virginia State was on lockdown at the same time. So when I heard about that, I was like, okay, this is serious.
The FBI calling these hoax threat calls.
Hey, Redneck, what's
In
up,
a
man?
statement, it said, "We have no information to indicate a credible threat." The threats today follow a pattern HBCUs have faced in recent years. The United Negro College Fund says since 2022, 75 HBCUs have received targeted acts of intimidation.
They want to make those HBCUs feel threatened and diminished.
Today's threat comes after the killing of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk at Utah Valley State. In the case of Virginia State, a spokesperson with knowledge of their threat says it made no mention of Kirk.
What we've noticed is that there continues to be a persisting of the threats because there have not been individuals brought to justice by the FBI and by law enforcement.
For students like Hampton University sophomore Lathan Dunbar Keys, he's grateful for the swift police response, but hopes that this pattern doesn't continue.
It's something as a student you never want to go through because you never know what could happen.
Kirk.
Well, and Lindsay, as for those students, this news has shaken so many of them. One young woman from Hampton University told us that this threat bothered her so much that she called her parents. They drove 3 hours to take her home tonight.
But there's a lockdown at the Naval Academy,
Alex,
and then at
There are
UMass.
chilling new details in a deadly school
University of
shooting in Colorado.
Massachusetts
2 students were wounded and
Boston.
remain in critical condition. The alleged 16-year-old shooter took his own life. Our Trevor Alt is in Colorado with the latest. Trevor.
Well, Lindsay,
This is
there
the
were some
shooting from
major developments
yesterday.
in the investigation here at Evergreen High School. We learned the identity of the suspected shooter, who authorities say walked in with a revolver and opened fire on his classmates, and the way that officials say he was radicalized before he carried out this school shooting.
Tonight, authorities say the suspect in that terrifying Colorado school shooting was a student who'd been radicalized by a so-called extremist network, identifying him as 16-year-old Desmond Holley. Officers searching his home for answers.
There's obviously a lot of work that has to go into looking at his phone, looking at his social media pages, searching his room, searching his backpack.
Police say the suspect opened fire on fellow students inside and outside Evergreen High School yesterday afternoon, armed with a revolver and what they called a lot of ammunition.
The suspect had a handgun. He had to keep reloading. He would fire and reload, fire and reload.
I ran into the gym and then I heard block lights out of sight. This is not a drill.
Authorities today praising the teachers and students for taking quick action in the chaos.
Sounds like
the lockdown procedures saved lives here.
We know that it saved lives. We have some information that he was targeting doors, trying to get into places, and he couldn't.
The suspect died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and tonight authorities say the 2 students he shot are both in critical condition, including Matthew Silverstone, who celebrated his 18th birthday just days ago.
Just heartbreaking. Trevor's back with us now. Trevor, what are police focusing right now in particular in their investigation?
Well, Lindsay, along with zeroing in on the motive and digging deeper into those extremist networks that they say radicalized this suspected shooter, a big question tonight is still how he obtained that revolver that they say he used opening fire on his classmates. They did tell us that his parents are cooperating with this investigation so far, but they did say it's possible that the parents could face charges. That is rare in the case of school shooters, but we have seen that at least a few times before. Lindsay?
We certainly have. All right.
There's stuff whether I question whether or not I should bring attention to this or not, but it obviously just kind of shows how people are treating this event. Hold on, you guys can't see the one side maybe. One, I guess the front says debate this and the back says protect your neck. That's crazy, man. This is actually a shirt that's in a store. This is actually in a store? Oh. Yikes.
You're an American hero. I celebrate your efforts.
Aaron joins us now. Aaron, what did the judge have to say about Ruth in court today?
It's such an unusual circumstance, isn't it, Lindsay, with an accused would-be assassin representing himself, and the judge has tried to put some guardrails on how he can defend himself, but she had to rein him in even further today on this first day of testimony. The judge said that he was rambling.
Hold on, here's another one. This is from the other side, though.
The left just declared war, right? And we've got to do something about it. We've got to do something about it. And my suggestion is that we completely outcast anyone who has those views, who behaves like that. Treat them like we treat the KKK, because that's what they are. That's what they are. Evil, hateful demons. And we can't have a country with evil, hateful demons. We just can't. We just can't. So, yes, we love our enemies. We pray for them. But we've got to take action. We've got to take action. The left just declared war, right?
There's a lot of, I don't know, like, people just, like, declaring war on each other from, like, both sides. The left making fun of the situation, the right declaring war. Like, it's...
For the Horde!
Hey! Thank you very much, dude. Sorry, hold on. Ren, thank you very much, dude. I appreciate that, man. Resubscribed for 1 month at tier 1. Thank you very much, man. Very much appreciated. World getting... Dude, it is insane, man. Like, this is... It's gotten really bad in, like, the last 10, 12 years. Like, really fucking bad. I'd say the last 10 years, it's just gotten absolutely crazy.
2 choppers there on the ground. We saw Maryland State Police there trying and attempting to transport what looked as though someone who was at least being treated by medical professionals, and also that medevac who continues to have its rotors running in the event that there is, in fact, any victims that need to be immediately transported to level trauma 1 hospital. In this case, it would likely be Baltimore shock trauma, which by road and via ambulance, regardless of lights and code 1, it'd probably take you about 35 minutes to get there. In chopper far less to especially get them the medical treatment that is necessary. Right now, we see both of those helicopters still on the ground, which tells us that right now nobody is being transported. We are seeing liftoff here from that medevac. Where, in fact, it's going and if there's someone inside, unclear. But this is U.S. Park Police's Eagle 1.
Yeah, and so we had the 2 helicopters there. When we checked in the Shamari a little while ago, you may have seen a bus in the background there. That was Anne Arundel County's, the fire department's mobile ambulance bus, and they bring that out when there are mass casualty events. And the terminology mass casualty does not mean people were shot and killed. It means people were just simply injured. It apparently has left the grounds. It doesn't appear that there were anybody on board. That is a good sign at this point. We're still waiting to hear about that one person who was transported from an ambulance into the Park Police helicopter, which it's that one right there.
Yeah, and we're also looking at Maryland State Police trooper helicopter. Again, if this were a dire emergency, rotors would be running, and you would know that medical personnel would be working to get whomever they needed to transport. So you don't want to glean anything from the information, but certainly if this were what we've been told and the threats, you would see a different response there from those Maryland State Police troopers. Regardless, U.S. Naval Academy remains on that lockdown at this hour, which means the Academy has not been cleared right now of any threat.
So it seems as though what they're doing, they've been doing sweeps at Bancroft Hall and just making sure that everybody's safe there. And it looks as though at this point they have not given the all clear. The second we do, we'll certainly let you know when that information comes across.
Again, Sky Fox giving us the best vantage point that they know how, but this tells you you've got most of what appears to be the first responders right now on the ground there, attempting with U.S. Naval Police to gather and to get better confirmation of what's taking place. But when you see the long guns resting and not at attention as though there is an active threat, I think it starts to tell you that things at this hour appear to not be as dire as they once were about an hour ago when we were first bringing you this on the air. Regardless, a threat is a threat, and in every day and age, you've got to treat this as though it is of the worst possibility, and that's why you see the massive response there from law enforcement, from first responders, and even from parents who are nearby and just want to check in on their kids, regardless of where they may be on that base.
And the Governor Westmore put out within the last hour or so, unrelated to what we're seeing today, but certainly tied into the climate in which we're in, that state leaders, the Senate president and the speaker, had apparently received bomb threats at their homes. They were considered to be non-credible. We saw a bomb threat here in D.C.
I'm kind of interested to hear what Charlie Kirk may have said about Melissa Hortman, who was the Minnesota Democrat that got murdered. I wonder if he said anything negative about that. I'll have to maybe search for it later, but
We're just observers here like everyone is. Sure. That lack of information right now that's coming from virtually every avenue. But when we have seen an actual active response, this is not the approach from law enforcement, which I think we could say at this hour comfortably that they are working to reset or at least reassess where this threat level may be, as it does not appear it is at what it was about an hour ago when we first came on the air with this breaking news.
So coming up on 7:30 here, and I want to point out once again that many of you may be tuning in expecting to see our pregame coverage of tonight's Commanders game. We're going to stick with this breaking story out of Annapolis. However, the game will go on as scheduled here on Fox 5. You will be able to watch it beginning at 8 o'clock. If it's necessary that we continue this rolling coverage here, we're going to shift over to Fox Local, and we'll continue our coverage there. So a lot's going on. Fox 5, we have this covered over on Fox 5 Plus. There's baseball on. Commanders coming up at 8 o'clock. And like I said, I realize in times like this, some might think sports might be a little frivolous, but the reality is it is a big deal. And in times like these, it's always good to coalesce behind something. And sometimes sports might be the great new fire.
Dude,
so stick around.
Up,
we're going to continue covering
this.
But again, at 8 o'clock,
man.
We're going to go over to the Commanders game right here on Fox 5.
Actually, full time.
We continue here on our live coverage on Fox 5 and Fox Local. We thank you for joining us here as we approach the half hour here at 7 o'clock. Again, you're watching Sky Fox fly over the U.S. Naval Academy a large police presence there as there was a threat that was deemed earlier. Lucas Tomlinson from Fox News reporting from inside, from sources saying that there were shots fired inside of Bancroft Hall, which is what you're looking at right now. This is that dormitory room. This is Bancroft Hall. This is on lockdown right now. The residence hall, gunshots were reportedly heard inside, and there were allegations from people inside Bancroft Hall that there was a midshipman who had been expelled that was knocking on doors, impersonating a military police officer. That was all coming reporting from Fox News.
See, the question that I would have here, and this is something that we won't be able to answer until all is said and done, is if this person was expelled from campus, how they were able to get back onto campus and do it with a gun. And I think that's one of the big questions we would have. But again, there's still a lot we don't know. We do know that Shamari Stone is standing by once again. You spoke with a mother who came to campus concerned about her child inside. Shamari, let's talk about what you're seeing from that vantage point just off of the campus.
Eventually we'll see if something comes up for work.
Well, first of all, we're hearing that the campus is still on lockdown, but we have new information. I have another mother here. And first of all, I want to thank you for joining us. What are you hearing about what's going on in the school right now?
For those of you that weren't here earlier, like 20 minutes, 30 minutes ago, this guy said, "Oh, I've got someone to interview." And he walks up to me and goes, "Here we have a woman." And then he starts talking, and it's like, "Thanks for pointing out that she's a woman."
The threat may have been resolved, but nothing's official.
Yeah, I understand that.
Apparently,
I know there are a lot of rumors
swirling,
and as our anchors, Marina and
so that they are now officials are denying the report, CBS report, that police have identified someone. So apparently, there's no identification yet of someone. I find that surprising. To be honest, I actually find that kind of surprising because with his picture posted everywhere, you'd think that somebody would have seen it and said, "Hey, I know that person."
And how is your son doing?
He's surrounded by like-minded, just resilient young adults. So I think he's doing okay. I'm sure that this is, I'm sure it's scary. I just brought them pizza just whenever this is over somehow. But yeah, it's a scary situation, especially in light of what happened this week. We're all scared.
Yeah, with what happened, yesterday, but also today is September 11th, and we're dealing with this right now. As a mom, when you heard about this, what was going through your mind?
Worst case. I mean, it's the worst fear of a parent. You should be able to send your kids to school and have them safe. And we know that they're training for something, bigger. And to have it just happen here is just, I mean, they're already, have signed up to serve.
Right.
And then to have something like this happen is just, I mean, it's heartbreaking.
Well, I'm a parent myself, and I want you to know that I'm going to be, keeping you in my prayers, and I hope that your son continues to be okay in there. And if you hear any other updates, I'm here, and, you're welcome to talk to me. My name is Shamari.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for talking to Fox 5. That's another parent there. Parents obviously concerned about their, kids. This is supposed to be school, right? They come here, they're serving. I also talked to another parent who told me that he doesn't want to talk, but he's in his car and he's just hoping that this is resolved, that everything is okay, that this lockdown is lifted, and that there aren't any serious injuries, and that this is just, something in which, as I'm sure you all can understand, especially with the political climate we're in, a lot of people are concerned out here. Back to you.
Hey, Sho, from where you're at right now, I notice cars are going by. I know you're pretty close to the campus, but are you seeing, from your vantage point, and maybe Joaquin can move around a little bit, are you seeing much police activity? Because it seems like it's business as usual behind you from there.
That's a good point, Jim. It is business as usual. Sharp contrast to when we first.
Okay. Here's that shirt again. It is actually for sale. You can actually. This is ridiculous, man. Somebody actually thought this was a good idea to sell this shirt online. The person in this is probably a generic photo, and they just superimpose the picture of whatever shirt it is that they're selling on it. This is probably like just done with video editing or whatever. She's probably just holding a blank shirt there, but the comments are just Crazy, man. Crazy. Anyways, let's back to the news.
Is that there still is that lockdown situation happening at the U.S. Naval Academy campus in Annapolis.
Yeah, and as the sun is setting here, time now 7:35, when we look at these pictures from Skyfox, that you can start to really see where, in fact, the activity from law enforcement is located, and you'll see surrounding, especially inside on campus near Bancroft Hall, which is to the left of that dome there. You'll see much of the activity right now. Surrounding that, we saw other pictures of law enforcement gathering, congregating, assessing where they are right now in this threat. Still, I find it unusual that about an hour and a half until this first reported, there's still no confirmation of what in fact has happened, but clearly enough of a threat that law enforcement has descended, and we saw medical helicopters, 2 of them, ready to assist. One of them did take off, and it did appear as though there was at least 1 patient. Their injuries right now unclear, but as Jim pointed out from our live pictures, the person appeared to be conscious as medical professionals there wheeled that gurney onto the chopper.
And again, there was a lot of conflicting information. Again, the reports came in, around like 5:45 or so. We were on the air at 5 o'clock, came back into the newsroom. We heard this was going on. We were working. We got our crews out there to the scene, but the information, again, primarily being reported by our colleague Lucas Tomlinson at Fox News, who was a very well-sourced Pentagon reporter. So what we heard was that. We also heard, by way of an email that came through from to the Naval Academy community from the commandant, that there had been some incorrect information. He said it was incorrect. There was a picture of people said this was the suspect. He has said, if you see that picture, that is not the suspect.
On social media.
On social media,
clear,
yes,
none
absolutely.
of that has been transmitted via Fox 5.
That's very important to point out. Yes.
Yeah. Again, Sky Fox, and like this is one of those situations with limited information. We do the best we can to try and give you perspective here without really flooding the zone and giving absolutely incorrect information.
Yeah.
Sometimes no information is better than wrong information. I would say all the time that is the case, as we see ambulances are standing by, and really across the bridge here, if you just cross over the Severn River, you've got the Anne Arundel Medical Center. So if there was a need to transport someone with maybe a minor injury, non-life-threatening, we certainly would have seen this. There's always the possibility as well that law enforcement have not been able to get into the building for whatever the case may be, or to get to where this alleged suspect may be to neutralize this person.
So right now,
and again, when you have situations like this, even if it's just a threat or the building has been cleared, there's due diligence, and this is where they clear time and time again to make sure they did not miss something or someone.
I'm looking at the Naval Academy social channels and on their website, and there's nothing, no information out there, but that doesn't mean they haven't been transmitting information one way or another. This is sort of just the information that we have out there, and as we continue to follow this, night begins to fall in Annapolis, and you see where the police presence, where it's concentrated there, bottom of the screen, and then also towards the center there. But from where Shamari was, it was, again, business as usual moving through the streets of Annapolis out there, which in a situation like this, military installation, high security, and as we continue our coverage here, this is where we just point out again, we're going to continue with this until 8 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, we switch over to our broadcast of the Commanders Green Bay Packers game, and if it's necessary to continue this rolling coverage, we will continue over on Fox Local starting at 8 o'clock and on Fox 5 Plus.
Yeah. Again, we're waiting to get any more word on what this lockdown has brought to law enforcement. We're waiting, and we have certainly put in calls and emails to the governor's office and to anybody who may have more information than what we have at this hour, which is clearly incredibly limited. But just like we're transmitting this information, I think it's telling that the parents on campus are not being allowed inside, and they too have been communicating with their fellow midshipmen who remain on this lockdown indefinitely right now until it is lifted. But Anne Arundel County Police, you've got Annapolis Police, you've got U.S. Navy police officers also, and we were talking with a security expert who says the lead is generally given by the first on scene unless it needs an escalation. I do think one of the things that we have been able to report here is while Shamari was doing his first live shot about a half hour ago, we did see one of these large buses. They're generally repurposed school buses that are, to Jim's point, mass casualty units. They're used to either triage patients or bring them in for shelter, whatever the case may be. That bus has left, which may tell us that to whatever degree this is, and there may very well, in fact, be a situation, it does not relate to dozens of people.
Sydney Persing is live right now. She's on King George Street, actually just near the campus gates. Sydney, let's bring you into the conversation here tonight from what you're seeing. And the good news is, from what we saw from where Shamari was, it didn't look like the entire city was on lockdown. But what about from your point?
Yeah, Jim, so we just got here probably about 2 minutes ago. I just want to start by showing you we're on gate 2. This is King George Street right outside of the Academy. You can see pretty far in the distance a number of law enforcement vehicles, but that's, as you can tell, very far back from us. When we got here, though, I met this gentleman, Kyle. We spoke just for a couple of minutes. He got here not long ago, actually, for a bachelor party right across the street. Kyle, just start by telling me, what was the first thing you noticed? How did you notice something was going on here?
Yeah, we were sitting on the porch of our Airbnb. We got into town around 4, so I'd say maybe around 4:30, I want to say. Just heard an announcement from across the way saying, attention, go inside, like kind of stuff like that. And then there were some young people on the porch across the way. Maybe they went to the college up the street, and so they were just kind of sharing stuff. One of my buddies, he works in news, he was paying attention to Twitter and just saw stuff about maybe an active shooter. We honestly didn't hear anything. All we heard was the announcement. Then we heard cop cars. Then we heard helicopters. So really not much more than that. We're right.
We're going to go back to that video again just to show anyone who's just shown up. This is apparently a video of Charlie Kirk's assassin walking up the street. And you'll notice that he's got a limp, but some people are suggesting that maybe the rifle was shoved down his pants and he wasn't just happy to see us. I don't know. You guys think that's like a barrel of a rifle that's shoved down his pants? Hard to tell. This is him running away afterwards with seemingly no limp. So I'm wondering maybe he did have the rifle down his pants, and when he ditched it, suddenly he was able to run normally again. And a weird thing, I'm going to pause it here. You'll see people come up here, and it looks like they suddenly duck. Like it's almost as though they were following him, and then they ducked. Watch people over here. See them run in and duck? Like here, I'll play that again. Watch them run in and duck. Like really weird. Duck, 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 goose. And then you can see the guy eventually running down here. Doesn't appear that he's got a limp. And it looks like he might not even be... It looks like he may have switched to shorts as well, so...
In there to our Fox 5 team there, breaking it all down as a very active situation on that U.S. Naval Academy campus. We do have just, again, this live picture one more time of what we are monitoring. It's on lockdown after reports of shots fired. They're unsure what's going on, but you see that day has descended into night. You can see the flickering of some of these police cars out right now here on Live Now from Fox there on the East Coast. So just monitoring this shot for the time being as we are keeping an eye on this. They said they're going to potentially go into their coverage on their Fox Local, so they're kind of regathering themselves for the time being. So we're monitoring it here very closely on Live Now from Fox. We do have another shot really there on the ground. You can see this image of fire engines is potentially leaving the area. They said there was concern over a lockdown at the kind of dorm where the midshipmen are based, where they kind of stay, where they sleep at night. So obviously watching it very closely here on Live Now from Fox unfold in real time. So we are monitoring, we're keeping an eye on it for now. Let's slide away for a quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this.
say this. It is really effing weird that there's an active shooter in 2 different locations, and it is virtually impossible to find any information about it. Like, it is actually really weird that something that serious, and it's hardly being covered. Like, I'm scouring the news, I'm scouring internet, and there's like no news on this crap. There's been a bit of on Fox News. It's like it's so normal now that it's like, are we gonna go to that, or are we gonna cover, I don't know, Trump shaking hands with the Yankees, or, you know, like, it's like nobody is covering this crap. And it's just kind of odd. Like, really odd. They've got their music playing right now, so I'll wait till there's a commercial, but there's been a couple of posts now. Okay, so here's one here. The U.S. Navy Academy and an analyst entered lockdown Thursday evening due to reports of an active shooter on campus. Victims reported. Apparently 3 people have been, I'm not sure if it said that they were killed or they've been hit. But it was apparently a former student that's been kicked out of the school and came back dressed as a police officer and started attacking people.
Epstein was materially different than was originally known at the time of his appointment as ambassador to the U.S. just last year. Now, the catalyst for this was the disclosure of more than 100 emails written by Mandelson to Epstein, and in particular, his suggestion that Epstein's first conviction was wrong and that he should challenge it. Now, as a reminder, that was in 2008, and Epstein pled guilty to procuring a person under 18 for prostitution. Now, anecdotally, he is known by many as the Lord of Darkness, by his critics in particular, and he has many of them. He's been embroiled in previous scandals, affairs, and past resignations from the government over nearly the past 30 years. Now, here in London, Prime Minister Kirk...
We'll watch this. This is Charlie
Images that we're getting there on the tarmac. Vance, a close friend of the conservative commentator Charlie Kirk, who was fatally shot while speaking there at the campus of Utah Valley University. And we are getting also some of these images in from what was going on the tarmac back in Salt Lake City, as Vance himself carrying part of the casket alongside different other members there in military law enforcement outfits. Of course, you can see they're leading the charge at the front of this as they are boarding Air Force Two. So this was a very somber moment, an emotional moment, as we still do not know who fired that fateful shot some 24 hours ago on the campus. So you can just see this here unfolding. A video posted by Turning Point on social media of Vance, the Vice President of the United States, solemnly carrying potentially his family there in the background as well, watching this unfold. President Donald Trump obviously spoke kindly about the co-founder of Turning Point USA, Charlie Kirk, saying he was a, quote, great American patriot. So these are just some images here on Live Now from Fox that we are continuing to gather. And again, just back there from this tarmac in Salt Lake City to the one in Phoenix, Arizona, you can see the American flag emblazoned on the back, the tail of this plane, returning to Phoenix, Arizona, where the headquarters are, where Charlie Kirk lived alongside his wife, Erica, and of course, their 2 young children. So obviously a very sad moment. This is also the memorial that grows outside of their headquarters. You can see the American flag flying at half-staff, the memorial with flowers, with pictures, with balloons growing as people paying their respect to him, and just the resounding amount of impact that he had in his circle and his kind of enthusiasm for civil discourse. So we're following, you see the steps going up to the plane right now. I'm not sure if we'll get any images from the pool, but these are just what we're watching unfold in real time, as still haven't had a second update today from different people there in Utah about the investigation or where it stands. We do have another picture you can see there from a distance on the tarmac Air Force Two touching down, J.D. Vance arriving, escorting Charlie Kirk's body, the casket, the family there alongside to this final resting point. So, of course, we're following it all here on Live Now from Fox. Let's slide away for another quick 2-minute break. More top headlines after this.
Apparently, the student in the Colorado shooting yesterday, they mentioned that he had been radicalized, but they don't say what side he was radicalized on. So. Let's anything wants. Is it like news just ends at this time? It's 5 o'clock Pacific. Do you guys want to watch Canadian news? I suggest no. Please don't. Please don't do that. You will be bored out of your mind. The big issue today in Canada is that the Prime Minister jokingly said that we need to help fund Connor McDavid's contract with the Edmonton Oilers as an obvious joke. But anyways. Yeah, I'm just not finding any information. Hold on. We've seen the video of the apparent murderer or assassin limping. Sandpiker.
Holy fuck, the Yankees held a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk. Kirk founded the youth activist group Turning Point USA and had become a fixture on college campuses. Bro, the right dominates our fucking politics so aggressively. I mean, how can you look at this? I mean, how can you look at this and see anything else? I mean, they didn't even do this for a Democrat politician that got assassinated, you know? Like not even like a influencer, a political commentator. They didn't do this for a Democrat politician that got assassinated.
People forget about that. And sure, it was mentioned in the news, but it wasn't mentioned like Charlie Kirk.
There is no way in which, like, I'm telling you, like, there is no, maybe for like Anderson Cooper would they do such a thing, you know? if a similar tragedy unfolded, but I don't know.
I believe it was the Minnesota, like, was it a Minnesota governor, her husband, and her
youth
dog?
Activist group. Stripping its ideological convictions of all of its meat until it's just a right-wing activist.
Anyways.
And then it kind of just started to grow from there.
It did. It started with two people, he and the co-founder. And it was really a reaction to Act Blue, which was the liberal organization that had so much traction, raised so much money, galvanized people to vote for Democratic candidates. So Charlie Kirk saw what he thought was a void in trying to recruit young people to the Republican Party and form Turning Point USA, and then headquartered it here.
And so I was just kind of reading a little bit about what happened yesterday, and actually there was a pastor who he had spoken with just...
Stop. Oh, okay, we'll watch this part out of respect for Charlie Kirk.
And the pastor kind of recalled some of the last moments with Charlie, just literally talking to him on the phone. And he said that they had talked about their faith before this happened. And this pastor was just absolutely stunned. Pastor Jack Hibbs was a close friend of Charlie Kirk, and they had collaborated on different podcasts. And Charlie had spoken at this pastor's church a number of different times in Southern California. But this pastor was stunned, actually, and his brother, the pastor's brother, was at the event yesterday, only about 20 feet away when this happened. So it certainly hit close when you're talking about his faith.
Yeah,
crazy what
he said it was the most important thing in his life and what he wanted to be remembered for. He was asked about this in a podcast. How do you want to be remembered? And he said, I want to be remembered for my unshakable faith. It was very important to him.
His wife, Erica, so, she obviously has very strong ties here to the Valley. She grew up here, went to school here, competed in pageants as well. And the two of them, Charlie and Erica, they got married in Scottsdale, and they were raising their 2 children here as well.
Yeah.
And so this was a very important place for them, not only for their professional life with Turning Point, but also their personal life. And they had chosen to continue to live here.
They were just married in 2021. I think they met in 2019 and were engaged to be married a year later, and then married in 2021. This is going to be, for anyone, heartbreaking to watch that family.
And we do expect them to come off the front of the plane. So usually when an arrival happens on Air Force 2 or Air Force 1, which is what the commander-in-chief flies on, Air Force 1, the back of the plane is usually for staff, certainly for the press. So the first arrival, that back door that is open, that's what we just saw. That was the press coming off, some of the staffers coming off. And then the front door that opened, you're looking at the back door right now. The front door now, that's open. So the stairs have just moved over to the front door. That is where the vice president and his family would walk off, would walk down the stairs from, where Erica Kirk would walk down as well. But as we said, we're not really sure where the casket will be coming from. We don't know that yet.
You can't see these images, frankly, and not think about 1963 and the casket coming off of, at that point, Air Force One carrying the body of John Kennedy. They had trouble getting it out of the plane. They had to bring it out of that door that you're looking at, that similar rear door. And that memory, of course, is etched in everyone's mind. And it was heartbreaking to see a young family grieving at that point. And I think for folks who know Charlie Kirk, were close to him, and obviously those who supported him and felt that he made a difference, this is going to be a tough moment. And to see that young family, it's going to be very tough.
And if you are just joining us, we heard from Lindsay Regis, who is there right now, and she said about 200 to 300 people have showed up, and they're on the left there. And we're trying to see who's coming off the plane right now. We're not sure just yet. There's Erica Kirk, the blonde right there with the sunglasses coming off the plane. Behind her are the Vances right there. The second lady and the vice president behind.
Yeah, President Trump today said that she is just devastated by all this, and rightfully so. These kids will not know their father.
President Trump did say that he had heard that the funeral will likely happen in about a week or so, probably the next weekend.
And probably here.
And probably here is what he said. Again, just what he said today. Nothing is set in stone as far as the funeral goes just yet. And of course, when that does happen, when we hear anything, we'll pass that on to you.
Yeah, I think, we talked about the horror of seeing this on social media. To see someone's life taken so violently on camera and seeing that, I think it shook a lot of people to see that image.
Yeah, and it spread quickly, and it was not censored either.
No.
And
this is the world we're living in.
And that's the world we're living in now, John. That is the world that we are living in.
I mean, it took years, literally, to finally the public to see the Zapruder film of John Kennedy's assassination. While not as graphic, this was equally violent yesterday, and we saw it within minutes.
Yeah, and with wherever Charlie Kirk goes, honestly, where any person goes now, if they are speaking at an event, whether they are an activist, whether they are an elected official, everyone has a phone now, and everyone is recording.
Manhunt for Charlie Kirk's killer.
That is why we're seeing this video is out there, and it's unfortunate because the video is out there.
My sense is that maybe Charlie Kirk's casket is going to come out of that door.
Mm-hmm. They're trying to. It seems like they're trying to coordinate it right now.
Yeah. And maybe Erica, it's hard to know, his wife did not want his casket placed in the cargo hold out of respect.
Correct.
To put him in the airplane and ride along with him on the way home. We will see if that's how this all unfolds. Yeah. You talked about the cameras, and this has materially changed these investigations now into whoever did this.
To try to find the person.
That investigation is ongoing. We're actually expecting a press conference sometime this evening. Kash Patel, the FBI director, Dan Bongino, assistant director, they're on their way to Utah. They're probably there now. So we don't know what's going to come out of that press conference, whether they have somebody in mind, they're ready to release a name, we don't know. But these cameras have made much easier trying to track down somebody because you can't seem to avoid detection.
Right, and whether it was the cameras at the school, that looks like that is kind of where these two photos have surfaced from, this person of interest that they're looking for wearing a t-shirt and a hat, or video cameras or cell phone cameras that have captured this person running from the scene.
Ring doorbell cameras.
Ring doorbell cameras, yeah. And then also there were surveillance cameras in a wooded area and also in a neighborhood nearby the school where family members have said, we think we got the guy running through our neighborhood. They also have video of that too. I mean, it's like wherever you go, you are going to be caught on video somewhere, typically. And then if you're at an event with thousands of people, everyone has a phone.
Yeah, I think we've got an honor guard here. I think Charlie Kirk's body casket will come out of that door shortly.
And we know that a number of the Turning Point team members are also on the plane here as well. So I'm wondering if they might be helping with the casket too, which that's
serving almost as pallbearers.
Correct. Yeah. Correct. Yeah. And they were with the Turning Point team, they were there.
The lady is so insightful about having them.
Yeah, I think.
This is the casket that's coming out.
We are going to watch this, but then I'm going to show you something.
It's an honor guard.
Yeah.
Not the Turning Point members.
Draped in the American flag. Is it? I'm not sure.
No, it's not. No. That is Air Force, though, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it would be.
Yeah.
I could not see from our image if the flag was on that casket. That would be reserved primarily for elected leaders. Charlie Kirk was not. That's what made this a little different. Somebody who was not elected to high office, taken out in an assassination. That's what the FBI is calling it. That's what Utah officials are calling it. And somebody targeted who's not an elected official. I mean, we've seen it in American history, certainly. Martin Luther King certainly comes to mind.
Yeah, a political activist.
A political
a very
voice.
outspoken
Yes.
political activist. Yes. And, you know, we spoke with a former Secret Service agent who has protected President Trump, President Bush, actually the entire Bush family, and he talked about the difficulties of an open air environment protecting someone, and that goes for an elected official, let alone a non-elected official who has the Secret Service protection because by law they do, and you know Charlie Kirk did not. Now, he had 6 police officers and he also had his security team, but he did not have Secret Service and whatnot because he was not an elected official.
Nobody there to sweep rooftops.
And then you also had just the difficulty of an outdoor venue of trying to manage that. And he talked about that. That was very, very difficult to keep an area like that secure.
Especially from 200 yards.
Right.
There was no one there to sweep that building.
No.
And not like you would have with Secret Service, even though Secret Service failed in Butler, Pennsylvania, in the attempt on President Trump's life. Nonetheless, you just would not think, I think most people would not think Charlie Kirk would necessarily be the target of this.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, and it happened just over 24 hours ago when, you know, you got word that he had been shot, and then shortly after that he had died.
We're in the 5 o'clock hour now. Charlie Kirk is back home in Phoenix. We believe, at least the president has hinted, that he will have a funeral next weekend.
In the Phoenix area, correct, right. And
that President Trump will attend. So if that goes as planned, we will probably have a presidential visit in our future.
And we just witnessed, if you're just joining us, we just witnessed Erica Kirk, his wife, walk off Air Force 2. She was holding hands with Usha Vance, the second lady, and then Vice President J.D. Vance walking behind the 2 women off of the plane down the stairway. And then we know that about 200 to 300 people have showed up at Sky Harbor Airport to pay their respects to Charlie Kirk, to welcome him home here to Phoenix after the assassination in Utah.
Out of respect, I think, to her children's privacy, we did not see the children come off that airplane.
Right, yep. And we know that they have a 3-year-old daughter, a 1-year-old son. We've never known their names. We've never seen their faces on social media anyway, and the Kirks have been very open about keeping that private. They don't want to reveal the children's names or their faces on social media. They feel like it's something they want to keep close to them for security reasons.
Smart. Smart move.
Yeah. And I think you know, so we don't know where the body is going now just yet. We haven't gotten official word what funeral home he will be taken to. That would be the next step, logical step anyway. And we have not been given that information. So that is something that we will, you know, hope to learn. But we just don't know. So.
I want to show you guys this. You remember this guy, the very first guy that was detained in the arrest, like literally like moments after the shooting? They announced that, you know, Patel or whatever his name was saying, we've got him. We got the guy, we got the assassin or whatever. And you saw photos of this guy. And I was pointing out on stream, there's a photo of this guy, and then there was a photo of another guy pointing out that, you know, the name of the guy is blah, blah, blah type of thing, suggesting it was the same guy. Well, the second photo of the other old dude, check this out. Doesn't even live in America. Remember this guy here? Remember the picture of this guy was associated with this guy, saying it was the same person and giving out the guy's name and everything? This guy is a Canadian who at the time of the shooting was in Toronto shopping. Somebody just grabbed his photo off the internet, probably used something to scan the internet for somebody that looked similar to this guy. They're both bald and wear glasses. That's about the only similarity. And basically posted saying that it was the same person. I can't remember the name of the person. Yeah, Michael Mallinson. This was the name that the people were saying that this guy was yesterday. So they started claiming that this guy here was the shooter. He doesn't even live in the country. Like, how ridiculous is that? That's how shit gets out of hand fast. Anyways.
Charlie Kirk's body home. What is the sense out there? What's the emotion from the people there on the ground?
Sadness, quiet. That's how it's been all day, especially when Air Force 2 came down. You could hear a little bit of chatter, but right when it landed, just silence. People are heartbroken. We were at Turning Point USA, the headquarters, last night, crying, bringing their family members so many flowers, candles, balloons, so many people coming out to show their support. Can't believe this happened. A lot of ASU students also showed up there, and they came ever since the news broke. We were out there until around 10:15. People were still coming, dropping off those flowers and looking at the signs that were recently put up outside the headquarters.
Do we know where Charlie Kirk's wife is right now? Is she in a car that will carry the body?
I am going to assume that is what is going to happen in just a few minutes. I don't have eyes on her right now. Once she walked down the stairs, we really don't have any visibility. You see the gates, you see buses, and they're behind all of that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I know that they obviously want to keep kind of... we actually heard, too, that there were some sweeps happening for security reasons at the Turning Point headquarters, just based on kind of what's been going on, kind of the temperature just happening right now across the country. And so you can see right there, you have buses, you have, just security in general. So it kind of no surprise there that they're keeping everybody back right now.
Yeah, I'm sure people are watching this, and there are people who say, why so much coverage and kind of the trappings of a head of state passing away? I think, the sense is in the Republican world, Charlie Kirk was a huge force. And that's why there's so much attention on him and all of this, riding on the vice president's plane to bring him home.
Well, and the fact, too, that President Trump actually was the one to announce that he had died. I mean, he was the one that informed the country that he had died. It wasn't Turning Point. It wasn't the Kirk family. And, you can see that President Trump had also ordered the flags to fly at half staff, too. I mean, you can see that that's what's happening right now. Republicans really, really respected him. And some even credit Charlie Kirk for helping President Trump get elected, too.
I think there's no doubt about that. He
turned out the vote.
He turned out. People they did. They turned out young people.
And especially young men.
And some people questioned, Charlie Kirk's tactics, whether it was going to work. There were questions going into the 2024 election, whether he was really going to be able to deliver, because they put a lot on him. And I think the conclusion was, and certainly within the White House, that he did. Yeah. That he delivered voters.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of it was done through social media, through podcasts. And, a lot of people were saying, well, why aren't you knocking on doors? Why aren't you?
Yes.
And
this was a little bit unconventional.
It definitely was unconventional, and it worked. And it certainly worked in the last election, but that was where we really kind of heard the chatter of, why aren't you seeing, these young people from Turning Point who have these big contracts right now with some of these candidates knocking on doors. And they were focused on podcasts. That's where they were reaching younger people, especially younger men, to get out and vote. And that was kind of their strategy. And it delivered victory.
Yeah, it's another reminder that the conventional wisdom is often wrong.
That's true. Yeah.
All we heard going into that election was the ground game, advantaged by the Democrats, and the Republicans were kind of running a different playbook.
Yeah, no doubt.
And Charlie Kirk was really responsible for that. That's why he is so highly regarded at this White House. Because I think President Trump feels without him, he may not have won. So he felt that he owed Charlie Kirk a great debt of gratitude.
This is a pretty far shot. We are told that there is a hearse kind of in the middle, and that will obviously transport Charlie Kirk's body from Sky Harbor.
Yeah, is that the white? That's the white car in the middle.
Yeah. Yep. It is right there. It's a white one, and so they will load the body, load the casket into the hearse, and then move on from Sky Harbor. And as soon as we learn, details about the funeral, we will pass them on to you. Turning Point was heavily connected with Dream City Church, and that is a mega church, in the Phoenix area. And anytime a political candidate would come to town, they would typically speak at Dream City Church. And so, we have actually reached out to Dream City Church to see if there might be, a funeral or service there. We have not heard back yet.
I think that is likely, but we'll see.
Then they certainly would be able to hold a large crowd there.
Let's check back in with Lindsay Regis on the ground there. Lindsay, give us your sense.
Yes, John. We are still waiting for the hearse to move. I heard we did have eyes on it. Again, our view, it's kind of blocked. We can't see much right now, but we do see these motorcycles, about 8 of them, ready to go. And then we got a camera on, of course, everyone who is here. Phones have been up videoing this entire time right across the street from us as people here wait to watch the hearse go by. Other than that, it is very quiet here. Very quiet on the other end as there are some flags that people are holding that are along the fence. Just a very emotional moment right now.
And the memorial, it has only continued to grow at the Turning Point headquarters in Phoenix. We've seen that it started really soon after.
Okay, let me see if I can find the other video. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, so let me just show this to you guys first. We showed this on stream earlier. Okay, so this is the person of interest. Apparently, they think this is the person of interest walking along the street. Yeah, we'll watch the whole video, and then I've got some other pictures to show you. So you can see this guy. They're suggesting that this is the person of interest walking along. You can kind of see his t-shirt. It looks very similar to the one that he was, but he's got a very obvious limp here. It looks like his right leg, it does not work very well. It seems very clear that he's limping, or something is impeding his ability to walk. And some people were suggesting earlier that he possibly has the rifle stashed down his pants. I don't know if that's actually true, but and then later on you see a video. They think that it might be him running away, and at the same time, I'll speed this up a little bit because it takes him a little while to get out. You see people that are over here and they duck behind. It's like they're following him. See them duck to the right-hand side? And then he suddenly starts running down here, and it looks like he's got no limp. If it's the same person. But it's kind of hard to tell. So here he comes. You can see him pointed out here. Doesn't really look like he's somebody that runs with a lot. Anyways, these are photos that were just released by the Utah Department of Public Safety, I guess, of the possible subject. And the first thing I went to look at was, does he ever bend his leg? Because he's obviously crawling up the stairs. Looks like he's covering his face so he can't be seen on camera. And I'm thinking his leg is still straight. His leg, oh, it's bent. So suddenly here he's able to bend his knee. So I don't think the gun is pointed down his pants here. Is it maybe in his nose? His left leg is bent. So I think it's pretty safe to assume that, or maybe he removed it, but why would you remove it in public? So he's probably got it in his backpack. This is him again, walking down steps. It doesn't really look like there's a rifle stashed down his pants. I'm not an expert in the stashing rifles down my pants, but I'm not even sure that this is before or after, actually. Like, it doesn't actually say. Like, is this him? This appears to be him going up the stairs to the roof. Okay, and we actually have. So this is potentially. What do these stairs look like? So these stairs have white railings. I can't really tell what color those railings are. But this does appear to be a stairwell on the outside. There's a there is a car parked right beside it. But you can't really tell where he's going from here. Is this afterwards? Is this before? Like, he's going down there. Is that him going down afterwards? So kind of, it would be nice if they gave an indication as was this before or after. But they just don't, they just really don't. And is he, oh, he does have the same sunglasses on. Whatever he's got in his backpack, it looks like there's, I mean, honestly, this is a stuffed backpack. There's more than just a rifle in there. There's a change of clothes. There's definitely other stuff that's in this backpack. Because it looks like it's you know, got a bunch of stuff in it. But no indication as to if, like, why he was limping in that video earlier on. Kind of odd. So this was just released like 15 minutes ago, these photos. These were the two photos that they released earlier. Yeah, 16 minutes ago, these were released. So this is pretty clear that he's hiding his face, or he's possibly hiding his face. And look at him reach out. I wonder if they saw that he reached out and touched one of these railings. And that's where they're saying that they got the palm print from. Because it looks like he could very well have touched, which would have been a, you know, obviously a big mistake. You'd think that, you know, I honestly think this is just somebody that knows how to shoot a gun. It looks like he could be in his mid-20s. Maybe he's been in the Army for some time and learned how to shoot a gun. But anyways, that's what we've got with that.
Crowd. You can control sight lines, you can control all of that.
Right.
But outside, really difficult. And if you're not a president or a vice president,
this week our two favorite
rooftops
teams
are not going to be swept.
Yeah, no, they aren't. And you know, the Turning Point security team for Charlie Kirk, they kind of talked about what they normally encounter, and what they deal with typically are people heckling him, yelling at him,
Right.
maybe throwing a water bottle on stage when they get riled up. So that's kind of what they are prepped for. So mentally, his security team is dealing with, okay, we got a heckler, maybe we have to watch out for a water bottle that might
Or
be
somebody
thrown his
may be
way,
charging him.
or someone might charge the stage. So we're just going to protect Charlie. They're not thinking about what happened yesterday. That probably didn't even cross
No,
their
and
minds.
even the head of public safety at the university and the police in Orem said, we just did not get the job done.
Right.
They were very upfront about it. They realized that, you know, and again, with that limited staff, very hard to protect, which is essentially a speaker on your campus.
Right.
You just would not think that they would be the target of an assassin's bullet.
Yeah, and it's a small school with a small police force, right?
That's right.
In Orem, it's a small town.
Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, is back home in Phoenix, his home. And there will be a funeral. We don't know date certain. The president has said he would attend, so we can expect a presidential visit within the next week or 10 days.
I'm surprised
Charlie Kirk back home tonight.
that they haven't
We're taking a break. We're back in a minute.
a name.
That was the coverage of Fox 10 Phoenix. We thank them for their continuing coverage in Phoenix. There we are back
Again,
out live here on Live Now from Fox. We are continuing to bring you the very latest here in the Charlie Kirk investigation. The manhunt continues. And coming up a little bit later on Live Now from Fox, we will have retired FBI agents and retired Secret Service agents on to discuss where we're at right now in the manhunt. And again, we will be bringing that all to you right here on Live Now from Fox. Speaking of the manhunt, we do have some new images of the suspect that police and the FBI are looking for. Here is a new image tonight that we can show you of the suspect where police feel that they have getting closer to this individual, and they are trying to put these images out to the public here and to see if they could get any sort of tips from the public. Already $100,000 reward for the capture of this suspect responsible for the killing of Charlie Kirk just yesterday. Very hard to imagine the very surreal times that we are living in, but again, these are the 3 photos that are new right now being put together. This is from the Utah Department of Public Safety. And again, we are going to be tracking always the very latest for you here on Live Now from Fox. I also want to show you just moments ago as well. Take a look here. This was Erica, the wife of Charlie Kirk, coming down the steps of Air Force Two with the second lady, with J.D. Vance, the vice president. And a very, very hard moment for Erica and, of course, the 2 little kids. A time where they did not think this day would ever come. You don't even dream and think about anything even close of happening like this.
Yeah, but the university is probably for people all over Utah, right?
And now the wife, Erica, has to plan a funeral for Charlie. And again, we are learning that President Trump will be attending the funeral. Will happen sometime next week in Arizona. That is what Fox News is reporting. So very, very difficult times here for the Kirk family, no doubt.
Done with WoW
I do
for
want
now.
to show you also, we were talking about Dream City Phoenix. You heard Fox 10 Phoenix talk about that, having to do so much with Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA. I want to show you really the statement they put out just yesterday on the death of Charlie.
Timing and how he prepares things, because this past week I've been up with our leadership team up in Show Low for a three-day leadership summit where we're talking about the future of our church. I'm casting vision. And so I had planned for Pastor Saeed to be here tonight to lead this service, our prayer pastor here at the church. And
my skills are still training.
Today, as we're planning with our team, we're all gathered around, excited about the future. My wife, texted me and said, "Honey, Charlie has been shot." And I told our team what had happened, and instantly there were tears, there were cries out of, "Oh no, how can this be?" And so we all gathered around the kitchen table there at our Airbnb. We're staying.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The facial recognition doesn't look like he's in too much of a hurry from what we're seeing in these screen grabs, but you can't really see the full-on straight face. But what can authorities do with this particular information from screen grabs?
Well, this is tricky because you would think that they'd be able to run this through facial recognition software, but he's wearing sunglasses. So clearly that didn't work. That didn't come up with an ID. If you're not in a database or
Somebody
in a
knows who
system,
this person
you can't
is.
stand for it.
Come
And
on.
if you're wearing sunglasses, and even if you were in the system and you weren't wearing sunglasses when, you know, in the image that they're searching against, that poses another challenge. So it's you know, easy for us watching to say, come on, how can you not catch the guy? It's actually very challenging
was a WoW
detective
addict?
work, and the fact that he was able to flee so quickly and evade police in those early hours, that immediately gave him the upper hand.
it's
And
not
now
me,
it's a
'cause I'm
game
not a
of
WoW
catch up
addict.
where he has
I've
the
broken
advantage,
away.
actually.
Okay, it looks like he's very casually dressed. Clearly, he's got jeans, a long sleeve t-shirt on, and then contents in a backpack, whatever that may be. And you're saying that you believe, even though there's not a timestamp, that these photos were taken possibly
Could be my
before
son? Well,
the shooting occurred. And these are the screen grabs
possibly.
that we're looking at. And if you're
My son
watching right
wasn't
now
in
as we
Utah
stream this
yesterday,
to you, we just got these in new photos for the public to look at, because right now the plea is from authorities that they need your help. Any tips to be phoned in, brought in, messaged in to them. They'll take anything at this point. I did talk to a former FBI agent this afternoon, Anna, and he said, you know, it really is a matter of time with all of this information and the photos that we're seeing. It's a matter of time before this person is arrested. With
I'm
that said,
surprised
though,
with these
we're still
photos that they
looking,
haven't
and they're
found-
still
found the
looking,
guy
and they're
yet.
reaching out to the
Found out
public
who
for
he
help.
is.
It's a question of hours or days. Putting out more photos gives viewers a sense of build, gait.
There is a
You
very
just
real
get more of a
possibility
sense
that
of what
this guy
person
knows
looks
he's going to
like
get caught.
from
He
the
may have
front,
already committed
from the
suicide.
back, from different angles. They are hoping that these photos help someone else locate and identify this person. The fact that they're putting this out tells me they still need the public's help. They have not found him. They have also not regionally told people, okay, if you're in this area, be on the lookout. So it still appears to me that they do not know where this individual is, and they do not have an identification nailed down. They might be getting closer. We reported a few hours ago that they did have a name, that they believed that they knew the identity of this individual, but our reporting indicates that they don't.
Apparently
They have
retracted that.
not buttoned that up 100%.
All right. Anna Schechter, thank you so much. We'll continue to show these images on CBS News 24/7 and all of our platforms, and we'll check back with you. Appreciate it.
I mean, if they already
Today,
know who
President
he is, why
Trump
don't
called
they
the
just announce
conservative
his name?
activist an inspiration to millions. The influential 31-year-old has been credited with helping the president
If they
win
were
a second
100%
term.
positive, I think they
CBS's
just
chief
announce his
White House
name
correspondent
and
Nancy
say, "We're
Cordes
looking for
reports
this
on the
person,"
rise
and
of
then
Charlie
give actual
Kirk.
like pictures of
You
the guy
guys are the
without
beginning
sunglasses on
portion
and stuff like that.
of the greatest political comeback in American history.
For more than a decade, Charlie Kirk has been the leading conservative activist, motivating young people to back Republicans.
I want Trump to be president.
Kirk burst onto the political scene in 2012, launching Turning Point USA. He was just 18 years old,
I think
with
if you're the
high
shooter
hopes
and
of
they're
boosting
just
high
showing
school and
pictures of-
college
of, like,
Republicans
side pictures,
across
you gotta
often
know that
liberal-leaning
they know
campuses.
more than
We need
that.
to get on the college campuses, we need to get in the classrooms and challenge the ideals that are crumbling our democracy.
The organization gained traction with its signature upbeat events centered on Christian conservative ideals. The nonprofit now boasts more than 250,000 student members. At just 26, Kirk opened the 2020 Republican National Convention.
I see the angst of young people as well as the challenges facing new parents.
4 years later, he was a leading force behind Trump's re-election, holding rallies and events to drive a wave of conservative young men to the polls.
If you say, I don't know if I could live under a Kamala Harris presidency, we need to do something about it. We need to go chase the ballots.
And while Kirk was a frequent visitor to the White House, he still embraced where he got his start, college campuses. While touring, he was known for debating liberal students, delighting in the open discussion of ideas.
Healthcare costs are exploding because we don't actually address the root cause.
He didn't always change opinions.
I care about excellence, not diversity. Because I do not believe diversity is a strength. I believe unity is a strength. I believe the pursuit of higher purposes is a strength. Does that make sense?
But he did help shape the political conversation for a new generation. Nancy Cordes, CBS News, the White House.
Our partners at CBS affiliate KUTV are following every step of this manhunt. They have reaction from the community as police search for more clues.
A cold-blooded killer is still at large. Investigators want more video, and a mayor says that his city's police department could have helped with security here at UVU before the deadly shot.
There are about 6 armed men.
Phone video of police searching in the scrub near UVU before the FBI released new photos of the latest person of interest. You didn't see anybody who looked like this?
No.
Okay.
We didn't see anyone.
Sophie Anderson rolled on the police as officers also knocked on doors. You respected Charlie Kirk.
Of course, yeah.
Rulon Bailey says he'll send doorbell cam video to investigators.
He was an example to say stand for your faith and stand for your conservative values.
The campus is inside the city of Orem. University police had 6 UVU officers providing security for Kirk's event and could have had more. Did UVU police ask Orem police for security help?
No, there was no request.
Had there been a request, what would your department have done?
We would have helped, absolutely. We work with all the different cities around and the universities.
I believe they
Sophie Anderson shot that video yesterday, gave us permission to use it today. The mayor says that there are Orem officers trained in securing buildings from bottom to top.
Somebody standing in one of the higher
Moments ago,
buildings
authorities
to see all the
released
roofs.
these new photos of a person of interest in the killing of Charlie Kirk. We will be keeping an eye on
just
this
one person,
breaking story. Tonight, more than a dozen state.
One person standing on wherever the highest rooftop is, probably here, and just able to see all the rooftops with a binocular and a walkie-talkie. If they saw somebody suspicious, they could just immediately call in and say, "Hey, we've got somebody on a roof. Get Charlie Kirk out of here." Like it seems ludicrous that one person couldn't have been on whoever was the wherever was the highest point, and I believe that's right around here. In which case, he would have spotted this guy, right? So I think, I don't know, hindsight's 2020, but what kind of security team wouldn't have somebody up in that vantage point be able to see everything around them? It just seems odd. I don't know.
Year-old Charlie Kirk has brought his Arizona supporters to their knees, visible tears and heartbreak outside Turning Point HQ in Phoenix. The late husband and father to 2 young children called Arizona home. The late Charlie Kirk focused on the next generation of young voters.
Whether you like him or not, it's much more than a loss of someone. It's the fact that now my generation is being taught that we shouldn't speak out or things like this can happen, and that's exactly why I'm out here and showing a presence, because it's extremely important that in times like this we don't cower down and fall into what ultimately this is meant to do, and we actually reach out and like there were Catholic people here, Jewish people here. I mean, we're all coming in with unity, and that's exactly what you need right now.
That he's impacted the youth a lot, and I think that he had a huge sway in the way that the election went, but not only that, he is a huge believer in Christ, and I think that when people look up to him in that sense as well, it takes on a way bigger meaning.
Charlie Kirk was a conservative activist, speaking on college campuses all over the country, allowing open dialogue and debate on controversial topics. That's exactly what he was doing when he was assassinated. Valley moms like Erin Hansen wanting their children to remember this moment in history.
This is a day that's going to change the world, and I want them to be here to see it, honor his memory, to pray for his soul, pray for his family.
Now, we saw it all day yesterday and into the evening, and as I mentioned, we've been out here all day. I mean, for hours now, you just see people continuing to bring flowers to these two memorials, people coming and going. Easily 1,000 people that have come here to Phoenix, the Turning Point headquarters, to pay their respects to Charlie Kirk. And I mean, people brought to their knees at this memorial, worshiping, prayer circles, and people just visibly crying after this loss.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Kenzie. And it looked like the people that you all talked to today, it still seems that they have that face of just shock. They can't believe it still.
That's exactly what we've seen. I mean, we've seen a lot of emotions, people crying, people hurt, but even just when you talk to people, it's almost one of those things, you hear about it, but it's hard to believe. And I know we saw a large crowd of people over at Phoenix Sky Harbor Airport as Charlie Kirk's body was just brought back home to Arizona, but we have just seen a massive amount of people come here from all over the valley to pay their respects.
Doubt about that. Kenzie Beach, great reporting. Thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it. All right, we are continuing now. Let's go back out to Sky Fox video. We are seeing the motorcade. It has stopped now. It is already at its destination, and soon we will see the casket come out once again and then go into this building where no doubt this is probably where the wake will happen sometime next week, and then a funeral a little bit later in the week as well. But very, very difficult time for the Kirk family and really supporters all over the country. You just saw that in the piece there as they were brought to their knees, and really can't believe this is all happening. Still very, very surreal of this. But now we are getting the zoomed in look here of
weird. Poland has suddenly just closed its border with Belarus. Things seem to be escalating there a little bit.
right now, and very, very hard to do. And, you know, as you think about so many times that this is happening, it is so difficult because if you are a close friend or a family member and you're already here at this church, you're thinking, how is this happening? It's so tragic. I mean, any death is hard, especially when they're older, but when it's tragic and shocking like this one, and it was assassination, terrible. It's terrible, and your heart goes out to the family right now and friends of Charlie Kirk as casket now coming out of the hearse, and there we go. Charlie Kirk now going inside of this church. And the family continuing to make plans for the funeral. President Trump says he wants to attend the funeral as well. We heard that today. And again, very, very difficult times there for the family. All right, everyone, we are also getting new information right now. In about 45 minutes, we are expecting the FBI news conference out in Utah. So as soon as that happens, you will see it right here on Live Now from Fox. Obviously, very fluid. We are expecting to get more details of the person of interest, the suspect that they are looking at. We also have new video of what police are looking at right now this hour. TMZ has obtained new video of the before and after images of the suspect accused of killing Charlie Kirk. I want to show you the first video here. This is of the suspect walking to the venue in this neighborhood. Take a look. You can see the images now of that suspect. They're walking in the street. And if you can see, the person is walking with a limp there, and it is believed to be because that person has a rifle in the pants, and they are walking very difficult because of that object that is inside of the pants.
When we looked
Take a
at
look
the pictures
here of that limp right there,
which will show,
and you can see there the suspect continuing to walk the street there, very close to where the venue was. And then this is after where we see now that suspect clearly running in the field. And this was all obtained there by TMZ. And of course, police are looking at that. The feds are looking at that as well. But this is the newest video that we are seeing of all this play out. And again, just happening moments ago as well, we are getting a new shot of the person of interest, the suspect, where these new images just released by the Utah Department of Public Safety. I want to show you this one as well, a little bit closer up. You can see what they are hoping that by releasing these photos and images, that somebody out there is going to recognize this individual. There is a $100,000 reward
both sides screaming at each other
for the capture and arrest of this individual that is accused of killing Charlie Kirk just yesterday. All right, we are going to be keeping an eye on all of this here for you on Live Now from Fox. Again, we are 45 minutes away from a FBI.
Okay, so from an outsider's point of view, and there's a lot of Europeans that watch my chat. There's several Canadians as well. It just seems like it's just a lot of like back and forth. It just seems crazy, and it seems like both sides don't seem to want to take any accountability for what, like, the rhetoric that they've spread. So like all over, I've seen people on the right say that, oh, this is only a left wing extremist problem, blah blah blah. But the right has done shit like this in the past as well, and it's just like, this is crazy that you know, it's both sides attacking each other, and neither one of them willing to admit. And to be honest, I feel like in this case the president is not doing anything at all to de-escalate the situation. Like, he's inciting stuff by pointing the fingers at basically anyone that is left wing. And it seems to be the case that if some left wing extremist does something, the right just immediately paints a brush of all people on the left are like this. It's really fucking weird to actually watch. And then, you know, he wants 12-year-old children to watch public it's like, could you imagine? I posted like a tweet or something like that where I retweeted, because people were going off about how, oh, it's only the right that so I'm just quickly looking at this because my dad lives in Arizona, so I'm like, okay, where does my dad live in this picture? Anyways, I was like, people are like, oh, it's only the left that's doing it, because you know, this time it seems like it's a left wing nut that's done this. We don't know yet because we haven't caught the guy. But it you know, you have to remind people that, oh, no, just a couple of months ago it was you guys yapping about you know, how when this, you know, Minnesota House Speaker was assassinated in her house with her husband and her dog. Like, you guys were having your day then. You know, when Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked with a hammer, Trump made fun of him. In fact, Donald Trump Jr. posted a photo. Like, people have to remind people that this happened. You know, like, it's and the rest of the world. Like, I've got people from like Europe. Hey, Nick's Wraithmere, I didn't see you. Not one person on Overwatch. Hey, thanks, Apricot. Appreciate that. But it's crazy, and I mean, I would be considered like right of center in any other country but America, maybe. Like, it seems like right wing in America is really far right. Like, there's certain things that I agree with on one side and certain things I agree with on the other, but It's like they're at war now, man. People are waiting for a civil war to start. It's crazy. I would never live down there. Like, there's no chance. There's no chance. I feel like there's too many people that are just like extremely like uneducated, that don't understand how the rest of the world works. I feel like if I was to go up to the average American and say, what is the capital of Canada? They would have no fucking idea. We're the second largest country in the world. We're the country that borders your northern border. And we do like the most trade with your country. And I feel like 90% of Americans would not be able to actually tell you what the capital of Canada is. Street Corner Becky, where are you from? But I've actually asked that question many times when I've gone down to the US. Like if I go to Las Vegas or something like that, I'll just jokingly, and it's kind of like an inside joke with me and my buddies. I'm like, oh yeah, do you know where the capital of Canada is? They'll ask where I live, and I'm like, oh, do you know what the capital of Canada is? Like answering like that's where I live. I'm like, oh no, I don't. And my buddies and I'll just kind of sit there and smirk at each other because we know we're dealing with people that have like little like idea as to what the capital of their largest trading partner is, and their country that borders the northern border. Like that's crazy to even consider that you wouldn't know the capital of the country that's right next door to you. Much less if I was to ask the average person what the capital of Australia is, I can almost guarantee you that like 99% of like people down there would have no effing idea. Another major trading partner. Street Corner Becky, stop ruining it. We get it. You're smart. You're that 1% dude. Or dudette. Sorry. You want to move? You're welcome to come up here, Apricot. You're welcome to come up here. From what I understand, it's hard to get into Canada, but I think if you're like under 35, it's like relatively easy to get a visa or something like that. Your superpower is memorization. Well, that's pretty dope. But it's weird because it feels like it's almost deliberate that people have been undereducated in international anything. And they've just been trained to think we are the only thing that's important. You don't need to know about what's going on outside the world. And we are the best and everyone else is evil. And I'm not talking about how they indoctrinate people in North Korea. This is actually people in the US. Hey, Pembo, how's it going, man? So I've had several opportunities to move down to the US. I actually did move down there to Arizona. I lasted a week. And I was like, I can't take these ignorant fucks. Like, that was actually the reason I left. I was like, I can't deal with the redneck shit. Like, I was just like, I'm done. You know? I can't stand the fake Christian shit. I don't care if somebody's religious. I really don't. I'm not myself, but don't be one of these pretend religious people where you pretend that you're a devout Christian and that you mean good for humankind, and then you act like a complete evangelical Christian, which basically is a cover for you to be a piece of shit. I can't stand that shit, and you see it everywhere. We're not really taught everyone else is evil besides maybe Russia and China, and we're taught only to care about ourselves, and that we're taught to only care about ourselves, and we're the best, and most other countries are third world. Yeah, but see how factually incorrect that is? Like, see how factually incorrect that is? I'm not from the U.S. and I don't follow the news or politics, but this has got me asking questions. What did the guy do for an entire internet to be happy about it? Well, it's kind of split, but he's a very right-wing political influencer that a lot of people obviously disliked. His rhetoric was very right-wing. He was anti basically anything left-wing. He made comments like it was worth to some people dying in order to keep their Second Amendment. And as soon as it was announced that he was shot, you had some of the most savage comments in the world, basically saying that, how do you think he feels now? He made comments like transgendered people have no rights, black people are stupid, just all sorts of like right-wing white nationalist bullshit. Now, you can argue whether or not you disagree. I definitely disagree with virtually like everything that he says. But did he deserve to die for his comments? Some people apparently think that he did. You see a lot of that over the internet. And then you see a lot of his supporters that are basically what's the term I'm looking for? Religious term. Where like not a martyr, but basically he's been turned into a martyr for a lot of these people. Kirk also said on Twitter that children should watch public executions. Could you imagine if they brought back public executions? Like that is just. Would it surprise you at this point if Trump announced that they were going to post this as a public execution? Would you actually be entirely shocked if that were to happen? Like I can't say that I would be entirely. Thanks, Apricot. Thank you very much. I can honestly say that I can't honestly say that I'd be shocked. I'd be like, really, this is just the next crazy thing that we're going to see, or that they're talking about doing. Kind of surprised he had supporters after saying those things. Dude, there are so many people. Like I said, I travel down through the U.S. quite often. No, I haven't actually in actually almost a year. I went down to visit my dad and I took him to a football game. But I'm not going down there anymore. I've told my dad I'm just not coming down to visit anymore. I'm not going down there right now. I've had there's Canadians that have been arrested and put in prisons to be deported, and they haven't even done anything wrong. They've got we don't even need a visa to go to the US. We're allowed to go across the border whenever we want. I have what's called Nexus, which is basically security. So I can just basically I go up to the border, flash my card, and they just let me go by. 90% of the time, they don't even ask me a thing. Just like, okay, yeah, sure, have a good day. I never said that, Super Steve. I said I was repeating what he said. I never said that. When did he say it? There was a congresswoman or something, someone in the House of Representatives. She was an older black lady, and she was making some comments, and he was saying on his podcast that the only reason that she got into the House of Representatives was because of affirmative action and stuff like that. She never actually deserved to be there, and she was just a stupid black woman that took a white person's job. That's literally what he said, word for word. So. What was I talking about that? You live in fear. That's how Trump wins. Who lives in fear? No, I just don't want to go down there. I just don't like being around ignorant people. I'm not scared of going down there. I just tired of why would I go there? I can go to Italy or something like that instead. Like, what is my purpose? What purpose would it serve me to go down to the U.S.? There's not ignorant people like that all over the world, C-Mac. Like, I've been to Asia, Europe many times. I lived in Europe for a long time. This is, what you have down there is completely different. They have not caught the shooter yet, no. Oh, wait, hold on. What's this that they're talking about here?
Bolt-action rifle.
I don't think we've seen this.
That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. the FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon. Investigators have also collected footwear impression, a palm print, and forearm imprints for analysis. Now, I understand there are a lot of questions about motive. I assure you that all leads, tips are being fully investigated. As of this morning, we have received more than 130 tips. We thank the community for that. The FBI has brought every resource to bear, and we will continue to do so throughout the course of this investigation. The FBI's mission is to protect the American people. It's to uphold the Constitution of the United States.
All right, that was the update from officials earlier today.
Oh,
we are
okay, that was
expecting
nothing new.
fresh FBI news conference that is coming up.
Oh, there is going to be a news conference.
Bottom of the hour, and we will be bringing.
Oh,
that
in
to
half
you
an
as
hour. Okay,
soon
well, we'll
as it
definitely
gets going with the
watch that.
FBI and other officials on the ground there in Utah. Again, coming up at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. We will be bringing that to you as soon as it does get going. But we want to continue to get insight on this active manhunt that continues for the suspect accused of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Let's bring in our next guest to help break it all down as the manhunt does continue. This is Ross Rice, former FBI.
Hold on. How all foreigners look at the new and think this is the real America. The real America gets up and goes to work every day, not this bullshit. The real America may get up to go to work, Mac, but you guys have issues that are going on down there that it just does not occur, at least in anywhere near the frequency that occurs anywhere else.
The public every day to help with investigations.
You think people in Norway or Finland or Canada or whatever are worrying about their kids going to school and getting shot?
Known suspect. So I'm a little surprised that given the quality of the images that they had, they waited as long as they did to release them. But they might have had a lead that they were trying to pursue or run down before they went public, because people like this, the shooter obviously is following the progress of the investigation through the media, just like you and I are.
Yeah, that's so true. And Ross, I was
his backpack is also full as well.
Investigation continues, and I want to get your insight about. Do you think this suspect is surprised?
His backpack's full. He's got like a change of clothes and stuff in there, and he's ready to bounce.
Well, based on what we know so far, there was some planning involved in this shooting. He didn't just show up at the campus an hour before Charlie Kirk was there to speak. He had probably known about the appearance for days or weeks in advance. He had thought this through. You can tell by the clothing that he's wearing, a baseball cap, dark glasses, nondescript clothing. It was his intent to escape. He didn't want to be caught. If he did, he could have stayed behind and continued shooting, but he didn't do that. So he had one person who was the target of his attack. He was unfortunately
Hey, Levchuk, what's up, man?
For the Horde!
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you.
Flee. Now, what is surprising to me?
Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that.
His lack of total preparation is he apparently left the murder weapon, this 30-06 bolt-action rifle, behind.
I never applied it to the majority, dude. I've been saying that each side has their own little like spectrum of people that are fucking whack jobs, and the rest of us are sitting in the middle. I've been saying that since this event occurred.
He would either just leave it right.
And I've said that both sides are like flipping out on each other. It's very much.
Maybe he could take it somewhere, but obviously
they have not caught the
leaves
fucker
it
yet.
behind, and like you said, there's going to be a lot of valuable evidence there.
My guess is that he took it with him. It was his intent for him to keep it, but something happened. He either dropped it.
America as a whole does have problems. Why would I like
the public
not think that?
So he abandoned it, possibly hoping that it wouldn't be discovered. But I think that was a miscalculation on his part.
Yeah, no doubt. And just seeing some isolated photos there as well.
I'm watching the score, Levchuk.
New images.
I'm watching the score.
Ross, what would you say you are going to be really listening into
for
this next update that's coming up in about 30 minutes? We are going to hear from Kash Patel and others, but what are some insights that...
I never said, okay, you're putting words in my mouth, C-Mac. I've never said that all of America is like that. But there is a much larger proportion of your population that is like that than anywhere else that I've ever moved or that I've ever been to. And it's not even, I did not imply. You are saying that I implied that. But there is a much larger proportion of your population that are like fucking radical extremists than anywhere else that I've ever traveled to. Anywhere. I've been all over Europe. I've been over a good chunk of Asia. Like, I have friends that live in various parts of the world. We're all watching this and going, what in the honest fuck is going on here? Dude, I live 20 minutes from the U.S. border. You think that I don't go across the like I normally haven't gone across the American border like 30 times a year? Like, simply not the case. You're just getting mad because people are
normal,
like,
to identify someone as a suspect,
pointing out what the problems are in your country. It's like,
if they haven't,
like a lot of the shit that is going on in your country just does not happen elsewhere. Like, just come to terms with that.
But yes, if you have a name to go with a picture, it makes the investigation a lot easier. And now you have all sorts of digital communications that you can trace back to this person and use those to try and track them down.
Many of you heard
as well as
of
credit
the
cards,
truth.
bank accounts, an automobile possibly registered to him. It really opens up.
You think other people on this channel that are speaking up or talking have never been to the U.S. before and experienced it themselves? The only time I've ever actually seen a gun, every time actually, is when I'm in the U.S. The only time I've ever had a gun pointed at my face was in the U.S. The only time I've seen a shooting or heard a shooting was when I was in the U.S. Like, considering how like much more I spend in other countries than the U.S., the fact that all of these incidences have only happened in the U.S., the only shooting that I ever witnessed was in the U.S. The only time.
Charlie Kirk. They were filming the interactions between him and the members of the public that came to see him. The shooter,
and it's sad to say it's not getting better, it's getting worse.
Information they've determined so far was in an elevated position approximately 200 yards away from the tent where Mr. Kirk was seated. So I don't think anyone caught that image. Now, it's possible that someone shooting from the opposite direction, filming from the opposite direction, might have inadvertently caught an image of the shooter, of the building where the shot came from. And now that they've put two and two together, that would certainly help the investigators. But
there was three shootings, two shootings today, and one or two yesterday at schools.
Several already that have been publicized, showing exactly
where does that happen everywhere else?
You have witnesses, members of Mr. Kirk's staff, his security detail.
This is not normal.
Campus police who were there, and they can
it's gotten so normalized now. Earlier on, there was a shooting at a military college or something earlier. 3 people have died apparently, and I couldn't find any information on it on the news because people just weren't covering it like it's normal.
Quick and establish
like that is
his
not
area and his shot that he wants to take.
If that ever happened in Canada or
on the roof,
England or wherever, it would be all over the news for a week.
Of him exiting the building, I'm sure they were able to find similar videos of him entering the building. So they'll have a timeline there. I don't think he would want to be on that rooftop any longer than necessary because he's exposed to any aerial surveillance. He's potentially exposed to people that are in neighboring adjacent buildings at a same or greater height that could see him. They see him with a rifle, and they're going to call authorities. So it's my guess that he got onto that position, which he'd previously staked out. Again, that's my guess. He got a clear shot, he took it, and he fled.
And lastly, Ross, what can you tell us about this this weapon that he had? Can you give us some insight to our viewers on this particular one that he chose to take out this heinous crime?
From what's been reported, it was a bolt action 30-06
I'll give you another example in
with
a second
scope.
after he's
And with
that's what
that
he's saying
type of
here.
weapon and a scope at a distance of about 200 yards, it doesn't take an expert to be able to hit a large target. When you're looking through the scope at that range, your intended victim is going to appear really close. And if the weapon is properly sighted in, and he had any practice, any experience using it at all, it's not surprising to me that he was able to accomplish his goal with one shot.
Yeah, so sad. All right, Ross, thanks so much for.
Okay, so while they're breaking between interviews here, whatever, I'll give you another example. Like when you know, when you go to a sporting event and you've got to like walk through like a metal detector and stuff like that in the U.S. and you know, or possibly even get like searched or whatever. We've never had to do that in Canada until recently, and the only reason that we do it is because the NHL head office is in the U.S. and they mandated that every arena, including the ones in Canada that have never had a problem, had to suddenly have metal detectors. So those of you that are Canadian, if you noticed like 10 years ago or something like that, suddenly you had metal detectors at all the NHL hockey arenas. That's why. It's not because of anything that the individual teams were like, hey, yeah, we need to have this. It was just so much shit was going on down in the U.S. that they put in these metal detectors at all sporting events down there. I think there was something that happened at a sporting event, and suddenly they were like, we need metal detectors. But it was demanded that all arenas across the NHL suddenly had metal detectors. So suddenly we had to suddenly get metal detectors here in Canada as well. And everyone was like, this is fucking crazy. Are you serious? Like we need to walk through a metal detector at a hockey game now? So I can't remember what event caused it, but Canadians were like, this is ridiculous that we've got to go through a metal detector here.
While you were home with your family, ABC News got a chance to visit with you in your home in the days after it happened and walk through the burned out remains. With that perspective and context, what was going through your mind when you learned about what happened to Charlie Kirk?
Maybe. I'll just Google it. Let me look.
Well, first, look, Lori and I just want to send our prayers to Charlie Kirk's wife and his two children and all the people that loved him. This is yet another example of the sad reality of rising political violence in our country. We have seen this play out all across this great nation, and it needs to end. This violence is leaving scars. It's claiming lives, from Charlie Kirk in Utah yesterday to the former Speaker of the House in Minnesota just about a month or so ago. It leaves physical scars on some, from Congresswoman Gifford.
So apparently it was an NBA event where a fan was assaulted with a box cutter during an altercation in the stands at an NBA game in Boston.
In our nation, and it needs to end, and it needs to end now.
Don't their Canadians leave the doors unlocked? Yeah, I mean, you do on occasion.
Along with leaders of both parties.
Like I'll give you an example. If I fall asleep at night and I'm like, did I lock my door? I don't even care. It's like, I'm not getting out of bed to go check to see if my door's locked. If I leave my apartment and I'm like just going to the gym and I'm going to be gone for a couple of hours, or if I'm going for a walk, or if I go to Safeway to grab some groceries or something like that, half the time I won't lock my door. Be like, you know, like, why? What am I worried is going to happen? Like, I don't really have any. I don't know of any of my friends that have actually been like had their homes invaded, like anything stolen out of their homes. I don't actually know if I've actually ever let me just ask them. Hold on, I'm in our chat. I haven't ever heard of any of them mention it before. I'm kind of curious actually to know whether that's happened.
Last forever. I think his death has turned him into a martyr, and his cause is going to be.
I think most of the property crime here, Lith, is a like car, like automotive. Like there are definitely like cars that might get stolen or broken into specifically. I've had my car broken into 3 or 4 times, probably 2 or 3, maybe 3 times in my life. So over the course of 30 years, where my car is parked in an alleyway, it's not even inside like a carport or anything like that. It's parked in an alleyway, often for weeks at a time. I think in total, my car has been broken into 3 times. And once, I know for a fact, was like exactly 30 years ago. Because it was like the first place I had moved into, and some punk was leaving a party that we were having at my place. He was a friend of a friend, and he broke into my car while he was leaving, apparently. And needless to say, I got my stuff back a few days later. But that was one of the times, and then twice since then.
Of the suspect. Now I want to take you, just show you a little bit more from Charlie Kirk's Dream City Church that he has been really dealing with so much.
While we were watching this.
I think that kind of rhetoric is unhelpful on every level.
Kirk was, of course, on the first stop of a planned nationwide tour of college campuses and was killed while sitting under a tent that read, "Prove me wrong," and while engaging in debate about his ideas with those who agree and also disagree with him. Is the idea that one can participate in politics without fear of retribution or violence at risk in this country?
Another point.
I think the strength of this great nation.
Another point that CMAC made was that we get this idea. Well, first of all, like I said, I've been to the U.S. many times. I couldn't even estimate how many times in my life I've been to the U.S. But not only that, but I moved there for a short period of time, and my dad lives down there. He's lived down there for 30 years, so I go down and visit him all the time. I've got tons of friends that live all over the U.S. But one of the reasons why we do see a lot of news on the U.S. is because you know what our news in Canada is? You know what the biggest piece of like drama is in Canadian news right now? The other day, our prime minister made a joke about in his budget that he was going to set money aside so the Edmonton Oilers could sign Connor McDavid. I am not fucking kidding you. That is literally like the biggest piece of drama in our news. That is how boring Canadian news is. Where the opposing party is like, that is literally like something the opposing opposition leader is pointing, oh, what the hell, he's making wisecracks about, it was obviously a joke. It was supposed to be funny. It was actually funny. He delivered it really well. You heard the ding go off. So I asked in our group chat, only once replied, but it happens to be actually it actually is my old roommate. So off the top, I can't actually show the names because this is in our WhatsApp group, and it's got their phone numbers. Off the topic, this is me asking. Off the topic, have any of you guys ever had a home invasion before? Someone rob you or break into your house and steal stuff? And my ex-roommate, he and I are still like very good friends to this day. He said no, but someone stole my clothes from the dryer in our building once. This is when we were roommates. So he actually put stuff in the dryer and went down to pull them out and noticed that a bunch of his clothes were missing. So somebody stole clothes out of his dryer. And so this was before they moved into his new place. And where he lives, like, he's basically said no. And then the next guy responded. He said, not me either. He goes, not here either. Although once I had to steal $20 from a chick's dresser to take a cab home back in 2002. So there you go. We have a criminal amongst my friends. He robbed some chick after he spent the night so he could take a cab home from the bar.
Thank you. There are chilling new details.
So there,
of a
that's
deadly school
that's
shooting in
basically
Colorado.
Canadian
Two
crime
students were
for you,
wounded and
okay?
remain in critical condition. The alleged 16-year-old
That is
shooter
actually
took
funny.
his own life. Our Trevor Alt is in Colorado with the latest. Trevor.
Well, Lindsay, there were some major developments in the investigation here at Evergreen High School. We learned the identity of the suspected shooter, who authorities say walked in with a revolver and opened fire on his classmates, and the way that officials say he was radicalized before he carried out this school shooting.
Tonight, authorities say the suspect in that terrifying Colorado school shooting was a student who'd been radicalized by a so-called extremist network, identifying him as 16-year-old Desmond Holley. Officers searching his home for answers.
There's obviously a lot of work that has to go into looking at his phone, looking at his social media pages, searching his room, searching his backpack.
Police say the suspect opened fire on fellow a lot of ammunition.
The suspect had a handgun. He had to keep reloading. He would fire and reload, fire and reload.
I ran into the gym and then I heard block lights out of sight. This is not a drill.
Authorities today praising the teachers and students for taking quick action in the chaos.
Sounds like the lockdown procedures saved lives here.
We know that it saved lives. We have some information that he was targeting doors, trying to get into places, and he couldn't.
The suspect died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, and tonight authorities say the two students
Where's
shot
this?
are
Where's
both
this school?
in critical
Like
condition,
compared
Matthew
to
Silverstone, who celebrated his
Columbine.
18th birthday just days ago.
Just heartbreaking. Trevor's back with us now. Trevor, what are police focusing right now?
Wait, what is going on here? Fox
investigation?
News has a picture of Victoria.
Well, Lindsay, along with zero.
What is going on here? This is Victoria, the capital of my province. That is really actually. I was not expecting to see Victoria
On his classmates. They did tell us that his parents are cooperating with this investigation so far, but they did say it's possible that the parents could face charges. That is rare in the case of school shooters, but we have seen that at least a few times before. Lindsay?
We certainly have. All right, Trevor Alt, our thanks to you. A jury heard dramatic testimony today in the trial of the man accused of trying to assassinate then-candidate Donald Trump in Florida. A Secret Service agent was on the stand today. Here's ABC's Aaron Katursky.
In a season of political violence,
keep walking!
Tonight, Ryan Ruth, the man accused of trying to assassinate Donald Trump on his Florida golf course, is on trial, and we're learning just how close prosecutors believe Ruth came
It's
to killing
near Denver.
him.
So
Secret Service agent
Columbine
Robert
is near
Furcano
Denver too, isn't it?
testifying he was in fear for President Trump's life when he spotted Ruth's alleged sniper perch coming within 5 feet of the rifle. Prosecutors telling the jury, if not for Agent Furcano's actions, Donald Trump would not be alive. It was just weeks after then-candidate Trump narrowly survived the attempt on his life in Pennsylvania. The government says Ruth planned for weeks, making 17 trips to scope out Trump International in West Palm Beach. There was no purpose for that trip other than to kill Donald Trump. Today, the jury heard from the critical witness who said he spotted Ruth running away and jumping into a car. He testified he snapped a photo and gave police the license plate. Ruth is representing himself, but today seemed to undermine his own defense, praising that witness who led to his arrest. Good work. You're an American hero. I celebrate your efforts.
Aaron joins us now. Aaron, what did the judge have to say about Ruth in court today?
It's such an unusual circumstance, isn't it, Lindsay, with an accused would-be assassin representing himself, and the judge has tried to put some guardrails on how he can defend himself, but she had to rein him in even further today on this first day of testimony. The judge said that he was rambling about things irrelevant to the case and said that Ruth was threatening to make a mockery of the courtroom. Lindsay?
All right, Aaron, thank you. Tonight, a landmark decision by Brazil's Supreme Court. Former President Jair Bolsonaro found guilty of plotting to overturn his country's 2022 election. Prosecutors say he considered assassinating the president-elect in order to cling to power. He was sentenced to more than 27 years in prison. Bolsonaro has received strong support from President Trump in the past. Coming up, a violent smash and grab robbery caught on
Same
camera.
county, so it's,
how it then resulted
we don't
in
have
a
counties up
deadly
here,
crash.
so
And the Hyundai
right near
plant
each
at the
other, right?
center of an
Same area?
immigration raid announces a major change. What the news means for the automaker. Plus, we
Here,
continue
let
covering
me,
the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Hear his views in his own words and the strategy behind his influential rise with young
Evergreen,
Republicans.
Colorado.
There was the doctor, the loving husband, the incredible stepfather. And then there's this monster.
Oh, it's just outside of Denver.
There was
How
a
far is that
bombshell.
to Denver?
Someone found a hidden camera in the bathroom. 3,000 videos, 1,400 photos. This betrayal.
Oh, it's not even, barely over half an hour. So it's basically a suburb of Denver. Although it looks like it's going in through the mountains and stuff like that. It's probably pretty nice there, actually. I've got mountains and stuff all around. Probably a nice, quiet little community. Not expecting anything to actually happen. How far is it to Columbine? Well, Columbine's like actually like inside. Like it's a suburb of Denver. 19 kilometers is like, I think, 19 miles, I think is like 27 kilometers or something like that. 26, 27 kilometers. So Columbine is actually, wait, where's the actual high school? This looks like, I don't know. That's not, that's some other high school, but this is Columbine here. Kitty Academy of Columbine. What? Okay, anyways, the high school's somewhere. The Columbine is actually like a proper like suburb. This is like a small, this looks like it's probably a nice small little town. Let's take a stroll here. And let's see what got some like old Western feel to it, actually. It looks like kind of a proper, like, nice, quiet little community. My Canadian conservative? I used to be. I used to be what you would consider conservative. But I'm probably still right-leaning. I'm not entirely right-leaning. But I'm not like a... I try to, listen to both sides. I think more people could do that, actually. Like, actually listen to each other. I think that's a big problem, but... I've voted for both parties in the past. I grew up in a Brian Mulroney household. If you're Canadian, you will remember that name. And then as I got older, old enough to vote, I've kind of flip-flopped back and forth. I'm not really affiliated with either party. I'm more or less, I vote for whoever I think is the better leader for the, better candidate for the, to lead the country. So I would be considered one of the people that was originally going to vote for Pierre Poilievre, to get rid of Trump or get rid of Trudeau. But when Mark Carney became the leader, I switched. I just believe he's much more prepared for this specific time in our history than Pierre Poilievre. I think Pierre Poilievre just doesn't have the experience in dealing with people outside of our country to help build our economy. And I don't like his I don't like his constant negativity and rhetoric and stuff like that. It got tiring after a while listening to it. So I decided to change my vote like a lot of other people did. Oh, do you stream as well, dude? Crack D Jesus? You stream, let me give you a follow here. Or is it no? Oh, well, you should. There used to be another follow, dude. There used to be another guy that was streaming, and he was doing quite well at it, but he just suddenly, like a few weeks ago, announced his retirement, and he's gone back to teaching and stuff like that. But he was kind of like, I guess, the main Canadian political streamer, but he was focusing mostly on Canadian messages or Canadian news. And whereas I try and focus on stuff that's going on around the world, today just happens to be, another shooting in the US. But I mean, yesterday when I started streaming, I was wanting to cover the Russia-Poland thing that was going on, and then suddenly this Charlie Kirk thing happened. So that's been kind of the big news story ever since. I honestly think the biggest news story in the last several months is the fact that they've found signs that there used to be life on Mars. I think that is an absolutely wild news story. But because it's not immediately affecting people today, it's not really being covered. All right, let's go down to Fox and see what they're saying here.
And now Kirk's casket is back home in Phoenix. Mike.
Haley, just still shock for so many there, especially in Utah, just given everything that has happened yesterday. And yeah, we will be definitely keeping an eye here on this news conference.
Yeah, thanks for the follow there, dude.
Just to happen in moments. Kaylee, we appreciate it.
Yeah, they found very strong evidence that there used to be life on Mars.
Going to be keeping an eye on this.
I posted a link to it on my Discord if you want to go read the article.
Close.
You're in my
just
Discord.
Stay on this shot for you so we don't miss anything soon. We will be getting the update from FBI Director Kash Patel and others on the manhunt that does continue for Charlie Kirk's killer. Let's show you while we have the time. Just
it's not like life like human beings or stuff like that. It's just like cellular organisms, basically. They found evidence for.
And you can see just some more close-up shots of this individual. And
the Hellfire missiles. Is that
somebody out there?
What is this?
Is going to recognize this person. And again, we don't know exactly what is going to be said at this news conference. So
okay, so here's the news conference that's coming up. You guys were asking about I was telling you that we don't lock our doors. I didn't notice some of my friends have answered since then. One of them says in my condo I actually don't lock, he doesn't lock his door at all. He says another guy says his cousins used to live in San Francisco before, and when he would go, there would be gated doors. We would get into the yard, then gated doors in the front of the doors that had like 5 locks on it. And then another post that I remember as a kid, we would have our door wide open during the summer. Like that is typical. Your front door, like we don't typically have air conditioning in our homes, like large homes, like older homes. Some people put them in now. Like if you build a new home now, it'll typically have air conditioning. But I'm talking about like homes that were built like in the 50s or 60s. But one is saying as a kid, we would have our door wide open all day and all night because just to get just to get cool air into the place. Another one posted, yeah, we would leave our doors open all the time as a kid. And then another one's posting a picture of some cute blonde girl at their swimming pool or something. I don't know what that's got to do with it, but.
And the second lady as well.
Okay, so how's it going, Cheesy?
J.D. Vance coming out of.
So apparently there's a news conference coming up. So that's what we're waiting for here.
Arizona, and the casket now obviously back in Arizona. This is a live look right here at the church in Phoenix that was just took the casket in, and we saw that play out about 30 minutes ago. Again, we are going to be keeping an eye, though, out in Utah for the latest of this major update to come. A manhunt for Charlie Kirk's killer continues. Remember, just yesterday, we were dealing with a situation where they had somebody, a person of interest, and then they had to let that person go because they interrogated that person, found out that they were not responsible for the killing of Charlie Kirk, and now we are back into a square one moment, but maybe some things have changed. You know, it was interesting earlier today, They put out that there was going to be a news conference at
It's supposed to be a news
12:45
story.
p.m. local time. And then about 45 minutes to go until that news conference happened, the Utah officials put out a statement saying because of the really fast developments that were happening in
So
this
we should
case,
get some
they
news here.
postponed it. We didn't know a time. Now we know the time where that about an hour ago, we learned that this news conference was going to be happening at 9:30 p.m. Eastern time, just a little bit past that right now. But we do not want to go anywhere because usually, you know, what they always say when you go to a commercial waiting for this event, that is when exactly they will pop up there and start talking. So we don't want to miss anything like that. Also, we should let you know we have a new shot here of a vigil that will be taking place in College Station at Texas A&M for Charlie Kirk. That will be happening in moments as well. So we'll be able to show you some of the highlights a little bit later as well. But you can see they have a guitarist getting ready, and this event about to begin any
You have a
moment
guitarist
as
for
well.
an
Back out to
FBI update?
Utah
Wait,
right
what?
now, where
Sorry,
the
I was
FBI
looking at something
update,
else.
will be happening
Is that like the
in
casket
just
thing, or what
moments,
was that
and,
for?
we will be bringing this to you all on Live Now from Fox as it does happen. But yeah, we were just talking about how we were learning earlier this afternoon that there would be a news conference. It did get delayed because of some fast-moving developments. We do not know what that is just yet, but it had to be big enough for the FBI
Like,
director
gonna have like a
Kash
sing
Patel
along, like
to leave New
hell's
York
that?
City and come to Utah. So they were making sure that that was all put into place so he would be able to speak and give the latest developments from the FBI side of this investigation. We should also let you know that the Marshal Service is also joined in the task here of this manhunt because they have a fugitive that is on the loose right now. At least that is the latest updates here that we are able to give to you on Live Now from Fox. You are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate all our viewers.
For several hours,
to
good newscast
join us
today.
here as,
We're just
we
waiting
are
for news.
awaiting
Like
this major
it's
update
been
from
kind of
the
slow
FBI
coming out,
and other
but there's
key
been several things that have
resources
happened,
in
but
the state.
not really a
Again,
lot of news leaking
very
out. Like there's been
fluid
2 other
information that,
shootings.
continue to come into the afternoon, and now
Donald
that we
Trump
are
went
in
to a
the
Yankees
evening,
game, and
we are going to be continuing
I'm sad to
to wait
report
for
that
it on
the
Live
Yankees
Now
were
from
winning
Fox.
the last time I checked. Let me check again. Yeah, the Yankees are still winning. They're winning big, actually. I was gonna go grab a drink, but I don't want to miss any of this update. I mean, we've been literally waiting for this update. I started streaming thinking this update was going to happen, and then they announced that the update that was supposed to happen in 45 minutes was being postponed. And then somebody announced that it was not going to happen at all today. So it's like, great. And now it looks like suddenly they've announced that they're going to have a news conference. So hopefully they announce something.
All right, everyone. We continue to bring you the latest here.
Tigers swept them, something. It's Tigers and the Yankees, though. They're not in the same division. The Yankees are in the same division as
bring in my next guest
as
to help
Toronto,
us get ready
which is why I want the Yankees to lose.
Let's talk about the active investigation and manhunt that continues on. Please welcome our next guest here, Jeff James. Former Secret Service agent, spent more than 2 decades as a Secret Service agent and had presidential details as well. Jeff, thanks so much for joining us this evening, and it's an honor to talk with you.
Thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here.
Thank you. All right, so let's talk right
in their
this
division.
active
Yeah, I remember when the Blue Jays
right now.
faced
The
Detroit,
manhunt continues,
they swept them because
just a
Detroit
little bit
was
ago,
going
we
through
were
that like that
getting new
12-game
information and new
losing streak.
Stills of the
Yeah,
suspect.
I was going to listen to this.
What can you tell us about as the FBI and others putting this information out there?
in the day that the FBI was saying they weren't ready to quite put the pictures out there yet, but then I guess it was about mid-afternoon today they started putting out the pictures. So I think maybe a lead they thought they had may have stalled, and now they're like, okay, now it's time to get the help of the general public. I wouldn't be surprised if this press conference was going to be used right now to announce that they had the identity of this person. Maybe not that they had them in custody, but that they have their identity. This is powerful stuff that you're looking at with these stills, and along with the reward they're offering, somebody's going to come forward.
Yeah, that is, I mean, we're definitely hoping for that. And once they have a name out there, Jeff, tell us how that really
they must know who this guy is by now.
Puts, I would feel, maximum pressure on this individual.
Oh, for sure. And look, everything is going to continue in the background. All the forensics investigations are going to continue.
Somebody's got to have called in and said, "Hey, that's my brother Steve. Give me the 100,000."
Interviews are going to continue because there's something that happens when people witness trauma that their memory kind of blanks for about 24 hours and then pieces start to come back to people. That's why a lot of police departments, you'll see that they'll have a policy where if an officer's involved in a shooting, they don't interview them for facts. And
he's fleeing already. If your picture is all over the news, you're fleeing at that point. You know somebody's gonna know who you are.
I just remembered. I saw this guy with a backpack running this direction, or whatever it would be. So the interviews are going to continue. Like I said, the forensics are going to continue as the manhunt now begins.
The thing is now, though, it's been
all the boots on the ground looking for this
19
guy.
hours since this happened. He's got a 19-hour head
probably
start.
Not to the level, but pretty close to when the Boston Marathon bombers were at large, and you just saw the massive manhunt. That's what Utah is going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, that is a perfect way to put this. It really does have the feelings of this manhunt that really took Boston, and it really had everybody involved in the city and the surrounding areas, and likely it'll probably
Could he be in New York by now?
Right now, Jeff, I want to get your insight too on
almost.
I know hindsight is 2020, but what did you think of the venue where Charlie Kirk was yesterday? And did you see some areas
survivalist,
where there was security flaws?
Well, I will tell you, in over 2 decades of preparing sites for people that the Secret Service protected, the hardest sites I ever did were outdoor sites. They are a monster. You have to worry about so many things that you don't worry about when you're indoors. Long lines of sight. People could lob in mortars from thousands of yards away, drones. Like, there's just so much to worry about. And look, Charlie Kirk didn't have the assets that the president had. If the president was in that same situation where he was kind of in that bowl surrounded by buildings, those buildings probably would have been cleared out. We certainly would have had snipers. We would have had ballistic glass. There would have been surveillance teams, not just in the perimeter, but outside the perimeter as well. And unfortunately, Charlie Kirk didn't have the benefit of that. If I was someone who was advising someone like Charlie Kirk, who certainly invited a divisive audience, I probably would have just begged him to have his events inside because it's just, there's so much.
Okay, since he's talking about like he didn't have security, like he could have literally had someone on any one of the top of these buildings that are a little bit higher, just one person that could look around and see if there was anyone suspicious on another building. Somebody here, somebody maybe up here, like anywhere that's higher than the other buildings around, and probably would have been able to spot the guy. Just one security up there, probably.
Of Prime Minister Abe in Japan. These were all outdoor events. And it really takes on a huge level of risk not having the cover of a building and the security of walls around you.
Inside it can be 100% more secure. Yeah, if I mean it's a university, they probably got somewhere that can handle a few 100,000
details, but
sorry, a few thousand people, right? So
about as soon as the shooting happened, just how fast resources were deployed, and I mean they're probably looking at every ring camera that they can in that neighborhood to try to get even more images of this guy.
Absolutely. So the first place they probably went was to look for that kind of asset was to the university, to their camera system, and saw what they could find there. I know there were people on the ground who were detained, so I think you saw that happen very quickly. But the resource of video, it's a little bit tough because you can't, unless somebody's watching it live, you have to take the time to review it. But the evidence that
This is the video of the
seizes
suspect walking along the
it
street.
doesn't lie. It's incontrovertible. And then once
They
they found a
suspect he had
direction of
a
travel and they knew this person
rifle
had,
in his leg. That's
you know,
why
where
he's
they found
limping.
the weapon in the woods. All right,
Or in his
these are the
pant
two
leg.
neighborhoods nearby. We're going to scour these neighborhoods. And again, just like we're seeing, went to citizens and said, hey, if you have some kind of video doorbell or alarm system, you know, we'd love to take a look at it. And by that point, the good part is they know exactly who and what they're looking for, so they're going to be easy to spot. And in a residential setting like we're seeing, that probably doesn't have a lot of foot traffic, that probably made it easier. But yeah, they were approaching private citizens, businesses, even probably, you know, I don't know what happened there in Utah. I'm not there, but I wouldn't be surprised if they put out something that said, hey, if you have a dash cam and you were driving through this area, you know, please let us know.
Yeah, that's some good insight there as well. And I just want to go back to this video that we were just showcasing to our viewers there, Jeff, from TMZ getting this. And, you know, they showed the before and after of the shooting. And before you see the suspect here, a person of interest, and he has that walk because no doubt he's carrying that weapon.
Well, that could be it. Or I know he jumped down from a roof, so he may
This
have
is
injured
supposed to be
himself,
before
possibly, because
the
we know
shooting, though.
he stashed the weapon in the woods when he left. So I think this may just be the limp from an injury in his haste to get down off the roof.
Yeah, just so many different moving parts definitely here in this investigation. But you're dealing with now a public, especially really across the country, that is grieving the loss there of Charlie Kirk, and especially the ones that witnessed that.
Very TMZ of it. Yeah, give them advertising, right?
On social media, just very devastating. And to think that, you know, this person did it with one shot. Talk a little bit about maybe.
I'm just
the
waiting for this.
and, sharpshooter
I'm looking
skills
on
of this
another
person.
site,
Yeah,
and I'm just
so
waiting for this
there had to be
update.
some kind of, I don't know if
being
there was
given.
any kind of formal training. We'll certainly know.
Oh,
that
Cash
when this
Patel's
person's
going to be giving the
apprehended.
update, apparently.
They probably, if they know who it is, they probably know that already. But there was some level of practice. You know, I've heard the quotes everywhere from a 360 to a 400-foot shot. I've heard all the way up to 200 yards. With weapon systems that are available now and sighting systems, it's not super difficult. You know, I could train you to do that probably in a day, but it would also take some practice. It's a perishable skill that you're going to lose. So it's going to take some practice. And then you add in the fact that this person's, hopefully we're going to find out they've never killed anyone before. They've probably never taken a shot at a real person before, so their heartbeat was probably going about 140 beats a minute. They were probably sweating and breathing heavy. So, you know, a shot from that distance takes a reasonable amount of skill. Not impossible to teach a lay person to do it or train a lay person to do it, but it would take some time and some practice for sure.
And Jeff, as this manhunt does continue, do you think the suspect is surprised even that they were able to get away and this manhunt is continuing? Or do you think, you know, this person probably thought, hey, I could shoot him and get away with it?
Let me walk to the platform.
Well, you know, they may have been surprised because what we see in a lot of incidents like this
Looks like
is
it's about ready
they
to
don't
start.
have an egress plan. We see that in school shootings and workplace shootings where the person knows they're going to kill themselves at the end of the deed. So there may have been the intention by this person to, you know, have a firefight. Firefight with police and die that way. But maybe even surprise themselves a little bit that they were able to get away. It seemed like he had the intention to go, but there may have been in the back of his mind the idea that I'm going to go down fighting. And we'll find that out too when he's apprehended and we find out what was in his bag. If he had additional weapons, that'll indicate that.
And does after this happened to Charlie, does anything change for President Trump's detail, for Vice President J.D. Vance?
Well, I know I had a couple sources tell me that for the president's events today that commemorated September 11th, that they did add some assets. little bit not at liberty to say specifically what, but some assets were added. But what you do need to worry about is if you had a person who was planning attack, even an attack on the president, even in the back of their mind, and now they see this yesterday, and that kind of flips a switch for them where they say, all right, that's my sign. It's time to attack. You have to be prepared for that. And the Secret Service certainly was.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And yeah, we even saw President Trump at Yankee Stadium today.
We see the
he was able to move
update
from
here is about ready to start.
New York City, and even met with some of the Yankees players before the game.
Yeah, and look, things sad time for America, but things still need to go on. And New York and the other visits today that the president made, they were things he had to do to commemorate September 11th, 2001. So it's good that he was undeterred in doing that.
Yeah, no doubt about that here. And for all our viewers continuing to watch with us on Live Now from Fox, we are continuing to wait for an update from the FBI director and other officials. This is Jeff James, my guest, joining us, giving us some great insight, a former Secret Service agent spending more than 20 years with the service. Thank you for all that you did to keep your protectees safe and kept America safe as well. What surprised you the most, Jeff, from yesterday's event? Obviously, the death, very, very sad for the family there of Charlie. But was there anything that really stuck out as far as his personnel, his security detail that he had?
It really didn't, just because we know that, prominent people like Charlie don't have the assets to secure a site the way we would secure it for the president. For even that small venue that fit 3,000 people yesterday, you're looking easily at six figures to bring in every asset that the president would get. That's from drivers who can do tactical driving to the people who are right around him, to counter snipers, to ballistic glass. It's a huge, not just a huge lift, but also a huge bill that comes with that. So, wasn't really surprised. And I see they're stepping to the mic, so I'll let you go ahead and take it away.
We are going to bring everyone to
here we go.
Thank you, Jeff. We are going to listen right now on Live Now from Fox.
He had 6 police. I don't know how many of his own personal security, but 6 police from the town they were in.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here today. My name is Hillary Kellner. I am the Communications Director for the Utah Department of Public Safety. This evening, we have FBI Director Patel, FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino, Special Agent in Charge Robert Bowles, Governor Spencer Cox, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, and Commissioner Anderson, as well as Commissioner Bo Mason, as well as some local partners here present with us today. Governor will kick it off. Governor Spencer Cox, Lieutenant Governor Deidre Henderson, and Commissioner Anderson, as well as Commissioner Bo Mason, as well as some local partners here present with us today. Governor will kick it off. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us here tonight. We appreciate the media and the partnership we have with you in helping us to get information out to the public so that we can catch this assassin and hold him accountable. We are going to share a portion of a video and that we have of the
he died like a dog,
as well as some new stills. Those have already been released, but we want to make sure that they get as much attention as possible so that we can get help from the public in tracking down this evil human being. So we're going to cue up the video right now. Show that. I've asked Commissioner Bo Mason if he would narrate to you what is happening in this video.
Thank you, Governor. Bo Mason, Commissioner for the Utah Department of Public Safety.
Yeah, we haven't seen this before.
If you look up to the top left, you'll see the building where the shooter was proned out in the top left corner. We'll go ahead and play that video, and I'll narrate as we walk through that. So here you see the suspect ran behind that upper building. He's going to come out on the right, moves to this far right corner. As he does, he's going to climb off the edge and then drop down to the ground. As he did that, he left some palm impressions. There's some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly identified as wearing Converse tennis shoes. Again, we'll replay that again so you can get another view of that.
Unbelievable that you would leave a palm
print somewhere. It's important to note his black T-shirt, his black pants, and there appears to be some white on the soles of those Converse tennis shoes. Those are all identifiable items that we're looking for. In the stills that are going to follow this, you're going to see a very distinctive T-shirt with an American flag and appears to have an eagle on it. There's also a baseball cap with a triangle on it and a pair of sunglasses. All distinctive, all things that we would ask the public to look for and try to identify if they know someone who has those items, who has been seen wearing those items. We're looking for all that information. Here you see the suspect after dropping off the building. He moved around across this grassy area, around the parking lot. We're going to pan to the right. After he crosses the street, this is where he moves over into the wooded area. This is the video evidence that we utilize to track his movements and to locate that firearm in that wooded area following the discovery of this evidence. Good. You want to go to the stills? So here's the still photographs I mentioned. These have been enhanced. So these are slightly different than what we introduced earlier. Please pay close attention to the T-shirt. Like I said, very distinctive with that American flag and that eagle. The hat with the triangle and the sunglasses. If you'll go to the next picture, please. The backpack as well. All identifying features that we're hoping the public can help us identify.
Got a combo lock on the top of that backpack. You see that?
Next picture. And again, there's a better picture of the hat with that triangle logo. And again, the T-shirt, blue jeans, and you get a good look at those Converse tennis shoes as well. We have pushed these out. We'll continue to push these out. And we just ask for the public's cooperation through the public. The tips that have been coming in are what are giving us our next leads and enabling us to continue to further this investigation. We've had great cooperation from the public, and we're continuing to ask for that as we move forward. Thank you, and I'll turn the time back over to Governor Cox.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mason. I want to thank Director Patel and his team. It's great to have them on the ground with us tonight. We've had several briefings, and he's had an opportunity to walk the crime scene. We appreciate our local law enforcement here. Again, we have Mike Smith, who is the county sheriff here. We have all of our local chiefs of police that are here as well, all working hand in hand with the state and with the FBI as we move forward with this investigation. Now, I'll just give you a little warning. We will not be taking any questions at this time. We're giving you the latest information we have, being as transparent with everything that we have. But I do want to share a couple things that I think are important. We cannot do our job without the public's help right now. The public has
like
answered our call for action. So far, we've received more than 7,000 leads and tips. I would just note that the FBI hasn't received this many digital media tips from the public since the Boston Marathon bombing. This case also highlights the dedication of our law enforcement community. We have 20 federal, state, and local law enforcement partners that are working shoulder to shoulder to find the person who committed this horrific crime. With their support, we've completed nearly 200 interviews. As you're aware, as has already been reported, the FBI is offering a $100,000 reward for information leading to the identification and arrest of the person responsible for the murder of Charlie Kirk. We also continue to implore the public to support this investigation and come forward with any information. We are truly hopeful that this video and new photos will lead to even more tips. We are processing. We have an incredible team, a state and federal team working together to process those tips. We are going out in tandem to interview any potential person of interest or suspects. But we need, again, we need as much help as we can possibly get. Any videos or photos that you might have, the public, should be submitted to our digital media tip line, which is www.fbi.gov www.fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. Again, that is fbi.gov/Utah Valley shooting, all lowercase. You can also provide general tips about the shooting by calling 1-800-CALL-FBI. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI, or at tips.fbi.gov. This is, I would just say, this is not just a local matter here in Utah. We have people all over the country that are helping to bring this perpetrator to justice for Charlie Kirk and his family. I will just add as well that, as was mentioned, there is a lot of forensic evidence that is being processed right now at both the state lab and the and federal labs, federal lab on the East Coast. So we are working in tandem together. I would also just add a word of note for those people who are spending so much time on social media. I think Charlie said it best, that when things get bad, we should put our phones down and spend a little time with our families. There is a tremendous amount of disinformation. We are tracking
disinformation. No way.
Our team, the state team, and I'm sure the federal team as well. What we're seeing is our adversaries want violence. China, we have bots from Russia, China, all over the world that are trying to instill disinformation and encourage violence. I would encourage you to ignore those, to turn off those streams, and to spend a little more time with our families. We desperately need some healing. We'll have more to say about that in the days and weeks to come.
China,
more
Russia.
than anything, we are going to catch this person. Last thing I will just say is we've been working with our attorneys, getting everything that we need, affidavits ready, so that we can pursue the death penalty in this case, and that will happen here in the state of Utah. Again, to the public, to those who are grieving, thank you for your prayers. I know we are feeling those prayers.
Obama,
I know the Kirk family
Biden
is feeling those
old,
prayers as well. We pray
problem?
that God will bless our nation at this very dark time. We can start healing by finding this perpetrator and holding him accountable, and we need your help
Bill
to do
Clinton,
that. Thank you.
Monica Lewinsky.
All right, there is the update. More than
Casper tells
7,000 tips
he's not
have come
talking?
in. They are continuing to comb through those tips, and they want the public's help. Again, they have been showing some new video, some new photos as well, and we got that new video of
I want to watch the video again,
suspect
actually.
jumping down from the roof. I want to bring in our guest that has continued.
I'm looking at it
be
on
such a
another
great
monitor,
resource
but
for us and give us such great insight. Jeff James, former Secret Service agent. Thanks again. And Jeff, what was some of the big takeaways that you took
that video,
from
he
this
does look
news
like it's like a
conference?
good
Oh, I took two away.
10-foot
three.
drop.
My first one is I am a little surprised they don't have an identity yet. I think that's coming quickly, but just a little surprised they haven't identified him yet. But that leads me to the second thing I take away from that. It was when the governor said about how law enforcement counts on the general public's help. That is just not for Charlie Kirk's murder. That is every day. Every time you see an Amber Alert, every time you see a wanted poster pop up, on your feed in social media, every time you see a missing child alert pop up, those are all times that law enforcement is counting on the general public's help, and we couldn't do it without you. I'll say that I'm in my 30th year in law enforcement now, and the help we've always gotten from the general public is invaluable. And then the third thing I will say is how he said there's over 20 agencies united in this manhunt. Incredible amount of men and women out there, all with the same goal. I don't know if the suspect is listening right now, but if he is, I would tell him his best bet right now. I don't know what his end game is, but his best bet right now might be to walk into a police station and just say, "Here I am. It's time to take me in," because he's going to get found. Whether he chooses to try to go live in the woods,
you're going to get the death
or whether
penalty?
he has
Why
a friend,
would you
hole him
walk
up somewhere.
into a police station?
Somebody's going to see him, and somebody's going to say something, and it's going to end for him.
Yeah, no doubt about that, especially with all these new photos and videos. I mean, look at the one they showed just moments ago.
Okay, here it is where the guy's jumping. He's at the top of the window where his feet are. That's probably a good 10-foot
and then
drop.
Ultimately going across the street into
Maybe
that
12?
field. But that was some new video that we received just moments ago from
I don't know.
the authorities.
Yeah, and this was kind of highlighted when they were talking about the video, the recklessness of all the things he touched on along his way, you know, grabbing the railing and letting himself down. And
Vigilante
I know people probably don't think about the footprints they leave, but again, a valuable forensic piece of forensic evidence.
Like, I would be like, you
they
know
knew
what?
they were
That's
Converses,
fine.
and when they eventually catch him, if he's wearing those shoes,
I'll take my
wear
chance of being able to live
on
for the
shoes
rest of
are
my
almost
life.
as damning
there
as
are
a
people who've
fingerprint,
gotten away.
because we
got
all
a
stride in our unique way. So they'll be able to figure that out too.
He's got a 32-hour head
some
start.
Recklessness on his part. If he
could be anywhere in the world
if he was
right
planning
now.
a long-term escape from this, that's certainly not the way to do it.
Yeah, so true. I want to show everyone this new photo that we received just a little bit ago. I'm going to pause it because, I mean, yeah, you're so right there, Jeff. I mean, look I'm just going to drop the lower for a moment. No gloves on. So who knows just how many fingerprints he left behind?
Easily, right? And then his palm prints and everything else. And look, that stuff can't be faked. It can't be avoided. You know, people ask me all the time, I have a little bit of a background in forensics, and I'll ask people, what's a better determination of identity, DNA or fingerprints? And people will always automatically say DNA. And I will say no, because twins will have the same DNA, but they will have different fingerprints. So that's a true determiner. You can't dodge your fingerprints. You are stuck with them.
Yeah, and we're just getting that new look here of this person that they are looking for. And, you know, as these images continue to really showcase, and, you know, I think it's just a great example, right, Jeff, of just how many cameras there is now where when you go out in public, you are on camera.
Exactly. You almost have to be in the woods or in the mountains to avoid it. And not just cameras that are going to record what people are doing as they pass by, but license plate reading cameras. And there's software now that detects weapons. And there's software that will do facial recognition. That's not every camera, but you aren't going to go into any major city without being recorded. And I say major, I'll even tell you even small cities, whether they're, you know, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Milwaukee, these medium to small size cities, you're still getting recorded everywhere you go. You don't cross a bridge to get into New York or Washington, D.C. without your license plate being captured. Or if you walk across the bridge, you're being captured.
If they don't know who he is, it doesn't matter what his license
really
plate is, though.
Yeah, and I think the question now
like if they don't know who he is, I mean,
and of course the authorities, when he does leave the field area, when he's leaving, I mean, what was his, did he have a bicycle? Did he have a car? How did he navigate out of this area?
Yeah, I'm not sure. So I'm sure they've already looked at any cars that may have been left behind in the parking lot of the venue and tried to tie that to a person. I don't know what the egress plan was, and maybe he didn't have one until the last minute when he thought to himself, oh, maybe I can get out of this, because it didn't seem like jumping off of that roof was a great plan. Yeah. And the other part is, you know, we see him walking in that residential area. You know, did he walk and get to a car so he could kind of egress less suspiciously than if he would have
the video of the residential area, because that was taken before.
So again, that's all things we'll figure out.
And then he ran back.
But yeah, almost didn't seem like there was a well thought out egress plan there.
And Jeff, lastly here, no questions were taken. They didn't want to take any questions, and Kash Patel did not speak either, the FBI director. Were you surprised by that?
No, because I feel like if they opened it to questions, we have so many, and the press they are inquiring minds. They probably could have been there for hours answering questions. So that could have been just for the sake of time, since it's getting toward the evening hours. Or it just could have been like, hey, we're going to tell you what we have now. We're going to ask for the public's help. Now we're going to go sit back and watch the public do their work and help us bring this guy in.
Yeah, and that's what we're hoping, that it happens fast there, so justice can be served for this individual. Jeff James, thanks so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox for the last 45 minutes. Great insight and details into this investigation. We really appreciate it.
Oh, thank you. It was my pleasure.
You take care. All right, everyone, we will take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here.
Yeah, we're going to quickly look at this video again of him running across, I guess, or this is just when he's come through here. And okay, I'm going to show you guys something that, here, we don't need to look at this place now. This is the roof. So where he has run to is this up here. So it appears that this is all just flat. It looks like there could be a drop here, but there actually isn't. Like, he's run across here, and this is where he's dropping from here. So he's shot from here and run across to here and is dropping down. Okay, so let's watch the where is it? Here. So he's dropping down. Oh, so there's not even a little lip. Like, you can see, like, this area here's like loose gravel or something, and then he just goes down here and he's going to drop down. And there is a bit of a drop here. So he's hanging there. I don't know how tall this glass is, but I feel like that's 10 feet at least. From the bottom of his shoe, that's how far he's dropping. Does he look like he's got a limp? No, it looks like he's all right. Kind of fixing things as he goes. And then here, it honestly looks like he's got something like along the side, like maybe a piece of, like, there's something hanging along the side, or is that just his shadow maybe? Like, see this here? Like those are his two legs, and then, like, there's something flailing along the side, like a piece of clothing or something. Like a jacket. I almost feel like he's getting changed. I feel like this is him getting changed on the run, maybe? But his backpack is still on his back. Yeah, maybe it's his gun. Maybe it's like something holding his gun or something, a separate bag. But this looks like it's something flailing. Here, see it flailing like along his side. So maybe it is another bag that he's carrying the gun around, or there's something else that he's carrying there for sure. Anyways, he moves along. At this point, he's walking, so it doesn't look suspicious. And you'll notice that there's nobody else around that's running, that has run from the event. Okay, so this field that he's walking across is right here. Okay, and the event was here. There was people covering this entire thing, and you can see that there's like definitely a pathway. Oh, you know what? This would be a separate level. But you don't see anyone else running. Like, you can see that he's run across this area here and then dropped down, and then by this point you'd think that people that are sprinting away from this area might have been able to reach there, but maybe not. But this field here is here. So now he's starting to walk, and he's just kind of casually walking away as to not draw attention. You know, going across the field, down to the street. And everybody else that's there, they're just walking as well. Like, this dude over here, he's just walking. This guy's just walking. Like, totally nothing's going on. Probably completely oblivious to what was happened. Probably completely oblivious to what's going on. He walks down to the street. He's waiting to cross there, waiting to cross. And then in the other videos later, we see him kind of running behind a house. Here's another thing that you might have to worry about. These cameras that are going by, probably a lot of them have or some of them probably have cameras on them. So they're probably trying to see if they can track down maybe these vehicles that might have like got a better picture of his face. Like quite a few of them drove by him, right? Dash cams would probably pick him up. Look at this. This dude here's walking. This dude here, from down here, he's walking down this pathway. It looks like that other dude has come up from here. Like he's not even very far from where this happened. And he's like, maybe he's wearing headphones or something like that, had no idea what was going on. This guy here, there's someone else walking towards what happened, but this guy's just casually walking away. Just casually walking away, probably, maybe he's wearing headphones and just has no idea that something's happened. Like nothing to see here, just, you know. Yeah, it's see if where's that video here? Let's actually go back, because we can watch it here on, you know, a little bit bigger, because it'll actually show where he initially ran behind the building as well. Okay, so okay, you can barely see him running from this side here. You can barely see him moving across from this side. Now, I'm surprised, honestly. Like, he obviously got up on the building probably through the stairwell, right? Which was over here. So I'm surprised that he ran from here and dropped off here rather than just running back this way and going down the stairwell and not have to worry about dropping. Like, that surprises me a little bit. I guess maybe it takes a little bit more time. Maybe he saw the cameras when he was going up the stairwell. Time, yeah, you could have that as well. Mike Moran, thanks for the sub on YouTube, man. Maybe he saw the cameras when he was coming up the stairwell, and he didn't want to go past the cameras again. You know? Plus anyone that rushes inside due to the shot. Yeah, but he would get from here down to the bottom of the stairs before people would. I think before people would probably get up. I don't know. I guess he's just trying to get away. But I don't know if it's me. Like, if you look at how long it took him to dangle down, like, he's got to stop. He's got to turn around. He's got to kind of shimmy down and stuff like that. I'm feeling like I'm getting down a set of stairs a lot faster than that. Like, he would have gotten over here about the same speed. I mean, I don't know, maybe be 50 feet, 20 feet behind him at this point. I think you're going to get down these stairs and not worry about injury and be able to run off. Maybe faster. There could also, I know, like, we looked at, hold on, there's actually a, we can look at it from here as well. This is the other side. So the stairwell you can see actually over here, right? He would actually have had to gone into the building, and possibly there were security cameras in there. But I think he probably saw where the cameras were when he went up the stairwell. So he was probably pretty well aware that there was cameras there, and maybe he was just trying to avoid them. Yeah, this is where he dropped. So yeah, that's probably a good, like, from the bottom or top of this window, I don't know, 10 feet. Well, I was guessing yesterday. Oh, shit. Hold on. I was guessing yesterday that if it was me, I think I could get from here across the roof and down into a car within a minute. Because I was thinking that maybe, I mean, if the guy had like totally set this up, that he rented a car in somebody else's name and a fake name or something like that. If he totally planned this out, got into the car and just drove away, because he's literally a 3-minute drive to the highway. And he could have been in Salt Lake City in 20 minutes. Depending on the scope, he likely saw yeah, I mean, it hits him like a split second later, right? So he probably saw, oh shit. You know, and he wasn't going to, although he had extra ammo, I don't think he was planning that he was going to be able to have enough time to like take extra shots. Apparently there was like several other shells to be used that were like that were on the roof. So anyways, it seems like he made the shot from here, ran across here, dropped down. That's exactly what he did. Then he went over here to cross the street. And when they said that he dropped his gun in the woods, this is probably where he dropped it. This is probably where he dropped it. You know what? Am I gonna totally do this? Hold on. Where is the video? The TMZ video. Are we gonna look for these houses? Are we gonna look for these houses? Have you seen that woman on the internet that will, like, people will dare her to try and find out where they live? And she'll look through like their Instagram page or whatever and then find relatives and stuff like that, and she will actually track down exactly where you live. This is what she does. Like, she'll look through like your Instagram photos, find other photos on the internet. She'll use all sorts of sites, and she'll anyways, so what we're looking for here, we're looking for probably, it looks like there's some sort of a field back here and kind of a white metal roof or something. They're kind of rancher homes. Are we actually... Maybe is it, hold on, is it a field? This one. What is this? That looks like it's a dirt field or something. That looks like a dirt field behind these houses that this guy's kind of walking up. But it has a large parking area between two houses. So let's let's do some investigation. It's black cement though. black concrete or cement or whatever. It's not this white colored cement. It's between two houses. That's what we're looking for somewhere around here. Assuming he was definitely going across the street here. Oh. This field kind of matches that description. So does this. So does a few fields, but I'm looking for the big cement, like black parking area between two homes. This looks like it could. Oh, wait a second. I think this is it. White SUV, white colorish roof with a black roof beside it, and look at this fence. Look at this fence with the posts. There's the fence with the posts, the white SUV, the one house with the whitish roof, this one here with the darker roof, and oh, this is totally it. This is where he was walking up the street. This is totally it. So this is the street that he was walking up. You can see the fence, the white SUV, and the homes. Oh my God. Totally stalking this guy here. So he walked up here. And what's in this area here? What do we see? We see a shopping center, a church. It looks, oh, it's just a church. So maybe he was parked there. Yeah, the only difference is this looks like it's covered in dirt. Like it's not clean. Whereas here, it's obviously clean. You can even see that this house in the back part here, or this addition to the house, is multiple. It looks like it's multiple levels or higher. Whoops. And it's confirmed here. So what he did is in this video, he walked up the street here. So he was walking down like this way here towards the location. Okay. And then at the end of the video, you can see him running across the dirt field, which is behind this house here. So he went behind this house and then around this way here. And there's the pink flowers that you can see in this video as well. There's the pink flowers that you can see here in this video. So he ran around behind this house and then continued on down this way. Where are my kick mods? Kick mods. Found the gun mode. He basically used a deer rifle. Well, somebody was saying that it is actually a military rifle as well. Somebody said that it was actually a military rifle as well. The residents of that house probably gonna get searched by the FBI. Well, you saw in the video that he went behind the house. So this is him going to the event. And there he is. They think that this is him running behind the house. and then coming out on the other side later. And it doesn't look like he entered the house. It looks like he just ran around the house and went back up the street. So he's definitely gone back up this way. When he came out of the campus, he definitely went this way. So that's I'm going to assume that the FBI is probably twice as smart as me. So they've probably got all this like down in detail. Now the next question is, obviously they know where this is because they got the camera out of it as well, right? So they got the camera out of this house here. I don't know if I can go to Street View on stream. I don't know if I would get in trouble for that, but anyways. They got the camera footage from this house here and saw him running down this way. So he's heading up this way. Are there like street cameras? Let's see if there's street cameras at this corner. So this is the street that he was running down. I don't see anything in the way of street cameras here. So it's not like a intersection. And from this direction, you know, it's kind of hard to say which, you know, what way he would have headed. I'm going to assume that he probably is heading straight, because if he was wanting to go this way, he maybe would have just, I don't know, he was deliberately running through people's backyards and stuff like that, not to be spotted, it would appear. The wooded area that they've found his gun, though, is probably, maybe possibly this one here or something. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, guys. So he would have run this way, and I mean, if he was, there's no reason he would have turned right, because he would have just gone up this way. Right? That seems reasonable. He wouldn't have turned right because he would have gone up this way. Would he have turned left when he could have just like ran out of here and then just walked down the street this way? Probably doesn't want to be around that much traffic with all the possibility of people seeing him or whatever. So he probably wants to take residential streets anyways. What is over here? What is this? Just a big parking area? This is a school. Nielsen Center for Autism. Okay. Anyway, so this is the street that he was walking up. Got new clothes to help cover it up. Well, that's why like in that backpack, I honestly think that there was definitely a change of clothes in there. You think this whole area, oh yeah, you know what? That makes sense actually. Like my university had parking lots. This is a church, but it does make sense that maybe there's parking lots that are further away and stuff like that. So it is a pretty decent sized university. I mean, if he was smart, the clothes that he was wearing would have been like new clothes that nobody had seen him wearing before, and he would have like gotten rid of them. Obviously with DNA, you want to like get rid of the evidence, right? So when we look at the video, we can't really see the guy running away. It looks like I don't know if that's the sun or what, but it looks like he's got like possibly lighter colored pants on here. He's still got a dark, like top on or something like that. Like it's a sweatshirt or still the same shirt or something. But it's a blur. Like this is like, how is this what people's cameras look like in 2025? Like honestly, that's the best that we've got. I get that it's zoomed in, but it's really not that far from here to here. I guess it's maybe a little bit of a distance, because this is actually zoomed in on the guy, right? So I think it's very clear. Like look at there. Like I feel like his pants are a different color here. I feel like they're different. I feel like they're a different color pants. But anyways, he's and is he walking at the, or he was no, he's definitely kind of jogging at this point. So he's still moving. But he gets to here, he obviously wouldn't have turned right because he would have just gone straight up here if he was doing that. I mean, at this point, who knows? He could have hopped into a car that was at the church, somewhere else that was parked somewhere, along the street somewhere, and, you know, he's gone. There's probably here's an entrance to the freeway up here, or the highway up there. Like he's gone at this point. Get a miracle tip. Gone. Well, I mean, that's what they're banking on, right? There's so many people that have seen his picture now. Like, you're gonna have a ridiculous number of people. And the question is this guy even from this area, or did he just hear that this guy was going to be making a speech and he drove there? Could be anyone. He could be on a different continent by now. You know, like he could have literally gone to anywhere. And we were saying earlier that you know, going to the airport would probably be a bad idea because of security and stuff like that. I guess I'm assuming they probably have facial recognition at airports in the US. I've never really like paid too much attention to it. What about like train stations or bus stations or something like that? You'd say he's trying for Mexico? Possibly. I mean, there's so many different like alternatives to what, you know, who this guy could be, where he could be going. He could literally be somebody that lives a block from here. And, you know, he just went home and started playing video games. He went home and started playing World of Warcraft. No, I'm just kidding. Nobody plays World of Warcraft anymore. Or he could have been somebody that heard about this event and he's not even from here. Maybe he drove down from South Dakota or something like that, you know? Like he could literally be anywhere right now. There we go. Yeah, we found the house where the video was taken from. And assuming he went up somewhere here. He definitely went somewhere up here. I don't think he just, like, if he's walking, he lives somewhere nearby. So he's either walking and lives near here, or he's hopping on in a ride, or got his own vehicle or something like that, and he's dipping. You know what they didn't announce during the press conference is if the gun was registered to anyone. I'm sure if they had allowed questions, a reporter would have asked. Of him, he might have been familiar with the campus layout or the university cheaped out on security. I mean, maybe he was a student there at one point. You don't have to register long guns in the U.S., okay? Is there not like... I've never bought a gun before. Is there not like a... I mean, I guess I can just scratch it off. But like a code on it or something like that. So like they can punch that in and see where it was purchased. Although it's so easy to get a gun, it's probably, you know. But I wonder if maybe he slipped up. I'm sure if they had the ability to do that, and he had bought, they would know who the guy is. Like, they wouldn't be asking people for help with identifying someone. They'd be like, okay, this is our guy. This guy bought this gun at a 7-Eleven in Provo and, 3 days earlier. So I get, like you're saying, there could be 100 resales with no trail. Okay. Could have got it at a gun. 7 states and District of Columbia require individuals to register their ownership of certain firearms. Another 9 states explicitly prohibit the creation of such registries. The remaining states neither require registration of firearms nor prohibit the creation of registries. Okay. It's not that long. It's fine. Good information to know. So yeah, this is where we're at now. I don't know how much trouble I would get in for like doxing these people in the video, although I guess the video already did that. Like, would it be considered me doxing these people by actually going to Street View? But it seems pretty clear he crossed here. Kind of curious as to why he came down here and waited to cross here. You know what I think it is? I think he dumped his gun here. I think that's why he came here and he was waiting to cross rather than going this way and crossing here if he knew he was going this way. He was specifically crossing here because I think this is probably where he dumped his gun. He was trying to get rid of that as fast as possible. Is this a pool? Or just a weird colored, like... I don't know what that is. But yeah, let's see. If he dumped his gun here... Would he run around this way? And then through here? Because in this video here... Not really a good video of but it's obvious he came through the back field, so he definitely came around this house this way. So he either dropped, like, I just find it weird that he waited to cross here. Like, I think he was wanting to dump his gun as fast as possible, so he probably dumped his gun here and then walked this way. What was the up with the old man in cuffs? You want to hear a terrible, well, kind of a, like, this guy here was the first guy that was, remember he was originally captured? He was like, we got him, and Kash Patel was like, we got him, we got our man, blah, 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 good job, law enforcement, whatever. He was talking about this guy, we've got him in custody, we got the shooter. Turned out this guy wasn't the shooter. And to make matters worse, they were people on the internet were identifying this guy. I don't know what they were using to identify him. Where can I find? They showed a picture of this guy. I showed this yesterday on stream. They showed a picture of this guy and said it was him. So they put the two pictures side by side. And even I was like, oh, wait a second. Hold on. That's how I can find it, because I replied to it. Hold on. I replied to that picture yesterday. So I can find, because I was like, dude, like, this is obviously not the same person. Like, seriously? See if I can find this quickly. Because they've actually got the two picture. Here we go. They took a picture and some dickheads started claiming that is this guy here. They don't even like look alike, besides the fact that they're both bald. This guy's obviously older. The glasses don't look alike at all. And people were like, this is him, Michael Mallinson. This dickhead is like, dude, this is not the, you know, this is the guy. So somebody's taken a picture and identified this guy. You know who this guy is? He's a fucking Canadian that was in Toronto. So somebody just scoured the internet, probably with some program to match the pictures. This guy's a Canadian that was in shopping with his wife for groceries. And suddenly people started calling him and saying, hey, you're being identified as the shooter in Utah. And he had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. Like, literally had no idea what they were talking about. He wasn't home. Like, just crazy. And people just ran with this. Like, this guy wasn't the only guy posting this. And you can see me posting stuff. Please remove this post. This was yesterday. I posted this. This person has been cleared. Like, why leave it up? Like, why leave it up? And I think, yeah, this guy here as well. This guy here has 745,000 followers. And he's posting this shit. It was reposted 840 times. And I posted, please make sure that the name is verified before trying to ruin someone else who may be innocent. This guy's doing the same thing. He's basically, this guy here is just copying, just retweeted this guy's post. This guy's got 840 reposts saying that the suspect who shot Charlie Kirk is allegedly named Michael Mallinson. This guy's name here is not Michael Mallinson. This guy's name is Michael Mallinson. Right? Like, this is Michael Mallinson. He's a Canadian. He lives in Toronto. Just crazy. Irina's murder is more heartbreaking. True. I agree with you. The only problem, though, is that I believe they've caught her murderer, have they not? Anyways, this is... Yeah, and what bothers me is that even though this guy's been cleared, this guy has still left the fucking like thing up. Like, dude, like this guy has been cleared. Why are you still posting this shit? Like, delete it. Oh, jeez, I don't want to look at that picture. Yeah, so this guy's like, you know, doesn't even know that this is going on, and he's being, you know, he's got pictures sent all over the internet 840 fucking times, saying that he's the guy who shot Kirk. So I don't know if I can make a video though with me showing this stuff. I don't know if that would be constituted as doxing. You know what? I'm just not going to bother because I'm not going to make a video just to get views that could potentially like, you know, cause anyone any problems. Whoever turned in these videos haven't done anything wrong, but it's honestly pretty easy to find. I mean, I did it in what, less than 5 minutes. So. Well, chat, I don't think anything new. Let's just check again.
Weapon, that explains why there wasn't brass, a spent cartridge sitting there. And then when you see him moving away, I didn't see anything I saw as particularly tactical. Moves to this far right.
What do you need to see that's tactical? Like diving off and rolling
honestly,
off
I got to tell you, I wouldn't have picked that as my egress route. The idea of jumping off a roof like that and then landing, there are so many things that can go wrong when you're doing stuff like that. If it was, you know, I give him a certain amount of planning, credit for planning. He did get out of there. He got in there without being stopped. He did the shot. You know, tragic results, but that was what he was aiming for, so to speak. And then he got out of there and he hasn't been caught yet. So you got to give him some credit for that. But on the other hand, climbing down a tall building like that, you know, you could twist your ankle, break your leg, do a lot of other things that could really end your escape right there. Now, there have been some thought that he should have, staged a car, maybe in that parking lot, got out of there fast.
That's what I was saying last night, remember?
He may have been thinking that parking lot would get closed off or the streets around the school get closed off very quickly. So it may be that he actually planned to move cross country so that he was away from a logical, egress road or something that he may assume that they would never block off or something.
How long have you been here, Camby? So I'll show you what I think.
They'd ever figure out that's the route he went. So anyway, they're going to get DNA. I would imagine if you're on that roof and you're up there and you're doing a shot like that, you're probably sweating. There's probably some sweat, some DNA, something on the rifle. I think they're going to get some DNA and they'll be able to maybe, make a match somewhere along the line. But but as far as the press conference goes, engaging the public, but, a lot of people were thinking that, Kash Patel's going to be there and Dan Banjonia, and we thought, okay, well, they're going to come out and announce they've got him. And they didn't announce they got him. So, in fact, it was interesting. Kash Patel didn't say anything, which is unusual when a director of the FBI shows up at something like this. They may not give the brief, but they usually have at least a few remarks. He didn't say anything. The governor basically ran the whole press conference, and Kash Patel was there. But it does say something. His presence is there, that it puts a lot of focus on this and shows the importance this has for the FBI.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And I think a lot of people wondering too, Hal, so we see the person leaving the area, then going across the street into that field, and really that's the last that we see of him. So we were wondering, how did he get away from that area? Was it a bicycle? Was it a car that he took him to wherever he is now?
You know, that these are all questions, and yeah, obviously there's probably a lot of things. I would hope there's a lot of things that the FBI and local authorities know that they are not sharing with the public. If he had gotten a bicycle, say a mountain bike or something like that, that's probably not something they'd want to share, because they'd probably want him to think that that's not something they've figured out or discovered yet. And he may have had a car stashed across from the wooded area somewhere on an access road. That's very possible. Again, that's not something they necessarily want to share with the public unless they had a lot of details on the car. But then again, if they had details on the car, they might want to keep that quiet, because that would incentivize him to dump that car and get another car. So there's just a lot of things that they're going to keep close hold for a while. But what they do want is they want the public to know what he looks like. And in so many of these cases, in most cases, and he may be a lone wolf. There's a lot of thought that this is not some big conspiracy, that they haven't seen any co-conspirators that have appeared in anything yet. Nothing to indicate that he had somebody helping him. That may not be the case, but as far as they know now, that's probably the case. And that usually in those cases, he can run, he can hide, but he can't run and hide forever. And at some point, he's going to get hungry, he's going to get thirsty, a lot of things. And it may be a week from now, 2 weeks from now, a day from now, whatever. He will pop up somewhere doing something rather innocuous. I'm thinking of the I think it was it Mangione that showed up and decided to get pancakes or something, and someone saw him, and that was that. And in other cases, this goes back to the 90s, the Atlanta Olympics bomber. He was hiding out. He actually had some survival skills.
Yeah, I don't see the rifle.
But he
You're
eventually
right.
was caught rummaging through trash because he was hungry. And so at some point, even if he disappears into the hinterlands of southern Utah or something like that, at some point he's going to run low on supplies. He's going to need to surface, and by having his image, out there in the public's mind, they're hoping that someone will see him and call it in, and then they can, place him into custody.
Yeah, that's a good point there, because we heard of over 7,000 tips the FBI and other officials received here so far, just a little bit over 36 hours from this shooting. And how did they kind of take a look at, because not all of these tips are going to be solid, but how do you weed those out to get to probably some really good ones that they do have?
That really gets into how you manage tips and leads, suspicious activity reporting.
I'm interested.
And there is an art and a
We'll go back
science
over
to
the
doing that.
escape route
You
in a
can
sec.
use automated tools to glean keywords and stuff like that, and that can help winnow out. But a lot of it times is when it's called in, or if it's sent in as an email, a text, or some online form that they put into the system, and it just depends on which way it comes in. I would point out that's the most tips they've had in that period of time since the Boston bombers, to give you an idea. So you have to go back to, literally 2012. I mean, that's going back a long way. So, but with that, they're going to get a lot of tips and leads.
Well, the
that
stairs
just
aren't
don't
near
go
where he
anywhere.
jumped those,
I mean,
cheesy.
but you
Like
can
they're in
look
a
at those
different
and
area of
it's
the
like,
roof.
He's barbecuing in my backyard. I know that sounds silly, but I've seen those before where somebody's mad at their neighbor, and so they think that there's a terrorist in their neighbor's backyard.
This is where he ran and jumped
they're
off
trying
of,
to
and the
cause
stairs are over
problems.
here.
Some of
Like
them,
he
they can
made a
winnow those
decision
out
as
pretty
soon as
darn
he
fast,
shot
all right, and
to
some of them,
jump
they
off
can just
here.
look at it and they go, it's just, there's nothing
There's
there. Just somebody's
I think he
paranoid,
knew the stairs
suspicious,
were
but
there. I
there's
think that's
no-
how he got on the roof.
There's no correlation to
Like
what
with
we're
how
looking
long
for
it took
that's
him to
there.
jump down.
But there will be a lot of, let's just say there's a lot of sand.
It
but
took him a
in
while
that
to jump
sand,
down. I
there'll be
feel
a
like he
few
could have
flecks of
run
gold.
down the stairs
and
and
those
not
are
worried
ones they
about being
look for.
injured and still
there's
been
a
basically where he's
methodology,
at
there's
already.
a process in place.
It took him like a
where
good
they kind of winnow through all the tips and
5-10
leads
seconds or
all the
something like that
reports to get to those ones where they see something that says,
Pop
we
down.
really need to follow up on that. And then there's a management process behind that where they figure out, okay, who should follow up on it? It's not going to be the FBI going out there looking at, door knocking every place where they think
I'm going
this
to show
guy
you the
is.
jump.
And they
I'm going to show you the video that Camby sent me. This is him jumping down. You can actually see when he takes his first step, it actually looks like it.
And then
like
dropped down to the ground as he did that.
So the point of this video is where's the guy's rifle? They're saying that they found the rifle in some woods. Now, the video's quality is not that great, to be honest. Like, is that the tip of the rifle right there? See, you can't really see much, but it looks like there's something that he's holding. Like, and it looks like it's pointing out there. And then he puts it down and it's kind of long. Is that the rifle? Like, even when he swings it around. What's this long thing that's sticking up? Like, that looks like it could possibly be a rifle. Like, look how high it's sticking up. I don't feel like that's his arm. I honestly feel like that's probably the rifle. He's swinging it around. He's holding it in his right hand. And you can't see it because it's against the vent. And then he drops. In fact, how does this look on your stream? Look at the shadow. There's a long, shadow pointing out. It's very thin, but it's long. That's pointing out from his body. Can you guys see it? Like, what is this long shadow thing? But anyways, let me run it at normal speed, and you can see him when he takes his first step. Like, he probably, like, probably was a little sore.
There's a shoe imprint where we
See that first step? It was like he lunged a little bit.
Where we believe the suspect is. There's a shoe imprint where some smudges, some places we're looking to collect DNA. There's a shoe imprint where we believe the suspect is clearly.
Look at he's definitely got something wrapped up. There's something that he's holding, and it looks like there's a piece of clothing or like a jacket or something that's hanging off of it.
Shoe imprint.
Like, look at this here that's hanging out. This isn't his leg. These are his legs here. This is something out here. He's definitely holding his rifle at this point.
Believe the suspect is.
Like, you can see it as he's running. It's just hanging out there. And then I noticed we mentioned later. Oh, he's just repeating the video over and over again. This is the one that we were watching. I noticed here earlier when he's walking. See if I can find the exact frame here. But it looks like he's carrying something in front of him. And right here, you can see his two legs here, and then behind him, there's something that's sticking out and up as well. Like there's something else. Left hand where when he dropped? I don't think we need this anymore, right? Anyways, apparently this is where they think they got the palm print from, was when he dropped from the roof. For some reason, he decided to drop from the roof instead of using the stairs. Hold on. You notice something here? He's definitely got a backpack on, but when he drops, he actually bends over to pick something up. So he drops, takes a step, and then bends over and picks something up. Picking something up right there. And then he starts to run. And you can see that he's got something on his right-hand side that he's... Video sucks. right here. Can you guys see this clearly on the stream? You can see his two legs here, and then behind there's something else that's behind him. I think that's what's probably carrying or wrapped around the rifle or something like that. And I think he's just kind of like stuffing it, like, or putting it into his bag or whatever he's doing with it. But we noticed that he made, so this is what I had asked if you'd seen this, Cam Beast. He deliberately walks to this area of the street to cross immediately. Like, he wants to get across. And the area that he's crossing is like literally here. There's not even a crosswalk here or anything like that. Like, he's waiting to cross here. That's nothing abnormal. It's not like, it's a terribly busy road or whatever. But I think these are the woods that he dumped the rifle in. And then, Cambies, if you weren't here or whoever else wasn't here earlier, we did a little bit of investigation. Lumpy One Kenobi, thanks for the follow, like ages ago, and I didn't see it somewhere for some reason. This video here that we've all seen of him walking up the street, we did a little bit of sleuthing, little bit of analysis of Google Maps. And this area here, you can see the pink flowers. You can see the fencing here with the block posts, and then the parking lot, and then distinctly over here, this is the rancher house with the whitish roof with it looks like an add-on or maybe a second piece. It's a second level, and then the rancher that's right beside it with a dark roof and hold on. And the dirt area that's behind it. So we did a little bit of investigative work, and here it is. There's the pink flowers. There's the rancher with the bigger building behind it. The black rancher beside it. The same SUV. Hold on. Where are we at here? So there's the SUV. There's the SUV. This is the big parking area, which for some reason has a bunch of dirt over top of it. And this is the dirt area. So he ran behind this building here and then took off up this road. Now, he wouldn't have gone right, we said, because why would you go around this building and then or back around this way? If he was already coming, I think, like if he dumped the rifle here, like we're suspecting he may have, because he was crossing here, and then ran this way, or maybe he dumped him in the woods somewhere around here. But he went behind this house. If he was going this way, he would have just gone straight, but he didn't. He deliberately came over this way. So he either went straight or he went this way. I've got to suspect that he either lives nearby or he's got a car and he's 30-something hours away at this point. All right, see you later, Cheesy. Have a good night. So that's kind of where we're sitting at right now as far as like our investigation. I haven't seen any update yet. I'm still looking at another but I mean, you can see that there's tons of parking around here, tons of places that he could have parked a car, tons of homes that he could actually just live in. Tons of, he probably long gone. I mean, how many hours has it been now? 8, 9, 30, 33 hours. He could be in New York City if he drove. He could be in New York City. He could be basically anywhere on the planet. If he was able to get onto an airplane because they don't know who he is, he could possibly have gotten onto an airplane. And if he gets into like Asia or something like that, it's going to be probably quite easy for him to stay relatively hidden. They'll find some liberal to pin it on just to justify the military invasion of cities. Yeah, they suspect he's in Chicago, and they are going to find him. They are going to invade South Chicago. So I don't know. Do you guys have anything else to add here? But that's basically where we're at now. The last that we saw of the suspect was him running behind this house and down this street here. This, I believe, Utah County Academy of Sciences Seminary. The Church of Jesus Christ. Is this where, like, you get married to, like, your second and third wives? That is what the Church of Jesus... That is them, right? The Mormons? I was talking to my buddies in my WhatsApp chat about this, and the guys like, why would a single dude go to Utah? And I'm like, and I totally forgot that he said single dude, and I said maybe he wants a second or a third wife. And like, four of the other guys, it's like a group chat for my buddies and I, and like 3 or 4 of them responded and said, why the fuck would you want a second wife? Anyways, so this is where we're at right now. He's gone one of these directions. I think it's going to be interesting to see how long it takes to catch this guy. Like, the fact that he left a palm print, you know, stuff like that, it makes me feel as though the guy's, you know, not really thinking ahead, not really, you know, like, he was wearing a long sleeve shirt, right? Where's the video of him going up the steps? So he had a long sleeve shirt. He didn't have enough, like, wherewithal to say, hey, you know what? I'm jumping down here. I don't want my palm print on here, you know? Not wearing gloves. The fact that he took the chance to where are we here? Yeah, it's here. The fact that he took the chance to drop off of here, which was obviously like a 10-foot drop, rather than just run around these stairs. Like, he could have gotten to here and down the stairs probably in the same amount of time that it took him to get to this ledge here. And by the time he hung off to drop, he could have been like halfway like there already anyways. There's some guy that got an easy shot, so he probably had a plan, but killing someone, like getting punched in the face, the plan went out the window. He probably just freaked out, like, holy shit, I actually did it. You know, like I can't imagine going through this plan myself. Like 200 yards. Yeah, but apparently, according to the gun experts in my chat, 200 yards isn't really that difficult of a shot, especially with a rifle like that and a scope. You know, and for all we know, it was a lucky shot. You know, like, you know, a rookie maybe hits it 70% of the time. An AR. Well, this was like a hunting rifle. It looked like Camby's. Does it? Somebody had a picture somewhere. Oh, hold. So here's apparently the gun that he used. I don't know what that gun is, but apparently this is the gun. Is it Winchester 70? I don't think I remember them using the name Winchester 70. What? Well, oh yeah, it's a 30 whatever 6 that doesn't look like a Mauser. So, hold on, let me type that in then. Oh, Jesus. Jesus. But I'm trying to... Why is it... Hey, look. I'm trying to get like a picture. So apparently this is what it looks like. Like, is that style? Maybe that's not it. It says bolt action rifle. I don't actually see the picture of the rifle. Okay, so Camby's is saying this is not it. Well, I'm looking at other rifles, and they all seem to have the similar style. Where's the gun in his pants? Well, actually, in this video, watch him walk. That's actually where they're suggesting it was while he was walking there. You haven't seen this yet, Cambies? This is him walking. And he's limping. People are suspecting that he had... This is him walking to the event. So this is over here. So you can see the pink flowers and stuff like that. He's walking in downward direction. So that way. Yeah, they're suspecting that's why he's walking weird in his right leg, because the rifle, or part of it, is stuffed down his pants. And then this is him running the other way, but he doesn't look like he's having problems running, probably because he's already dropped the rifle. And then soon, something a little suspicious. There's people that come in from the right-hand side and suddenly they duck. Suddenly they duck. It's kind of weird the way they react. And then he comes running around the side. So watch this. Next group of people, watch them duck on the right-hand side. Here. See them? They kind of walked up and sort of ducked, and now they're like back. They're still ducking. It's like they're spying on something. Like, what is it that they're looking at? And then he comes running around the building. If it's the same guy, like it is really suspicious what those people did. Like, were these people following him? Was he followed away from the site? Really kind of strange. But yeah, where we saw he was, those are the pink flowers. He was running along behind the building and went up this way. And we definitely know that's where he went. I can't imagine that he walked that far with a rifle, so wherever he was going back to is nearby. Like, it's not like he walked from, like, I don't know, way up here or something like that with a bloody rifle down his pants, right? Like, he's not doing that, right? Like, you got to imagine that there's somewhere nearby. You know what else? Hold on. When we see this video, he's on the other side of the street. So that means he was on this side of the street here. And then he crossed to this side of the street. But we know that he's not going this way because he would have just run up this field and up this street. So he wouldn't have turned right here. So that also makes me feel like he didn't come from here because he would have just crossed this crosswalk and been walking down this side of the street rather than this side of the street. So, what's the, what is it? Sherlock Holmes. By deduction, he must have walked this way. On this side of the street. So he would have gone straight. He wasn't turning up here. Because if he was turning up here, he would, when he was coming this way, he would have been on this side of the street instead of this one. So through deduction, my dear, he went up this side of the street. So he's going up this way somewhere. Potentially freaking out once they were safe too. You mean the yeah, but you mean the two girls? Are you talking about the two girls that were safe? Here's the thing. We noticed this earlier when he jumped off the roof. So he's the people ducking down. So get this. When he jumped off the roof, look at the other people walking. Like this dude here. He's not running. He's casually walking up the street. He doesn't even know anything's happened. Same as this dude here. Just casually walking. Nobody's in a hurry. Nobody realized that there's even a shooting nearby. He's just walking like normal. He's fitting in like everybody else. Nobody's paying him any attention. Everybody else is just acting normal. Like nobody, the rush of the crowd, where are we here? That was all in this area here. This is where he jumped down here. None of them have even gotten anywhere near here yet. Like he's here at the side of the street here. And there hasn't been anyone else that's even come up yet. Like he's casually walking. Nobody, there's no rush of people yet, nothing. He gets to the side of the street, everybody else is still walking. He sits there and waits. He probably waits till the silver van goes by and then walks across the street. Like there's no rush of people. So assuming, where did he drop the rifle? So this is, they didn't announce it, but this is where he crossed the street. They said that he dropped it in a forested area. So I think he deliberately crossed here because he was wanting to drop it here and then get out of there. And the camera from here, again, we're being internet people here. We're spies. Is from this home here. So this is where the camera is. You can clearly see the garden, this fence, this parking area across the street. This is where he's walking to go up, and on the return he's running back. So he's traveled. He's crossed the street here. So I think he's deliberately dropping it off here, like just dumping it there, or maybe even here. Like he's wanting to get if he already knows he's dropping the rifle, he's doing it as fast as he can. So he's dropping it off here, and then he's basically like, you can see from this video here later on that he's moving quickly, much quicker. So you can see he's kind of at a run. Or actually, it looked like he not going too fast. Not going too fast. It actually takes, but he is jogging once he gets behind here. And again, here we'll see those people that, for some reason, duck very quickly here, like they're spying on him or something. I don't know what they're doing, but they suddenly stop and like duck down, like something like something is like they duck again, like they ducked a second time. And then there he is running around the house. He's at a little bit of a light jog. In fact, I pointed this out earlier. It's hard to tell, but it looks like his color of his pants are lighter. Like it looks like he's wearing a lighter colored pair of pants here. But maybe that's just the reflection because it's a sunny day. But he was, I mean, here, what color pants is he wearing? Like those aren't light colored pants. Those are dark pants. Dark jeans. What was he wearing when he went up? Like these are what he's wearing when he drops down, right? These are the dark jeans that he's. So it looks like he's running around, going down through here. He's casually walking. Everyone else is casually walking with him. And then in this video here, we can see him running back, going around the house. I'm gonna just play it from here. And you can see these two people that just suddenly come into the picture and duck. Like right there. She's like, it's like they're like looking for someone. And then they duck again. Like they're like, shit, where did he go? And then suddenly he comes running out from between the two houses there. And then runs down the street. Oh, where are we here? Runs down the street, down up this way here. Yeah, they obtained it, but they didn't say where. They didn't say where. They said it was in forested area. I mean, I don't know where you live, but this isn't forested area where I lived. This is a couple of trees. But it would make, I mean, it's got to be, I just find it weird that he was specifically wanting to cross here if he already knew he was going this way. So I think he wanted to get across the street to ditch the rifle right away and then start moving. Like he wanted to get that piece of evidence off of him immediately. But yeah, it appears that he crossed the street here, dumped the rifle somewhere, whether it was here or along here, possibly over here. I love the Pawnee Woods of East Texas. That's not woods. Yeah, I live in a rainforest, dude. Like Western Canada or like British Columbia is a rainforest. Like Like there are trees everywhere, dude. And this is not a forested area. This is a typical backyard. So but yeah, this is basically all I've got right now, and I'm still kind of scouring like Twitter and stuff like that to see if there's anything that is new that's come up. But I've got one of the news channels that's on. They would obviously go immediately to um I'm gonna look up somebody's name here. There's another possible suspect. This is people sleuthing on the internet again. Let me just kind of look a little bit more into this. Then I want to actually look on. I don't even know if my SoundCloud active. There's a possible suspect. Do we run with conspiracy theories on this chat, guys? There are people that are I'm trying to find a track. Hold on. This is actually really suspicious. How do you tell a month ago? Okay. Do we run with conspiracy theories here, chat? Do you want to hear, or should I just announce that this is a conspiracy theory that is running, that is, yeah, Wise Guy, we've watched a couple of those. Dude, I found out where, like, I'll run through the whole thing again because I actually want to record it. There is there's a theory out there that people have found out who this person is. Do I want to give out the information that people... How do you guys feel about this? Do you want me to give out the information to show you guys who people are suggesting this possibly could be and the evidence to support this theory? I haven't seen it yet. This is actually something that is just kind of coming up. Okay. So the suggestion is that the name of the person, the name of the shooter, is somebody by the name of Sky Valadez. Okay? His father is an Army 11B veteran. What the fuck does that mean? Big Red, you're in chat. What does an Army 11B veteran mean? Infantry. Okay. He currently resides in this area, 1 hour north. The person okay, you guys have heard that there was writing on the rifle saying that you know, about trans rights and all that sort of stuff. Everybody heard those rumors. Guy Valadez is a trans male. Okay. His dad is an Army veteran that lives in the area. Guy Valadez. Oh, ad breaks. Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait. I'm going to go to the washroom really quickly. We'll wait. Can't hear. Ah. Be right back. Are we back or are you guys still in ad? 44 seconds. Yeah, I'll start from the beginning as soon as the ads are done because there's a lot of people that will want to hear this. That was a good what do they call it when you're like a good cliffhanger? A good cliffhanger. I don't know if I would get in trouble for doing this. Okay, hold on. Are we back yet? Okay, we're back. Okay. I am going to start this off by saying that this is pure like conspiracy theory, likely bullshit. So don't take this with a very small grain of salt. Okay? It's just hearsay. So take that for what it is. The individual that they're talking about Jesus. Oh. Dude, stop. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna go with it because it is now it's just really fucking crazy. Let me just I don't know how many of you were watching my stream yesterday, and I showed a Twitter account that promised that something big was going to happen tomorrow on the campus. And then suddenly the account was suggesting that this is the wrong account, blah 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 type of thing, or this is like, do you guys remember that? Oh my god. Okay. This is absolutely actually nuts. Multiple accounts are reporting they may have identified Charlie Kirk shooter. 4chan intel identifies suspect Sky Valadez. Had a SoundCloud with a track that was uploaded with a track a month ago titled Charlie Kirk Dead at 31. Deleted the track and changed his location. To Leave Me Alone, lives in Utah. So I actually looked up to see if I could find this track. This is it. This is the track. Charlie Kirk Dead at 31. Anyways, I don't know if it's the same person, but they're suggesting. Where the hell did that here? They're suggesting that Sky Valadez uploaded this track, although the name of the person is Aisha Clinton on SoundCloud. Yeah, he claimed it was hacked. Okay, so if you look at the guy's jawline and compare it to where I know I've got the pictures here, I should organize this a little bit more here. Do we have other pictures? Don't need this anymore. Shit. I need like the original pictures where they've got a close-up of his face and the jawline, like how thin the guy's jaw is here. But it doesn't actually show. It doesn't actually, he doesn't have like a wide jaw. But there's pictures that they were released earlier. Hold on, let me find them. You're not really buying it? Yeah, I'm not. It seems a little sus that the name of the that the track is Aisha Clinton. I don't know who the hell that is. So it's not even like, I mean, maybe that's just his stage name or something like that. So the name of the track is by somebody named Aisha Clinton. So that sounds a little sus to begin with. So anyways, they're suggesting that the face and the structure of the face is very similar to this trans male, Sky Valadez. Okay? Anyways, and there were bullets and stuff, and on the rifle, apparently the rumors are that there was writing on the bullets talking about trans rights or something like that. So people are speculating that it is maybe a trans person that pulled this off. Is he trans? Was that what your question was, Poop NATO? Take a look at this though. Remember the account that I showed yesterday? Omar Narjra Galvez. Remember that account that was closed? But this was the account that posted something big is going to happen tomorrow. And he posted it before the event. And that was the account. I was talking about it all day yesterday. You can watch my my VOD if you want. But yeah. So the question is this person here the same person? I don't know. It's hard to tell, to be honest. But that's what they're suggesting, is that this guy Valadez is possibly, I don't know. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like the shape of the jaw is different, to be honest. Like, I feel like maybe these two people could be the same, but I feel like this person and this person is not the same. It is a little suspect that this one here was talking about how there was going to be a major event at the university the next day. So that's why my jaw like kind of went, oh shit, is because I saw this, and we talked about this account all day yesterday on stream. So Sky Valadez, let's see if that possibly becomes a suspect. I am going to go out and say, you know, I don't think that this is true. If nothing else, just to save my own house. But yeah, this is I guess another conspiracy theory. Got long hair and stuff though. Like if we look at this video here, is the video like I guess they could. I'm trying to figure out if this looks like hair that has been pulled up to be over the head to kind of cover long hair, or if this is actually just somebody with short hair. You know what I mean? Like, is this person like pulled the hair up and then tucked it underneath of a hat? Or is this just somebody with short hair? Is there anything like, I can't even see ears here. Yeah, I'm going to suggest that this, I don't know. Yeah, it could have cut it possibly, yes. One of the comments here I saw, I just started laughing. Hold on. Yeah, I don't think this is the same person, to be honest. I think whoever this is not, I don't know. Wait, what is this? Oh, so it was God's finest scalpel? Apparently he closed his account, though. Look at this comment here. This woman can't aim from that distance with that accuracy. Anyways, that's the conspiracy theory. So we'll leave it as no. No, show us more evidence. I don't, don't run with this. All right, shall we wrap up exactly how they suspect the shooter got away? Let me put these videos in order here. Be back. I kind of feel like we don't need that one. Okay, here's the stairwell that he went up. Now, is this... Where are we here? Is this that stairwell? I don't feel like it is. Yeah, I don't feel like that's that stairwell for some reason. Like it's white. Is there anywhere to put my... No. So it's hard to really tell from there. Oh, wait, hold on. What's this? Oh. Not what I was hoping for. Is there like can you see out a window here or anything? Apparently not. There's not really anywhere else to actually see. Right here, what's this? Okay, that's just inside the building. It's not where I need to be. What about here? Why is somebody taking a picture here and then marking it? How does that work? Like to mark pictures? Like why did somebody take a picture right there? I'm trying to get a better indication as to like... I just don't feel like this is the stairwell that he climbed up. I don't know, or where he got his picture. Like this is him going downstairs. Like where is he going downstairs at? Like where would he be going downstairs? This is kind of right here. What do those stairs look like? Like 4-lane parking. Okay, that's not there. Yeah, they are before the shooting, but I'm trying to get an idea as to how he got up on top of the roof. Like he's... I'm just trying to get an idea as to like what this is how I found the house. Like I just started looking for like pieces of information where I can like visualize it once I get on top of here. So it looks like there's some sort of a no like parking lane thingamajigger here. So I'm kind of looking for that. As he's walking downstairs as well. Like was it that? But there's parking also, like I feel like back to back you could fit like 4 cars back to back. So it's something bigger than this, right? Something, and it's got trees behind it. and also a so I'm looking for like a parking area with like a no parking it is white line, right? Yeah, white lines. With a stairwell near it. Where he's able to go down. And I'm assuming he came in from the same direction as well. So he's... There's no parking thing there. There is there, but I don't see like stairwells. We go like how far away are we gonna go here? Because we're on the opposite side now. And we know, okay, we know he walked there. So there's no point in looking, like we know he walked there with a rifle down his pants. Okay, so there's none of these no parking things here. None there. I will find this. I will find this. Like he went direct. He knew where he was going. So I feel like this is probably somebody that used to be a student there at the very least, or scouted the place out. Because when he ran away, he ran this way. So he walked with a rifle in his pants, presumably, and went up the roof, or went into the building. I wish they would like timestamp and show like where exactly or what exactly time these happened at. Like is he going down into somewhere and then over to another stairwell? Maybe this isn't a parkade. Like why don't they tell us where this, like, was this in a parkade? Like that makes sense because there's a car parked here. And it looks like there's I can't tell if there's another level down below or not. Seems like the FBI has nothing. It's kind of hard to tell. I mean, it doesn't seem like they have a name because quite often they will just release the name and say, hey, we're looking for this person. But I don't see... This is what I'm looking for. I'm looking for like an area where cars are parked and there's some, like, it's, you know, I don't know if this is like a divider or something like that, but it looks like it's big enough that you could park like 4 cars back to back to back. And then there's like you know, the white line thing that stops you from parking in a certain area. That's what I'm looking for. Somewhere around here. Across the street. Dude, stop. Is this an underground walkway? Stop. Stop. Like this here where he's walking, like the angle of this cement thing that's here, is that this? And he's going across this, like, is there like a tunnel? Oh. That takes him over to a parking lot where he's walking upstairs? Is that what that is? Okay, so hold on. So that's what we're looking at here right now. So if he was holding, like, looking at this railing, man, like, you can see, I said that it looked like you could park 4 cars back to back. You literally can. And then there's trees that are, whoops. There's trees that are behind. And what is this black thing here? Is that a building? There are definitely trees there, though. We can't see how many. We can't even see if there's a... Can we see if there's an arrow there? We can't even see that. Yeah, so that's what we're thinking. This is an underground walkway that he walked through. Right? So that's him going into the underground parking lot or parking way. And then he's walked across and he's gone up the stairs of this parkway. So he's gone up the stairwell. Now, where can he get to from here? Like, can he actually, like, get up onto here and then walk across? And he doesn't actually get to this building here, though. But I'm assuming he's underground and he just had to go up a level of stairs to the ground level and then walk over here. Wait, what? Just looked at Google Earth and it says authorized personnel and has a where's that? So what are you guys are agreeing that this is what we're looking at here, right? This is where he's walking down. So they got a picture of him here. And then they've got a picture of him in the stairwell of that parkade. He's under, like, when he arrives here, this is underground, and then he's going up a level. Correct? He's going up a level. This is the first picture. He's going up a level in order to get onto ground level so that then he can get over to this building here. Is that what we're in agreement of? He's He's gone through here. He's gone up the level in this building here so that he can get to ground level and probably walk around. And somehow he managed to get. I'm going to assume he's still taking this stairwell up here. I don't know. Is there? Hold on. What's this? Oh, this is probably inside. Is anyone in disagreement? That's what we're agreeing has happened here. One that's connected to it with a long walkway. Are you talking about like here or something? This is a park. This is parking here. Like obviously, there's an underground entrance in the back side. Well, what we're suggesting that this here is here. Like he's walked down. You can see that the parking lot, like you can actually easily fit 4 cars back to back to back. And he's walking down the steps and it's got like the do not park thing here right behind him. So he's walking down here. Here's the do not park thing directly behind him. And you can see from the picture, you can put at least 4 cars back to back to back, and there's trees behind. So we're thinking that's where he's at. He's going down the trees or going down the stairs. And there's an underground walkway here, and then when he comes through, he's taking the steps. Whoops, he's taking the steps upwards. Now is it just? It looks like it's a couple of flights of stairs as well, because it looks like this is the bottom. This is him going up that one, and then this is him coming around again and going up a second flight. You think the black stuff is another car? Hold on. So you're talking about for here. I'm talking about this up here, like above this truck, whatever this is up here. I don't know what that is. But that's pretty high, whatever it is. That's really high. So I thought maybe there was a building or something like that, but I mean there is, but it's not black. So I don't know what that is. Where's the rifle? He ditched it. So, okay. Do we want to run this back? From like start to finish? How we think he got there? How we think he committed the act? And then how we got away? Should we do like a whole frickin'... Hold on. All right. Do I have to warm myself up for this? I have to warm myself up for this because this is actually pretty wild. One second here. All right. So I do it. I'm gonna do like a YouTube intro or something. I'm gonna record it. Maybe I'll post it. I don't know. All right, everyone. This is a kind of our investigative work on how we think the shooter for Charlie, the assassin in the Charlie Kirk case, got to the event, where he was positioned, and how he actually got away. This is based on today's evidence again, as well as September the 11th. So here is a video that TMZ had, and you can clearly see someone who they're suggesting is the person of interest. So they haven't said that this is definitely the person that shot the person, but they're walking along the street here, and you'll notice some features here. First of all, the purple or the purple or pink roses or flowers that you can see there. And we'll point out some other things here as well. You can see this lighter colored roof rancher with maybe an add-on built on that's an extra level, and a big parking area that's between that and the next house. And you can also see this fence that has a lot of posts on it, as well as another rancher and a white SUV that is parked here. Now, this person you can look and see is obviously limping, and people are suspicious that he's got the rifle actually tucked down his pants. But you can see he's got a backpack and he's kind of limping along. Got his hat on, which we'll see in a second as well. And then this is later on after the shooting, and they're suspecting that this is the same person. Now I'm going to flip to another scene so you guys can get an idea as to what we're talking about here. Now, where we're talking about here, all those items that I mentioned, we've narrowed down to where this is. This is the location here. These are the pink flowers. This is the big parking area between the two, the white SUV, as well as the field that is the dirt field that is directly behind. And now I don't know why there's so much dirt here right now, but we definitely know that this is the right place. Okay, so what has happened is this person has walked along this street here on this side of the road. He's gone here, and then once he gets to this part here, he crosses the street and starts walking along this side. And what he does is, based on the photos that the Utah Public Police, I guess, department is using, is they've released these photos. Now, this is a photo of him taking going down some steps in a parking area. And we couldn't figure out where this was, and I had to scour all over the area to try and find out where this was. And the only area, here's steps going down, and you'll notice that there's a no parking thing that's with the white striped lines that's there. Same as the ones that are here. You can see that there's enough space for possibly 4 cars at least to park back to back to back, basically. And same as you would here. And there's also the trees behind it, same as there is in this picture. So what he's doing is he's going down the stairwell here, and this is an underground walkway that is taking him over to another building, which happens to be a parkade. And in this parkade, we can actually see him go up a couple of flights of stairs. So he's come along through the underground walkway, and he's walking up the stairs. It looks like he's deliberately turning his head, so you can't see who he is. He's walking up a second flight of stairs, possibly. I don't know why this photo is the last one. It should be in the front. But anyways, he's walking up a second set of stairs, and where that takes him to is basically ground level. And I think at that point, he's going on foot ground level to this building over here. And we already know that this is where the police have discovered the shells, the unused shells, and the person's rifle. Apparently, the rifle had lettering or words on it saying like trans rates or something like that. But apparently, there were shells that were sitting here, and this is where they are assuming the shot was taken. And what I am thinking is that he came out of the parkade here, walked around, and there's a stairwell over here that looks like it could very clearly get onto the roof. And we've looked at this from the other side over here. And when you look back over here, this is all one level. So it's not like he's got to jump up 10 feet to get over here. This is all one level. So he can very easily get to this side of the roof. Okay, so at that point, that's where he takes a shot. We saw videos yesterday that people saw the person running across the roof from this angle here. Watch my video from yesterday. And they saw him laying down here. And then there's another video from this area here that is kind of panning. Again, it's in my video from yesterday. And you can see this person here. This is immediately after the shots are fired. This person here starts running in this direction. And we knew that he was running away. Yesterday, I thought he was just going to run back down the stairs and take off. What we saw in today's video is he didn't do that. He actually ran across here and then went behind this extra level and across to this side here. And this looks to me like when he's hanging down, that looks like it's a straight at least 10 or 12 foot drop. So you're looking at over 3, possibly 4 meters to drop from here down to here. And some people are suspicious, like, hey, where's the rifle? But when you kind of slow things down a little bit, you can see something wide spin around. So right there, see this long thing sticking up? So I think that's the rifle hidden in something. Like he's got it hidden. He drops down with the rifle, and then he bends over to pick it up. So watch him lean over. There he leans over, picks it up, and then starts kind of jogging away. And he's carrying something you can see here. I'll speed it. There's a point here where you can definitely see that he's carrying something as well. Here, that was the frame I was looking for here. So here you can see his 2 legs, but there's something else that is sticking out behind him. So he's definitely got something else that he's carrying, and his backpack is still on his back. So at this point, you can see everybody else that's around here. Like there's a person over here walking that is totally, like they're just walking normally. It's like they're totally oblivious to what's going on. And then there's this individual here as well. Like maybe they're wearing headphones or something. They have no idea that there's any shots that have been fired or a shot that has been fired. But you can see this person here that's kind of walked up from the direction of where the event was taking place. And they're just casually walking. Like they have no idea that something's going on. And he just kind of blends in and starts walking away casually like nothing's happened. And then he comes to the side of the road here and stops. And he's waiting to cross the road here specifically at this point for some reason. I don't know why, and you'll understand why later. I'm not sure why he's specifically wanting to cross the road. But this here, he jumped off the roof here and ran across here. And this is the point where he's trying to cross the road. And I'm suspecting that he wanted to ditch the rifle as fast as possible. I don't know where they found the rifle, but I have a feeling that they found the rifle in this forested area that they described it as here. And then he basically got rid of, it off of his, person at that point because he didn't want people to spot it on him. And then he basically took off. Now we know from the TMZ video, if this is him, and they are suspecting it is possibly him, that he ran back basically in the same direction. So he went from here, possibly dropped the rifle off here, maybe dropped it off here, maybe dropped it off here. But we're back again to the same house where he ran around behind the house here. Okay, so this is the same house that we're looking at in the TMZ video here. And he goes around the house. Now, I'm going to let this play out because there's something really suspicious here. So you can see he's going around behind the house. He's obviously not at a sprint because he would have come around already. But you can see people walking by. Now, watch the next set of people that come by on the right-hand side. They do something really suspicious. And they just kind of like stop immediately and drop. Like they've seen something. Look at them just suddenly drop. And then they kind of move forward and they drop again. They drop a second time. Like it's like they've seen something. They're like, oh shit, get out of view. So I'm going to rewind that quickly because it is just kind of weird. They drop. And they're looking and then they're dropping again. It's like they're looking around the corner here to see what's happening. And I don't know where they disappear at that point. And then the video is still rolling. And suddenly they point out, here he comes running around. And he's jogging at this point, and it's not clear. Maybe it's just the sunlight. but the color of his pants don't seem to be as dark anymore. I don't know if he somehow got changed really quickly, or he's changing on the run, so to speak. The color of his pants seem a little lighter. Maybe it's just a reflection of the light. I don't know. It's kind of bad video quality as well. But he runs off. Now, what he does is he runs along behind this house. This is where you see him running, and then he takes off up this street. Now, we get to this street here, and we know from the first instance, or first part of the video, that he was walking along this side of the street. Now, we know he's probably not going to turn right here, because if he was going to do that, he wouldn't have run behind this house. He would have just walked up this side of this part of the street here and gone up this way. So he probably didn't turn right. I'm assuming he probably isn't turning left as well, because if he was turning left, he wouldn't have been walking down on the opposite side of the street and then crossing back over to this side. So I don't think he went up here and turned left. I think he just went straight. So I think he went straight, and because he had a rifle in his pants, assuming it's him, and assuming that was a rifle in his pants and he wasn't just happy to see us, he's not gone too far. So wherever he's going, he's parked somewhere that he can get back into his vehicle and take off. I don't think he walked very far. Even if he lives in the area, like I don't think he lives way up here. Like, he didn't walk that far, with a rifle in his pants. I think he literally, wherever he parked, he probably stuffed the rifle in his pants, and the entire way to school, I think it's relatively close, maybe a few blocks. He walked to the school with the rifle in his pants, possibly, and got up on top of the building, shot Charlie Kirk, and then walked away. And I think he went up this direction, possibly parked in this parking lot here. But again, I don't even know if he did that, because why would he park in this parking lot and then cross the street here and been walking down this side of the street to begin with, and then just cross back over later? If he was parked over here, he would have taken this crosswalk and just kind of walked straight down here. I think he just crossed here, probably where there wasn't the crosswalk, and was probably parked up somewhere around here. Anyways, that's kind of what we've been able to piece together. We've been kind of looking through these photos of, and watching all the details that have been coming out from the police department, the FBI, and stuff like that. So that's about as good as we can put it together now until they release a little bit more information. Anyways, if you're wanting to talk to us about this case, I do stream daily on Twitch at twitch.tv/Aladar. We'll see you again in the next video. In one take, bitches! You know how hard that is to do in one take? How long was that? That seemed like it was, that was a good length. That's hard to do in one take, man. I thought I was going to have to try that like 5 or 6 times. Don't tell me I missed anything either. Don't tell me I missed anything. I don't think so, because he was limping on the next street over, or didn't he? Well, when he was heading to the, this is where it's a little, you missed the person of interest. What do you mean? Oh, I'm not going to mention the person's name, the Sky person or whatever, because I don't want to like throw a name out there and have people be like, oh, this is her. I don't think it is her, so I'm not going to throw that in there. Yeah, this person is Corgi86. Anyways, yeah, that's yeah, Andy's in Vancouver. Andy's in Vancouver, yeah. Oh. Oh, the bad news is Green Bay won, did they? I I didn't watch the game. That's bad news. Hard to be optimistic. Just none of this stuff is really affecting me. You know? Who goes for the... Shut up, dude. Shut up. I've seen a bunch of people. Hold on, let me just save that video. Is it here? What a headline! Bad news bears, dude. Come on, come on. We're gonna be we're gonna be good. We're gonna be a dynasty. I'm promising you. There was a video that I saw that let's just watch this. What the hell, just for content. Something insane happened today. Do I want to like react to this, or what is this about? I've like seen several people post about this. All right, this is Asmongold. I've seen several people talking about this video. I have no idea what it's even about. But I know his dad's been sick, so like I thought he was gonna like take a step away from streaming and stuff like that. So, but I don't know. He probably's got some time.
And it's been a little.
Hold on.
Hey guys, it's me again, and it's been a little while. Just before I get into the main.
What's with his background? What do you mean? What's with his background? It looks pretty clean. Like it's compared to how it normally looks like. Although there's cups and stuff
Topic
here.
of the video, I want to explain why there haven't been any videos. My dad has been in the hospital for the better part of a week now. Very serious situation. It has required my full attention. And because of that, I've been on calls, I've been dealing with other people, talking to members of the family, and doing everything that I need to be there for my dad and for my family during this situation. And because of that, I haven't been live and I haven't made a lot of videos. And I apologize for that.
I believe he's got
hopefully I'll be back as soon
pancreatic
as
cancer
possible.
or something, right?
That
Like
being
it's not
said,
good.
we had something insane happen today, and I was able to break away a little bit earlier, and I wanted to make a video about it and talk about the obvious and inevitable nature of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This happened a few hours ago, and it was probably one of the most gruesome and graphic, and this is coming from somebody who grew up on Lively.
For those of you that, I mean, I'm sure all of you have seen that one video where it's like close up. I remember the first time I watched it, I was like, I can't, like, there's no way I was watching that again on stream. It was just like, come on.
Videos I've ever seen. The first time
I didn't watch it on stream. I watched it like kind of on my side monitor, and I was like, I'm not showing that on stream.
I saw a video, I thought it was AI generated. The guy gets shot in the neck and blood is spurting out. I didn't even know it could do that. And it was absolutely fucking horrifying to see something like that happen in front of a massive audience of people. Now, if you don't know who Charlie Kirk is, Charlie Kirk has been a pretty noteworthy, like controversial guy. He's a conservative. He goes to a lot of college campuses, does live debates. This is a pretty popular format nowadays, and Charlie Kirk has been popularizing it and utilizing it now for many years. And he was even featured in South Park recently because of it. Charlie Kirk definitely is not a super radical right-wing person, but I would say that he's more of the moderate to, kind of extreme right-wing. Very, very,
Kind of
I would
extreme
say,
right-wing, yes.
lukewarm, though, in my opinion, at least especially, and this is where we're going, especially compared to now. And what I think is going to happen now, because obviously these shootings like this don't really happen inside of a vacuum, and they never do, they never have. And I think that the situation that we have right now is that there is a tremendous amount of political violence that is advocated for, promoted, and allowed to exist on social media that has turned up the temperature in all political conversations, all social conversations, and
what we were
all
talking about earlier
discourse on the internet. And
it's what we were talking about earlier. Like, things have gone absolutely mental, and it's not just on one side of the aisle; it's on both. It is absolutely, the last 15 years have been crazy.
in general,
It gets worse
to
and worse.
a point where it's almost unrecoverable. You have people that are out there all the time advocating for violence, advocating for people to get killed. Somebody needs to take care of this guy. Somebody needs to deal with this. I wish he were dead. Won't somebody do it? The 8647, all of the crypto messaging and all the doxing, right? Why do you dox somebody? Why do you post a person's home address? It's to make other people that are insane, like the person who killed Charlie Kirk, it's to give them the ammunition they need to kill that person and to put that person's life in danger. That's why they're doing it. And so that's the reason why they want to find out the identities of ICE agents. That's the reason why they want to find out the identities of Tesla owners, like at the beginning of the year. It's so they can destroy their car and destroy their lives. And this isn't necessarily a one-sided thing. I think that in the last
It is definitely not one-sided.
5 years or so, especially since BLM, it's been a 90% left-wing thing. But that doesn't mean that the 10% right-wing people are right either. But
I would argue that it's not 90% left-wing. The right-wing have definitely done their fair share of stuff as well. But this is just someone that's coming from a neutral standpoint. I don't think it's one is better than the other. Has the right wing killed anyone? I think there was a right wing guy that drove through a Black Lives Matter protest, didn't they? And he killed one or two people or something. Like, that was one of the things I know started off. Like, that was a few years ago now, but it's been kind of going back and forth since then. So.
But I do think that now you're going to see a lot more right-wing people balancing out those scales. The fact is that you can take a knife to a gunfight all you want, and you can think that you're honorable, but you're going to end up being dead. And I think that's what right-wing people have done for a very long time. They've tried to speak above the political violence. They've tried to advocate above it and not try to stoop down to that level. But the issue is that a lot of these social media companies have expressed literally zero desire to even do the bare minimum of moderation. I think that two of the worst actors are Twitter or X, and
Twitter is a horrible place to be on. Like, I'm going to say that right now. Like, when I'm sitting here spam or scrolling through Twitter during the day or while I'm streaming to look for stuff to talk about, I'm just shaking my head 99% of the time at some of the crap that is posted. And it is blatant bullshit that people are posting in order to get views or stir up, likes or whatever. And the conspiracy theories that you see are absolutely insane. Like, there's conspiracy theories about who killed Charlie Kirk. I've seen conspiracy theories that because he kind of turned on Trump and was demanding the Epstein files to be released, that Trump assassinated him. I've seen where he turned on Israel and claimed that Israel was going to do something, that maybe they were behind it. It's just, and I've been saying from the beginning, this is probably one lone wolf dude who got a lucky shot off and they just haven't found him yet. But it is crazy the amount of just conspiracy theories that go out there with nothing to back it up whatsoever.
Reddit. Both of these platforms are full of a bunch of extremist nut jobs that not only should have their accounts banned, but they should probably be put in mental institutions. And I think that now
people are able to hide behind a monitor.
Kind of interesting taking a step back for a week or so and seeing how many people are coming around to the inevitable reality that this is the only path forward. There are so many people in society now that are just completely unhinged.
The problem is you have wingnuts on both sides, and neither one of them are willing to back down or even admit that they've done anything wrong. Like someone that is got nothing to do with this and just sit back and watches this crap on the news, whatever. It's like you see people on this side that are just absolutely completely crazy, you know, the blue-haired people, and then people on this side that are absolutely crazy as well. And it's just baffling to sit there and watch. So it's I think honestly, until people are able to take a step back, maybe this is the event that will make that happen, or maybe it's going to be something else. But eventually, in order to fix this, people are going to have to take a step back and say, hey, what the hell are we doing here? Like, we need to figure this out because this is absolutely crazy. I'm old enough to remember back in the 80s. You know, I remember Reagan as a president. I remember Reagan winning the presidency, actually. And I would go down to the U.S. I've traveled to the U.S. like dozens of times every year. And you never had this sense of hatred amongst Americans because of their political affiliation. Like you just didn't feel that way when you traveled through the States. Now it's very cut and dry. There's families that broke up because one of their family members is a liberal, or another family member is someone that's MAGA. You know, like it's really cut and dry. Like they will hate you immediately. If you find out, like with some people, if they find out you're a liberal, they just immediately hate you without there being any discussion, any talking. There's no talking, no civil talking amongst groups anymore to kind of understand where people are coming from, because people from different economic positions are probably going to feel a little bit differently on how you know, the different sides of politics affect them. So they're going to vote differently. But people don't want to listen to any of that crap.
Unhinged, under-medicated, and really just completely insane that...
Wait, what? Who's under-medicated?
There are so many people in society now that are just completely unhinged, under-medicated, and really
crazy
just
people.
Completely insane, that you can't have a person like that running wild out in society. They cause problems for themselves.
If there's one thing America is known for, is the amount of medication Americans take.
To mention everybody else around them. And I think that the society, we need to have an honest conversation about how to deal with these people in a way that, and I'll be real, I don't really care about the people that are crazy. Their well-being and the way that, you know, things are for them. Of course, obviously, I wouldn't want it to be bad, but it's certainly not important. What's really important is all of the people who aren't crazy, making sure that people that are not crazy, that are good actors, that are law-abiding citizens, are able to live a life of peace, a life of prosperity, and a life without fear of going on the subway, for example, as at the recent event as well. And I think that every single person in the world deserves to live in a place like that. And I don't want to see, you know, America turn into a PvP server. And it sure seems like it is. And I think that in order to prevent that from happening, we need to have honest conversations about what do you do with people that, you know, get arrested 14 times. And
let's be honest, if it was a PvP server right now, it would be 100% Democrat or 100% Republican. That's what PvP servers turn into. It wouldn't be 50-50 like it is now.
It's not even a question, right? You put them in jail and you throw away the key and you compel them to work, and that way you can make the money back from imprisoning them forever. That's the way that you solve that problem. It's very simple, actually. But for some reason, the way that that makes people feel has made them unwilling to look at this obvious truth. If you look in history, this is what we've always done in history, and it's because it works. And the problem is that now we have so much of the discourse that's dominated by emotional thinking that's dominated by the most unstable, the most virtue signal, the most, ridiculous, performative empathy possible, and that's defining a huge political voice in the country. This has become a tremendous detriment to everyone. And I think that with people like the shooter that probably shot Charlie Kirk, with that guy in the subway that stabbed that Ukrainian woman, or with that trans shooter that shot up the school, one thing that's common among all of them is that these people, in almost all cases, were verifiably nuts beforehand, and nothing ever was done about it. And until we can...
So this is what I was talking about earlier, is I think both sides, I mean, there is the radical left, possibly, that has a problem with this, but I'm talking like here in Canada. And I think even people in Europe or whatever, like centrists like myself, people on the right definitely don't have a problem with locking people up and throwing away the key. But I think even like in Canada, which is considered fairly liberal, overwhelmingly people want to see people get like much more severe sentences. Part of the problem, though, is lack of funding. So if you have somebody that is constantly a repeat offender, they should just get like locked up. Like lock them up. If they have like a petty crime, lock them up for 5 years. Like if they're a constant like reoffender, just lock them up for 5 years, because all it's doing by allowing them to get out is wasting people's time. It's wasting the cops' time to rearrest them a second time. It's it's a waste of time for the courts to go through the whole procedure of putting them on trial and finding them lawyers and all that sort of stuff. It's just backlogging the system, and it's taking way too much time for some of these people that are on trial for something, and they'll sit in jail for like 5 months. There's a long story I could tell you. I'm not going to do that during this part of the video. I'll tell you guys the story about how I found somebody stealing a car. Remind me about that sometime. But long story short is it took way too long for this person to get through courts. Like they should, if they caught stealing something, they should be going through the court system within a week and going to trial. But they've got so many people that are reoffending, they've got to take them through the court system, and it just backlogs the hell out of everything and takes forever. And then they just get out 2 days later. Like, I would much rather see them spend a lot more money on the judicial system, specifically like more space in prisons, or you can call them mental hospitals if you want. I'm talking about people that are like hardcore drug addicts, like these people that are on the streets and they're just constantly like, they're on fentanyl, meth, crack, or whatever, and they're just stealing stuff. They're reoffending, et cetera, et cetera. They're possibly even killing people. Lock them up. They should be locked up for a minimum of 2 years. End of story. And just say, that's it. That's enough. But right now that doesn't happen. You know, it doesn't happen because there's a lack of funding. And the judges, you know, they'll get to the stand. The judge is like, okay, well, you're guilty, but I don't have anywhere to put you. Like, I don't, there's no space in the jails for me to actually say, okay, you're in jail for 5 years now. Anyways, I think that is a major problem. And I think overall, most people, even on both sides of the aisle, they would be perfectly happy with much more severe sentences. Everybody wants to see crime coming down. You do have the left-wing extremists that think it's too severe of a punishment to lock someone away for 2 years for, you know, drug offenses like being on meth or crack or fentanyl or something like that. I think that's the moral thing to do for these people, to help them out, to get them off of the street, get them off of drugs, force them off of the drugs. And there will be people that'll be like, oh, you can get drugs into the jails. No, I'm talking about like where they have no physical contact with anyone for 2 years. End of story. Sounds severe? I don't care. That's just how I feel. If you choose to live your life that way, if you get caught doing that, then it's just 2 years. That is your sentence. We're going to get you off that stuff. That's what we're going to do for you.
Can stomach the idea of solving problems like that before they happen, we're going to keep having problems. And I think that with Charlie Kirk, it's very obvious that the amount of, political violence and advocating for political violence that's happening on the internet has turned up the temperature and created an environment and a culture where this type of behavior is normal. And not only is it normal, but it's actually encouraged. And the problem is that now people are acting on it. And you're starting to see this happen, and I think it's going to continue getting worse. I don't think Charlie Kirk is going to be the last one, but I think that we will look at Charlie Kirk's death and see it as a turning point.
I agree. I don't think Charlie Kirk is going to be the last one either. Like, I hate to say it, but and again, I don't agree with a lot of what Charlie Kirk said, but I do definitely know nobody should ever think that somebody should get killed for voicing their beliefs. Like, that is just absolutely ridiculous.
In this topic. And what I'm really trying to get at here with this entire point is that right now we are at a extremely pivotal moment. And I think that what's going to end up happening is that right-wing people are not going to continue to turn the other cheek. They're not going to continue to just, this is just a crazy left-wing radical. I think you're probably going to see right-wing people doing the same thing to left-wing people. And honestly, while I don't think this is a good thing, I certainly don't really feel that sorry for them. Because a lot of left-wing people have no problem advocating for violence, or at least using coded language in order to advocate for violence. The fact is that there's a certain level of intellectual dishonesty that goes on in situations like this where it's considered, this isn't actually what they meant, and no, this is actually some others. No, it is. It's exactly what they mean. They're trying to advocate for killing people that they disagree with. That's what's happening.
Yes,
and
Tristan.
There's no talking around it. And to the extent that you
And yes, Tristan, lots of news.
you're insulting the intelligence of anyone that you're speaking to. And I think that now you're going to start seeing a lot of right-wing people end up doing this to left-wing people now even more, because it's very clear that
I don't really like. Who's this? This is the Minnesota House Speaker. Democrat, right? She was killed by someone? Who was she killed by? Like, wasn't her and her husband and her dog assassinated just months ago? So this is what I mean when I talk about, like, let's not pretend that this is just mostly one side that is doing this. It is most definitely not one side. And again, as a neutral person, like, you can go back and forth with, say, the other side. The first thing you have to admit is we're all, like, both sides are doing it. Both sides are guilty of this. Both sides have done this in the past. People need to, like, say, hey, that's enough. Like, enough is enough. Like, let's either it's going to blow up now and it's just going to go absolutely nuts, or eventually, hopefully, people are going to be like, hey, this is crazy. We need to actually, we need to fix this problem.
These social media platforms are not going to moderate this behavior. The FBI, for whatever reason, just refuses to deal with or have any degree of accountability for dealing with these obvious terrorists that are in the country. And because of that, I think you're going to start seeing an uptick of violence from right-wing people as well. And this is going to be, in my...
Okay, we're gonna have a small disagreement here because the uptick of violence is already there. This is not something that has just been going on for the last 6 months. Like, this has been going on for like 10 years of back and forth, insulting each other, violence on both sides. Like, this is not just a left-wing thing that has been happening. And I, again, will admit that left-wing people have been doing this, but the right side has also been doing it.
My opinion, I don't really think the...
You don't think that there's right-wing extremists that cause violence? I don't know. What is that? Who did this?
The word is justified because it's not justified, but the word is expected. I think it's going to be expected.
People literally need to settle down and like take a look at themselves and say, hey, how have I contributed to this? Have I spread hate myself? Are we also part of the problem?
The fact is that, again, you bring a knife to a gunfight, you're going to lose. And don't be surprised when you keep bringing guns to gunfights and then somebody else decides to start shooting back. I think that's what's going to happen. And I think this is a degradation of society as a whole. And ultimately, the real burden of responsibility here doesn't really fall on influencers, and I don't think that it falls even on the commenters themselves. I think it falls primarily on the government. The fact is that the government, there are already laws that permit, explicit calls to violence. There's already laws that permit the types of stalking and doxing that people in.
They like I said earlier, I try to be middle, but I am more right wing in this issue. Apparently, they definitely need a lot more jails. And these people that are like calling for violence on the internet, they need to be locked away. Like if you're calling and trying to incite violence against other people on the internet, track that person down, throw them in jail. Like that is absolute like garbage. And people are gonna be like, oh, but what about freedom of speech? No, there's freedom of speech, and then there's consequences of that speech as well. If you're calling for like somebody to be, killed or beaten up or, physically attacked, etc., that should be punishable for sure. Build more prisons, and give longer sentences. Be a little bit more harsh on your sentences. And the job that I currently have, again, I've never told people what I generally do or what I do for work, but I do talk to a lot of cops with my job. And one of the things that I even talked to a cop just like 2 weeks ago, week and a half ago. And one of the problems that they have is they can arrest somebody because we were watching somebody literally smoke meth or crack right in front of us. And I knew why he wasn't immediately arresting the guy. And I said, how long would it take for him to be out of jail if you were to arrest him right now? And he said he'd be out this afternoon. Like, it's literally a waste of his time. Like literally a waste of his time to take him to, for what? So he can get out of jail? Like, they need to build more jails and be more severe. And these ultra left-wing people that are all butthurt because somebody is, they feel like somebody's being, the system is being too harsh on somebody that's a drug addict. I don't think it's being harsh enough. I think we're being cruel to those individuals by not forcing them off of drugs. Period. Like, if I'm a sober person, I am saying this as a sober person, if I ever got addicted to any of these drugs, I would want you to lock me up and force me off of these drugs. And I think any sane, sober person would probably feel the same way. And the addicts, like, you can't ask them because obviously they're going to say, no, I don't want to be locked up because they're addicts.
Engage in online. And one of the big things that is a misconception is that people like me want new laws. We want any form of extra censorship at all. I certainly don't want that, and I don't know anybody else that does either. But what we do want is we want the existing laws to be applied and to be enforced in an accurate and a fair way, which is clearly not.
And in order to do that, they need more jails, which is crazy to say because I believe America is listed as one of the top countries in the world for incarcerated people, like the largest percent of population that has incarcerated people. Like, why is that? Like, that's something that they need to actually look at. Like, why are there so many incarcerated people in the U.S.? But it's the same in Canada. Like, they need to create more jails so that these longer convictions, they've actually got somewhere to put these people. But right now, they convict somebody of drug trafficking, and they can get a slap on the wrist because they don't have any space and any place for them to go. And it's the same as in the U.S. I remember, I don't know when they changed the law, but I remember there used to be, like, if you got caught with like a pound of weed in the U.S., you could get like a 20-year sentence. Like, that seems crazy to me. Like, that actually seems crazy that you could get a 20-year sentence for that. But I'm talking about like the little drug offenses, like the people that are really screwed up on drugs, and they're trying to find $5 for the next high. Like, those people, get them off of the street, put them away, 2 years, no contact with anyone, get them off the drugs.
Not what's happening. And really, the government not doing that and giving this asymmetrical, in my opinion, advantage to left-wing people to fully and with complete freedom practice genuine terrorism on a daily basis.
I wish people would understand that it's not all left-wing people. What, like they say left-wing people, it's like extreme, like left-wing extremists. Same as like all right-wing people are not bad people. All left-wing people are not bad people. It's the people that are extreme on both sides that it's like the rest of us that are in the middle. It's kind of like, what the hell's going on?
And then, you know, congratulate each other about how moral and how good they are for doing it, because something bad that happened in Palestine or something bad that Donald Trump did 3 years ago. This is just simply a
NATO, I don't care.
This is what's going to happen.
I don't care if they want the help or not.
And I think that's probably what it's going to take.
I don't want them committing any more crimes to steal for their drugs.
What a bad idea what they've been doing is. Because until it starts happening to them, until they start having people that are their friends or, you know, their, like icons that they look up to, the same way people looked up to Charlie Kirk, you know, until they start seeing those people get killed, I don't think it's really going to be real for them. And unfortunately, I think that's the path that we're headed down because of the government and social media companies and every other seemingly governmental apparatus that has just completely hand-waved this problem and ignored it entirely. So the death of Charlie Kirk and the assassination of him should not come as a surprise to anyone. This should be something that everybody could have.
It shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone, and the way things are going, it shouldn't come as a surprise when somebody else gets whacked next as well. Like, don't be surprised when that happens. And the way things are going, it's happening more and more often. Don't be surprised when it happens. I'm saying it right now.
Expected. All you had to do is read Twitter for an hour, and
again, it's not me. I don't even live in your country. So if something happens, don't start pointing your finger at me. I'm just saying I'm not surprised anymore when shit happens down there.
Could have told me this would have happened, of course. Same with Reddit. And until that core problem is addressed, you will continue to see a rapid decline in any type of social discourse. And I'm actually kind of afraid to see what's going to happen next, because I think it's just going to continue getting worse, and I don't see the reason for it to stop. And so anyway, I wanted to make this video because it's obviously a topic that...
I do agree that I think it is going to get worse. It almost got as bad as it could get. Was it last summer? Somebody with a bad shot missed Donald Trump. Like it could have been as bad as it could have gotten at that point.
You know, I've been talking about this a lot for the past few years now, and I was laughed at a lot, and people were telling me it wasn't that big of a deal, and they were joking. Well, I saw the video. That wasn't a joke. And the reality is that those jokes and everything create a culture and an environment where the actual actions are more permissible. And you also have people that are the ones telling me, quote...
Here's something crazy. We were covering the Charlie Kirk shooting all day today. There was 2 other like mass shootings today that we know of so far that happened at schools. And you could barely find any information on them. Like, that is kind of how desensitized it is becoming, which is actually kind of terrifying. Like, these other issues that happened were kind of swept under the rug because people were paying more attention to the Charlie Kirk thing. Obviously, it's still a big story, but like back years ago when like Columbine first happened, like it was massive news, not only just in the US, but in Canada, all over the world. It was crazy that this actually happened. A mass shooting at a school. But there's so many times now where it happens and it's barely reported. It might be reported by like the local news now, but it's no longer national news anymore. You know, it's barely even like, thought of.
Jokes.
It's kind of weird.
They're
It's bad.
talking around just, directly, saying that this is a bad thing and it shouldn't be tolerated for any reason. You have, I don't want to go through a bunch of different names, but anybody, this is the way I look at it, I'm just going to make a categorical judgment here, is that any content creator or anybody like this who has been advocating for violence against a person in an extrajudicial way. I'm not talking about trying people who they disagree with for treason. This is advocating for the judicial process to be used against people they disagree with. I think that's fine. But whenever you have people that are saying things like 8647, or anybody who's advocating for any form of extrajudicial justice, extrajudicial justice, and basically vigilante justice on people who they disagree with politically, you have to realize that all of those people, I think, have made themselves acceptable targets. And I think that there's a lot and millions of people out there nowadays that see that. And I think that that should be extremely worrying for them. It should be terrifying. But the reality is that they have created that environment themselves through their own actions, through their behavior, and through their own words. You reap what you sow. And I think that things are about to get a whole lot worse. So anyway, guys, I wanted to make this video and talk about it. And that's about all I've got to say. So I hope to be back soon. I'll record videos when I can, here and there. But for
hopefully
the most
his dad
part,
gets better.
As I said before, my dad has had so many really serious issues going on. I need to devote my full attention to making sure that he's healthy and taken care of. And so as much as I look forward to streaming, this has to take priority. I don't have a time frame. It will probably be a matter of weeks and maybe not even that long until I'm back regularly. And so hopefully that's the case. Anyway, guys, thank you all so much for watching. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. Another senseless death that never needed to happen. And I think that anybody who was, talking about this and turning up the heat on any of this type of political rhetoric and discussing, or at least, flirting with the idea of political violence, I think all of those people have made themselves acceptable targets in all of the worst ways possible. And I don't think that this is a good thing either, but I think it's happened. So anyway, guys, thank you all very much for watching, and I guess I'll see you soon. Anyway, peace.
Anyways, yeah, like I was saying earlier, I think honestly both sides need to step back and actually have a good hard look in the mirror, because I mean, right now it's just it's crazy what's going on, and those of us just kind of sitting on the sidelines and watching it, it's like, what the hell is going on over there? Like it's really weird, and it's the amount of sheer hatred that the sides have for each other. It is actually like, there's people that like legitimately think that there's going to be a civil war with just how much people hate each other, and something's going to spark it off possibly, and you're just going to watch like an all-out war. It is actually kind of weird what's going on. I've never felt this way. Well, I mean, you can see it progressively have gotten this like really bad over like the last 15 years. Like 20 years ago, when I used to go down to the US with friends or whatever, to Vegas or whatever, you never really heard this stuff. And then suddenly, like 15 years ago, it progressively started to kind of creep into the politics, and it progressively got worse and worse. And it's like it's accelerated like crazy over the last 10 years. And now suddenly here we are. We've had deaths on both sides. We've had people calling out for, violence against the other people. There was a video that I was watching earlier from a while back where it was someone on the others, on the right side of the aisle, that was calling to have liberals rounded up and public executions and stuff. Like, it's crazy. Like it's absolutely insane talk. So I don't know how to fix it. I don't have any answers. I don't, I don't understand why it is happening so seriously in certain areas. But it is, and people need to take a step back and say, hey, we need to figure this shit out. But I don't think, I don't think more violence is the answer. Anyways, that's my take on that. We'll see you in the next video. All right. What do you guys think of Asmongold's video? Iverson, why am I trying to hate on American culture? It's not that I'm trying to hate on American culture. It's American culture that it's happening in. If it was happening in Irish culture, I'd be talking about it there. If it was happening in, if my conservative friends were killing people in Canada, I'd be talking about it here. What's happening is not American culture. It's not. Like, what is it then? Like, it's something is going on down there. Why is it happening down there so often compared to everywhere else? Have I seen the most recent Columbine survivor documentary? No, but I think I heard of something about it though, where they were talking to the survivors like today. But I haven't watched it. No. I've not watched it. What did you guys think of the video? Red, that used to be the American culture. Cultures change over time. That used to be American culture. I think if you were to ask people in Europe or, wherever, what America is known for now, I don't think you would have people say that they're people that are thinking about their God, country, family, and unity first. I don't ask somebody randomly in wherever, name a country, and I don't think that that's what's coming out of their mind, out of their mouth. I think they're going to say, "What the fuck is going on over there?" We got any Europeans in chat? Any non-Americans? There's got to be. There's like 80 of you in chat. I know some of you are here just to look at my beautiful face. Pinot Chopin, where in Europe are you from, and what are people saying about what's going on over here in North America, particularly the United States? I'm Gabe. You're American as well, aren't you? The biggest news in Canada is the woman is a cult leader. Corgi, I was telling people earlier, the other big piece of news is when Carney joked about working Connor McDavid's contract into the Canadian into their funding to make sure that he stayed in Canada. Like, it was obviously a joke, but people were like, "What the fuck?" You're like, it's like it's literally boring news. So what do people outside, like, for those, like, that is literally what people are looking at, Red. People are looking at, they're not looking at the US anymore as this beacon of freedom and, God, country, family, unity. That's not what people feel anymore. Who's calling for no government? Well, for the destruction of government, she has followers. What's her name? When was she arrested? I haven't heard about this, actually. Let me try and Google it. Queen of Canada cult leader arrested. This has got to be it. Let's see what this is about. Canadian news. Romana Didulo. Is there any video of it? I'm not reading shit. Like, what the hell? What's her name here? Hold on. Let me look up on YouTube. Let me look at this up on YouTube and see if we can find something here about this lady. This is her? I've never heard of this. All right, here's
The
Canadian news,
self-proclaimed
guys.
Queen of Canada, Romana Didelot, has been released on conditional bail following a hearing today in Saskatchewan. The 50-year-old cult leader was arrested.
Release on conditional bail. Didn't we just talk about this? Released on conditional bail.
On Friday, and the CBC's
She's a cult
Hillary
leader.
Johnstone is following this story for us. It's really kind of taken off over the last few days, hasn't it? So what can you tell us, Hillary?
It absolutely has, Andrew. So the 50-year-old who spent the weekend behind bars in custody has now been released on bail, but there are a number of conditions that she needs to follow. If she violates any of them, they could land her back in custody. So let's go through some of them. So Romana Didelot, who, as we were just saying there, calls herself the Queen of Canada, is the leader of this cult. This is some footage of her arriving at court on Friday, but a number of conditions she has to follow. She cannot be within 50 kilometers of Richmond, Saskatchewan. That is the community along the Alberta-Saskatchewan border where she has been living in a decommissioned school building with her followers for 2 years now. She cannot be there. She needs to stay at an address in Regina. She's not allowed to have contact with a number of specific individuals, including Ricky Mance, who is the owner of that decommissioned school building. She's not allowed to make any online references to any of the individuals, which she is not supposed to be in contact with. She can't be in possession of firearms or imitation weapons. She needs to submit to a search without warrant of herself, her vehicle, or a building in which she resides, and she must seek and maintain either employment or education. So Romana Didelot and her followers here, this started as part of the wider QAnon movement. So a group of people who...
They're still around?
Believes that a secret cabal been running the government. It has now evolved into what's often called a sovereign...
They believe a secret cabal has been running the government. Wise guy, are you part of this cult?
Sovereign citizens movement, where you have a group of individuals who believe that the laws do not apply to them. This footage that you're looking at is from today. There were actually a number of her supporters who were here outside the court to greet her. But it has evolved into this sovereign citizens movement, so her followers do not believe that the rules or the laws of this country apply to them. They do not believe in things like paying taxes, in vaccination. They believe that Didelot here, that she has power.
This is what Canadian whack jobs look like, okay?
Alien powers, and that she is a ruler under natural law. This community where they have been living in this decommissioned school building for 2 years, that has prompted a lot of concerns from the nearby community, who say that she and her followers had been harassing them and they did not want her there. Now, it was just last week on Wednesday, Andrew, that the RCMP went in and raided that building. They said after they received reports of a firearm, an occupant with a firearm, 16 people were arrested in all. Most of them were then released quite quickly, but then Romana Didelot and Ricky Mance, that other individual I was mentioning, they were quickly re-arrested and were charged. So that is what this bail hearing was for. And like we say, she now has been granted bail.
And we're also hearing that Didelot's followers have been ordered out of the compound where they were staying outside Regina. What do we know about that?
That's right. So the Saskatchewan Health Authority has gone in and has said that this building is unfit for human use. They say that they have found evidence, gathered sufficient evidence regarding health concerns and compliance issues to determine that it is a risk to public health and safety. They say in particular because the building, which we're looking at right now, which is this decommissioned school building, is not hooked up or connected to a municipal sewage system. So they have a number of concerns about that. So there's now an eviction order. No one is allowed to be in there, and no one is allowed to return to that facility.
Hillary, thank you. The CBC's Hillary Johnstone.
Okay, I guess that's the big news in Canada. This is I'm not watching this all, but this is like W5 is kind of like a 60 minutes type documentary style show in Canada, but they've got like a 45-minute video. I'm not watching all this, but I've never heard of this lady
W5.
I am Her Royal Majesty Queen Romana of the Kingdom of Canada.
A small town held hostage.
This reminds me of like Scientology or some shit like that. Like just some wacko like or Waco, Texas shit.
She thinks that she has been sent here to save people.
We don't know what they're going to do. They're unpredictable.
While some fall under the spell of its charismatic leader,
It's a digital fantasy. She's a content creator, and she's brilliant at it.
others feel threatened.
What?
Somebody's got to help us out.
A
We're running out of
content
ideas.
creator?
You will
Stop.
receive not one,
Stop.
but 2 bullets.
Here is Avery Haynes.
Welcome to
Content
W5.
creator where?
She calls herself the Queen of Canada. Others call her a cult leader.
Ryder
Lola
Rides, what's up?
Fernandez enters the bizarre.
Guys, this is the Queen of Canada. King Charles is no longer the king. It's Queen Romana Didulo.
Our world of Romana Didulo, a woman who set up a compound
Queen, get it right. It's Queen Didulo.
in Saskatchewan, terrorizing the residents who live in the rural community.
This is crazy.
In Saskatchewan, you can almost always see what's coming. Here in the
Wait, this is in Richmond, Saskatchewan. You want to see where that is? It's on the border. Where are we here? Border of not sure exactly where it is, but it's somewhere along the border of here, I'll just type it in. Richmond okay, so it's this little speck here. It's this little speck here of a town. This is where they live. It's a tiny little community, probably just like. Anyways, this is.
In the province's southwest, there are acres upon acres of flat farmers' fields.
Wait, Benjamin, are you joking? Are you joking? We get mad when people joke. Because I've got the news up on another channel and they're not talking about this. They're not talking about this. I feel like that's a joke.
20 kilometers east of the Alberta border, the farmland gives way to a small town, Richmond, Saskatchewan. Once a bustling hub for agriculture, oil, and gas, Richmond is now mostly inhabited by retirees and young families looking for an affordable place to live. With only 120 residents, it's generally a pretty quiet place.
You would think.
But in the fall of 2023, all of that changed. Those blaring horns to protest the unexpected arrival of this woman, Romana Didulo.
What do you mean? She's our queen.
She calls herself the Queen of Canada. A woman who has crisscrossed the country to share her strange and violent messages that promote the murder of police, politicians, and ordinary people. She does this by issuing her official orders.
The royal decrees that I have issued, basically removing all of the shackles put by the corporation government. I have also said that there is no more politics.
Okay, here's an easy solution. She's from the Philippines. Just fucking ship her home. You know, like, hold on. When did she move over here? 15-year-old at 15. Do you think the Philippines would accept her back? She's got to have her citizenship by now. Like, just be like, nope, sorry, leaving.
And no more politicians.
She tells Canadians not to pay their debts.
Queen Romana's in power, and we're not paying any more bills. Utilities are free.
That sounds good.
She also pushes conspiracy theories. A favorite? About the danger of the COVID vaccine.
Oh,
Here's
geez.
how she would punish healthcare workers who vaccinated children.
For each child that you have harmed, you will receive not one, but 2 bullets on your forehead. Think very, very carefully before you touch that needle.
The Queen is upset.
For Richmond, Didalo and her followers landed in Kamsack, Saskatchewan. Residents there made it clear they weren't wanted.
Wherever you came from, get out of here!
The group did not last a day. That's when a Richmond resident invited them to stay at an abandoned school.
I saw a vehicle coming down this road here. What the heck is that?
Roland Davis has been living in Richmond for 15 years. Her home sits directly opposite that school where the group is set up. You could say she's had a front row seat to all the comings and goings.
I saw 2 RVs, and then there was 2 cars, 2 pilot cars in front, and then one behind.
Bit of a convoy.
You have crazies here.
Quite a bit.
What's it been like for you living so close?
Horrible. You know, you watch the activity day in, day out. They're driving around school constantly, even at night.
Town residents like Davis complain that their lives have been turned upside down and that members of Didalo's group intimidate them.
With cameras, the exact same thing that Scientologists do. This is nuts.
I was working in my yard in the fall, and I could feel someone looking at me or watching me. I spotted someone, and they actually had their phone, and they were taking pictures. They probably have 1,000 pictures of me.
How does that make you feel?
Awful. It's like I haven't done anything wrong.
At least 8 people have taken residence inside that former school. A few other Richmond residents visit all the time.
I feel my freedom is basically stripped from me because I don't feel as free to come and go as I used to. I lock my door.
You didn't lock your door before?
Nope. It's a small town. It's a small town. We don't have to lock our door.
Tell me about
I was serious when I was saying earlier that a lot of Canadians don't lock their door. It's true.
Impact on your own family.
My daughter won't come with her kids. Last 2 winters, I brought my mom here for a week to stay here with me, and there's no way I would bring her here right now. My mom would not sleep at night, just knowing that they're this close, right?
So just who is Romana Didalo? She says she immigrated from the Philippines, where her parents died when she was young. Didalo moved to British Columbia at the age of 15. From the early 2000s, she ran or worked in several businesses, but truly emerged as a public persona during the pandemic. In 2020, she unofficially started a new political party.
I'm the founder and the leader of Canada First. It's time for us to clean up the swamp in Ottawa.
Within months,
wait, is this where Donald Trump got the idea from? Was from our Queen?
Leader to calling herself head of state and commander-in-chief.
Donald Trump got the idea from our Queen? Wow.
Of the Republic of Canada. And it was here in Ottawa in the winter of 2022 where Didalo made her first high-profile appearances, a coming-out party, as it were, at the Freedom Trucker Convoy.
Hello, everyone. I am Queen Romana.
No. Oh my God. So she's with the truckers acting like another lunatic.
Canada, I am backed by the armed forces of the United States.
Oh my God. Stop. Stop. Backed by the armed forces of the United States.
There are no more elections, no more politicians, no more.
What do you think the people that are standing around her are thinking? The lunatics that are standing around her are thinking this woman's even crazier than we are.
Politics in the Kingdom of Canada.
She even went so far as to burn the Canadian flag.
Bye-bye, Canada! Bye-bye, Corporation Canada!
After the Freedom Convoy, she set off with her followers in some RVs heading east, meeting followers in Montreal,
Thank you, thank you, thank you!
Quebec City, signing flags and kissing babies in Halifax.
You are communicating with me telepathically.
Oh, jeez.
Leading her followers to the sea.
I will bless the
They went to Halifax.
Atlantic Ocean.
Is this their flag?
Even outside of Canada, she's a very unusual person. I think she has more amongst conspiracy theorists, if you will.
This is our biggest terrorist threat in Canada. Yeah, this is crazy.
More influence than anyone I can think of.
Are you married? Yeah, is
Christina
she single?
Terkeski is a professor
Can I be
of
the king of
criminology and
Canada?
social work who studies
Hold on.
extremist groups at Chatham University in Pittsburgh. She's been monitoring
Is
Romana
she single?
Didelot for 2 years.
I think she was speaking about her hatred of vaccines and mandates at a time when there was a subgroup of other people who also felt the same way, who really did not like the government telling them what to do.
Her anti-vax, anti-mask views pushed her following to 80,000 during the pandemic. People open to accepting all kinds of bizarre claims.
Canada was sold to China by the conservatives and the liberals and all the parties with the blessing of the fake queen.
Oh, the Queen Elizabeth is the fake queen. You found her. Stop. You stop. You did not find her on Twitter or on Tinder. Oh my, no, stop.
Is it true
I might have to make a Tinder account and swipe right.
that John F. Kennedy Jr. is still alive?
Yes, I can tell you, but then I'll have to kill you. Any more burning questions?
Sometimes those claims veer from bizarre to outlandish.
When there are ships.
How the hell do people like fall for this shit? How do people fall for like, seriously? These people are like mentally, like, these people are allowed to vote.
When the ships are in or up there, they change the weather.
She has talked about being from the planet Arcturus.
The Arcturians are the most advanced, like the Yoda.
This is Scientology. This is literally sounds like Scientology here.
So there's an alien element to this.
We came as an entire community of the light beings.
Yes.
Starships from starships and star systems.
See stuff in the sky.
Yes.
I think it's connected to the idea that she's very important and very special.
What I do here directly affects
In
up
Xeno,
there.
I know,
That
but
is why
it
they
sounds
are
similar.
escorting and protecting my convoy.
She thinks that she has been sent here sort of in a divine way from God, Master, Creator, and that's the term that they oftentimes use because they're not a religious group, but they do mention God sometimes, and that she has been sent here to save people.
So I'm not a dictator. I am guided by the highest divine beings, and I'm here to deliver peace and prosperity.
I do believe it is a cult. I think the fact that they travel together in particular,
This is
and
nuts,
they have a very
man.
tight inner circle, that they have certain uniforms they wear, they have certain behaviors they have to engage in, that
How do
she
I
is very
join?
dictatorial towards the people who live there.
I wanna
and
become king of
demands that
Canada.
They do certain things. That all speaks to me as a cult.
Yeah, how they? Well, she
Sometimes
said that they don't
doesn't
pay
demand
taxes.
as much as grant permission.
Sorry?
Is it true the White House and the Parliament buildings are going to be blown up?
I said you can blow up all of the legislature buildings in Canada.
Back in Richmond, it's the threats of violence that keep Roland Davis and others up at night.
Could it be another Waco? When you think about it, yeah, could be. You know, those followers, they worshipped their leader, right? And I think these people do too. Is she capable of carrying out that type of thing? I think so.
When we come back,
He has sold his soul to this woman.
loved ones lost to false promises.
How do people
There's
fall for
nothing
this?
that I can do to help him.
When W5 continues.
Remember what I said earlier? We need more like institutions to lock people up. This is a prime candidate to like lock up. She's nuts, and all she's doing is ruining people. How do people fall for this shit?
October 2023. Hundreds of people stage a protest, angry with the newest inhabitants of Richmond, Saskatchewan. The self-proclaimed Queen of Canada, Romana Didelot, and a small group of her followers.
They're recording these people. Your kingdom does not belong in our countryside. He's got a barrel of hay on the front of his tractor.
Cars and trucks circle the school where the group has been living.
Leave our town! Leave our town!
Lots and lots of please.
This is like an example of like Canadian like division. I guess like they're being polite. Can you please leave our town, please?
While the
please
RCMP
please
keeps
leave
the
our
peace,
town.
Dozens of Didelos
Excuse me. Hello. Can you please leave our town?
online devotees from far and wide make their way into the small town to meet the fake queen in the school's gym.
Greetings, everyone.
I've never heard of her
I
either.
am Her Royal
But apparently it's
Majesty
big news
Queen
right
Romana
now.
of the Kingdom of Canada.
The ceremony for We the People begins. Live
Yeah, leave our
streamed
country,
to
eh?
Didelos' online followers.
Do we do like a road trip for stream? If I'm going to be off work for a little while, do we do a road trip? It would take me probably about, I don't know, 20 hours to get there. Do we do a road trip to Richmond and try and get into this cult? She also streamed her arrest. Yeah, I think we saw that in the last video. Hello, Argentina.
Psyops operations to discredit Queen Romana and the team's work.
About 50 people, including children, fill the gym. And altogether, they declare an oath of sovereignty to their queen.
Hereby declare my oath of sovereignty.
They've got kids there. I think I could turn her on and make her feel like a special, like the most special lady in the world, and maybe I could become king.
After the event, Romana greets the group and hands them loyalty money, a made-up currency for her followers. This woman, who we'll call Mary, spotted her father.
Loyalty money, so that they perform tasks and they get money.
A devoted follower in the school gym that day.
But I couldn't really make anything out until the
Ponce,
point
have you heard of this? This is the Queen of Canada, Ponce. The Queen of Canada. Have you heard of this?
she was handing out the loyalty money, and then he hugged her.
She's some crazy whack job that's in some small Saskatchewan town called Richmond, Saskatchewan, and she's got a cult. And she's recently been arrested. And there's like this documentary from a year ago. I'm like, who the hell is this? One of the people in chat was like, yeah, it's really big news in Canada. I'm like, I've never heard of this woman, but she's the self-declared Queen of Canada. But I think she's single, so I think I could go there and hit on her and become King of Canada.
What was that like?
Oh, like a punch in the gut. Really? It makes me mad. It makes me sick.
A Twitch session?
Mary
Yeah, Ponce, when's
asked
the next
W5 to hide her.
Ponce, when's the next Twitch meetup in Vancouver? Let's make it in Saskatchewan and hold it in Richmond, Saskatchewan, and let's go there on a road trip. King Aladar, first of his name, yes.
Identity. She's afraid of backlash from the group. Were you worried?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. There was a counter protest. We were worried that my
Becomes
dad would get
brainwashed
into
by
a
a cult,
confrontation
yeah.
with one of them, and it could escalate to a physical confrontation, and he could either be hurt or arrested.
How far?
What, hurt? Hold on, where are we at? 1340? Have you seen the people? Hurt by who? They're all old people. There's like 2 children and a bunch of old people. Who the hell is hurting these people? What are you talking about?
I don't know. He's not my dad anymore. I don't know him anymore. I don't know what he could do. But I also think if he was led to believe that somebody he loved and cared about was
Gotta
being
become
put at
king
risk,
first? Okay, I'll
that
see what I can do.
He would get physical to protect them.
Mary's father first got involved with We the People during the pandemic, perhaps because he also opposed masking and lockdowns.
What was going through your mind when he was beginning to tell you about Romana and the group?
I just kind of laughed it off at first. Like, to me, clearly it seemed like
Do they have a
a
website?
scam or somebody living
They
out
have
a
an application
fantasy
form?
online, and maybe he just wasn't differentiating that. And I didn't really think it was a big deal at the time.
And then it became a big deal when he stopped paying his bills.
So first it was the property taxes, and then he stopped paying his credit card. Then shortly after that, we realized that he wasn't paying back his line of credit. He had said that insurance is illegal and taxes are illegal, and
There's a polygamous. There is a polygamous group in my province actually, but they're very small and they just kind of keep to themselves. So
mortgages are a scam, and you don't have to pay.
we could drive by there on the way to get in, brainwashed into this cult. You're in the Kootenays. Yeah, it's like beautiful or bountiful British Columbia or something like that. It's like on the border of the U.S.
For bills and things like that.
Your mom could lose a house.
Bountiful,
Yeah,
okay.
Absolutely.
So free utilities, free electricity. Our water system should be free to everyone. No one should be paying.
If people didn't actually have to pay their bills, wouldn't everybody know this?
By the way, we don't have any more income tax. Yes? I removed the income tax.
Professor Christine Sarteski says Didelo's decrees are causing real harm.
I have watched people post videos of themselves getting taken out by the bailiff because they have lost their homes. I've seen court records where people are in foreclosure because they believed in her
the
ideas.
cult soon tomorrow,
and really
dude. I got nothing to
that
do
they
tomorrow.
didn't have to pay their taxes, their mortgage, and then they're literally on the streets or they're living in their cars.
My parents' retirement is ruined. Like, my mother will probably have to sell her home and go back to work.
No more big pharma.
Didelo is also promising
So the husband is like got brainwashed and he's left his wife.
this.
So we are replacing that with our med beds. Our med beds are actually now under control of our military.
They have a military?
Are made-up healing technology that she claims can cure cancer and even regrow limbs. And watch how her outrageous promises affect her followers.
Now, me and my brother was born with CT cerebral palsy. Will the med beds help cure that?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's like totally taking advantage of people, or she's totally like, look at this. This is Alaric cuts off stream and regrows it on the med bed. Oh my God, what is wrong with people? Like, how do people fall for this shit?
Yes, it will realign whatever it is.
Like these two here, like they've obviously got some sort of physical ailment, possibly mental, I don't know. To this town is the biggest action this small town has ever seen. No wonder so many followed. I don't know if a lot of these people are from this town,
That's
though.
missing. If you were missing a particular,
Yeah.
then it will create one as a human being. They will use that signature as a human being and then
My God.
create you as an individual.
Oh man, I can't wait to get in that. I'll be running the streets. I won't be walking the streets.
Mary's dad has a traumatic brain injury. He has now stopped seeing doctors.
He'll say it's a waste of time because any day these med beds are going to be here and he'll be cured. It's sad. It's really sad. He has sold his soul to this woman, to Romana. And so it's so hard to know that there's nothing that I can do to help him. There's nothing I can do.
Back
I want
in
to
the
turn
town
it
of
off,
Ridgemount,
but it's like I keep
Saskatchewan.
watching.
So when did this fence here go up?
It was probably 2 weeks ago.
We met with Mayor Brad Miller, just outside of the fenced-in school property where the group has been staying.
What's it been like since you've been here?
The kick one does?
Like hell, actually.
I'll just
It's
turn it off.
Like when they came here,
All I
first
get is
off,
people spamming
people
chat
were
anyways,
so
so I just turned it off.
irate that they just wanted to get them out of here in 2 days, and it's still ongoing. As you see, the flag is still
What
up.
the fuck is a med bed? It's some crazy woman that is declaring herself as the Queen of Canada, and she's got like a cult that's followed her, and she's got them doing all this shit, like not paying taxes and not believing in medication, and like there's these special med beds that they have that can cure everything. But she's a single queen, so I'm thinking of getting brainwashed into this cult and swooning her and becoming the King of Canada.
Within minutes, we turn around to find a member of Didelo's security team recording us.
What do you think, Frank? Anything you want to talk about? How is it being a security guard for Romano?
He's not saying anything? No.
Why Richmond? Like 110 people, 120. Why us? Like, I didn't need it. Our townspeople didn't need it.
Did you know much about them?
No, but when you read about her, I can see why the people wanted action right away. It's terrifying, whatever, and the unknown is terrifying, actually.
Terrifying.
It's not very pretty
because
below
of
the
things-
belt. Yeah, but I would be able to become King of Canada, dude. Like you gotta take one, in order to become King of Canada. They're basically Canadian Scientologists, yes. So, like it is like just a cult.
Like this.
I've never heard of them
Letters
before.
Emailed to Mayor Miller
But apparently
and
it's in
other
the news
Richmond
right now.
officials, threatening their publicly broadcast executions and devastation upon
Okay,
children,
like listen.
grandchildren.
At this point, the RCMP just needs to go in and just start like locking people up. Like grab her, lock her up. She's a cult leader for fuck's sake. Like enough of
Like,
this
I would
shit.
be dumb not to say that it doesn't affect myself and my wife. Like, we keep the drapes closed now, and our doors are always locked, double checked. And like, I don't want to die sort of thing. It sounds funny what I'm saying now, whatever, but I would take one for the team. If they came and broke the law, I'd be the first one to protect our town, whatever.
Because then that would get rid of them.
They would go to jail and her reign would be done. Yes, that's
pretty extreme.
Yes, it is, yes.
Have you had any encounters with the group?
No, they won't talk to me. They just sit and videotape, and Romana won't talk to me at all. She says she's the leader or the queen, and she sits behind a closed door and doesn't talk to another leader or another mayor or a council. I think that's chicken.
Didelo was first invited to town by this man, Rick Mans.
From Richmond.
Seen here in an interview on the Fake Queen's nightly live stream.
When I invited Queen Romana...
Wait, nightly live stream? Wait, what? Where is she on Twitch? Where are we looking for this?
To come to Richmond. I mentioned we have a beautiful little town, friendly, and I also said that, my building isn't the Holiday Inn, but it's mine.
His
Yeah, it's
building,
on OnlyFans.
this abandoned elementary school, was originally purchased by Mans to house a cannabis grow-up. The venture failed to launch, so when Didelo and her group were looking for a place to stay, he reached out. Mans has had some brushes with the law. He was charged with assault last October, and then for not appearing in court. But he's now an esteemed member of the group, referred to as His Excellency.
Then I have some questions for you, Your Excellency.
Mans and a small group of Richmond residents are
already taken
Didelo
my title.
supporters. But they also have a history of conflict with the mayor and town council. Mayor Miller says years of small town squabbles snowballed into the current standoff.
You betcha. So this set in motion, I think, all the stuff that is happening now.
No,
There
dude,
are
come
rumors
on,
that
get rid of them.
Didelo or her supporters could even run for town council.
Does it worry you in a real way, or is it you think too unlikely to happen?
No, it worries me. I'm the type that you got to be prepared for stuff like that.
Yeah.
Miller and his council are trying to find creative ways to get Didelo and her kingdom out of town.
We're looking at bylaws now and just trying to outsmart them and outthink them. Put the pressure on. Somebody's
This
gotta
is
help us
crazy,
out.
man.
We're running out of ideas.
This is crazy that this shit.
The
like,
RCMP have told Richmond residents that they're keeping an eye on the group and investigating the death threats. But they can't lay charges or remove the group from private property until there's harassment or imminent threat.
it is private property.
What do you hope for?
Well, I hope for her to move, and then I hope that Saskatchewan would take her reign down. I will never give up till she's done, out of town, whatever.
But others already admit defeat.
The biggest mistake I made was thinking that this was all a joke and all an online fantasy. It's too late for my dad. We're never going to be able to convince him that this isn't real, but maybe other people, other families, it's not too late for their family member. This is just the way it is. I can't save him from this. And I broke down and I started crying and I said, Dad, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that this is happening to you. I'm so sorry, and I can't.
I don't know what
help
her
you.
live stream is.
I don't know what to do.
Coming up,
Hi, everybody!
wild claims and false facts.
Convinced.
Do we want to watch the rest of this, or are we done, guys? There is the actual arrest of her on live stream. Do you guys want to keep watching the rest of this? I feel like I can't turn it off.
Leave the phone down. You're under arrest.
All right.
The RCMP arrest of the woman who calls herself the Queen of Canada, captured by
arrest
her
the
own
Queen.
phone
How can you arrest
during a
the
live
Queen?
stream.
Down on the ground, please.
Romana Didalo and 15 others were taken into custody after a raid involving some 30 police cars, 2 tactical vehicles, drones, and a pair of SWAT
the
units.
RCMP
The next
would have
phase of
arrested
the
her.
investigation is now in its early stages. Investigators are still in the process of
Oh, come on, Ashley St. Germain. What are you talking? You can't arrest the Queen of
searching
Canada?
the building, collecting evidence, and interviewing those arrested.
Police say the operation was sparked by reports of an individual with a firearm. They say they seized 4 replica handguns. For 2 years, Didalo and her followers have lived in a former
Oh, they've got crops started and everything.
School in the village of Richmond, population just over 100 and 365 kilometers west of Regina. In July, the village office closed its doors to the public outside pre-arranged appointments due to harassment and intimidation of staff.
It's so great that we have finally gotten some movement. It's been like, a lot of the community members are very, very frustrated.
Saskatchewan isn't their first home. She and her followers have moved across Canada. In Peterborough, Ontario, some of them were charged for trying to arrest local police officers.
Oh man, I would love to see them try to arrest police officers. What? These old people come up and start trying to handcuff the cops.
Didalo says she was just an observer. The group is on the radar of some who monitor cults.
So she tells them that she is the ultimate authority, that she is the ruler under natural law. She is effectively the supreme ruler of all the land.
This lady's laughing, and she's laughing and she's trying to say this.
Tells them that she is the ultimate authority, that she is the ruler under natural law. She is effectively the supreme ruler of all the land. She tells them they don't have to pay taxes.
The group is tied to the QAnon movement, believing Canada's laws do not apply to them, and has expressed violent anti-vaccination messages.
QAnon.
RCMP in Saskatchewan say they have 24 hours after an arrest to lay charges. In the meantime, provincial agencies are conducting their own investigations, which could rule that the building is uninhabitable. Alexander Kwan, CBC News.
So that's where they're at now. They're ruling that this building is
W5
uninhabitable. And uninhabitable. I don't know. Is there something else you guys want to watch?
On a cold winter night in late 2023, a group of southern Saskatchewan residents gathered to talk with W5.
I'm Morella. Great to meet you guys. We want to talk just about what's been going on in the community.
We're in Ridgemount, population 120. There's a strong turnout here, about 80 people. Sitting by himself right at the front.
I don't even have Ashes of Creation installed on this new computer of mine, to be honest.
President Rick Mance, who invited the fake queen to town.
Oh, this is the dude that invited her.
How many of you in this town have been, I'm going to say, genuinely frightened about what's been going on in the last 2 months? Just a show of hands. Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Speaker after speaker steps up to the mic to share concerns, including Roland Davis.
You asked if we're afraid. We're all afraid. Everyone, every person in this room is afraid because of the unknown actions that the group may take or may not take. Are there death threats? There's several out there. Lots of them, probably 25 people, I think, on the list.
There are lots of people that don't like what's going on but are too afraid to say anything.
Shauna Sen, a former school teacher, received 2 threatening letters.
I'm very concerned that there are so many people in our country who are gullible enough, or, I mean, I have to say, stupid enough to think that this is actually real, that this person makes claim to
The
being the
replica
leader
guns, yeah.
of our country, our whole world, and the ridiculous promises that she makes, and that if enough people e-transfer money to her, that she
Oh,
will
is that
provide
how this works? She's got to
many, many,
you got to
many things.
e-transfer money to her?
She's not going to give anybody anything except trouble.
Town Administrator Barbie Cook also got a warning letter.
It is very traumatizing to receive that. That is not normal. I don't know whose life, who has a life where it's normal to receive an email with a death threat.
I grew up in this town.
Some of the speakers, like this woman, have lived in Richmond all their lives.
I've had to see my family, their mental health go down the frickin' drain because they don't want to leave their farm or their property to go do stuff with their kids because they have to look over their shoulder. It changes their whole life.
I want to hear
Residents and
His
followers
Excellency
are
talk.
constantly recording them.
This dude.
Brittany is
Listen,
concerned
I want
about
to hear
her
His
children.
Excellency
Their
talk.
little kids come home and ask, why are they videoing us? Why is there a fence around? Like, how do you answer those questions to little kids? Like, it's not something, you move into these communities to feel safe, and our kids don't feel safe. I don't feel safe.
I have 4 young children in this town, and there's been a lot of changes that have been made.
Just elbows up. Let's go.
One
Like
of
Gordie
my
Howe
child
style,
is
elbow to the
13.
face.
She would go for bike rides every
It's
night.
a bunch of old people in this cult. Like, what do you, like...
Take your time.
Your kids are supposed to have freedoms.
Your sense of safety is gone.
It's gone.
Not everyone here is on the same side.
Oh,
You're not getting the whole story. Some of these people have threatened their neighbors. Yes, you have. And it's not pretty. People get hurt, and people are getting hurt here on both sides. No, I'm not.
But
so
if I can
off.
Oh, wow.
Tired of listening to you.
People like you supporting idiot there.
So the cult makes it better?
You know what? It's about time you learned that there's 2 sides to everything, and that's the community as well.
Many in town blame Rick Mans for what's going on.
My name is Mayor, and I want them gone, including him, the leader of the pack, or sorry, His Excellency for brains.
Yeah, get the title right. His Excellency.
I know a lot of you have, or
Get the
some of you
title
at least have
right.
directed your comments to Rick. So I do want to ask Rick if he has anything he wants to say or respond to today.
Hail the Queen.
No. Okay. So he does not want to respond. I just want the
I want to hear His Excellency.
How are you? W5
How did a guy like that,
discreetly
like, come to
approach
afford
Mans
to be able
outside
to
of
buy
that
a
town
school?
hall to hear his side of the story.
Some of the residents have some concerns. I thought maybe you could speak as well.
Really nothing to say. This is my private property. Why do I have to explain who's on my property? Because somebody doesn't know them or doesn't like them.
We tried to speak with Didelo's other followers. We wanted to know what would make them walk away from their own lives to be here. They wouldn't
They don't pay
speak to us.
taxes.
W5
Are you kidding
did
me? They don't
track
pay
down Kim
taxes.
Churchill, who is a former follower.
I had
Oh,
went
former
shopping,
follower.
and I just bought them some food.
You were really into supporting them.
I really thought it was the change that we were going to see.
Churchill started as an online follower and met Didelo for the first time at the Freedom Trucker Convoy in Ottawa.
I'm like, oh, I got to meet this one, right? I got to see what she's all about. And she's got an entourage, and then there's so many Canadians that came across the country to be there with her. So she was really lining up with everyone that was an activist or protesting the mandates and the injection.
So when you heard what Romano was talking about, because of your stance during COVID, it aligned.
Yes, absolutely. She invited us to go into her RV and have coffee with her to chat. She seemed very soft and feminine and maternal.
Is she charismatic?
Yeah, yeah.
Does Romana
So people that are
believe
easily
what
tricked
she's
got
putting out
easily
there,
tricked. Is that
she's an
is
alien,
that
for
what
example?
we're
think
finding out
she
here?
Is convinced. And I find that stuff entertaining, I guess, you know.
But believable?
I don't know.
Backyard
I thought she was an elevated
Dude, ship her home,
being.
man. She's a
So,
threat.
to me,
Get rid of her.
she had a plan. She had kahunas. So I was like, okay, I'll join that bandwagon, see, you know.
Some pretty personal questions.
Yeah.
To join the bandwagon, Didelo's people interviewed her, sending messages like this.
So in this one we're looking at, it says, are you willing to not shower regularly, work shifts at night, work 24/7, not do laundry for
Oh, my
weeks at a
God.
time?
Yeah, well, that's my life pretty much anyway, so.
You were used to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Ready to do whatever they needed, Churchill packed up her belongings in early 2023 and crossed the country in her RV to live with Didelo and her inner
Wait, she wasn't even a member of the cult for that long. What is this?
Circle.
You thought this was going to be a life commitment.
Yeah.
She didn't even last
I
2
thought
years.
This is it. You know, we're going to transition this country and we're going to be under natural law. No more slavery, no more taxation. It's all golden, right?
Until it wasn't.
It was actually the polar opposite of what I thought it would
No way. You were living in a small, tiny town in frozen Saskatchewan. It turned out to suck. Who would
It
have
was
guessed?
completely dysfunctional.
Churchill lived with 7 others, including Didelo. They all packed into 2 RVs and a small bus. Hi, everybody! Churchill, hired to do security, soon became the cook. She says most of the team worked on the group's webpage and live stream. At one point, Churchill even co-hosted the
Wait, what is her website? We need the website.
QRTV nightly news.
QRTV nightly news. What? Stop. This is recent. What? This is like recent shit. This is 2 days ago. You guys want to know what I'm doing when I'm not streaming? It's this shit. Like, how far down the rabbit hole does this go? They've got their own news channel on YouTube.
This is QTV Nightly News. I'm Amadou Kajaga, and thank you for joining us.
This can't be the same thing. No, this is QTV Gambia. This is not the same thing. What am I like? It's Q. What is it? Q something TV. QRTV. Is there no QRTV? Did they take all this shit down? No. Videos. QR. I don't see anything for QR. I'm disappointed. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of disappointed. Where the hell do you find QRTV? Oh, I was like getting excited that we could watch this shit.
So, Kim, how are you doing today?
Awesome. The nightly news updates came with pleas for donations.
Any donation.
Wait, is this on Twitch? Hold on. I just gotta check to see if this is on Twitch. QRTV. QRTV. I don't see anything for QRTV.
Or contributions
Probably
to
on
this
Facebook. I'll
effort
try
is
there.
greatly appreciated.
Mostly it was admin work, right? So admin work is to keep their grift going on
These
Telegram.
are old people. It's on
You
Facebook.
call it a grift. Oh,
I
absolutely.
don't. I can't find their website.
Yeah, so it's all
Where's
about
their
the
website?
computer, right? Because that's where the money is. It's a digital fantasy. She's a content creator. And she's brilliant at it.
Soon enough, Churchill started to have questions.
I sent them $3,000 to help them with the winter accommodations. After the fundraising, Romana said, we're ending the fundraiser, but we're going to take a rain check. And then I was like, well, then I want my money back.
What did she mean by she was going to take a rain check?
She wasn't going to use the money for winter accommodations.
What happened to your $3,000?
She pocketed it.
Plan to visit the funeral
for
home
herself.
he is currently at.
She also had concerns
They end up
about the
not
way
finding
some
him.
followers
I don't
were
know,
being
dude.
treated.
I think they will. I did a whole thing earlier on the stream. We've kind of moved away from that because they haven't really found anything. And it's kind of like late at night. They probably won't be any more news tonight. But we kind of like looked through the whole thing of like where I'm gonna post a video about it, but basically they have video of him walking to the school, and I kind of went through the whole thing of him, where he walked into the school, how we left and stuff like that. So anyways,
We were in the car.
this is almost as crazy. I can't find this QR TV thing. I'm trying to find it.
And it was at night. And she said to Kevin, pull over. There's a car behind us. So Kevin pulled over, and I thought, oh my God, like there's nowhere to pull over, right? She said to me, if Kevin didn't pull over when I told him to, he would have been shot. And I'm like, whoa, it's pretty serious.
Were there other threats of violence?
She talked about treason. Anyone that spoke badly about her in the media would be hung, charged with treason and hung and executed. And
could she be abusive?
She is abusive, psychologically abusive, emotionally abusive. Like there's no love there.
Did it feel like a cult to you?
I didn't recognize it as a cult until I got back. Because I was like, when I finally left, I'm like, what the heck? What did I just go through? What is this? When you're in an abusive relationship, you know, they want you isolated. They don't want you talking to friends and family. They control your every move, manipulate you. Like it's all that. You know, if she wasn't the focal point, she was not happy.
Only 10 days in, Churchill had seen enough.
I said to the group before I go, like, there's no love here, and I am not going to be in the presence of, or the absence of love. If this is how she treats you guys, can you imagine if she was really leading Canada? People that still believe in Romana, they have family members who are concerned about them. So I would just say, just be patient, because she's going to be stopped very soon. That's my goal. She needs to stop.
Up next.
We are here today to make a citizen's arrest against the members of the Peterborough Police Department.
Oh, we're gonna get to see the old people try to arrest cops.
Misguided anger
Stop.
takes a violent turn.
Hey,
When
Whoa.
W5 continues.
On a warm summer day in August of 2022, a group of Romana Didelot's followers gathered here in front of police headquarters in Peterborough, Ontario.
We also have sardines.
I'll take some.
Packet sardines.
Didelot was there too, handing out snacks. It seemed peaceful enough at first. Group members were there to arrest Peterborough police officers. Their crime? Enforcing COVID restrictions. This is Didelot supporter Frank Curtin.
We are here today to make a citizen's arrest against the members of the Peterborough Police Department for their involvement in the crimes
Yes, we get to see
against
this.
humanity.
It didn't go well.
They're at the police station trying to arrest cops.
You guys are involved in the COVID crime, and we're placing you all under arrest.
Actually, you're a dead arrest.
No.
Hey, oh! Hey! I suggest you stand down! Stand down, please. Stand down. Stand down. Stand down. You guys are under arrest, citizens. Stand down. Stand down.
6 protesters were charged, 2, including Frank Curtin, for assaulting police. The fake queen remained inside her RV the entire time, live streaming to her followers.
So the triangular craft, military craft showed up, and that's the special forces right above the Peterborough police station.
Professor Christine
This
Sartesky
is
from Chatham
entertaining.
University in Pittsburgh watched events unfold. She claims the group had darker plans that day.
And the plan was to actually kidnap the police, put them on trial, and then execute them. She speaks very violently towards large groups of people, healthcare workers, anyone who was involved in the pandemic in any way with masking efforts, vaccines.
For each child that you have harmed, you will receive not one, but 2 bullets on your forehead.
I think the danger lies in how active her followers are, and this is evidenced by what we saw at Peterborough.
So we're going to place you under arrest with the rest of them over there. Get out!
These types of groups don't get much attention until they do something really bad, and then they get attention. I think that we should absolutely take them seriously when they make threats. We should listen to them.
Threats
This is
from
nuts.
the group hang over the residents of Richmond, Saskatchewan. It is most unsettling for those who have received so-called cease and desist orders, like Roland Davis.
I wish I knew why I got the death threat. I was like, okay, so why am I on this list? Like, what have I done? Is it fearful? It's still fearful because we don't know what they're going to do. They're unpredictable. She says not 1, but 2 bullets right here in the head. And, she even does that on her Telegram.
These are threats she makes online.
Yes, it is. It's how do you live with that on a daily basis?
Back in October 2023, the RCMP met with residents to hear their concerns.
We have supplemental resources here to provide for the safety and security of the community of Richmond. So give us the space and give us the time to manage the concerns that's...
Not everyone was convinced police were doing enough.
You're not guaranteeing our safety at all.
So the
Police set up a mobile detachment in town to prepare for the arrival of Didelot supporters and the resulting protest.
When we had the town hall meeting with the RCMP, people were frustrated. People would ask them questions like, so with the cease and desist orders, why aren't the cops doing anything? Well, we're investigating. Every answer they gave was, well, that's still under investigation. We can't really answer that question. That's not the answer they wanted to hear.
We went looking for answers from the RCMP's top cop in Saskatchewan, Rhonda Blackmore.
You know that some of the residents got a cease and desist order. What they're saying here is that you will face publicly broadcast executions upon yourselves and undeserved devastation upon your children, grandchildren, and families. And I'm just wondering if that's not enough to consider the group dangerous and charge them.
At this point in time, we have no indication that there's any imminent threat. We would certainly notify the public if there was an imminent threat, but we have no indication of that. It goes back to who made those threats. And if it's not someone from the group, if it's someone online making the threats, then we have to trace that and make sure that we can do that. We have to be able to say that that individual is responsible. The burden of proof in a criminal code investigation is very high. It's beyond a reasonable doubt. We have to be able to say that beyond a reasonable doubt, this individual is the person responsible for making those threats.
Do you feel that it's a hit to the confidence of the community if you're not able to act and in some way make them feel safer because they don't feel safe right now?
It's not that we've washed our hands of the situation or that we're not going to take any follow-up investigation.
But that's how they feel.
And I understand, it's certainly concerning, especially for a small town, but we're certainly there. We're monitoring the situation and making sure that if there is any indication of criminal activity, that we will be there and we will investigate that thoroughly.
So it's not clear who sent these?
At this point in time, that's part of our investigation.
The RCMP says they can't make any arrests because they don't know who made the threats. But W5 did find out who sent at least one of the threatening emails. Remember Mary? She saw one of those letters posted online.
It was posted by a man by the name of, and it was my dad's name.
What was that like?
My heart just sank, my stomach dropped, I felt like I was gonna throw up. I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe he had gone that far and done something like that. I feel ashamed that somebody that I love and care about would threaten that to somebody and make people feel scared and worried for their lives that something might happen to them in their own home, in their own community.
Mary says the Calgary Police Service did meet with her father, but only cautioned him to not do it again.
Do you think he should have been arrested?
I don't know. I wrestle with that one. My dad is absolutely a financial threat to himself, a financial threat to my mom. If he's not going to physically carry out acts of threat, he's certainly emotionally and mentally threatening people by sending these letters.
W5 emailed the RCMP to ask why Mary's dad wasn't charged. Their answer: to preserve investigational integrity, we are unable to provide information on our investigational steps or evidence gathered. As for Romana Didolo, we asked several times for an interview but never received a response. This came as little surprise since Didolo has never agreed to an interview with mainstream media. But that didn't stop us from trying to find her. It was
remember me looking for that person, that street? Somebody else has done the same thing. Somebody else has did the exact same thing that I've done. This is the street view that I was looking at, where the shooter was running by. Anyways, hold on. We're almost done this.
wasn't easy because her entourage
I want to
kept
find out what's
moving
happening.
around. Days before we arrived, the group left the school compound and moved to a farm just outside of town. W5 producer Chad Derrick and I headed there.
Yeah, I'd go right up to there.
I see there we go.
That's the property.
Yeah, we could pop out here and have a look.
The group's vehicles are tucked out of sight and well beyond a perimeter fence.
How are you?
But within minutes, a truck from the compound arrives.
I can't tell if you're saying anything. The phone's in front of your face. We're from W5. We just want to talk to Romana, or we want to talk to you. Do you want to come and talk to us?
Probably not.
Will Romana come and talk to us?
We get no answers
How
before
are
the
these,
driver
these people
speeds
making
off.
money?
We visited the Richmond school the next day. It appeared that work was being done.
How are you? Is Romana around if you want to talk to us?
Once again, we asked Didolo's followers if she would speak to us.
We're from W5. Does she have anything to say to the people of Richmond?
We never did hear from Romana Didolo. She and her group braved the cold Saskatchewan winter, live streaming every night from the school, leaving Richmond residents like Roland Davis wondering what lies ahead.
I would have never dreamed I would have a cult living in my backyard.
Literally in her backyard.
Like I want to wake up from the dream sometimes and say, okay, they're gone. Let's just, go back to normal. It doesn't happen because they're here. They're real.
Yeah, what's the outcome here? Is that the end of it?
I don't feel that I'm really living. I feel trapped.
Okay, what the hell is
The
this?
story of a mother who was injured during an attack that killed her daughter.
Okay. All right, we're done. I can't believe I watched that whole thing. I'm not gonna lie. I was just like, I could not turn this off. Anyways, chat, we're gonna end it there. I will be back tomorrow, of course. We're going to keep streaming until I'm either fired or find a new job. So that is basically what's going on right now. I will be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching, guys. A lot of you have obviously had a lot of interest in this Charlie Kirk thing. So we will be back tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Take care and have a good night.